With the system in hand, the world is mine. A young man endowed with an omnipotent system begins his cultivation journey from the realm of Dou Qi, traversing the myriad worlds thereafter. Chapter 1. Arrival in the Dou Qi continent. On the Dou Qi continent, in the city of Wutan, stands the Shao family. A youth clad in a blue robe suddenly materializes within the Shao family's courtyard, gazing at the classical architecture surrounding him. His pupils constrict, and an expression of astonishment gradually emerges on his handsome face. Is this the Shao family from Dou Qi? Ding! Welcome, Master Shao Han, to the Dou Qi continent. I am your omnipotent system, Shao Rou. As Shao Han is engulfed in disbelief, a soft and melodious voice suddenly resonates in his mind, akin to the sound of a mountain stream, enchanting and serene, bringing his thoughts to a tranquil halt. Wait, Shao Rou, you truly transported me to the Dou Qi continent. Upon hearing this, Shao Han momentarily freezes, and despite his typically composed demeanor, he can't help but exclaim, astonished that this girl genuinely brought him to the Dou Qi continent. After finishing his college entrance examination, while immersed in reading Dou Qi, a voice named Shao Rou had abruptly appeared in his mind, claiming to be all-powerful, and inquiring if he wished to experience life in the Dou Qi continent firsthand. At that moment, filled with curiosity and boundless imagination about the Dou Qi continent portrayed in the novel, Shao Han casually replied, yes. However, the instant his words fell, a flash of white light enveloped him, and upon closing and reopening his eyes, he inexplicably found himself in the Dou Qi continent depicted in the novel. Such an extraordinary occurrence happening to him was beyond belief. Shao Han, wide-eyed and astounded, surveyed his surroundings, struggling to accept that he had indeed traversed into the Dou Qi continent. Indeed, Master, you are now in the Dou Qi continent. Your journey has commenced. I wish you a pleasant adventure. Shao Rou's sweet voice echoed once more. I can't believe I've actually arrived in the Dou Qi continent. Shao Han's lips twitched, a hint of frustration surfacing within him. To stumble upon a transmigration while merely reading a novel was certainly an unprecedented phenomenon. Yet, now that it had come to pass, lamenting would be futile. Gradually, Shao Han regained his composure. In such a moment, maintaining absolute calm was paramount. Born into an ordinary farming family, he had learned early on the burdens of life. Thus his resolve surpassed that of his peers. Having extensively read various philosophical texts and immersed himself in tales of fantastical realms, his perspective was naturally distinct. Shao Rou, what tasks must I complete? Shao Han inquired. You must accomplish the task of ascending to the position of Dou Emperor, Shao Rou replied sweetly. What? Ascending to Dou Emperor? Upon hearing this, the smile that had graced Shao Han's face instantly froze, his mouth agape as if struck by lightning, clearly shaken by the enormity of the task. The Dou Emperor, the pinnacle of power within the Dou Qi continent, as chronicled in Dou Qi, in nearly a millennium, only Shao Yan has achieved this rank. Even the exceptionally gifted Shao Yan spent several decades ascending to the status of Dou Emperor, which offers a glimpse into the arduous nature of such an endeavor. Moreover, one can only imagine the profound sorrow that would envelop his parents, toiling away in the world, upon discovering that their son had seemingly vanished without a trace. Father, mother, I am truly sorry. Shao Han gazed up at the vast expanse of the sky, his thoughts momentarily drifting from his own predicament to the well-being of his parents. This contemplation brought a sting to his eyes, as an overwhelming sense of guilt surged from the depths of his heart. Therefore, Master need not harbor any concerns. He can simply relish his journey through the Dou Qi continent. Shao Rou will ensure Master's safety, came the sweet voice of Shao Rou, attempting to lift Shao Han's spirits. Her tone bore a hint of playful charm, which was refreshing to the ear. Here, a year equates to but a day in the outside world. Upon hearing Shao Rou's words, Shao Han's pupils constricted, and a jolt of realization coursed through him. Her statement dispelled his previous anxieties in an instant. If what she said were true, then he truly had no cause for concern. Even if decades passed in this realm, only a few months would elapse outside. After all, his parents often left him to spend 3 months alone at home during summer vacations. The prospect of experiencing those 3 months in another world was indeed intriguing. In other words, his summer vacation could be likened to a journey through the Dou Qi continent, a trip to a fantastical realm, accompanied by an all-encompassing system. Chapter 2. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Possessing a system allows one to traverse the realms of existence. The mere thought of such an experience is exhilarating, especially for a young man like Shao Han, who naturally harbors a spirit of adventure. Furthermore, this Dou Qi continent is a realm dominated by the essence of martial energy, With formidable strength, one can wield power and command respect. Xiao Han greatly admires the ancient heroes, galloping through the rivers and lakes, relishing in both friendship and enmity, with a flask of wine and a 3-foot sword, wandering the world freely. There is a certain heroism in the wind that sweeps across 1,000 miles. The presence of wine in the rivers and lakes evokes an unparalleled sense of ease and grace. Although Xiao Han is merely a scholar, he holds a deep affection for the world that offers wine, and he perceives the Dou Qi continent as the very realm he has longed for. Unrestrained and renowned, such a life can only be deemed magnificent. Since he has ventured into this existence, he cannot afford to be idle. One day, he shall ascend to the status of Dou Emperor, standing atop the Dou Qi continent, gazing down upon the myriad of beings. Having cast aside all burdens, Xiao Han felt invigorated, a surge of boldness rising within him. At that moment, he realized that this was the most authentic version of himself. Rest assured, master. With your talent, attaining Dou Emperor is merely a matter of time, especially with Xiao Rou by your side, said Xiao Rou with a cheerful smile, witnessing Xiao Han's newfound confidence. Xiao Rou, is my cultivation talent truly remarkable? Xiao Han, suppressing his excitement, arched an eyebrow and inquired, as talent is a crucial element in the realm of Dou Qi cultivation. The ancient Dou Emperor races were all individuals of astonishing talent. Of course, master. You were personally chosen by Xiao Rou. Your talents in all aspects are extraordinarily strong, and there is no doubt about it, Xiao Rou replied with a smile. In response, Xiao Han chuckled lightly, feeling reassured. Since his talent was not in question, he could cultivate boldly. However, according to the records of battle through the heavens, it seemed that cultivation required specific techniques, and currently, he possessed nothing. How could he possibly cultivate? Xiao Rou, are you not an omnipotent system? Surely, you must provide some essentials for cultivation? Xiao Han recalled Xiao Rou, confident that, as an all-encompassing system, she would be able to assist him. While he did not expect her to instantly transform him into a Dou Emperor, he certainly hoped for some cultivation tools, for he was left with Xiao Rou as his only resource. Do not worry, master. Xiao Rou has long since prepared everything for you, Xiao Rou replied sweetly. With her words, the space before Xiao Han shimmered and rippled, and 4 luminous orbs appeared before him, arranged in a line. The first orb contained a spatial ring. The second orb housed a long sword crafted from crystal. The third orb contained a black and white scroll. The fourth orb held an ancient tome. My esteemed master, I have meticulously crafted essential items for your cultivation. The first item is a high-grade spatial ring, containing an array of daily necessities. The second item is the unparalleled Heavenly Emperor's Sword, a supreme artifact from the vast realms. The third item is the extraordinary technique known as the Imperial Purification Sutra, which possesses the remarkable ability to purify all things within the universe. Lastly, we have the Dan Classic, which records all known recipes for medicinal pills throughout the history of the Fighting Qi continent, along with the invaluable insights of countless ninth-tier alchemists. As Xiao Rou's voice resonated in Xiao Han's mind, she continued, additionally, Master, here is your item interface, organized by attribute for your convenience. Item interface, high-grade spatial ring, clothing, moonlight stones, incense. Technique, Imperial Purification Sutra, unparalleled skill. Spirit artifact, Heavenly Emperor's Sword, supreme artifact. Alchemy, Dan Classic. Oh, Xiao Rou, you truly know me well. These 4 items are precisely to my liking. Gazing at the treasures before him, Xiao Han couldn't help but express his admiration. The spatial ring ensured a worry-free life, while he was well aware of the Heavenly Emperor's Sword's immense power. He was equally pleased with the unparalleled purification technique, which would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation efficiency. The Dan Classic thrilled him immensely, as it would enable him to self-study and become an alchemist. In summary, with these 4 items, Xiao Han's journey of cultivation in the Fighting Qi continent was set to commence. The journey through this extraordinary realm begins now. After a moment of grand declarations, Xiao Han adorned the spatial ring on his finger and stored the Heavenly Emperor's Sword along with the other 3 items within it. Glancing at the ring, he chuckled softly. It truly was convenient, and the system's item interface was remarkably user-friendly, allowing him to view everything at a glance. Truly the marvel of a system. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Han's excitement gradually subsided, and he decided to temporarily set aside his cultivation matters. Now, he was eager to encounter the legendary figures from Dou Qi, something he had long anticipated. Can it be done this way? He mused, chuckling softly, acknowledging the omnipotent system that had him eagerly awaiting this journey through the Fighting Qi continent. Very well. Please hold on, Master. I shall set up your character immediately, Xiao Rou sweetly replied. A smile spread across Xiao Han's face as a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Was his journey in the Fighting Qi continent finally about to begin? His wait was not prolonged, as mere minutes later, the previously tranquil Shao residence became vibrant with noise, all emanating from a single direction. It was evident that the members of the Shao family had gathered for a particular reason. Master, the setup is complete. I have designated you as an ordinary member of the Shao family, ensuring your activities within the residence will be unimpeded and without suspicion, Shao Rou informed him. You truly are meticulous in your work, Shao Han remarked with a smile, realizing he had overlooked the matter of identity. As an outsider, Shao Rou's designation of him as a member of the Shao family allowed him to feel secure in his movements within the household. One could not help but marvel at the power of the system. With it in his possession, the world lay at his feet. With a single word, exhilarating. Chapter 3. The Aura of Combat. What is this? Why are all the members of the Shao family gathered over there? Shao Han's gaze quickly followed the direction of the commotion, and the scene before him resembled the environment he had envisioned in the Dou Qi continent. If his memory served him well, that direction should lead to the Shao family's testing square. How delightful! I must immerse myself in the excitement and witness the future renowned Emperor Yan, Shao Yan, and of course, my goddess, Sun'er. A flurry of thoughts raced through Shao Han's mind, and after a gleeful chuckle, he ceased his delays and strode directly toward the testing square. Within the Shao family estate, the pavilions and towers exuded an ancient charm that Shao Han found quite appealing. As he walked along the cobblestone path, a smile graced his lips, clearly indicating his buoyant spirits. This journey through a foreign realm was indeed a pleasurable and carefree experience. Just as Shao Han set foot in the square, a resounding announcement echoed from the center, imbued with a tone of indifference, devoid of any emotion. Has it already begun? Upon hearing this, Shao Han raised his brow slightly and quickened his pace, swiftly positioning himself at the rear of the crowd, where he cupped his hands over his eyes and directed his gaze toward the surging throng at the center. Standing beside the testing stone tablet was a young man in a black robe, his eyes fixated on the 5 prominent characters inscribed upon it. A self-mocking smile crept upon his lips, his hands clenching and unclenching, revealing the tumult of emotions churning within him. Yet, his expression remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow, a rare sight indeed. As the emotionless youth continued to stare at the stone tablet, a wave of caustic ridicule surged through the crowded square, akin to a relentless tide. The taunts were sharp and piercing, raining down upon him like arrows, mercilessly trampling his dignity. The words were so vicious that they could send shivers down anyone's spine. Such harsh words. Alas, it seems Shao Yan was right. In this world, lacking strength renders one inferior even to the most trivial existence. Surrounded by the overwhelming chorus of mockery, Shao Han, merely an observer, felt a chilling sensation creep up his spine. Shao Yan had transformed from a genius into a failure, enduring not only this monumental reversal, but also the deluge of scorn. Such a heavy blow could drive one to madness. Yet, what others deemed unbearable only caused the black-robed youth's breathing to quicken slightly, and nothing more. His dark eyes languidly scanned the faces dripping with disdain before he turned and quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. His solitary figure appeared so forlorn, as if he were an outcast in this world. The Emperor Yan, Shao Yan, truly lives up to his reputation. With such temperament, he will surely not be confined to mediocrity in the future. It seems that Scholar Su's words hold merit. Those who achieve greatness are not only endowed with extraordinary talent, but also possess unwavering determination. Observing the expressionless Shao Yan not far away, Shao Han's gaze flickered with admiration and respect. Since he had come this far, it was imperative that he made an acquaintance of this Shao Yan. Shao Han contemplated silently, recognizing that such an extraordinary and formidable hero was a rare encounter. Naturally, he yearned to make the acquaintance of this illustrious figure. Resolute in his decision, Shao Han adjusted his azure robe slightly, a warm smile gracing his countenance, and began to stride toward Shao Yan, who stood not far away. Next, Shao Han. At that moment, the middle-aged examiner's voice rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd in the plaza. All gazes converged on Shao Han, who lingered at the back of the throng. Must I also measure my fighting spirit? Upon hearing this, Shao Han's steps faltered, his body stiffening momentarily. After a brief pause, he widened his eyes at the testing stone tablet, an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth accompanying an ominous premonition that surged within him. However, under the scrutiny of countless eyes around him, Shao Han felt compelled to proceed. After all, he was now a member of the Shao clan. With a wry smile, he steeled himself and advanced, though each step felt burdensome, culminating in a state of perspiration by the time he reached the testing stone tablet. Begin. Noticing Shao Han's hesitation, the middle-aged examiner cast an impatient glance at him before speaking in a deep tone. At that moment, several beautiful maidens in the plaza turned their curious gazes toward the motionless Shao Han before the testing stone tablet. It must be said, Shao Han's tall stature and handsome visage, imbued with an air of scholarly elegance, held a significant allure for some of the young women, as evidenced by the sparkling glances exchanged among them. Since Xiao Han was a newly established character in this narrative, the Xiao clan members were only aware of his existence, but remained oblivious to his cultivation level or innate talents. Thus, they observed his participation in the test with considerable intrigue. Upon hearing the examiner's impatient tone and feeling the weight of numerous curious gazes upon him, a bead of cold sweat formed on Xiao Han's palm, causing him to feel quite flustered. A true man must be adaptable. It is no great matter. Let the test commence. Xiao Han's gaze flickered toward the testing stone tablet as he resolved to act without further hesitation, extending his trembling hand toward it. Yet, his hand quivered uncontrollably, revealing that he was not as fearless as he professed, for he could sense the impending events that would unfold once his palm made contact. As Xiao Han's heart raced with anxiety, his hand finally touched the obsidian stone tablet, an invisible probing force surging through his palm and into his being. Gazing at the stillness of the stone tablet, Xiao Han felt an escalating tension, while the curiosity in the eyes of those around him deepened. An eerie atmosphere lingered for several seconds before the silent stone tablet finally shimmered with light. Fighting spirit, none. For golden characters materialized with a flourish, and at that moment, all present were left speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they stared at the testing stone tablet in disbelief. Chapter 4. Xiao Yan, I wish to berate you. Fighting spirit, none? The 4 golden characters flickered on the obsidian stone tablet, leaving everyone in the testing area dumbfounded, as if they had just witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixed on Xiao Han as if he were a monster. Could this fellow possibly be from the Dou Qi continent? At that moment, they found themselves too weary to even mock him. He was utterly worthless, and there was no need for taunts. Noticing the stares around him, even with his thick skin, Xiao Han felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself. What a disgrace. However, Xiao Han was a high-achieving student from the 21st century, blessed with a versatile system, so he had little reason to feel inferior, only a tinge of awkwardness. Soon, he regained his composure and confidently descended from the high platform, his eyes still sparkling with self-assurance. After all, he had yet to commence his training. There was no rush. He was a man with a system. Upon stepping off the platform, Xiao Han disregarded the disdainful looks and headed straight towards the crowd where Xiao Yan was located. Approaching Xiao Yan, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was the future Emperor Yan, destined to resound throughout the Dou Qi continent. In the days to come, this name would echo in every corner of the continent, and even in the vast expanse of the Great Thousand World, where the Emperor Yan would be renowned. According to the records in the Great Sovereign, in the Great Thousand World, where heroes congregate, within the endless fire domain, the Emperor Yan reigns supreme, igniting the heavens with countless flames. Xiao Han was elated to have the chance to witness this illustrious figure in person. Soon, he arrived before Xiao Yan and scrutinized him closely. The young man's face was not particularly handsome, but carried an appealing charm, especially those deep, dark eyes that seemed to harbor untold mysteries. Fortunately, I am more handsome, Xiao Han thought with a satisfied smile, confident in his own appearance, which would undoubtedly captivate many young women in this otherworldly realm. Hello, Xiao Yan. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Han, he said, extending his right hand with a smile. It was only natural to befriend someone so famous. I know your name. Lacking Dou Qi, we share a common plight, replied Xiao Yan. His words direct yet kind. Despite being the son of the clan leader, he bore no airs of arrogance. Even though Xiao Han was more of a waste, he had no intention of ridiculing him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han forced a smile. Sharing this plight, are we? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Fellow downtrodden souls of the world, exclaimed Xiao Han. Why must we have known each other before? Xiao Yan replied, momentarily taken aback. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Xiao Han declared. The pagoda subdues the river monster. Xiao Yan countered. Let us learn to meow like cats. Xiao Han suggested. Meow, meow, meow. Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Han, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xiao Yan, as fellow travelers in this foreign land, we are indeed true compatriots. Let us support each other from now on, Xiao Han said, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder with a look of heartfelt sentiment, while internally reveling in the fact that the emperor was his fellow townsman. Who else could boast such a connection? Surely, this bond would bring him some favor in the future. Indeed, meeting a fellow countryman in an otherworldly realm means we are now brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. Xiao Yan responded, somewhat moved, as he clapped his hand firmly on Xiao Han's shoulder. Excellent. Xiao Han, filled with a sense of grandeur, was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating Xiao Yan's words. It's truly wonderful to have a compatriot. One must firmly embrace this opportunity. Just then, a melodious voice of the omnipotent system, Xiao Rou, resonated. Congratulations, master, On establishing a friendly relationship with the protagonist Xiao Yan of Battle Through the Heavens, the system rewards you with 10 points. Taken aback by Xiao Rou's sudden announcement, Xiao Han inwardly inquired, Xiao Rou, what is the purpose of these points? What can they be exchanged for? Master, the items available are extensive, provided you possess sufficient points. Here is the system's points shop for you to peruse, Xiao Rou replied. Instantly, a points shop interface appeared in Xiao Han's mind, showcasing a dazzling array of products that left him momentarily dazed. He began browsing from the items requiring the least points. Condoms, 10 points. Ecstasy powder, 15 points. A complete set of beddings for men and women, 30 points. Coughing lightly, Xiao Han's face flushed as he quickly shifted his gaze. Indeed, there was an abundance of choices. He then examined various combat techniques, skills, and spiritual tools, which required thousands of points, causing Tang Yu's lips to twitch slightly. With his current points, he might barely afford a condom. Nevertheless, it must be said that this points shop was quite intriguing, with ample points. One could indulge in extravagant shopping. Xiao Rou, how can one acquire these points? Xiao Han inquired, recognizing that understanding how to earn points was crucial for consumption. Master, acquiring points is quite simple. For example, establishing friendly relationships with important figures in this world of combat energy, progressing in cultivation, defeating monsters or villains, capturing the hearts of young women, and making more girlfriends are all viable methods, Xiao Rou explained. Making girlfriends, is that really an option? Xiao Han blinked, intrigued by the thought. Previously, in his pursuit of academic excellence to honor his parents, he had devoted himself entirely to his studies, never having dated. Now, having the fortune to enter this grand world of combat energy, perhaps it was time to consider finding a girlfriend. After all, the young women in this alternate realm were all stunning beauties. Should he pursue a few goddess-level beauties? For instance, his ideal, Sun Er, should he chase her or not? After all, he was a man endowed with an omnipotent system. Xiao Yan, brother. Just as Xiao Han's mind wandered into daydreams, a graceful figure approached, clad in a purple dress that accentuated her exquisite form, exuding an ethereal elegance akin to a blue lotus. Although still youthful, she was destined to become a breathtaking beauty of monumental allure. The enchanting figure could only be Sun Er. Upon hearing that melodious call, Xiao Han's gaze instantly brightened, his eyes alighting upon her stunning visage, which was every bit as enchanting as he had imagined. Sun Er, do I still deserve for you to call me that? He remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the girl before him. In the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes, a flicker of complexity surfaced as he reached out, intending to stroke Sun Er's delicate head. However, upon reflecting on his current state, he found himself lacking the courage to do so. The chasm between him and the prodigious young woman of the Xiao family felt insurmountable. This is utterly disregarded. Observing the two conversing before him, Xiao Han felt an involuntary tremor at the corners of his mouth. How could he, a man endowed with a system, feel so inconsequential? At this moment, he perceived himself as though he were being mercilessly struck, realizing that his goddess Sun Er had not acknowledged his presence in the slightest. It was disheartening, almost bringing him to tears. Hello, Sun Er. Xiao Han managed to smile, extending his right hand in greeting. Upon hearing his words, Sun Er's beautiful eyes turned toward him, as if she had just noticed that someone was standing beside her. She offered a faint nod to Xiao Han, showing no inclination to shake his hand, given her temperament. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's earlier intervention, she would hardly have bothered to acknowledge him, let alone nod in his direction. Xiao Han's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, his lips quivering. This was indeed rather embarrassing. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Han. That's just her nature, Xiao Yan quickly interjected, wishing to alleviate the awkwardness for Xiao Han. He understood Sun Er well. Despite her ethereal elegance, it was challenging for most to engage her in conversation. Had it not been for the bond he forged with her during their childhood, he suspected he would not have had the privilege of interaction either. It's all right. It's all right, Xiao Han chuckled awkwardly, internally lamenting his plight. Pursuing a goddess with a system? That seemed rather implausible. After all, Sun Er's heart had long been captured by Xiao Yan since their youth, leaving him utterly devoid of hope. He would have to set his sights on another target. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that there were countless flowers to be found along life's journey. He remained optimistic, for he was a man with a system, destined for greater aspirations. Soon after, Xiao Yan engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Han for a few moments before taking his leave, his figure still bearing an air of disappointment, likely a lingering effect from the recent test. Brother Xiao Yan, Sun Er softly called, then gracefully followed, walking alongside him as they departed the testing grounds. Xiao Yan, though you are destined to become the Emperor of Flames and I admire you greatly, at this very moment, I truly wish to berate you. How envious I am of you. Watching the two walk side by side, Xiao Han felt a twinge of discontent, though it stemmed purely from a man's instinct, devoid of any ulterior motives. However, Xiao Yan, You possess the golden touch of Yao Lao, while I wield the omnipotent system. He chuckled to himself, reflecting that in the future, it would not only be you who would achieve renown in the Dou Qi continent. Contemplating his own magnificent system, he mused that it was far more substantial than Yao Lao's golden finger. With the system in hand, he would traverse the heavens, savoring the world's most exquisite vistas. In summary, he was determined to cultivate a vision larger than that of Xiao Yan. With this thought, Xiao Han's spirits lifted, and he proceeded toward the test site's exit, resolved to delve into the art of cultivation. Otherwise, how could he ever win the heart of a girlfriend? Chapter 5. What to do? Moonlit night. Atop the back mountain of the Xiao clan, beneath the backdrop of a magnificent full moon, Xiao Han sat casually, his gaze quietly fixed upon the twinkling lights of Wutan City in the distance. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting a few strands of his dark hair, while the moonlight illuminated his countenance, rendering him exceptionally handsome. Upon closer inspection, one could not help but conclude that he was indeed a striking young man. At this moment, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. Yes, he found himself yearning for Earth, particularly in this solitary moment. Although this world of Dou Qi was vibrant and captivating, it still paled in comparison to the modern life on Earth. For a young man from the 21st century, being abruptly transported to a foreign realm was understandably challenging. This was a natural human sentiment. Perched atop the mountain, after gazing into the distance for a while, Xiao Han gradually subdued the longing for home that brewed within him. Nostalgia was but a fleeting feeling. His focus should extend far beyond. The vast continent of Dou Qi was the stage he was destined to conquer. Indeed, once his strength reached a certain level, even the Dou Qi continent would be unable to hinder his progress. It was time to commence his cultivation. Without strength, all aspirations were mere fantasies. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, Xiao Han settled into a meditative posture. He flicked his fingers, and a black and white scroll emerged from his advanced storage ring. It was the renowned cultivation technique from the vast world, the Emperor's purification technique. This technique was undoubtedly among the finest in the Dou Qi continent, surpassing even the burning technique, which required the consumption of exotic flames to evolve. The Emperor's purification technique, however, was extraordinary in its own right. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he slowly unfurled the black and white scroll. With a whoosh, as the scroll opened, a torrent of immense information surged into Xiao Han's mind like a tidal wave. Yin and yang, like the sun and moon, my method purifies all beings. When this technique is perfected, it can cleanse the heavens and earth. The instruction continued, detailing the prerequisites for cultivation. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the vast array of cultivation information flooding his consciousness. Half an hour later, he exhaled softly and slowly opened his eyes, having nearly digested the relevant details of the technique. Although the information was both foreign and intricate, for reasons unknown, Xiao Han found himself able to comprehend it at a glance and retain it effortlessly. This sensation was remarkable, reminiscent of what the omnipotent system, Xiaorou, had indicated. Xiao Han possessed a high level of innate talent for cultivation. With this realization, he resolved to begin his practice of the Emperor's purification technique. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. He eagerly awaited the strength this cultivation would bestow upon him. In this world, Dou Qi was the sole melody, the very emblem of power. However, just as Xiao Han commenced the cultivation process, the omnipotent system chimed unexpectedly. Master, you cannot cultivate techniques until you have attained the rank of Dou Qi, Xiaorou cautioned. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback before he recollected the truth. Indeed, in the Dou Qi continent, one could not cultivate techniques until they had condensed their Dou Qi and advanced to the rank of Dou Qi. Prior to that, cultivation could only involve the inhalation and exhalation of Dou Qi to form a Dou Qi whirlpool. How then was he to proceed? Xiao Han felt a sense of frustration as he realized he could not cultivate the extraordinary martial arts techniques. After all, he currently found himself as a complete waste, devoid of any fighting spirit. In the realm of Dou Qi, lacking this vital energy meant that a mere finger from another could easily extinguish him. Master, regarding your cultivation, I am unable to assist you. It is a journey you must undertake alone. However, if you accumulate sufficient points, you may exchange them with me for the corresponding items. With enough points, your cultivation speed is sure to accelerate, Xiaorou explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han fell silent, pondering his current predicament. He possessed only 10 points. What could he possibly exchange for? He needed to devise a method to hasten his progress toward becoming a fighter, for otherwise, he would remain utterly useless in this world of Dou Qi, making it impossible to seek a romantic partner. Feeling the weight of pressure, Xiao Han reminded himself that he was a man endowed with a system. He could not afford to be ineffective. Once he ascended to the rank of a fighter, He would then be able to cultivate the extraordinary martial arts techniques, and his advancement would undoubtedly be remarkable. As he contemplated this, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Ah, there is the Foundation Establishment Elixir. According to the Chronicles of Battle Through the Heavens, Xiao Yin was able to swiftly recover his strength through the Foundation Establishment Elixir. Having entered this world of Dou Qi, he needed to adapt his thinking to align with its principles. The original text he had read would serve as the finest reference. From a certain perspective, having perused the original work, he was akin to a prophet within this realm. He could foresee events and even alter the destinies of certain individuals. Thus, the Foundation Establishment Elixir would undoubtedly serve as an accelerator for Xiao Han, a novice in cultivation devoid of any fighting spirit. The mere thought of possessing such a potent elixir ignited a surge of excitement across his face. He could finally rise to prominence. However, in the next moment, his enthusiasm waned. While the Foundation Establishment Elixir was indeed a marvelous item, how could he possibly obtain it? He understood that this elixir was the creation of the renowned Yao Lao, the most esteemed alchemist in the Dou Qi continent. The difficulty of concocting such an elixir was beyond comprehension. Even though Xiao Han possessed the Dan Dian, which contained the recipe for the Foundation Establishment Elixir, could he concoct it himself? Certainly not. Even if Xiao Han exhibited extraordinary talent for cultivation, it was implausible for him to master the alchemical skills of Yao Lao in a short span of time. Alchemy required years of experiential accumulation. Without practical application, even the insights of the continent's top alchemists documented in the Dan Dian would be mere empty words. Xiao Rou, may we discuss something? Xiao Han proposed, his mind racing as he communicated with her telepathically. Master, please go ahead, came Xiao Rou's sweet voice in response. Well, Xiao Han hesitated, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. After a brief, awkward smile, he continued, Xiao Rou, given that I have just arrived in the Dou Qi continent, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, and considering that the items you have provided me are temporarily unusable, do you think it might be possible for you to grant me a few bottles of the Foundation Establishment Elixir for free? I apologize, Master, Xiao Rou said, but I cannot assist you. The journey through the continent of Dual is fraught with challenges that you must overcome on your own. Xiao Han, still harboring a glimmer of hope, replied, can't you provide just one vial for free? Even a small one would suffice. Ding. The system detected Xiao Han's negative and lazy thoughts. Ding. An automatic punishment was triggered. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, the omnipotent system unexpectedly sounded an alarm. A cacophony ensued. Instantly, dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning surged through the clouds like arms. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful bolt of lightning shot down from the thick clouds, striking Xiao Han with astonishing speed. He had no time to evade it. The thunder raged within him, darkening his face, standing his hair on end, and singeing his clothes, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Yet, that appearance was undeniably distinctive. Sizzling. Xiao Han trembled as lightning coursed over his body, momentarily dazing him. Is this truly the legendary punishment from the heavens? His face contorted in pain as he lay sprawled on the ground, exhaling heavily, as if he were exhaling clouds and mist, smoke rising from within him. Xiao Rou, this punishment seems rather excessive, he muttered, his lips twitching. It was his first experience of being struck by lightning. Had he not been the master of this omnipotent system, he might have been obliterated in that instant. I apologize, Master. This is an inherent punishment of the system. Whenever it detects your negligence or laziness towards cultivation, it will activate the punishment. Xiao Rou paused before continuing. Thus, you must refrain from any thoughts of taking shortcuts. Items from me can only be obtained through point redemption. Otherwise, you shall face the lightning, and the severity of the punishment will escalate with each occurrence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's lips quivered. So, the omnipotent system would only resort to striking him with lightning and would not extend any assistance? Ultimately, the path of cultivation depended entirely on him. What had happened to the promise of having the system at his disposal to conquer the world? A look of despair crossed Xiao Han's face as he inwardly berated the authors of system novels, thinking, you are all deceivers, severely traumatizing my fragile spirit. Sighing, he reflected, seeking help from others is less reliable than depending on oneself. How true are the words of our ancient Chinese sages. Rising from the ground, he was filled with sentiment. Now, he had no choice but to rely on himself. How could he acquire the foundational elixir? Rubbing his chin, he pondered, without the foundational elixir, is it possible for someone as talentless as I, devoid of any combat energy, to rise? Thus, acquiring the foundational elixir became imperative. According to the narrative's trajectory, the alchemist would not appear until tomorrow night. He needed to seize the opportunity to impress the alchemist. Xiao Han calculated in his heart, to obtain the foundational elixir. I must employ some cleverness. Tomorrow presents an excellent chance to shine before the alchemist. For tomorrow, Nalan Yanran would come to the Shao family to annul the engagement. Nalan Yanran, my foundational elixir depends entirely on you, Shao Han mused as he gazed at the moon on the cliff, letting out a soft sigh before descending with the moonlight. He was filled with anticipation for tomorrow. Additionally, this book is now prepared for signing, and I hope everyone will cast their votes in support. The journey of this book depends entirely on your backing. I earnestly seek your encouragement. Chapter 7, Nalan Yanran. The following day, as the dawn tore through the clouds, the first rays of sunlight gently bathed the earth, infusing it with vibrant vitality. In the Shao residence, within a modest room furnished with a bed and a few tables and chairs, steeped in antiquity, lay the quarters of Shao Han. As a mere commoner of the Shao family, his treatment was undoubtedly modest. Early in the morning, Shao Han rose with the sun to commence his training. Sitting cross-legged, his hands formed intricate seals, and strands of fighting energy began to seep into his body. After a considerable time, Shao Han finally emerged from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling rejuvenated. Indeed, cultivation is a profoundly wondrous endeavor. Furthermore, the higher one's cultivation realm, the longer one's lifespan becomes. It is not uncommon for extraordinary beings to live for a millennium. Of course, such thoughts were beyond Shao Han's current concerns, as he was merely a novice in the realm of fighting energy. For him, the most pressing matter was to advance to the stage of a fighter. As Shao Han gradually rose from his bed, he made his way to the window, gazing at the expansive sky, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. In this world, fighting energy reigns supreme. To earn respect and reverence, one must speak through strength. After standing quietly by the window for a while, Shao Han gradually calmed his emotions and dismissed further thoughts. Judging the time, he murmured, Nalan Yanran and her companions should have arrived at the Shao residence by now. With that, he stepped out, intrigued by the proud young woman who had sought to annul their engagement. Walking along the stone-paved path, Shao Han's gaze flickered as he contemplated how to present himself. Shao Han. At that moment, someone called out to him. He halted and turned to see Shao Yan approaching. Shao Yan, good morning. Shao Han greeted with a smile. My father has asked me to welcome our esteemed guests at the reception hall. Would you like to join me? Shao Yan inquired with a grin. Hearing this, Shao Han could not help but smile wryly. Esteemed guests? He doubted Shao Yan would maintain that sentiment upon meeting them. Nevertheless, this was a necessary trial for Shao Yan. Today marked a pivotal moment in Shao Yan's life. The dawn of his resurgence, a legendary figure destined to leave an indelible mark on the continent of fighting energy, today heralded the beginning of his transformation. Equally significant for Shao Han, this day represented a crucial opportunity to acquire the foundational spirit liquid, a coveted cultivation elixir. He must seize the chance to garner the favor of the esteemed Master Yao. He pondered how best to conduct himself. Well, since I have the time, I'll accompany you. I am quite eager to witness these so-called esteemed guests of the Shao family, Shao Han remarked, a hint of sardonic amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Those guests would surely be quite arrogant. Indeed, let us go, Shao Yan replied with a smile, and together they made their way to the reception hall of the Shao residence. Before long, they arrived at the reception hall. At this moment, within the solemn hall, numerous figures had already taken their seats. Naturally, the foremost position was occupied by the clan leader, Shao Zhan, alongside the three elders of the Shao family, while the younger generation of the clan gathered beneath them. In the guest seats, there were two figures, a man and a woman, a middle-aged gentleman and a youthful maiden. The young girl, strikingly beautiful, possessed an exquisitely refined face, exuding an air of haughtiness, and rightfully so, as she bore the emblem of a three-star fighter upon her chest. At such a tender age, being a three-star fighter exemplified her remarkable talent for cultivation, rendering her a true prodigy, a paragon of beauty and ability that others could only admire from afar. Within the entire Shao family, perhaps only the ethereal Suner could rival her prowess. Upon entering, Shao Han and Shao Yan paid their respects to Shao Zhan and subsequently retreated to join the ranks of the younger generation of the Shao family. Notably, Shao Yan chose to sit beside Suner. At this juncture, Shao Han's gaze shifted to the two individuals across the guest seating. He was well aware of their identities, members of the Yunlan sect, a dominant force within the Gamma Empire. The middle-aged man, known as Dou Qi, was a 7-star grand fighter, while the enchanting maiden could only be Nalan Yanran. Shao Han fixed his gaze upon Nalan Yanran, his eyes flickering as he contemplated silently. After a prolonged exchange of pleasantries between Shao Zhan and Dou Qi, Nalan Yanran, seated among the guests, rose to her feet. A cold smirk inadvertently crept across Shao Han's lips. Was this the moment for the proud young woman to commence her performance? As a paragon adorned with multiple prestigious identities, Nalan Yanran's every move was destined to be the focal point of the gathering. Consequently, all eyes were drawn instantly to her. Clan leader Shao. Nalan Yanran inclined her body slightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Zhan. She refrained from addressing him as uncle, opting instead for clan leader, clearly intent on establishing a distance. Her tone bore no hint of respect. After all, she was the personal disciple of Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, a status that rendered it unnecessary to show deference to a mere clan leader like Xiao Zhan. To put it bluntly, Xiao Zhan ought to bow to her. Does Miss Nalan have something to convey? Xiao Zhan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly, having sensed Nalan Yanran's arrogance. Yet, due to her esteemed position, he dared not speak further. Clan leader, I have come to the Xiao family today for a singular purpose. Nalan Yanran declared. What is it? Xiao Zhan responded. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes swept across the assembly before settling upon Xiao Yan. Her indifferent voice then resonated. I wish to annul our engagement. The phrase annul our engagement echoed throughout the hall, its tone subdued yet resonating like thunder in the ears of the gathered audience. Nalan Yanran sought to sever her engagement? Undoubtedly, the subject of this annulment was none other than Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiao Yan's face darkened. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves as he experienced an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Nalan Yanran had personally come to him to request the annulment of their engagement. At the forefront, Xiao Zhan abruptly rose to his feet, his piercing gaze fixated upon Nalan Yanran, his countenance icy. In the Dou Qi continent, being approached by a woman to annul a marriage is a profound humiliation. Yet, such an affront had befallen his son. As a father, how could he not feel a surge of indignation? What if I refuse? Xiao Zhan's eyes glinted with cold determination, a formidable aura of fighting spirit enveloping him, as if ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Observing this, Dou Qi hastily positioned himself in front of Nalan Yanran, who was the direct disciple of the sect leader and must not be allowed to come to any harm. Patriarch Xiao, the annulment is my master's wish. Nalan Yanran declared, her expression remaining impassive, her words dripping with haughty authority. Indeed, this was her master's desire. Who was her master? The leader of the Yunlan sect, a formidable sovereign, a legendary Dou Huang powerhouse. Could a mere clan leader dare to defy such a decree? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted, the intensity of his fighting spirit gradually dissipating as he regained his composure. In the face of the colossal Yunlan sect, what could a simple clan leader accomplish? This was, after all, a world governed by the law of the jungle. What an exquisite daughter of heaven, what a tyrant in her own right. At that moment, Xiao Yan stood, his dark eyes locking onto Nalan Yanran, a glimmer of coldness flickering within their depths. To him, the beautiful visage before him bore no distinction from a skull. Nalan Yanran raised her long, elegant neck, akin to an imperious swan, her demeanor overwhelmingly assertive, her words sharp enough to pierce the heart. Her pronouncement felt like a verdict upon Xiao Yan's fate. You, Xiao Yan, are destined to be a failure for life, while I, Nalan Yanran, shall forever remain beyond your reach. We inhabit entirely different worlds. Xiao Yan glared at Nalan Yanran, his fists clenched tightly, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing his dark gaze. In that moment, he harbored a genuine desire to eliminate this so-called fiancé. Alas, he lacked the strength to do so. Soon, however, Xiao Yan regained his composure, his youthful face returning to its previous calm. The trials of 3 years had transformed him. He was no longer the impulsive boy he once was. The disparity between him and Nalan Yanran was indeed akin to a chasm, a stark reality. Nalan Yanran, I know you look down upon me, but had this been 3 years ago, would you have had the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Xiao Yan remarked. You mentioned 3 years ago, Nalan Yanran replied coolly. Indeed, as Xiao Yan had stated, 3 years ago, she could not compare to him. Her talent had been overshadowed by fear. But that was then. One must recognize the reality of the present. As her words fell, Xiao Han stepped aside, retrieving a pen and paper, swiftly inscribing his thoughts. Moments later, he halted his writing. Nalan Yanran, today I, Xiao Yan, shall annul our engagement. He flung the written notice directly at her beautiful face, coldly declaring, from this moment forth, we are severed, with no further ties. His words were resolute. And with Nalan Yanran seeking to annul the marriage, Xiao Yan, in turn, sought to divorce. Such a fiancée, did he truly need her? Well done. You are indeed my son. A fleeting look of satisfaction crossed Xiao Zhan's eyes. You. Nalan Yanran held the divorce papers in her hand, her delicate frame trembling involuntarily. How could Xiao Yan, this worthless man, dare to cast her aside? This was an affront to her dignity. In the next moment, Xiao Yan stepped forward and knelt before Xiao Zhan. Father, today I have brought shame upon our family. However, rest assured, the humiliation I have suffered today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Xiao Yan bowed deeply 3 times, his words resolute. He would forever remember this insult. Nalan Yanran, 3 years from now, I shall personally challenge you at the Yunlan sect. Do you dare to accept? Rising to his feet, he met Nalan Yanran's gaze with his dark eyes, speaking in a deep tone. Is this even possible? At this moment, to the onlookers, Xiao Yan appeared as a fool, overestimating his own abilities. To them, his so-called challenge held no significance. Xiao Yan was a waste, while Nalan Yanran was a prodigy. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Well said. Just when everyone was devoid of hope, a hearty laugh suddenly resonated throughout the hall, drawing the attention of the crowd. In the corner of the hall, a young man in a green robe stood up and slowly walked to the center. Xiao Yan, well said. A true man should be like this. I believe in you. Xiao Han approached Xiao Yan and patted him firmly on the shoulder. Indeed, this was the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan, his idol. Feeling a surge of warmth at Xiao Han's presence, Xiao Yan was momentarily uplifted. Xiao Han then turned to face Nalan Yanran, his gaze icy. He had observed her from the side for quite some time, and indeed, as depicted in novels, she was a proud daughter of heaven. Yet, her condescending arrogance was utterly distasteful to Xiao Han. Nalan Yanran, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Xiao Han stood tall, speaking with gravitas. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The words resonated profoundly, striking a chord that stirred the souls of the young, igniting their fervor. Indeed, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Who are you? Nalan Yanran retorted coldly, taken aback that someone would dare to speak up for Xiao Yan at this moment. I am Xiao Han, a mere member of the Xiao family, devoid of any fighting spirit. Xiao Han replied matter-of-factly. So you are just another worthless individual like Xiao Yan. No wonder you stand up for him. A sneer graced Nalan Yanran's lips as she looked down on Xiao Han with disdain. Put away your so-called pride. Let me be frank. I hold no regard for you. This so-called prodigy of the Yunlan sect and the esteemed daughter of the Gama Empire. Do these accolades truly fill you with pride and honor? Chapter 9, Brothers. Xiao Han paused, regarding Nalan Yanran with unabashed scorn, then continued, You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. The Dou Qi continent is vast and boundless, teeming with countless races and fierce competitors. There are many who surpass you in excellence. Today, I declare, Nalan Yanran, your vision is myopic and your aspirations limited. In the future, you shall regret your actions of today for the rest of your life. Xiao Hanyan's words were incisive and resonant, devoid of any semblance of mercy. His utterances served as a judgment upon Nalan Yanran, a decree of fate. You, a mere waste, dare to speak to me in such a manner? I shall end your life today. Nalan Yanran seethed with indignation, her palms swept forward, unleashing a fierce torrent of battle energy that shot toward Xiao Han's chest with the swiftness of lightning. With a sharp thud, Nalan Yanran's assault was executed with such speed that the onlookers were momentarily stunned, Xiao Han failing to react at all. He was propelled backward, crashing against a pillar in the hall, only managing to stabilize himself after the impact, though he could not suppress a spurt of blood. How outrageous! Nalan Yanran, you have gone too far. Xiao Zhan, the clan leader, finally regained his composure. His anger ignited by Nalan Yanran's brazen act of violence against a member of the Xiao family in his presence, showing utter disregard for his authority. Just as Nalan Yanran was about to respond, Dou Qi intervened, saying, Clan leader Xiao, please calm your wrath. Dou Qi was naturally reluctant for matters to escalate, understanding that provoking Xiao Zhan could endanger Nalan Yanran. Xiao Han, are you alright? Xiao Yan approached, assisting Xiao Han to his feet, a chilling glint passing through his eyes as he considered Nalan Yanran's overreach. Cough. I'm fine, not dead yet, Xiao Han replied, shaking his head and wiping the blood from his lips. His gaze turned icy as it settled on Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran, I shall remember this strike. Xiao Han's eyes bore into her as he continued. As Xiao Yan mentioned, he intends to challenge you at Yunlan sect in 3 years. I shall join him. 3 years hence, both Xiao Yan and I shall ascend to Yunlan sect to confront you, the proud daughter of heaven. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Do you dare to accept? At that moment, both Xiao Han and Xiao Yan stood tall and resolute, their postures akin to spears, their eyes coldly fixed upon Nalan Yanran, showing no trace of fear in the presence of this esteemed lady. In the center of the hall, the two young men stood proudly, their spirits undeterred even in adversity, leaving the onlookers' hearts stirred, touched by an undeniable sense of integrity. This was a display of character. Even if the whole world demanded that I concede, I shall never surrender. As Xiao Han remarked, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Who knows if today's adversity is merely a prelude to a hidden dragon waiting to soar or a flood dragon lurking in the abyss. The unpredictability of fate might very well lead these two youths to unprecedented heights, their names resounding through the world one day. It would be fortunate if these two young men remained ineffectual. However, should they rise, they would undoubtedly become formidable figures in the future. Dou Qi gazed at Xiao Han and his companion, silently lamenting the potential of their rise. What is there to fear? In 3 years, I, Nalan Yanran, shall await you 2 failures at Yamon's sect. Nalan Yanran's gaze swept over Xiao Han and Xiao Yin, her beautiful eyes icy. These 2 were mere wastes. One dared to dismiss her, while the other audaciously criticized her. It was utterly intolerable. Since they had issued a challenge, she would grant their wish. Even if given a lifetime, they would be unlikely to overcome her. Mr. Dou Qi, let us depart. Nalan Yanran cast a cold glance at Xiao Han and the others before turning to leave the hall. Dou Qi bid farewell to Xiao Zhan and followed closely behind. Before departing, he couldn't help but cast a lingering gaze at the 2 young men, sensing that today's events were far from over. Nalan, miss. Just as Nalan Yanran was about to exit the hall, a melodious and clear voice of a girl suddenly echoed within the space. All eyes turned to see the quiet young woman in green, who had been seated in the corner, rise from her reading. Sunlight poured over her, accentuating her graceful figure, making her appear as if she were bathed in the radiance of a goddess. Even in her stillness, she commanded the attention of the entire room, her ethereal charm surpassing even that of Nalan Yanran. Suna regarded Nalan Yanran with her autumn-like eyes, a subtle flicker of golden flames dancing within their depths. She spoke softly, her tone reminiscent of a prophecy. You will regret it. These 5 simple words declared that Nalan Yanran would indeed feel remorse. After delivering her message, Suna turned and departed, leaving behind an exquisite silhouette that seemed detached from the world. Regret? Nalan Yanran stared at Suna's retreating figure, taken aback to discover such an extraordinary young woman within the Xiao family. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her, and with a cold snort, she strode away. The matter of the annulled engagement thus came to a close, and Xiao Yin undoubtedly became the subject of ridicule within the Xiao household. Having been confronted by his fiancée to call off their betrothal, it was truly a disgrace of monumental proportions. Of course, Xiao Han also faced humiliation, as a mere weakling devoid of any fighting spirit dared to stand before Nalan Yanran and boast. In an instant, these 2 young men became the talk of the Xiao family, especially regarding their audacious claims made today, which provoked mockery from the family members. How could 2 useless individuals possibly set a 3-year pact with a paragon like Nalan Yanran, vowing to defeat her at Yamon's sect? Paying no heed to the scathing ridicule from the Xiao clan, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin continued undeterred. As night fell, with the moon hanging high in the sky, the 2 young men each carried a jug of wine and made their way to the back mountain of the Xiao estate. Atop the cliff, they casually sat on the grass, one holding a jug of wine, drinking freely while gazing at the bright moon and each other, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. After several rounds of drinking, Xiao Yin slowly rose to his feet, his dark eyes fixed on the luminous moon above. He took a hearty swig, his face flushing, and then hurled the wine jug violently into the abyss below. Damn it! Is it amusing for me to be transmigrated here as a waste? Xiao Yin exclaimed angrily, his frustration evident. Today's events had struck him deeply. I will not allow such a thing to happen again. I must grow stronger. His face flushed with determination as he vented. Indeed, I must become stronger. In this continent of fighting spirit, without power, one is as insignificant as an ant. Only the strong deserve respect. Only the strong can savor the most exquisite vistas of this world. That palm strike, he would remember it. Xiao Yin, we are both wandering souls in this vast world. Perhaps this is fate. If you do not mind, let us forge a brotherhood tonight. Xiao Han gazed at Xiao Yin and suddenly proposed. I share the same sentiment. Xiao Yin exclaimed joyfully. Excellent. Xiao Han smiled with delight. And the 2 of them knelt simultaneously at the edge of the cliff, pointing at the bright moon as they vowed. We, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin, hereby swear brotherhood today. From this moment forth, we seek not to live together, but to die together. We shall share both fortune and adversity. Should we violate this oath, may we face divine retribution. Upon completing their solemn vow, the 2 rose and exchanged knowing smiles, henceforth becoming sworn brothers. Chapter 10, The Alchemist. Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement within him. He never anticipated the fortunate opportunity to forge brotherhood with the legendary Yin Emperor, Xiao Yin. Instantly, the arduous days of cultivation in the Dou Qi continent no longer seemed so mundane. He envisioned partnering with the future Yin Emperor to usher in a glorious era that belonged solely to them. Xiao Yin, trust me, in the not-so-distant future, we shall create an indelible myth across this Dou Qi continent. Our names will resonate throughout this realm. Xiao Han proclaimed with unwavering conviction, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder earnestly, his gaze imbued with resolute determination. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Xiao Yin felt an exhilarating surge of passion coursing through his veins. To forge a myth and leave a lasting legacy on the Dou Qi continent. What young man would not aspire to such greatness? A true man, born of heaven and earth, cannot resign himself to mediocrity. Since we have this chance at life, we are destined to live it grandly. Indeed, as brothers, let us join forces to create a legend that will echo through eternity. Xiao Han affirmed, resolutely patting Xiao Yan's shoulder, equally determined not to settle for the ordinary. Haha, well said. Young men should possess such lofty aspirations. Even I feel a surge of fervor at your words. Despite the adversities you face, your ambitions soar high. You two young lads are impressive and quite to my liking. At that moment, a venerable laughter suddenly resonated from the cliff. Xiao Yan's pupils narrowed in surprise, while a look of joy illuminated Xiao Han's face. Has the alchemist finally revealed himself? Who speaks? Xiao Yan scanned the cliff with an inquisitive gaze. Look, Xiao Han nudged Xiao Yan and pointed to the ancient ring on his hand. Xiao Yan glanced down to find a spectral figure of an elderly man seated within the archaic ring. Indeed, it was the alchemist. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. But he quickly regained his composure and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Han stepped aside, aware that the alchemist's forthcoming words would likely provoke Xiao Yan's ire. Are you implying that my Dou Qi mysteriously vanished over the past 3 years due to your meddling? Xiao Yan said, a fierce anger igniting in the depths of his dark eyes. It did not mysteriously vanish. It was a form of reverence, the alchemist replied, stroking his beard. You old scoundrel. Xiao Yan finally erupted, without hesitation removing the ring from his hand and hurling it off the cliff. This old rascal had consumed his Dou Qi for 3 years, yet had the audacity to call it reverence. Utterly despicable. Beside him, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, finding it quite amusing to witness the renowned Yan Emperor in such a furious state. Oh, I acted impulsively just now. Before long, Xiao Yan regained his composure. He tapped his head, feeling a twinge of regret for his earlier impulsiveness. That old man clearly possessed extraordinary abilities, and he had dismissed him so easily. Just then, Xiao Han called out, gesturing behind Xiao Yan. Startled, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and turned around, only to behold an elderly figure sitting cross-legged atop a large stone, none other than Yao Lao. Little one, do not be so rash. It's merely a matter of offering your Dou Qi for 3 years. Everything has its duality. Although you may have been a waste for 3 years, you have honed your character, which is essential for becoming a formidable warrior, Yao Lao said, stroking his beard with a smile. Do you wish to grow stronger? That is simple enough. Kneel and become my disciple, and I assure you, you will become an unparalleled powerhouse in the Dou Qi continent. As for that Nalan Yanran, 3 years from now, you will certainly surpass her, Yao Lao proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a transcendent master. Xiao Yan regarded Yao Lao with suspicion, then inquired, may I ask, what is your current strength, esteemed elder? Strength? You wouldn't comprehend, but suffice it to say, I can walk unhindered in this Jia Ma Empire. Yao Lao replied, is it truly that formidable? Xiao Yan expressed his astonishment, still somewhat skeptical. Elder, you must demonstrate your true prowess. Otherwise, how can I trust you? You're quite astute, little one. Very well. Allow me to broaden your horizons. Yao Lao chuckled, spreading his hands. With a thought, 2 eerie white flames manifested in his palms. Though they were flames, their appearance caused the temperature of the surroundings to plummet, exuding an inexplicable strangeness. Is this the bone spirit cold fire? Xiao Han's eyes flickered with recognition. He was aware of this flame, ranked 11th on the Dou Qi continent's list of extraordinary fires, a unique flame combining extreme cold and heat. Only found during the rare celestial alignment once every century in places of utmost cold and darkness, making it exceedingly precious. What kind of flame is this? Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise, sensing its extraordinary nature. Little one, this is an extraordinary fire, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. In truth, Dou Qi is not my forte. Alchemy is where my strength lies. I am an alchemist, Yao Lao declared proudly. Alchemists are the most revered profession in the Dou Qi continent, a dream occupation for countless individuals. However, the prerequisites to become an alchemist are exceedingly stringent, rendering them a rare breed. Esteemed elder, you are an alchemist? Xiao Yan blinked in astonishment. He had certainly heard tales of alchemists, who were revered and feared. As they could summon friends and allies, akin to a hornet's nest, no one dared to provoke them lightly. Indeed, little one, do you wish to become my disciple now? Yao Lao asked with pride. Absolutely, Xiao Yan replied without hesitation, recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Curiously, he inquired, Elder, what rank of alchemist are you? What rank? Just know that the so-called Dan King Dou Qi of your Jia Ma Empire is nothing but a mere speck before me, Yao Lao proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's lips quivered slightly. The renowned Dan King Dou Qi was hardly someone to be trifled with. If this old man were not a lunatic, he would certainly be an extraordinary and formidable figure. Beside him, Xiao Han scoffed, remarking on the old man's boastfulness, suggesting that his current strength was not as impressive as he claimed. Chapter 11. Malicious Borrowing. Why inquire so much? Do you still wish to become my disciple? Elder Yao urged. Master, I humbly bow as your disciple. Xiao Yan quickly performed the bow, recognizing the importance of this opportunity. Observing this, Elder Yao nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, he could openly absorb Xiao Yan's fighting spirit. A disciple honoring his teacher was certainly not a fault. You too, Xiao Han, can kneel and become my disciple. I can ensure you become an unparalleled powerhouse. Elder Yao addressed Xiao Han once more. No, thank you, esteemed sir. It suffices for you to focus on teaching Xiao Yan. Xiao Han replied, shaking his head. He had no intention of becoming a disciple. He merely sought some foundational elixir from Elder Yao to advance to a fighter. Once he achieved that, he could cultivate extraordinary techniques. Moreover, he possessed the Dan Dian, which enabled him to self-study. Furthermore, he had a universal system that, while not offering substantial assistance, allowed him to exchange points for treasures. As long as he accumulated enough points, he could acquire whatever he desired. Thus, he had no need for a master, as he was not inclined towards the constraints of a sect. That path was unsuitable for him. Xiao Han, you should think carefully. I can make you an exceptional powerhouse on the Dou Qi continent. Are you truly unwilling to become my disciple? Elder Yao inquired once more. I genuinely do not require that. Xiao Han reiterated his refusal. In the past, it had always been others pleading to be his disciple, yet here was this young man, quite audaciously declining him. Very well, Elder Yao chuckled, shaking his head, casting a few more glances at Xiao Han. A lad without any fighting spirit dared to refuse him so directly. Did he truly not wish to grow stronger? Xiao Yan approached, eager to persuade Xiao Han, not wanting him to miss such a splendid opportunity, as the old man was evidently not an ordinary character. Xiao Yan, you have your path, and I have mine. There is no need to persuade me, Xiao Han replied, then turned his gaze back to Elder Yao, saying, Esteemed sir, I have a request. Speak, and I shall listen. Elder Yao replied, I hope you can assist me in advancing to a fighter at the earliest opportunity, Xiao Han said, cleverly omitting any mention of the foundational elixir he sought. You clever lad, refusing to become a disciple, yet expecting help from the old man. Quite astute indeed. Elder Yao observed with a knowing smile, then waved his sleeve. Very well, you amuse me. Teaching 1 or 2 is the same. You may accompany Xiao Yan in your cultivation, and I shall guide you as well. Thank you, esteemed sir. Xiao Han expressed his gratitude. Feeling a newfound fondness for Elder Yao, the old man was rather agreeable. Thank you for your benevolence, master. Xiao Yan also expressed his thanks, then patted Xiao Han on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Han, from now on, we shall cultivate together as brothers. In 3 years, we must ensure that Nalan Yanran knows our prowess. Master, you surely have a plan, do you not? Xiao Yan leaned closer to the esteemed Yao Lao, his youthful visage alight with anticipation. Of course, Yao Lao replied, his expression brimming with pride. Do you know who I was in my prime? Ah, those were the days. Here, a few lines were omitted. Beside him, Xiao Yan and Xiao Han exchanged incredulous glances, unable to suppress the tremors at the corners of their mouths, silently deriding the old man for his grandiose tales, which seemed to elevate him to the heavens. After a lengthy monologue, Yao Lao finally descended from his lofty reverie. Hey, are you two little rascals even paying attention? Observing their expressions, Yao Lao puffed up in indignation. Teacher, we recognize your remarkable prowess, Xiao Yan interjected. But now is not the time for such stories. What methods do you possess to swiftly enhance our powers? Enhance your strength? Why the haste? Yao Lao stroked his beard, pausing to gather his thoughts. Now, where was I? Ah yes, back in my day. Xiao Yan and Xiao Han exchanged exasperated looks, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as their mouths twitched in disbelief. Listen closely. Although you two currently lag far behind your peers in power, it is not impossible to reverse the situation, Yao Lao continued, his fingers dancing over his beard. Xiao Han felt a surge of hope. Was the foundational spirit liquid finally within reach? I possess a unique secret recipe known as the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. This elixir has gentle effects and is ideally suited for those below the fighter level to aid in their training. Provided you diligently practice, you will undoubtedly close the gap with your contemporaries, Yao Lao proclaimed. Xiao Han blinked, his face lighting up with joy. Old sir, do you have any of this Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid on hand? Could you perhaps give us each a little right now? Do you think I have the elixir lying around like cabbages? Yao Lao shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Han before continuing. Tomorrow, you both must prepare 3 complete purple leaf orchid herbs, the older the better, along with 2 bone-cleansing flowers. Age doesn't matter for those. Additionally, procure a first-tier wood element magic core. I shall refine a portion of the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid for each of you. Purple leaf orchid, bone-cleansing flower, first-tier magic core. At this, Xiao Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Such items would cost at least 1,000 gold coins, a sum that represented years of his savings. Teacher, I can't afford that. Could you perhaps lend me a bit? Xiao Yan pleaded, a look of desperation on his face. Figure it out yourself. Someone is coming. Do not let anyone discover my presence, Yao Lao instructed before retreating into his spatial ring. What do I do without money? Xiao Han lamented, having just entered the world of fighting without a single coin to his name. Well, I suppose I can borrow. Sun Air must have some savings. I'll ask her. Xiao Yan shrugged and began to descend the mountain, where a graceful figure was approaching, none other than Sun Air. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han cast a disparaging glance at Xiao Yan. Though he admired him greatly, he could not fathom borrowing money from a girl. As a man, how could he stoop to that? The next moment, Xiao Han cleared his throat, a broad smile on his face, and said, Ahem, Xiao Rou, you see. Your master is a bit strapped for cash at the moment. Could you lend me a few thousand gold coins? Ding. The system detected that Xiao Han engaged in malicious borrowing behavior, exhibiting a tendency for unearned gains. Thus, the system imposed a punishment. A thunderbolt, as thick as a man's arm, descended from the night sky, electrifying Xiao Han, who soon found himself in a state of disarray. Chapter 12, Xiao Shuiqin. On the precipice of a cliff stood a disheveled young figure, completely disheveled. Indeed, Xiao Han had once again been struck by lightning. However, he couldn't help but feel the urge to voice his grievances. How could he be accused of malicious borrowing? This system was utterly toxic. After a considerable time, Xiao Han finally regained his composure. Xiao Rou, I possess 10 points. Surely I can exchange them for some gold coins? He inquired. Certainly. 10 points can be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins, Xiao Rou replied. Ding. In an instant, a card appeared in Xiao Han's hand, containing 1,000 gold coins. A smile spread across his face. Points were indeed a valuable asset. He joyfully descended the mountain, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan as he passed, thinking, borrowing money from girls? Absolutely not. The following day, at dawn, Xiao Han set out alone for the market in Wutan City. Naturally, he did not invite Xiao Yan. He had no intention of being a third wheel, while others enjoyed their romantic outings. Nor did he have the appetite for consuming dog food. The market exuded an ancient charm, with a picturesque atmosphere. After wandering for a while, Xiao Han felt his interest waning and proceeded to procure all the materials necessary for concocting foundation-building elixirs. Haha, with these items in hand, my rise is just around the corner. Xiao Han exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily after acquiring the last ingredient, drawing bemused stares from passers-by. Xiao Yan, you truly are fortunate. Even in your days of mediocrity, you managed to encounter such a kindred spirit, Xiao Han sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, a commotion erupted from a nearby square, where many of the younger generation of the Xiao family had gathered. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow in curiosity and made his way toward the crowd. In the center of the throng stood two figures, a boy and a girl, who were the focus of everyone's attention. The boy wore a nonchalant expression on his face. It was Xiao Ning, whom Xiao Han recognized. Opposite him stood a girl clad in tattered clothing, typical of a servant. Yet her bright, clear eyes were captivating. In truth, the girl possessed a delicately shaped face, but her features were partly obscured by her disheveled hair, and her worn attire easily led others to overlook her beauty. This girl was named Xiao Shuiqin, an orphan adopted by the Xiao family, who had served as a servant since childhood. Lacking any talent for combat cultivation, she was an ordinary person, remaining inconspicuous within the family. Just moments ago, Xiao Shuiqin had inadvertently bumped into Xiao Ning, soiling his garments, and he was unwilling to let the matter slide, resulting in the current scene of onlookers. You've dirted my clothes. What do you propose we do about it? Xiao Ning coldly demanded. I'm sorry, Xiao Shuiqin apologized. Fully aware that Xiao Ning was the grandson of the elder, a person of considerable status whom she could not afford to offend. The garments are sullied. What use is an apology? Xiao Ning's expression turned somewhat frigid, and then, narrowing his eyes, he said, Xiao Shuiqin, why don't you bark like a dog 3 times? And I shall let you go? Upon hearing this, many of the younger members of the Xiao family who had gathered to watch began to jeer. Xiao Shuiqin shook her head, clearly unwilling, and took a few steps back, feeling a touch of fear in her heart. If you refuse to bark, do you believe I want to strip you of your clothes? Xiao Ning threatened, advancing as if to act on his words. Hey, is it amusing to bully a girl? A languid voice interjected. It was Xiao Han, who stepped forward and positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Shuiqin. Chapter 13. No beauty compares to the first encounter. Standing before Xiao Shuiqin, Xiao Han surveyed the scene with a slow gaze, shaking his head in disapproval. And you lot, merely spectating. Can you not muster the courage to speak up when a girl is being bullied? Xiao Han, you worthless fool. How dare you meddle here? Leave at once. Or don't blame me for being unkind. Xiao Ning retorted icily. Unkind? Xiao Han chuckled coldly. You are merely a bully who preys on the weak. Wait a moment. What is the first rule of the Xiao family state? It forbids internal conflicts among the clan members. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will report you to the clan leader, Xiao Han declared, for he too was a member of the Xiao family, albeit of a more ordinary standing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ning paused, unwilling to act further, for he could not flout the clan's regulations. Truly a waste of space, reduced to reporting like a coward. He scoffed before turning to leave, finding no further amusement in the situation. The onlookers soon dispersed, finding the lack of conflict rather dull. Ding! At that moment, the voice of the omnipotent system echoed, leaving Xiao Han somewhat astonished. Ding! Xiao Han, the hero saves the damsel in distress. The system rewards you with 100 points. Initially taken aback by the sudden announcement, Xiao Han's heart soared with joy. Was this truly possible? And 100 points at that, equating to 10,000 gold coins. He could now be considered wealthy. Are you all right? Xiao Han turned to glance at the young woman behind him. I'm fine. Thank you, Xiao Han. Xiao Shuiqin replied with a gentle shake of her head. At that moment, a breeze stirred, lifting the strands of Xiao Shuiqin's hair, revealing a stunning visage, a delicate oval face. Flawless and fair, particularly accentuated by her pair of clear, bright eyes that captivated anyone who dared to look. One must admit, her grace was exceptional. She resembled a lotus yet to bloom, still nestled in the murky depths, yet to unveil her beauty to the world. As the wind brushed past, her hair fell back down, once again concealing her exquisite features. Nevertheless, Xiao Han was entranced. What could possibly surpass the allure of such a fleeting encounter? In that instant, he felt as though he had glimpsed the most beautiful scenery life had to offer, a fleeting shadow, akin to a startled swan. Even a mere glimpse had etched that beauty deeply into his heart. Life's beauty pales in comparison to that first encounter, one might say, and perhaps this was precisely what it meant. No need to thank me, it was but a trifling matter. Xiao Han waved his hand dismissively, though his cheeks flushed slightly. May I ask your name? Xiao Shuiqin. The young girl lowered her head and spoke softly, feeling somewhat bashful under Xiao Han's intense gaze. Oh, Xiao Han nodded, his heart racing as he looked at Xiao Shuiqin. He yearned to utter something, yet words eluded him. This sensation was peculiar, one he had never experienced before, and it was undeniably beautiful. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Noticing Xiao Han's silence, Xiao Shuiqin timidly raised her head, her beautiful eyes meeting his. Seeing his unwavering stare, she shyly turned away. What are you looking at? She asked, her voice tinged with shyness. Looking at you. You are truly beautiful, Xiao Han replied, scratching his head like a bashful young man. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Shuiqin's charming face flushed with a rosy hue. After a moment, she gathered her courage and looked at Tang Yu, saying, Xiao Han, thank you for earlier, and for standing up to Nalan Yanran yesterday. That was quite impressive. With that, the girl shyly averted her gaze and hurried away. Xiao Han stood rooted to the spot, watching her retreating figure, his heart pounding, yet a smile graced his lips. This feeling was truly delightful. Chapter 14. Mysterious Origins. Before long, the medicine elder had concocted 2 vials of foundational spirit liquid. Overjoyed to possess the elixir, Xiao Han exited Xiao Yan's chamber, ready to commence his cultivation. In his room, he prepared a large barrel of water, pouring the foundational spirit liquid into it before shedding his clothes and leaping inside. Seated cross-legged in the wooden tub, Xiao Han entered a state of cultivation, the medicinal liquid gradually taking effect to aid his practice. Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With 1 vial of foundational spirit liquid exhausted, Xiao Han was compelled to pause his training. He exclaimed, feeling content with his physique and strength. Looking out the window, he couldn't help but reflect on his newfound excellence. However, misfortune awaited him. Ding! System detection indicates that Master Xiao Han has become somewhat arrogant and is showing signs of negligence. Punishment is hereby administered. Boom! A sudden bolt of lightning struck, and Xiao Han was hit. Indeed, he had found himself in trouble once more. With a sooty face turned skyward, he felt an overwhelming urge to voice his grievances. No. 1,000 grievances. Damn it, system, you are toxic. Xiao Han protested vehemently. Ding! System detection indicates that Master Xiao Han has insulted the system. The system is furious and has issued a thunderous punishment, deducting all points. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than another bolt of lightning descended, striking Xiao Han once more. Following this, a system interface regarding Xiao Han's information appeared. Host, Xiao Han. Points, 0, my 100 points. Gazing at the empty interface, Xiao Han felt a surge of frustration. Though he suppressed the urge to curse, he could not afford to provoke the system further. The last thing he needed was negative points that would leave him in despair. What a significant loss. He had just intended to use his points to exchange for gold coins to purchase materials for the foundational spirit liquid. Now, What was he to do? Xiao Han was disheartened, finding himself utterly destitute, a veritable pauper. Sigh, one must not become too arrogant in life, he mused. Engaging in a moment of self-reflection. Ding. After a system check, it was determined that Master Xiao Han possessed a repentant heart, capable of recognizing his mistakes and amending them. Thus, the system rewarded him with 100 points. Just then, the voice of the system echoed again. After changing into clean clothes, Xiao Han headed outside, intending to purchase some materials at the market. Good morning, Shuiqin. Xiao Han greeted with a smile as he approached. Good morning. Shuiqin replied with a smile. Her hair neatly tied up, revealing her exquisite face, unadorned and as radiant as a blooming lotus. I'm planning to go to the market to buy some things. Would you like to join me? Xiao Han paused before asking. But I have to clean, Shuiqin responded. Don't worry, I'll handle anything that comes up. Xiao Han said with a grin, taking the broom from Shuiqin's hands and setting it aside. Let's go, I'll take you shopping. All right then. Shuiqin hesitated for a moment before agreeing. With a smile, Xiao Han and Shuiqin walked side by side toward the market. Xiao Rou, is there a way for Shuiqin to cultivate? Along the way, Xiao Han communicated with the system through his mind, as he naturally wished for Shuiqin to cultivate. Given that this was a world where strength determined status, she is not incapable of cultivation. Her meridians were sealed since childhood, but her innate talent is quite high. Xiao Rou replied. Sealed? Upon hearing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but glance curiously at Shuiqin beside him. Those who possessed sealing techniques were undoubtedly formidable, indicating that Shuiqin's background was rather extraordinary. Chapter 15, is something interesting happening? Why are you staring at me? As they walked down the street, Shuiqin noticed Xiao Han's gaze fixed on her, and she shyly lowered her head. Xiao Rou, is there a way to break the seal within Shuiqin? Xiao Han inquired through his mind, eager to resolve the issues affecting Shuiqin. Master, there is a solution. You can exchange for a 6th grade elixir, the breaking seal pill. Xiao Rou informed him. How many points does that require? Xiao Han asked, somewhat sheepishly. A 6th grade elixir was something that could entice even a Dou Huang. It was not a trivial item, and he suspected the system shop would charge a hefty price. As expected, Xiao Rou responded. What? 60,000 points? Xiao Han halted in his tracks, momentarily dumbfounded, nearly unable to contain his exasperation. This system was rather unscrupulous, wasn't it? The usual rewards were merely a few dozen points, making it nearly impossible for him to afford such an item. Xiao Han, what's wrong? Noticing his sudden change in expression, Shuiqin looked at him with curiosity. Nothing. Nothing at all. Come, let us go shopping. Choose whatever you like, Xiao Han said, shaking his head and smiling at Shuiqin. Yet, internally he sighed, thinking about how to gradually accumulate 60,000 points. Soon, Xiao Han and Shuiqin entered the market, which was bustling in the early morning, filled with lively voices and the incessant calls of various vendors. As they strolled around, Xiao Han generously purchased items that Shuiqin fancied, bringing her great joy. However, Shuiqin was aware that Xiao Han's resources were limited, so she made an effort to avoid expensive items. Understanding the girl's thoughtful nature warmed Xiao Han's heart. She truly was a considerate person. Hello, beautiful. Would you be interested in shopping together? I can gift you anything you like. What do you say? Galio stood before Shuiqin, elegantly waving a paper fan with a certain grace. Disinterested, Shuiqin coldly rejected him, while Galio's fervent gaze evoked a sense of revulsion within her. You insolent girl. Do you not recognize who my master is? One of Galio's guards exclaimed in anger. Shuiqin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She immediately rose, prepared to leave. My dear, why the haste to depart? My subordinate is merely lacking in manners, and I am here to offer my apologies on his behalf, Galio interjected, stepping forward to block her path, a smile gracing his lips. How about we go shopping together? Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my men will treat you with the respect you deserve. They are rather uncouth. Though Galio's demeanor was charming, his words carried an unmistakable threat. At that moment, a young voice, laced with sarcasm, rang out in the vicinity. Is it truly enjoyable to pursue someone who has no desire to accompany you? Chapter 16, Under the Moonlight. Just then, Xiao Han approached, his expression somewhat frosty. He immediately drew Shuiqin behind him, and upon seeing him, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Oh, if it isn't the useless Xiao Han, even more ineffectual than Xiao Yan, Galio remarked, momentarily taken aback before a smirk of derision crept onto his face. He had certainly heard of Xiao Han's reputation. You would do well to leave, or you might find yourself missing a limb, Galio taunted, dismissing Xiao Han entirely. You may attempt it, Xiao Han replied coolly. Attempt it? Such arrogance. I could crush you with a mere finger. Galio scoffed, and with that, he charged toward Xiao Han, eager to teach him a lesson for refusing his advances. Let me show you what true dominance looks like. Galio sneered, his body enveloped in fighting spirit. having already ascended to the rank of fighter. He was confident that dealing with Xiao Han would be childish play. As Galio lunged, Xiao Shuiqin felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Xiao Han lacked any fighting spirit. However, in stark contrast to her concern, Xiao Han remained composed, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Soon, Galio was upon him, preparing to strike. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened as he clenched his fist. Then, without any flourish, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Galio. With a resounding thud, his fist landed, shattering Galio's defenses as though they were made of straw. The force of the blow sent Galio hurtling backward, finally stabilizing after a considerable distance. Galio lay on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Han, as if he had seen a ghost. How could a so-called useless individual, devoid of fighting spirit, unleash such a terrifying attack? In that moment, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, contemplating the nature of true weakness. Galio's face turned pale as he gazed at Xiao Han in utter disbelief. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, whispering among themselves, "Who, indeed, was the true waste? Is this what you call crushing me?" Xiao Han approached Galio, placing a foot upon his chest with a cold smirk. "Though my strength may be lacking, do not forget that I am a man endowed with a system, and I possess points that can be exchanged for treasures. Just moments ago, I redeemed a pair of gravity gloves, brimming with explosive power. Are the fighters truly formidable? I can hold my own just as well." Galio, upon hearing Xiao Han's words, spat out a mouthful of blood, a blatant slap in the face. Xiao Han cast a fleeting glance at Galio before turning away, departing with Xiao Shuiqin by his side. As the moon ascended, its silvery light bathed the world in serenity. On the cobblestone path, a young couple walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the moonlight, creating a scene both tranquil and beautiful. They walked in silence, occasionally stealing glances at one another, each harboring a vague, tender sentiment, unique to their youth. At that moment, Xiao Han glanced at the girl beside him. The moonlight enveloped her, illuminating her features like a goddess. Her exquisitely delicate face was breathtaking, captivating his very soul. Xiao Han found himself entranced, his heart racing as he, almost unconsciously, reached out toward her slender hand, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. In the next heartbeat, his hand neared hers, yet he hesitated, anxiety and fear intertwining within him. He fumbled for what felt like an eternity, his indecision causing him distress. Was this a common dilemma for their age? The girl, noticing Xiao Han's actions, blinked her beautiful eyes and discreetly glanced at him, her cheeks flushing slightly as she boldly extended her slender hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling upon her rosy cheeks. Understanding dawned upon him, and he smiled, gripping her hand firmly. Beneath the moonlight, the two clasped hands, their silhouettes merging into one, a sight so exquisite it resembled a painting, enchanting the very passage of time. Chapter 17. What are you going to do? Ding. As Xiao Han and Xiao Shuiqin held hands beneath the moon, the omnipotent system chimed in unexpectedly. "Congratulations, master, on successfully dating your girlfriend. The system rewards you with 10,000 points." Xiao Rou's voice echoed in Xiao Han's mind. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, tightening his grip on the girl's hand, determined to help Xiao Shuiqin break her seal. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Xiao Han sought out Xiao Yan, intent on enlisting the elder's assistance in concocting the foundational elixir. "Let us work hard together." Xiao Yan nodded, patting Xiao Han on the shoulder, pleased to have a worthy rival. With the foundational elixir in hand, Xiao Han commenced his arduous training. Time flowed on, and 3 months passed. Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement. He had finally begun to catch up to the talented cultivators of the Dou Qi continent. Certainly, Xiao Han was acutely aware that his current prowess was still insufficient. He needed to exert greater effort. Previously, Nalan Yanran had reached the status of a 3-star fighter, and a considerable gap remained between them. 3 years hence, he aspired to vanquish Nalan Yanran through the strength garnered from his diligent practice, rather than solely relying on the omnipotent system. If he were to depend entirely on the system, what significance would his journey across the Dou Qi continent hold? In essence, since he had embarked on this journey, it must be imbued with meaning and yield rewards. What Xiao Yan could accomplish, he too was determined to achieve. In the Xiao family's rear mountain, atop a grassy knoll, a pair of youths could be found. The young man, clad in a green robe, reclined lazily on the ground, his head resting on the slender, fair legs of the young woman beside him. His gaze remained fixed upon her exquisite visage, a gentle smile perpetually gracing his handsome features. "Have you gazed enough?" the young woman asked, lowering her head slightly to regard the reclining youth. Her beautiful eyes blinked, shimmering like precious gems, captivating in their allure. "You are so enchanting that I could never tire of admiring you," Xiao Han replied, lifting his hand to gently caress her cheek, his voice laced with mirth. Such flattery. Xiao Shuiqin's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not withdraw from his touch, instead playfully chiding him with a glance. How can you claim that I am merely flattering you when you have never experienced it for yourself? Xiao Han retorted with a mischievous grin, then abruptly rose and playfully pushed Xiao Shuiqin down onto the grass. He positioned himself over her, his eyes sparkling with affection as they locked gazes, their breaths mingling in the intimate space between them. What do you intend to do? Xiao Shuiqin, shy and flustered from being pinned down, averted her gaze, unable to meet Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han smiled, his actions speaking louder than words as he leaned down to capture her soft, rosy lips with his own. Despite her initial resistance, Xiao Shuiqin soon succumbed to his advances. In that moment, atop the mountain, they were enveloped in a fervent kiss. The gentle golden sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the verdant grass, as a romantic aura subtly permeated the atmosphere, evoking envy in countless onlookers. I hope I haven't overstepped with this display of affection. Please don't scold me, the narrator interjected nervously. After a considerable time, their lips parted. On the mountaintop, Xiao Shuiqin nestled into Xiao Han's embrace, a faint blush still adorning her cheeks. Together, they gazed at the rising sun on the horizon, relishing the serene warmth of the moment in silence. Xiao Han. Soon after, a voice called out, and a figure swiftly ascended the peak. It was Xiao Yan. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Xiao Yan blinked, sensing that his timing might be somewhat inappropriate. Hearing the voice behind her, Xiao Shuiqin startled, akin to a frightened little rabbit, breaking free from Xiao Han's embrace and quickly standing up. Third young master, she murmured, her head bowed and cheeks aflame. Feeling embarrassed that Xiao Yan had witnessed their earlier exchange. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, Xiao Yan remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Shuiqin before turning his attention back to Xiao Han, a smile gracing his lips. Never mind, next time you go on a date with her, I shall join in the merriment, remarked Xiao Han, rising with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. He then cast a knowing glance at Xiao Han, who immediately understood that Xiao Yan had something to say and wished for Xiao Shuiqin to depart. Third young master. Xiao Han, I shall take my leave. You two carry on with your conversation, said the astute Xiao Shuiqin, who promptly descended the mountain upon realizing the two had matters to discuss. You lad, your taste isn't too shabby. Xiao Yan approached Xiao Han, glancing at the descending figure of Xiao Shuiqin, and patted Xiao Han on the shoulder. He then sighed. However, it is a pity she cannot cultivate. Her talent is not inferior to Sun'er's, and it won't be long before she becomes a goddess of the Xiao family, rivaling Sun'er. Gazing at Xiao Shuiqin as she made her way down, Xiao Han spoke slowly. Are you certain? Xiao Yan expressed surprise. Xiao Han's words were indeed hard to believe. How could the unqualified Xiao Shuiqin possibly compare to Sun'er? Just wait and see, Xiao Han replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. He then shifted the topic. What brings you here so early? I managed to coax a high-level Earth-class combat technique, the 8th level burst, from that old man. Are you interested in practicing it together? Xiao Yan leaned closer to Xiao Han, grinning mischievously. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. While he felt a warmth in his heart, he silently mourned for Xiao Yan. My esteemed Emperor Yan, how dare you speak so casually about your teacher, thinking he can't hear you? As Xiao Han pondered this, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Behind Xiao Yan stood an ethereal figure of an elderly man. Who else could it be but the medicine elder? You brat. Do you know what it means to respect your teacher? The medicine elder fumed, approaching Xiao Yan and delivering a sharp rap to his head. Ouch! Xiao Yan immediately cradled his head in agony, swiftly turning around, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon seeing the figure behind him, his mouth opened in shock, but quickly snapped shut. Ah, good morning, teacher. Xiao Yan forced a smile, his fair visage contorting with discomfort. Realizing he had learned a valuable lesson, the medicine elder glared at Xiao Yan, finding him utterly detestable. Teacher, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to practice the combat technique you imparted to Xiao Han. Perhaps you could offer some guidance? If you could demonstrate, that would be even better. We are all eager to witness your unparalleled prowess. A single demonstration would surely captivate countless maidens, Xiao Yan said, sidling up to the medicine elder with a beaming expression. Xiao Han secretly gave Xiao Yan a thumbs up. Truly, he was in awe. Don't think that flattering words will compel me to personally demonstrate. The medicine elder shot a glare at Xiao Yan, then stroked his beard, turning away as he continued. However, you do have a point. Back in the day, if I had intervened, it would have been. This segment is omitted. Several minutes later, atop the mountain, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan stared blankly at the retreating figure of the medicine elder, their foreheads adorned with dark lines, swaying in the cool morning breeze. Chapter 19, No Time. After a grandiloquent monologue, the medicine elder finally ceased his ramblings. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate for you two mischievous lads this profound and advanced combat technique, the 8 extremes collapse. Keep your eyes wide open. The old alchemist turned to Xiao Han and his companion, declaring. Upon hearing this, the two, who had been drowsy, instantly brightened. Their spirits lifted as they fixed their gaze on the old man without blinking. Xiao Han was equally eager, having spent considerable time in the Dou Qi continent. He had yet to witness the combat techniques of this realm. It was said that these techniques could shatter mountains and stones, and some powerful techniques could even bring about apocalyptic destruction, truly terrifying. Teacher, please commence. Xiao Yan exclaimed, filled with excitement. The advanced combat technique of the Xiantier was the highest level of martial arts in the Xiao clan, and only the clan leader was qualified to cultivate it. The old alchemist nodded and proceeded towards a massive boulder. Both of you, step back, he cautioned as he stood before the colossal stone. The two promptly hid behind a large tree, peeking out with eager anticipation. This seemed promising indeed. Before the boulder, the old alchemist spread his legs shoulder-width apart, a formidable force of spiritual energy radiating around him. Once he assumed his stance, he rotated his hand partially, then clenched it into a fist, swiftly gathering power. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed sharply, and with a flick of his toes, his ethereal form shot forth like an arrow. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the old alchemist stood before the boulder, delivering a punch devoid of any embellishment. Yet, the boulder remained utterly unmoved. The two, hiding behind the tree, initially wore expressions of eager anticipation, but upon witnessing the scene, they could not help but curl their lips in disdain at the old man's figure. This old fellow is unreliable, Xiao Yan remarked to Xiao Han. Indeed, Xiao Han concurred, feeling a strong sense of agreement. Ouch! However, just as their words fell, 2 resounding thuds landed on their heads, prompting them to clutch their heads and cry out in dismay. You two little rascals, truly lacking in experience. I have executed this profound advanced combat technique to its utmost realm, which is why it appears so unremarkable. Do you understand what it means for the grand path to be the simplest? The old alchemist glared at Xiao Han and Xiao Yan, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a lecturing posture. TCH, how can the boulder remain so immovable? Xiao Yan scoffed, while Xiao Han shot a sideways glance at the old man, the expression in his eyes inviting understanding. Coughing, slightly embarrassed by the disdain from his juniors, the old alchemist regained his composure and instructed, you two, go and feel the boulder. Xiao Han and Xiao Yan exchanged glances. The latter showed no intention of approaching. But Xiao Han suddenly had an idea and hurried towards the boulder, placing his palm upon its surface. Crack! The moment his hand made contact, Xiao Han's pupils constricted as numerous fissures erupted across the boulder's surface, spreading like a spider's web. Ultimately, the boulder shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Is this the latent power of the 8 extremes collapse spoken of in novels? Xiao Han thought to himself, murmuring in astonishment. Teacher, impressive. I knew it. When the teacher makes a move, it is certainly a display of grandeur. Xiao Yan immediately approached the medicine elder, a smile gracing his face. He then chuckled. Teacher, since you have some free time, would you kindly offer us some guidance? I am not available, the medicine elder replied, casting a glance at Xiao Yan. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strode to the mountain's peak, standing there with an air of aloofness, embodying the essence of a sage. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan could not help but twitch his mouth in annoyance. Xiao Han also shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself, this old man. After much coaxing and flattery from Xiao Han and Xiao Yan, the medicine elder finally agreed to instruct them in the 8 extreme collapse technique. Thus, for the past half-month, Xiao Han had taken on an additional task, to train diligently in the 8 extreme collapse alongside Xiao Yan. The 8 extreme collapse is an advanced martial technique known for its formidable close-range attack capabilities. When perfected, it embodies 8 layers of potent energy, with a cumulative force comparable to that of low-level Earth-rank techniques. This technique demands rigorous physical training, and during the past half-month, both Xiao Han and Xiao Yan endured grueling sessions under the medicine elder's relentless tutelage. After each session, the medicine elder would adopt a wise demeanor, proclaiming, young ones, you must endure hardship. Every time they encountered this attitude, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan felt a surge of irritation towards the old man, who was utterly exasperating. However, they understood that to grow stronger, they must invest far more effort than others, and so they gritted their teeth and persevered. In the room, after the fighting energy within his body completed a full cycle through his meridians, Xiao Han quietly opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged on the bed. He took a deep breath. Xiao Han was not in a hurry, as he was only a step away from becoming a fighter. All he needed was a moment of breakthrough. After moving about the room slightly and changing into a clean outfit, Xiao Han strode towards the door. Today was a significant day, the retesting of the Xiao family's martial energy ceremony. As he pushed the door open, soft golden sunlight streamed in, causing Xiao Han to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. Once he adjusted to the brightness, he finally looked ahead. At that moment, Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the willow tree in the courtyard stood a graceful figure, enchanting and delicate. The golden sunlight cascaded over the young girl's figure, making her appear as though she were bathed in divine radiance. As a gentle breeze swept by, the girl's hair danced in the air, and the scene beneath the willow tree resembled a breathtaking painting, mesmerizingly beautiful. A warm smile spread across Xiao Han's face as he took a step towards the girl. Their eyes met, emotions swirling within, both corners of their mouths lifting in smiles. "Good luck with the retesting today," Xiao Shuiqin said, stepping in front of Xiao Han. Her beautiful eyes sparkling as she extended her small hand to encourage him. "Yes, after today, the title of waste will vanish," Xiao Han replied with a grin, reaching out to take the girl's delicate hand. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she allowed Xiao Han to hold her hand. "Shuiqin, today you shall witness the rise of a genius from the Xiao family," Xiao Han declared with a smile, leading Xiao Shuiqin towards the testing square of the Xiao family. "I am looking forward to it," she replied, her eyes shining with anticipation. In the bustling square, a throng of young members of the Xiao family congregated, enveloped in a vibrant atmosphere of youthfulness. At that moment, their gazes converged upon the center of the square, where a colossal testing stone monument stood, casting an air of palpable tension among them. The significance of today's test weighed heavily upon their minds, for it would determine their future standing within the family. Those who failed would be cast out of the Xiao clan after the coming-of-age ceremony, making any future attempts to re-enter the family exceedingly arduous. Thus, this test held immense importance for each young individual present. Of course, some exceptional members of the Xiao family harbored no such concerns. Among them was a petite girl making her way to the testing stone. While she did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Suner, her delicate features exuded an enchanting blend of innocence and allure. This girl was none other than Xiao Mei. "Let us begin," intoned the middle-aged examiner with a detached demeanor as he observed the approaching girl. Xiao Mei nodded and reached out to touch the frigid surface of the testing stone, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. A mysterious force began to probe within her, and soon, the stone monument erupted in a dazzling display of light, drawing the attention of all present. Words of brilliance gradually materialized upon the stone, causing the spectators' eyes to widen in astonishment. Such prowess was indeed remarkable among the younger generation of the Xiao family. "Hooray!" With a proud smile gracing her delicate face, Xiao Mei reveled in her satisfactory result. As she turned to descend the platform, the envious gazes from the crowd only enhanced her radiant charm. At that moment, Xiao Mei noticed a figure clad in black, a young man whose presence momentarily halted her steps. Her eyes flickered. It was her cousin, Xiao Yan, once hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Xiao clan, whom she had once admired deeply. Alas, that was a bygone era. The chasm that now lay between them was insurmountable. After the coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Yan would be expelled from the Xiao family, and it seemed unlikely that their paths would ever cross again. They had become inhabitants of entirely different worlds. As Xiao Mei walked past him with an air of indifference, Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head in self-deprecating amusement. Such is the harsh reality of a world that values strength above all else. Once, Xiao Mei had been inseparable from her brother Xiao Yan, clinging to him day after day. Suner, observing the departing Xiao Mei, remarked softly, her disdain for Xiao Mei's demeanor evident. "Those who truly understand me worry for my heart, while those who do not grasp my essence question my desires." Xiao Yan mused with a faint smile. Over the past 3 years, he had grown indifferent to such matters. He believed that cherishing those present was far more significant, particularly the enchanting girl before him. "Suner is truly the best," Xiao Yan said, playfully brushing his finger against Suner's delicate nose with a smile. Chapter 22. Disappointment next. "Xiao Suner." The indifferent voice of the middle-aged examiner rang out from the high platform, just as Xiao Yan was conversing with Suner. "Brother Xiao Yan, I'm off to take the test now. Do not be too surprised later." Suner addressed Xiao Yan with a gentle word, then, like a delicate butterfly, she gracefully ascended the stage. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered, and as he murmured quietly, it seemed he had deduced something, unable to suppress a light chuckle. In an instant, the eyes of all the young members of the Xiao family converged upon the girl in green attire before the stone tablet. Her enchanting figure, elegant demeanor, and flawless beauty marked her as the pride of the Xiao family. As Suner took to the stage, the boys below became fervent, their eyes filled with deep admiration. A girl who embodied both strength and beauty. Who could resist such allure? Alas, the maiden on the stage seemed indifferent to anyone but Xiao Yan. Realizing this, their gazes toward Xiao Yan turned green with envy. How could such a wastrel be worthy of such a celestial beauty? "Let us begin." The voice of the middle-aged tester resonated across the stage, not devoid of warmth. In fact, there was a hint of reverence in his gaze as he regarded the young lady, a curious sight indeed. Suner gently nodded, then raised her arm, allowing her sleeve to slip down, revealing a fair and delicate wrist. Her palm pressed against the testing magic stone tablet. Buzz. As the mysterious testing power swept through Suner's body, the towering magic stone tablet began to tremble. The crowd gasped, and in the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, golden light erupted from the tablet, shining brilliantly like a radiant sun. After a prolonged moment, the golden light faded, revealing a line of ancient golden characters that appeared quietly upon the testing magic stone tablet. Xiao Suner, one-star Dou fighter. In that instant, the entire testing square fell into a profound silence, with all eyes fixated on the line of golden characters, their faces etched with astonishment. She was indeed a Dou fighter. What defines a genius? This is it. To enter the realm of Dou fighters at such a young age signifies exceptional talent, with the potential to ascend to even higher levels of cultivation in the future. Within the Xiao family, only 2 individuals have reached the Dou fighter status at such an age, one being the now-wasted Xiao Yan, and the other, the girl in green before them. Thus, the crowd regarded Suner with astonishment. Her title as the Xiao family's foremost genius was now unassailable. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It seemed there was still a considerable gap. His efforts were far from sufficient. Before the testing magic stone tablet, the girl in green was enveloped in a golden radiance, appearing sacred and untouchable, a true daughter of heaven. Below, countless youths gazed adoringly at the girl in green, their admiration unmasked. Such a woman was the object of their pursuit. Yet, in this world, some individuals are destined to be admired from afar. No matter how hard one strives, some things remain unattainable. Perhaps this is what we call fate. Not far away, Xiao Han stood with Xiao Shuiqin, their eyes also fixed intently on the girl in green, his deep gaze shimmering with thoughts unknown. Beside him, Xiao Shuiqin cast a glance at the young girl in azure on stage, then turned to the dazed Xiao Han. Contemplating the girl's excellence, her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, a feeling of melancholy washing over her. Perhaps he and she were indeed more suited for one another. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Shuiqin's hand inadvertently slipped from Xiao Han's grasp. Chapter 23. Ascending the stage. How could Xiao Han be oblivious to the girl's actions? With a resigned smile, he tightened his grip on her delicate hand once more. You silly girl, what are you imagining? Since I have chosen you, you are my one and only, Xiao Han declared earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Shuiqin, fully aware of her fleeting insecurities. Meeting Xiao Han's gaze, Xiao Shuiqin was momentarily taken aback, a wave of emotion stirring within her. Uncertain whether she felt joy or sorrow, or perhaps a blend of both, she grappled with the ambiguity of her tender feelings. Aware of the uncertainties that lay ahead, this might be a source of torment, yet who could deny its beauty? Do not dwell on it, Shuiqin. I assure you, in time, your brilliance will rival that of Suner, and you shall become an untouchable goddess in the hearts of many, Xiao Han affirmed with unwavering conviction. At his words, Xiao Shuiqin was left in stunned silence, pondering the possibility of becoming an untouchable goddess. Observing her reaction, Xiao Han chuckled softly and chose not to elaborate further. In due time, she would understand. After all, how could his beloved be anything but extraordinary? As Suner descended from the stage amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, she paid no heed to their reactions and walked straight to the young man in black. Brother Xiao Yan, she said, tucking her small hands behind her back, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation, seemingly awaiting his praise. Truly, you are my Suner, embodying the charm of my youth, Xiao Yan remarked, ruffling her hair playfully with a smile. Suner shook her head, casting a playful glance at Xiao Yan, exuding an enchanting allure. Nearby, several young men watched the affectionate exchange with jealousy brewing in their hearts. How could such a worthless person be worthy of her? If not for the occasion, they would have gladly confronted Xiao Yan, for she was their goddess. When this good-for-nothing takes the stage for testing, he will undoubtedly fail. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he will surely be expelled from the Xiao family. Even the clan leader will be unable to protect him. One scoffed. Indeed, who does he think he is to deserve Suner? The others murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Xiao Yan laden with disdain and mockery. Naturally, Xiao Yan overheard the hushed whispers. He had long grown accustomed to it. Once, they gazed up at him with the utmost reverence, but now, they were quick to ridicule the fallen genius. Silence, commanded the middle-aged examiner, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the assembly before continuing. Next, Xiao Yan. At his call, all eyes converged upon Xiao Yan, amusement flickering in their expressions, as if they awaited his embarrassment. Xiao Yan's dark eyes surveyed the crowd briefly, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his lips. Though he had grown accustomed to the mockery of the crowd, their jeers buzzed around him like irritating flies. Truly vexing. Therefore, from this day forth, such sounds would cease. He intended to proclaim to everyone that he was, and always would be, a figure of admiration. He would also assert that only he had the right to pursue the girl in the azure attire. With determination, Xiao Yin moved forward. His steps measured as he approached the testing stone monument. Chapter 24. It is my turn to shine. As Xiao Yin ascended the stage, all eyes converged upon him. Though many bore expressions of derision, once celebrated as the foremost talent of the Xiao clan, he was now deemed a mere wastrel. Let us begin, the middle-aged examiner remarked, shaking his head at the sight of the youth before him. He had witnessed the rise of the Xiao clan's genius, as well as their tragic decline. Was fate truly so capricious? Xiao Yin exhaled softly, then pressed his palm against the cold surface of the magical stone monument. As before, an enigmatic force began to scan him. The crowd watched with anticipation, eager to see him falter. Yet, the world often unfolds in unexpected ways. What one anticipates may differ vastly from reality, as evidenced in this very moment. Ancient characters materialized upon the stone, shimmering with golden light, a symbol of glory. In that instant, the venue fell into a profound silence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping all, particularly those who had hoped to witness Xiao Yan's humiliation. The inscription upon the stone was blindingly brilliant to their eyes. Previously, Xiao Yan would have reveled in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, but now, he felt no stir of emotion. Everything felt so natural. Indeed, his mindset had shifted, and thus the things he valued had transformed. The vast continent of fighting spirit was where his heart truly lay. Under the multitude of varying expressions directed at him, Xiao Yan descended from the stage. His demeanor calm and composed. He approached the azure-clad maiden, exchanging a smile with her, before they walked side by side, departing amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. As they headed beyond the testing square, the onlookers wore complex expressions. At this moment, could they still claim that Xiao Yan was unworthy? Could they still label him a wastrel? Today, at this very moment, the stigma of being a waste in the Xiao family had been utterly obliterated. In awe of the spectacle, they witnessed him depart with grace and beauty. How effortlessly he embodied charm. As the saying goes, the most lethal allure is often invisible. Indeed, this Emperor of Flames was a master of subtlety. His companions could not help but admire him. Wait, as a friend of the Emperor of Flames, I cannot lag behind in this art of subtlety. Ah, it is my turn to perform. Observing Xiao Yan's display of brilliance, Xiao Han could no longer remain seated. At that moment, the examiner's indifferent voice echoed. Next, Xiao Han. Chapter 25. Are you prepared? Next, Xiao Han. Who is this Xiao Han? In the Xiao family, he is considered a complete failure, devoid of any fighting spirit. As a scion of the Xiao clan, he truly is a mere scrap among scraps. Consequently, when the voice of the middle-aged examiner resounded, the crowd immediately began to scan the area, swiftly locating Xiao Han's figure at the back of the testing ground. To my astonishment, this inept individual dares to participate in the test? If I were in his position, I would have packed my belongings and departed long ago. For he is a disgrace to our family. Who could argue otherwise? He is truly embarrassing himself to the utmost degree. Perhaps he wishes to humiliate himself one last time before being expelled from the Xiao family, just to entertain the onlookers. Indeed, that seems plausible. Upon spotting Xiao Han, the entire testing venue erupted into fervent discussions. Clearly, in the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han was nothing more than a joke. Was he here to demonstrate how to disgrace oneself? Observing the sudden commotion in the testing arena, Xiao Han felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, so it seems he has garnered quite the attention. Who claimed that fame was elusive? Just look at this spectacle. He hadn't even begun his performance yet, and already the atmosphere was charged. The testing ground was bound to explode after the test concluded. At this moment, Xiao Han felt a pang of conflict within himself. Should he proceed to the stage? What if his fame escalated and led to an overwhelming adoration from countless young women? Would he not be inviting unnecessary troubles upon himself? After all, he is a person who prefers to remain low profile. However, after much contemplation, Xiao Han ultimately resolved to take the stage. While he is indeed a humble individual, he felt it necessary to put on an impressive display today. Otherwise, wouldn't all the limelight be stolen by Xiao Yan? That simply could not be permitted. They were good brothers, and on this lonely yet enduring path of subtle grandeur, he could not abandon Xiao Yan. No, he must not. Thus, Xiao Han made his move, strolling confidently onto the testing platform. To the uninformed, one might mistake him for someone preparing to accept an award. Is this fellow still oblivious to the situation, maintaining such composure? Given his calm demeanor, I must admit I have to support this young man. It seems he is prepared to take a leap into the unknown. Alas, the Xiao family has produced such a waste. It is indeed a misfortune for the household. As Xiao Han walked onto the stage with an air of tranquility, a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience, filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Xiao Han, are you really certain you wish to participate in the test? The middle-aged examiner inquired, refraining from hastily prompting Xiao Han to begin, likely out of concern for the embarrassment he might face. Of course, Xiao Han nodded, his determination unwavering. The examiner was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had misjudged the situation, for this young man was clearly unperturbed by his concern. Then you may begin, the examiner replied, shaking his head, as if already anticipating the audience's reaction. What is the matter? The examiner asked. Haha. Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself, and thus hesitant to proceed with the test? A youth in the front row laughed, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd. So now he is aware of his potential embarrassment? At this juncture, Xiao Han turned around, raising his hands and gesturing for silence with his palms facing down. Remarkably, this individual maintained a composed demeanor, standing amidst a gathering of thousands with an air of tranquility, exuding an undeniable presence akin to that of a figure of authority. The crowd in the arena, surprisingly, fell into a profound silence, whether due to Xiao Han's commanding aura or their anticipation of witnessing his folly remained uncertain. Ahem. Let me clarify, I am not afraid. Xiao Han surveyed the audience with a sweeping gaze and continued. I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Remain composed during the upcoming events. For those with fragile hearts, it is imperative to maintain your calm. Otherwise, should anyone faint from fright, I shall not cover their medical expenses. Upon hearing Xiao Han's earnest admonition, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they processed his request to remain unflappable and not succumb to terror. Surely, this fellow must be oblivious to the circumstances. With expressions of incredulity, they regarded Xiao Han as if he were a simpleton. The only one who appeared unaffected by the absurdity was perhaps Xiao Shuiqin, who, observing Xiao Han's demeanor, could not help but stifle a chuckle at his antics. Ahem, may I inquire once more, are you all prepared? Xiao Han posed the question. The crowd below found themselves at a loss for words. Chapter 26, Silence is Golden. After casting a glance over the assembled spectators, Xiao Han resolved not to squander any more time. He turned away and pressed his palm against the frigid surface of the testing magic stone monument, identical to the first assessment. Naturally, Xiao Han was aware that this time, the outcome would be far from comparable to the initial trial. Buzz. A mysterious probing force was unleashed, and the smooth surface of the magic stone monument began to shimmer with points of light. Delicate, thread-like characters slowly inscribed themselves. As the monument assessed the fighting spirit within Xiao Han, the final evaluation was on the verge of revelation. Would it indeed confirm the crowd's expectations that Xiao Han remained the so-called number one waste of the Xiao family, devoid of any fighting spirit? No matter how much he advanced, would he not still be the same useless individual? Haha, what a valid point. Soon, a chorus of derisive voices emerged, as many believed that regardless of Xiao Han's progress, he remained the same ineffectual being. This notion seemed to have penetrated their very bones. Yet was that the whole truth? Suddenly, the radiance on the magic stone monument surged dramatically, and as the dazzling light dissipated, a line of ancient characters gleaming with golden light quietly materialized on the mirror-like surface of the stone. The succinct and fierce inscription stunned those who had been poised to mock Xiao Han into silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment, as if they were witnessing the most incredible event of their lives. Was this some kind of jest? If Xiaoyan's talent had already left them astounded, what then of Xiao Han? He was nothing short of a prodigy on the path of cultivation. A hidden dragon, dormant until now, once unleashed, would surely stir the tempest of the heavens. At that moment, the young spectators below lost all their bravado. Previously, they had derided Xiao Han as a waste. But now the truth lay stark before them. Who, indeed, was the true waste? The perception of Xiao Han as a failure had quietly and invisibly dissolved in the wake of this shocking revelation. Did they dare to continue regarding him as a waste? Certainly not. When your impression has deeply rooted itself in the hearts of others, merely making a slight alteration is far from sufficient to alter their perception of you. To completely erase the existing labels that others have placed upon you, the most effective approach is to demonstrate your worth in an astounding manner that is unattainable by them. Thus, today, this undeniable truth will thoroughly cleanse Xiao Han of the title of waste, simultaneously witnessing the meteoric rise of a prodigious talent within the Xiao family. In summary, following today, the derogatory labels attached to these two individuals in the Xiao family will be entirely obliterated. The name of waste will become a relic of the past, and people will behold a legend. Standing upon the testing platform, Xiao Han glanced at the evaluation inscribed on the magical stone tablet before turning around, his gaze immediately falling upon Xiao Shuiqin. This moment of glory was one he naturally wished to share with his beloved. As their eyes met, a smile blossomed between them, a silent exchange brimming with affection. Then, Xiao Han shifted his gaze, surveying the crowd below from his elevated position, capturing the astonished expressions on their faces. Mouths agape in disbelief. At this moment, Xiao Han remained composed, his face betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Yet, internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. To encapsulate the exhilaration of redeeming himself from past humiliation, one word suffices: exhilarating. Indeed, it was simple and direct, just exhilarating. Nevertheless, Xiao Han maintained his calm demeanor. It was imperative not to outwardly display excessive elation, lest he disrupt the camaraderie he shared with Xiao Yan on their shared path of unspoken understanding and brotherhood. Thus, Xiao Han decided to make his exit, preparing to leave the platform with Xiao Shuoqin, for there was no longer any purpose in remaining. However, just as he was about to descend, an untimely cold laugh echoed from the crowd below. Chapter 27. Doubt. An inappropriate cold laugh resonated from the audience, causing Xiao Han's steps to falter momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. At this instant, the crowd's attention instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, quickly locking onto a young man, Xiao Ning. With a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Han, clearly unconvinced that Xiao Han's strength could have surged so rapidly in such a short span of time. While Xiao Yan's swift ascension had indeed astonished them, they still held an underlying belief, for Xiao Yan had previously showcased a formidable talent for cultivation. With his innate gifts now restored, they had little to contest. However, who was Xiao Han? Previously an unheard-of name, merely an ordinary scion of the Xiao family. When such a seemingly inconspicuous individual suddenly revealed his brilliance in an almost astonishing fashion, the crowd was indeed surprised, yet beneath their astonishment lay a greater sentiment: doubt. This skepticism was only natural. After all, Xiao Han had previously been a mere insignificant figure. Their doubt was understandable, especially since he lacked the illustrious reputation of genius that Xiao Yan had once possessed. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the crowd, and he naturally perceived the skepticism reflected in the eyes of those present. However, he chose not to engage in any debate. After all, facts speak louder than words, and nothing is more persuasive than the truth. Eventually, his attention settled on Xiao Ning, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since he had been questioned, he resolved to make them fully convinced. For Xiao Ning, who had willingly stepped forward to challenge him, Xiao Han saw no reason to decline. This was an opportune moment to make an example of him and silence all dissenting voices. You doubt my integrity concerning the Magic Stone Monument? Xiao Han fixed his gaze on Xiao Ning, speaking calmly. Just because you are incapable does not imply that others are as well. Measuring everyone by your own narrow standards is merely a sign of short-sightedness. A fleeting glance from Xiao Han made Xiao Ning's expression turn cold, prompting Xiao Han to continue. Very well, I do not wish to argue with you. Let the facts speak for themselves. Shall we engage in combat? His words were straightforward, for he understood that such directness was necessary at this moment. Anticipation flickered in the eyes of the spectators below. This was undoubtedly the simplest and most direct method to resolve their doubts. Would he be deemed a genius or a failure? One battle would reveal all. What is there to fear? Xiao Ning scoffed, inwardly hoping for this outcome. A genius indeed? He intended to reduce this so-called genius to nothing. Xiao Han beckoned to Xiao Ning, his voice calm as he said, in that case, let us ascend the stage. In the center of the plaza, upon the testing platform, the silhouettes of the two young men stood facing each other. Dressed in a flowing blue robe, Xiao Han stood tall and upright, exuding an air of composure. The breeze lifted the edges of his garment, adding an ethereal quality to his youthful exuberance. With his handsome features, he captured the attention of many beautiful young women in the audience. Following his previous stunning performance, some of these girls felt an inexplicable surge of confidence in Xiao Han. Perhaps he truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Regardless of the speculations swirling in the minds of the onlookers, the truth would be revealed after this battle. Would he be a mere insect or a dragon? The crowd held their breath, intently watching the unfolding spectacle. Are you ready? Inquired the middle-aged tester, surveying both participants as he prepared to preside over the duel. Both nodded in agreement. To ensure fairness, I shall allow you 3 moves before I strike. Oh, great genius! Xiao Ning declared, his confidence unwavering. 3 moves? Upon hearing this, Xiao Han paused momentarily, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet, in the next instant, his expression sharpened, and he propelled himself toward Xiao Ning with the swiftness of a drawn sword. As he neared, he clenched his fist tightly, channeling his internal energy through his meridians, swiftly coalescing in his right fist. His eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, exuding an indescribable aura. 8 extremes burst. At that moment, a fierce shout resonated within Xiao Han, as his tightly clenched right fist surged forward, targeting Xiao Ning's chest with unembellished ferocity. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Ning's brows furrowed slightly, as he unexpectedly sensed a formidable force approaching, which startled him. However, recalling his earlier statement about allowing Xiao Han 3 strikes, he refrained from attacking and opted for defense instead. Xiao Ning crossed his arms before his chest, a faint aura of fighting spirit coiling around them, forming a protective barrier. Just then, Xiao Han's fist came crashing down. Bang! The punch landed with a dreadful force that surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering all resistance. In the blink of an eye, a figure was sent flying from the high platform. As the onlookers focused, they were astonished to find it was Xiao Ning. This punch spoke volumes. Did you need me to allow you? Xiao Han's gaze looked down upon the fallen Xiao Ning, a smirk creeping onto his lips, laced with sarcasm. Earlier, Xiao Ning had proclaimed he would permit him 3 strikes. Yet now, he could not even withstand one before being reduced to coughing up blood. The contrast was indeed laughable. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Ning felt an overwhelming sense of shame and spat out another mouthful of blood, his vision blurring before he fainted. Chapter 29, Gathering and Dispelling Qi, Third Update. At that moment, the voice of the middle-aged examiner resonated, as he addressed the crowd with clarity. Inwardly astonished by such terrifying talent and cultivation, this young man, who had previously remained inconspicuous, now shone brightly, and his future achievements seemed boundless. As the examiner's announcement echoed, the crowd's gaze once again converged upon Xiao Han. This time, as they beheld the straight-backed youth in his green attire, their doubts dissipated, replaced by awe. The striking figure of the young man was the newly risen star of the Xiao family. Below, Xiao Shuiqin gazed up at the young man on the platform with a smile in her beautiful eyes, her heart swelling with genuine joy for him. At that moment, Xiao Han's gaze also shifted to her, and he descended from the high platform, taking Xiao Shuiqin's hand, and together they departed the testing grounds, engaged in light-hearted conversation. As they watched Xiao Han depart, the astonishment in the eyes of the crowd had yet to fade. Today, they had witnessed the rise of 2 prodigies from the Xiao family. Perhaps this day would be recorded in the annals of the Dou Qi continent. Following that day's ceremonial retest, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan's names became widely known, establishing them as prominent figures among the younger generation of the Xiao family. Yet, in contrast to the external acclaim, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan remained remarkably humble, understanding that such glory was merely a byproduct of strength. Without power, such fleeting fame would vanish just as swiftly. Thus the priority remained to enhance their abilities. After the ceremonial retest, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan resumed their rigorous training, honing their combat skills and strengthening their physiques. Leading fulfilling days, the old medic granted them a few days of respite, during which they naturally spent time with their beloved young ladies. Relishing the beauty of flowers under the moonlight, boating on serene lakes, and marveling at the splendid fireworks, a youthful period that indeed evoked envy in others. As the break came to an end, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan returned to their training. One day, Xiao Yan excitedly approached Xiao Han, his handsome face beaming with delight. "What has you so thrilled?" Xiao Han inquired with a smile. "Look, what is this?" Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, and a wooden box materialized in his palm. Inside the box lay a pill, emerald green and the size of a longan, quietly resting and exuding an enticing aroma. "Is this the Qi gathering powder?" Xiao Han's pupils constricted slightly as he expressed his surprise. The Qi gathering powder significantly enhances a cultivator's chances of condensing their Dou Qi vortex. "Good eye." Xiao Yan smiled and continued. "The teacher mentioned that it is time for us to advance to Dou Shi, so he prepared a portion of Qi gathering powder for each of us. Here, this one is for you." With a grin, Xiao Yan handed the wooden box to Xiao Han. Not one to be overly formal, Xiao Han accepted the box and then teased Xiao Yan. "You didn't borrow money from Sun Air to buy the herbs again, did you?" Clearing his throat, Xiao Yan's face flushed. Borrowing money for herbs from Sun Air was indeed his first experience asking a girl for money. However, he quickly clarified, "Not this time. I had the teacher concoct several bottles of Foundation Establishment elixir and sold them at the middle auction house, making quite a fortune. Now, I am a wealthy man." Chapter 30, Advancement to Dou Shi. It is indeed an honor to use the elixirs crafted by the foremost alchemist of the Dou Qi continent. Dou Shi. In the room, Xiao Han gazed at the Qi gathering powder in his hand, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Dou Shi is the true beginning of cultivation on the Dou Qi continent. How could he not be eager? Tonight, he would make his breakthrough. Xiao Han gathered the Qi gathering powder, calming his mind before sitting cross-legged on his bed, preparing to reach his peak state before the breakthrough. Advancing to Dou Shi must be flawless. Night fell, and the moon shone. On the back mountain of the Xiao family, a figure clad in a green robe sat quietly atop the peak, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon his face, while a cool breeze occasionally swept by. After a considerable time, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination igniting within. It was time to break through to Dou Shi. Without further ado, he summoned the longan-sized pill, the Qi gathering powder, and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, and simultaneously, a marvelous power began to circulate within his Qi sea, as if to aid him in condensing the Dou Qi vortex. A surge of joy filled Xiaohan's heart, and he closed his eyes, focusing intently while harnessing the mysterious power to condense his Dou Qi vortex. Time flowed gradually on the mountain peak. After an indeterminate duration, a tumultuous surge of Dou Qi surged within Xiaohan's Qi sea, resembling a roaring tide. At the center of this tumultuous Dou Qi, a deep and enigmatic vortex slowly emerged, spinning and stirring the Dou Qi into a frenzied whirlpool. That was, unmistakably, the Dou Qi vortex, the hallmark of a Dou Shi. Sensing the Dou Qi vortex within his Qi sea, Xiaohan was filled with immense joy. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement, preparing to muster all his strength to solidify the Dou Qi vortex completely. Once the vortex was fully solidified, the Qi sea contained only the mysterious spinning whirlpool, within which a milky white gas began to flow. This was the Dou Qi, purer and more potent than ordinary Dou Qi. At this moment, with the swirling energy of combat, Xiaohan had officially become a genuine fighter. This also marked the commencement of his cultivation journey on the Dou Qi continent. Taking a deep breath, Xiaohan opened his eyes, filled with excitement after months of diligent effort. He had finally attained a formal cultivation rank. With this beginning, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Being a fighter was merely the inception. There lay even more formidable levels of cultivation ahead, such as Dozong and Dozuan, terrifying presences capable of drawing boundaries with a mere wave of their hand. Xiaohan yearned for such awe-inspiring abilities. Thus he knew he must strive even harder. Suddenly, as Xiaohan basked in the joy of his advancement, the omnipotent system chimed in. Congratulations, Master Xiaohan, on your promotion to fighter. You have taken a significant step in your cultivation journey, and as a reward, the system grants you a chance to participate in a lucky draw for points. Chapter 31. System, you are truly deceptive. A sweet voice echoed in Xiaohan's mind, startling him momentarily before he blinked and erupted into joy. A lucky draw? What was he waiting for? Quickly, let us begin, Xiaohan urged, excitement bubbling within him. Surely, there would be many wonderful items to win. All right. The voice chirped in response, and in an instant, a magnificent, ethereal spinning wheel appeared before Xiaohan, adorned with a plethora of items. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, his eyes sparkled as he gazed at the dazzling array of goods, condoms, aphrodisiacs, and various intimate items. What on earth? Why are there such trivial items among the prizes? Can't you swap them out for something else? Xiaohan grimaced. These items severely diminished his chances of winning something worthwhile. Apologies, master, but substitutions are not permitted. These are the designated items for the fighter's lucky draw, and besides, they could prove quite useful. You never know when they might come in handy for intimate relations with your girlfriend, the voice responded sweetly, its tone innocent. Coughing awkwardly, Xiaohan's face flushed. What a peculiar topic. All right, fine. How does this lucky draw work? Are there any specific rules? He inquired, genuinely intrigued despite his initial reluctance. There is only one chance to draw, and you must pay a certain number of points to participate, the voice explained. And how many points are required? Xiaohan asked. 10,000, came the reply. What? Xiaohan's pupils constricted in disbelief. A lucky draw costing 10,000 points? Was this some kind of joke? To think that the condoms and such could be purchased for merely dozens of points. If he spent 10,000 points and ended up with those items, he would be at a grave loss. Thus, he resolved to forego this draw. Little soft, I've decided to forego this lucky draw. Xiaohan glanced at the ethereal wheel before him. While some items were indeed tempting, he lacked the courage to wager 10,000 points. He intended to save up 60,000 points to purchase a breaking seal pill for Shuiqin. Ding. However, as Xiaohan's voice of refusal faded, the omnipotent system suddenly issued an alarm. With a resounding chime, the system detected that its master, Xiaohan, had resisted the system's lucky draw, an egregious act for which the system deemed punishment necessary. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a silver serpent of lightning descended from the void. In that fleeting moment, Xiaohan was engulfed, his entire being shrouded in darkness, standing frozen in place, emitting wisps of smoke. By the heavens, how can you strike me for merely declining the lottery? Is there no justice? Xiaohan's face turned a shade of iron. Teeth gritted in defiance. The system, having detected Xiaohan's blatant refusal to accept its judgment and the subsequent insults hurled at it, declared further punishment. Boom. Another mighty bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, tore through the sky, compounding Xiaohan's misfortune. You can take your detection and shove it, system. I refuse to comply with your unjust punishment, you charlatan. Xiaohan spat out a puff of white smoke, continuing his protest. Boom, boom, boom. The system ceased its diagnostics. Was there truly a need for further assessment? This lad was openly cursing, And as the omnipotent system, it could no longer tolerate such insolence. A severe retribution was necessary. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, the tempest brewed, and the thunder rolled on, relentless. Xiaorou, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Han, utterly depleted of spirit, pleaded for mercy, realizing he could not contend with this system. The system, after detecting Xiao Han's sincere apology, finally concluded the punishment. At that moment, the thunder in the skies gradually dissipated, and the gentle moonlight once again bathed the earth. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Han exhaled deeply, then wearily collapsed onto the grass. Master, you may now proceed with the lucky point lottery, came Xiaorou's voice. What more could he say? Xiao Han curled his lip before rising to his feet and approaching the grand wheel of fortune, scrutinizing it intently. At that juncture, he noticed a section designated for the lottery, emblazoned with the inscriptions: 6 points, 66 points, 666 points, 6,666 points, 66,666 points. The abundance of sixes dazzled Xiao Han's senses, yet he felt a stirring of excitement. If fortune smiled upon him, and he were to draw 666,666 points, he would be wealthy indeed. Oh heavens! My wish is but modest. I do not ask for much. Merely 66,666 points will suffice. Please, grant me this boon. Xiao Han silently prayed, hoping to obtain the points necessary to purchase the breaking seal elixir, having promised the maiden. Master, please proceed. Your 10,000 points have already been deducted. You need only step forward and spin the grand wheel to partake in the lottery, Xiaorou instructed. Hearing this, a pang of regret pierced Xiao Han's heart. His 10,000 points. Oh, heavens, grant me luck, he murmured, stepping up to the grand wheel, spinning it with fervor. The wheel spun rapidly, akin to the unpredictable nature of one's fate, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 32. I shall purify the world. Upon the mountain peak, the moonlight cascades like a silvery veil, illuminating a fantastical wheel of fortune that spins rapidly. It is, of course, Xiao Han engaging in a lottery. O benevolent deities of the West and the compassionate Guanyin of the South Sea, I implore you to grant me 666 points, nothing more. As he gazes at the wheel, whirling like a fiery chariot, a sense of trepidation and unease envelopes him. What if he were to draw something of little value that would render his precious 10,000 points utterly squandered, a scenario he fervently wishes to avoid? Yet oftentimes, the very things we dread most come to fruition in the blink of an eye, as is the case now. The grand wheel begins to decelerate, gradually coming to a halt as the pointer glides past 666, 666, then 666, 666, and finally 66, 666. Stop. Please stop. Xiao Han implores anxiously, nearly compelled to intervene himself, fearing divine retribution. However, his voice bears no influence on the wheel, which continues its languid motion, the pointer quietly settling on 666 points. At that moment, Xiao Han's heart plummets, though the pointer has yet to cease its journey, leaving a glimmer of hope that perhaps something of value remains to be drawn. But just as that flicker of hope ignites within him, it is swiftly extinguished. The pointer, under the weight of Xiao Han's despairing gaze, comes to rest on a vibrant rainbow card, devoid of any inscription save for its kaleidoscopic hues. To Xiao Han, this signifies utter futility. Ah, my 10,000 points. What a monumental loss. Stunned, he stands aghast, nearly choking on his frustration. Was he truly left with nothing in the end? On the grass, he pounds his chest in anguish, his expression one of profound desolation. Simultaneously, he internally curses the system, lamenting its deceptive nature. Little Ro, behold, your master has squandered 1,000 points, and yet drawn naught. Surely, you might bestow upon me a trinket or two, he implores with a sycophantic grin, recognizing that the system responds better to a gentle approach. Master, who claims you have drawn nothing? You have indeed acquired a rainbow card, Little Ro replies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han inwardly scoffs at the worthless card. Little Ro, may I exchange it for something else? He asks, preferring tangible rewards, such as a few points. That is permissible. Little Ro pauses before adding, Master, this rainbow card is a universal exchange card. Are you certain you wish to trade it? Of course, he begins, but his voice falters mid-sentence as his pupils dilate in shock. What? A universal exchange card? Why didn't you mention that sooner, Little Ro? You nearly had me lamenting my misfortune again. Yet, the word misfortune remains unuttered, lingering unspoken in his throat. Ah, Little Ro, since it is indeed a universal exchange system, I shall begrudgingly request an exchange for 100 billion points. Xiao Han exclaims with a mischievous grin. Apologies, Master, but this is merely a lucky draw of the fighter's level. The Universal Exchange card has a cap on point exchanges, allowing for a maximum of 100,000 points. Little Ro clarifies. 100,000 points? Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not expected the system to grant him 1,000 billion points, for it was notoriously unreliable. Nevertheless, he felt quite content with the 100,000 points he had acquired. Very well, I shall exchange for 100,000 points, he declared. Understood, master, Xiao Ro responded, and immediately, a points interface materialized before Xiao Han. Master, Xiao Han points. 100,000 Xiao Ro, I wish to purchase the 6th grade pill. The breaking seal pill, Xiao Han calmly stated, the thought of acquiring the breaking seal pill resonating in his mind. Certainly, master, please hold on, she replied. In an instant, the points interface displayed a deduction of 60,000 points, leaving him with 40,000. Once the points were deducted, the void before Xiao Han began to undulate, and a violet pill materialized, exuding an enchanting fragrance. This is the 6th grade breaking seal pill. At last, it is in my possession, Xiao Han exclaimed, a smile gracing his features. With this pill, Shuiqin could commence her cultivation. With Shuiqin's matter resolved, it was time for Xiao Han to continue his own training. After safely storing the breaking seal pill, he murmured to himself and settled into a meditative posture. Having achieved the rank of a fighter, it was now time to cultivate his techniques. He eagerly anticipated the unparalleled technique of the vast world, the imperial purity art. The imperial purity art is a supreme technique of the vast world, embodying the dualities of yin and yang, akin to the sun and moon. Through my method, I shall cleanse all living beings. When this technique reaches its zenith, it shall purify the heavens and myriad souls. The imperial purity art is divided into 3 realms. First realm, yin realm, signified by the emergence of a yin fish. Second realm, yang realm, marked by the emergence of a yang fish. Third realm, taiji realm, indicated by the emergence of the taiji bagua, representing completion, where the dual fishes of yin and yang circulate, and fighting energy flows endlessly. Information about the cultivation of the imperial purity art appeared in Xiao Han's mind. After a thorough review, he felt a sense of clarity. The first realm, the yin realm, required him to derive a yin fish from within the swirling fighting energy. Xiao Han murmured to himself, and without further delay, he commenced his cultivation of the imperial purity art. His training persisted until the deep of night, when silence enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, Xiao Han withdrew from his meditative state, gently sensing the swirling fighting energy. Within that rotating vortex, a trace of dark fighting energy began to manifest, more formidable and domineering than the surrounding milky white energy. This dark energy was, of course, the result of his practice of the imperial purity art. However, Xiao Han had only just begun. He had yet to successfully cultivate the first layer of the imperial purity art. To advance into the first realm, he must transform all ordinary fighting energy within the vortex into this dark energy, and then derive a yin fish to consider his efforts successful. Let me test the potency of this dark fighting energy, Xiao Han murmured, rising and striding towards a nearby tree. Focusing his thoughts, he swiftly summoned the dark fighting energy from the vortex, wrapping it around his fingertips, creating a most peculiar sight in the night. With a determined gaze, Xiao Han pointed at the tree and swiped his finger across it. Crack! In an instant, a dark slash appeared on the tree, which then toppled over, plummeting off the cliff. Observing the scene, Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. He then stretched lazily and strolled down the mountain, feeling quite fulfilled after a fruitful day. Chapter 33. To your room. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight filtered into the small dwelling, Xiao Han opened his eyes. He sprang out of bed and stretched once more, his bones cracking delightfully, an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body. Indeed, the sensation of advancing to a fighter was remarkably different. Delighted by the power swirling within him, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. It felt as though he had been reborn, and with this elevation in his realm, he was utterly elated. After freshening up and donning a clean outfit, Xiao Han eagerly set out, naturally to seek out Xiao Shuiqin. She resided in a secluded courtyard of the Xiao family. Though modest in appearance, it was impeccably tidy, a testament to the girl's penchant for cleanliness. Upon entering, one felt an immediate sense of serenity. She was indeed a girl who cherished order. In the courtyard, beneath a willow tree, stood an ancient well. At that moment, the young woman was grooming her hair beside it, her dark tresses cascading down. A gentle breeze tousled her locks, causing strands to dance against her fair cheeks, exuding a chaotic elegance. With the morning sun pouring down, the scene of the willow, the well, and the beautiful maiden coalesced into a picturesque tableau, enchanting to behold. Xiao Han stood quietly in the courtyard, savoring the sight with a smile. Such scenes had previously existed only in the realm of novels, yet now, witnessing it firsthand was truly mesmerizing. After admiring for a while, He chuckled softly and stealthily approached her. He quietly positioned himself behind the girl and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Startled by the sudden embrace, Xiao Shuiqin gasped and struggled, but her strength was no match for his. In her panic, she bit down on his arm. Ouch! Shuiqin, it's me, Xiaohan exclaimed, clutching his arm, his lips twitching in surprise. This was not how he had envisioned the scene. In dramas, the male lead always embraced the female lead from behind with grace. Alas, he had been too naive to believe such portrayals. Xiao Shuiqin turned around, her eyes widening in shock upon recognizing him. She hurried forward and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm thick-skinned," he replied with a smile, shaking his head. "But since I didn't get to embrace you properly, let us try again." With that, he extended his arms once more. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she sidestepped his advance, playfully admonishing him, "Stop fooling around. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me help you with your hair," Xiaohan said with a gentle laugh. "Okay," she replied, glancing at him with a moment of surprise before nodding. A smile beginning to form at the corners of her mouth. Under the willow tree, beside the ancient well, the young man meticulously combed the girl's hair, the sunlight casting a tranquil glow over the scene. Life was peaceful, and time felt suspended. "All done," Xiaohan said with a soft chuckle as he stepped in front of Xiao Shuiqin, scrutinizing her with a smile. "You exude an undeniable goddess-like charm." At this moment, Xiao Shuiqin, with her lustrous hair tied back in a ponytail cascading down her back, revealed her exquisite beauty in full bloom. As a gentle breeze swept by, a few strands of her hair danced around her cheeks, accentuating her charming visage even more. "Shuiqin, from this day forth, I shall transform you into a goddess who rivals Suner." With a smile, Xiaohan stepped forward and took Xiao Shuiqin's delicate hand. "Come, let us go to your room." What do you intend to do in my room?" Xiao Shuiqin stood frozen, her beautiful eyes glancing nervously at Xiaohan. Observing her timid demeanor, Xiaohan couldn't help but chuckle, and with a mischievous grin, he replied, Going to your room, of course, is for mischief." With that, he scooped her up in his arms and swiftly carried her into the room. Chapter 34, The Fool. "Xiaohan, isn't this too hasty?" I am not prepared for the bed," Xiao Shuiqin murmured, her eyelids fluttering, as she avoided Xiaohan's gaze, speaking timidly. "What are you saying, Shuiqin?" "I don't quite understand," Xiaohan said, stroking his chin while observing her with an innocent expression. "You." Seeing his pretense, Xiao Shuiqin's cheeks flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes glaring at him as she retorted, "You scoundrel, you know full well." "What do I know?" Xiaohan feigned innocence. "I will ignore you." Xiao Shuiqin glared at him in frustration and shyly turned her head away. Seeing the girl's flustered anger, Xiaohan couldn't help but smile. He sat beside her and said, "I was just teasing you, and I had no intention of doing anything untoward." "Humph." The girl stole a glance at Xiaohan, letting out a soft huff, displaying a rare touch of pride. After all, aren't girls in love often like this? Xiaohan couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor, which was quite charming yet unusual. "So what do you wish to do by bringing me in here?" Noticing Xiaohan's silence, the girl turned her head curiously and asked, "Did I not mention earlier? I aim to rejuvenate you, transforming you into the embodiment of beauty and strength as the goddess of the Xiao family." Xiaohan replied with a smile. Xiao Shuiqin blinked her beautiful eyes, intrigued. What girl wouldn't desire to become a goddess? Besides, she longed to keep pace with Xiaohan. So deep down, she yearned to improve herself, enabling her to walk proudly alongside him. "How do you intend to rejuvenate me?" Xiao Shuiqin inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan's gaze swept over her delicate form, and with a pure expression, he stated, "Undress." "You." Xiao Shuiqin's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Her beautiful eyes widened as she glared at Xiaohan, saying, "Humph, I truly will ignore you." With that, the girl angrily turned her head away. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Xiaohan chuckled lightly, then flicked his fingers, causing 3 luminous orbs to shoot forth from his spatial ring, landing before the girl. The first orb contained the transformation pill, the foundation of Xiao Shuiqin's metamorphosis. The second orb held a high-grade spatial ring for women, inside which were several elegant dresses that Xiaohan had carefully selected for her. The third orb consisted of advanced techniques and combat skills, all meticulously chosen by Xiaohan for Xiao Shuiqin. With ample points at his disposal, he was determined to prepare everything necessary for her cultivation. "Here, after consuming this elixir, you shall undergo a profound transformation. This is a high-grade storage ring, containing garments I have meticulously selected for you. Additionally, here are some advanced techniques and combat skills," Xiaohan introduced with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiqin glanced at the 3 luminous orbs before her and then looked up at Xiaohan, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. "Rest assured, these are neither stolen nor taken by force. You may accept them without worry," Xiaohan reassured her with a grin. "Thank you, Xiaohan," Xiao Shuiqin responded, her lovely gaze fixed on him, touched by his thoughtfulness. She nodded with a smile, choosing not to inquire further. Since Xiao Han had said so, it must be fine. Silly girl, why speak of thanks between us? Xiao Han gently caressed Xiao Shuiqin's cheek and continued, quickly take the elixir. I will stand guard for you outside. With that, he flashed her a smile and stepped out. Xiao Shuiqin murmured softly, her eyes brimming with tenderness. She wasted no further time, settling cross-legged on the bed and consuming the elixir. A wondrous force began to ripple through her body. In the humble courtyard, Xiao Han stood patiently, awaiting her emergence. His gaze flickered toward the small dwelling. He understood that upon her return, she would be reborn anew. As time passed, the night quietly descended, yet the small house remained still. Xiao Han continued to wait without impatience, this vigil enduring until the deep of night. At last, the door to the small dwelling creaked open. Xiao Han's pupils constricted as he beheld a blue silhouette gradually stepping forth. The girl donned a flowing blue dress, her delicate features flawless, her graceful curves perfectly accentuated. Bathed in moonlight, she resembled a celestial goddess, exuding an ethereal grace. Under the moon's glow, the enchanting brilliance of her dress shimmered, and upon her slender fingers rested a storage ring, radiating an icy blue light, hinting at an indescribable nobility. The girl advanced with delicate steps, as if gliding upon the moonlight, soon arriving before the astonished young man in blue attire. A charming smile graced her lips as she spoke. Silly boy, do you not recognize me? Chapter 35, The Crow Laughs at the Pig. Silly boy, do you not recognize me? The girl stood before Xiao Han, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded the young man. His handsome visage, tousled by the breeze, emanated an effortless charm. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, then swiftly embraced the girl at her slender waist, exclaiming, my goddess, how could I not recognize you? The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she surrendered to his embrace. Now you can begin your cultivation, right? Xiao Han inquired. Yes, Xiao Shuiqin affirmed, her heart swelling with joy. After all, this was a world of cultivation, and with Xiao Han's exceptional talent, she was eager to embark on her own path, for only then could she keep pace with him. That's wonderful. Cultivate diligently, Xiao Han smiled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, knowing he had resolved Xiao Shuiqin's cultivation concerns. The night deepened, and silence enveloped the world. In the twilight sky, a magnificent full moon hung gracefully, as Xiao Han and Xiao Shuiqin ascended to the rooftop. They sat side by side, with the girl gently resting her head on the boy's shoulder, both immersed in the serene beauty of the moonlight, a subtle warmth enveloping them beneath its glow. In this moment, time slowed down, yet the beauty of it was profound. After lifting the seal within Xiao Shuiqin, Xiao Han resumed his arduous training alongside Xiao Yan, understanding that to attain dignity and glory, one must dedicate themselves to relentless practice. One morning, in a clearing on the back mountain of the Xiao clan, two youthful figures lay breathless on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Before them floated a spectral figure. You two little rascals, is this all you can manage? The old man, Yao Lao, remarked as he drifted closer. Master, Xiao Han and I have already circled the back mountain dozens of times. Surely we deserve a moment's respite? Xiao Yan gasped for air. You insolent boy, do you comprehend my intentions? I am deliberately training your endurance for your own benefit. Now that both of you have young ladies in your lives, it is imperative to cultivate a man's stamina. Yao Lao stroked his beard, speaking earnestly. Exchanging a glance filled with exasperation, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan directed a disdainful look towards Yao Lao, lamenting the old man's lack of respect. Alas, it is no wonder you do not appreciate my efforts. One day, you will understand the depth of my concern, he sighed, shaking his head. The youth of today, he mused, were too frivolous, oblivious to his well-intentioned methods. Master, could you impart something truly useful? Day after day, it's nothing but running laps or smashing wooden stakes. Xiao Yan retorted, inwardly criticizing his unprincipled mentor. Indeed, master, might you teach us something more practical, such as advanced combat techniques? Xiao Han chimed in. As Yao Lao's disciple, he had no choice but to endure the old man's relentless pursuit of mentorship, which included late-night interruptions. Eventually, under the pressure of circumstance, he had acquiesced to the tutelage. However, Xiao Han found it utterly absurd that Yao Lao would claim, in Xiao Yan's presence, that it was he who had persistently begged to be accepted as a disciple. Hearing this from Xiao Yan nearly caused him to spit blood in frustration. This old man was simply infuriating. He wondered whether having such a merciless teacher was a blessing or a curse. You two fledgling one-star Dou practitioners wish to learn advanced techniques? Yao Lao's expression turned stern. Adopting a teacher's authority, you have barely scratched the surface of the advanced Dou technique. 8 extremes collapse, yet you dare to speak of learning more. Sighing, he continued to reminisce about the past. The youth of today lack diligence. In my time, "Master, please stop." Both Xiao Han and Xiao Yan interjected, their mouths twitching in discomfort as they quickly rose to prevent Yao Lao from continuing, fearing the tales of yesteryears would become overwhelming. "Master, you claim we have only grasped the basics of 8 extremes collapse, but I can shatter stones and splinter trees with a single punch. Surely I have mastered it to some extent," Xiao Yan protested. "Is what you exhibit truly a manifestation of profound techniques? The way you throw punches resembles a wild boar in a frenzy." With a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, Elder Yao scoffed. At his words, Xiao Yan's lips twitched, rendered speechless by the scathing critique. Meanwhile, Xiao Han stifled a laugh from the sidelines. "And you little rascal, how dare you laugh? Your performance is hardly superior. A crow mocking a pig for its color." Elder Yao shot a glare at Xiao Han, launching into another round of admonishment. Xiao Han's lips quivered in response, left utterly tongue-tied by the comment. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Yan burst into laughter, relishing Xiao Han's discomfort, which prompted a glare from Xiao Han in return. "Enough, both of you. I am aware of your desire to grow stronger. However, one must consume rice grain by grain and traverse the road step by step. First, you need to establish a solid foundation. In due time, I shall impart new knowledge to you," Elder Yao stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Han and Xiao Yan nodded, understanding the wisdom of not overextending themselves. "Furthermore, after the completion of your coming-of-age ceremony, I shall take you both out for training. In this small town of Wutan, you shall learn very little, and we cannot allow you to suffer humiliation 3 years hence when facing the Yunlan sect," Elder Yao added. The prospect of training outside ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of both young men. After all, as youths, they were naturally filled with anticipation for the world beyond, a yearning for adventure that resided in the heart of every young lad. "Master, where are you taking us for training?" Xiao Yan inquired curiously, while Xiao Han, already aware, anticipated their first destination, the Beast Mountain Range, a place of boundless stories and excitement. "Oh," Xiao Yan pouted, reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Now that you know, why are you standing idle? Continue running. Afterward, resume striking the wooden stakes. After all this time, you still haven't grasped the subtlety of the 8 extremities collapse, and you dare to call yourselves geniuses?" Elder Yao doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, knowing that these proud youths required rigorous honing. Exchanging glances, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan shared a resigned smile and shook their heads in acceptance, realizing there was no choice but to keep running. "You little rascals, don't slack off. Run faster. A man must endure," Elder Yao urged as the 2 boys diligently trained under his guidance on the mountainside, a journey fraught with both struggle and joy. Chapter 36. Xiao Yu time slipped away like sand through fingers, and a month had passed since the last ceremonial retest. Today marked the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony, a momentous occasion for the younger generation. This day served as a pivotal juncture in their lives. Post-ceremony, the family would determine their fates based on their strength. As dawn broke, tearing through the clouds and spilling light across the horizon, the Xiao household buzzed with activity as everyone prepared for the upcoming ceremony. The festivities were to be held in the central square of the Xiao family. Today, numerous wooden platforms were erected in the square, serving as observation stands for the significant occasion of the coming-of-age ceremony, a momentous event for any family. It is only natural to extend invitations to various influential factions within the city of Wutan, allowing an opportunity to display the talents of the younger generation, who represent the fresh blood and future of the family. Xiao Han and Xiao Shuiqin arrived at the square early. One cannot afford to be tardy on such an important day. The crowd was quite substantial. Standing at the edge of the square, Xiao Han surveyed the bustling sea of people, comprising both the attending factions and the younger members of the Xiao family. Indeed, the coming-of-age ceremony holds great significance in the Dou Qi continent, revered by both large and small families alike. Xiao Shuiqin, dressed in a lace-adorned gown, radiated youth and beauty, attracting the attention of many young admirers around her. Xiao Han smiled, and at that moment, he spotted Xiao Yan and Sun Er also arriving at the square. "Shuiqin, let us make our way over," he suggested, but as he prepared to move, he felt an unsettling gaze fixed upon her. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced to the lower right, where beneath a large tree, a striking woman in academy attire leaned gracefully, her long sword resting at her back. Her tall figure was complemented by her elegantly long legs, exuding an air of youthful allure. At that moment, Xiao Han realized the woman's gaze was directed solely at him. His brow furrowed slightly, yet his pupils dilated in sudden recognition. This must be Xiao Yan's cousin. Xiao Yu. Sensing her icy stare, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Not wishing to linger, he grasped Xiao Shuiqin's hand and proceeded toward Xiao Yan. "Stop!" A sharp voice called from behind them. Xiao Han's lips twitched. It seemed trouble was brewing. "Cousin Yu, what brings you here?" He turned to face her, forcing a smile onto his features. However, He could only chuckle in response, knowing that her tone indicated her words were far from finished. I do not care about your talents. Since you have harmed my brother, you must face the consequences, Xiao Yu declared, her voice laced with a hint of frost. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han could only manage a wry smile. She was clearly here to confront him. Cousin Yu, it was merely a friendly spar. He attempted to defend himself. A friendly spar? You must have employed advanced techniques. Otherwise, how could Xiao Ning remain bedridden for half a month? Xiao Yu retorted coldly. That was his own fault, Xiao Han muttered under his breath. What did you say? Xiao Yu's brows knitted together in irritation. I said I am truly sorry. Xiao Han replied. Humph, you think a mere apology will suffice? Dream on. She shot back icily. And what do you propose? Xiao Han inquired, taken aback by her unreasonable demeanor. What do I want? Xiao Yu let out a cold laugh and said, You will know why I came to find you tonight. With that, she turned and left, leaving Xiao Han with a striking and graceful silhouette, along with a pair of alluringly long legs that sparked the imagination. She's coming to see me tonight? Xiao Han blinked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Xiao Han, you must be cautious. Cousin Xiao Yu has quite the fiery temper. And she is now a 6-star fighter. You are no match for her, so tread carefully and do not provoke her, Xiao Shuiqin reminded him from the side. Xiao Han, what is this? Have you gotten entangled with that madwoman, Xiao Yu? At that moment, Xiao Yan and Suner approached, with a playful smile gracing Xiao Yan's face. He continued, Oh, by the way, I heard you gave Xiao Ning a good beating during the ceremony retest. You should know that Xiao Yu is fiercely protective of her own. You might want to be careful. Upon hearing this, and seeing the gloating expression on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Han rolled his eyes in exasperation. Don't say that your brother isn't helping you. Let me share a good method to deal with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yan, is it really necessary to be so mysterious about it? Suner pouted, but obediently stepped aside, her beautiful eyes now drawn to Xiao Shuiqin, who exuded an impressive presence and surprising strength. Suner's gaze flickered, filled with curiosity. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Han, Xiao Shuiqin also dutifully retreated to the side. What method do you have that sounds so cryptic? Xiao Han arched an eyebrow, giving Xiao Yan a dubious look. Xiao Yan grinned, then leaned closer to Xiao Han's ear and whispered, Just touch her leg. Xiao Han paused for a moment, stunned by Xiao Yan's words. Touch her leg? He subtly glanced at Xiao Yu's enticing and shapely legs in the distance. They were indeed captivating. However, the thought that she was a 6-star fighter made his mouth twitch in apprehension. Touching that lady's leg? Would he even survive such an encounter? I fear she might break my legs. Xiao Han shot a glare at Xiao Yan, realizing this suggestion could lead to his demise. You scoundrel! How could a brother possibly lead you to ruin? Back in the day, I accidentally stumbled upon Xiao Yu bathing in the back mountain. And that madwoman pursued me for half a year. Do you know how I finally escaped her clutches? Xiao Yan added. Was it truly an accident, or were you peeping on purpose? Xiao Han squinted, a smile creeping onto his face. Of course it was an accident. Xiao Yan's face flushed with embarrassment, a hint of guilt creeping in. He quickly continued. Where were we? Yes, how I managed to shake off that madwoman's pursuit. And how did you manage that? Surely it wasn't by touching her leg? Xiao Han inquired. Indeed. After that incident, Xiao Yu dared not come near me again, and the sensation was quite delightful. Perhaps you should give it a try, Xiao Yan replied, casting Xiao Han a knowing glance that only a man would understand. Hearing this, Xiao Han cast a disdainful look at Xiao Yan. Was he really that kind of person? Meanwhile, his gaze once again wandered to Xiao Yu's alluring long legs, which were undeniably tempting. Have you two finished your conversation? Suner's voice chimed in from the side. All done, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. And then he and Xiao Han walked towards the two women. Xiao Han, what method did your brother tell you to deal with cousin Xiao Yu? Suner turned her enchanting gaze toward Xiao Han. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, while beside her, Xiao Shuiqin shared the same intrigue in her eyes. He mentioned that I should touch Xiao Han, as he is quite a straightforward child, speaking without hesitation. Ahem, it's rather warm today, Suner. Shall we find a place to sit and enjoy a cup of tea? Xiao Yan promptly cleared his throat with a loud cough, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Han before hastily pulling Suner away from the scene, not forgetting to throw a disdainful glance back at Xiao Han, whom he found utterly detestable. Observing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Xiao Han, what method are you referring to? Xiao Shuiqin asked again, her curiosity unabated. That's a secret, Xiao Han replied with a sheepish smile, knowing well that he dared not disclose it, especially not to Xiao Shuiqin. He had merely been jesting with Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiqin regarded Xiao Han with suspicion, sensing that it might not be a commendable method, otherwise. Why would he hesitate to speak it openly? Is this truly the newly emerged genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Han? At that moment, a charmingly seductive voice reached Xiao Han's ears. He paused in surprise before turning around. Approaching him was a woman clad in a striking red qipao, her graceful figure accentuated by the garment, particularly her sinuous waist that swayed enticingly, stirring the most primal instincts within any man. It was undeniable that she was a captivating enchantress. Xiaohan inwardly marveled at her allure, realizing that she must be Yafei, the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, entangled in a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Xiao Yan. As he extended his hand towards her, Yafei hesitated briefly, her elongated eyes surveying his handsome visage. After a moment, her enchanting gaze flickered, and she reached out to lightly grasp Xiaohan's hand. "Hello there, little genius," she cooed, her beguiling voice sending shivers through one's very bones. Chapter 38. This touch is not that touch. Indeed, she is a siren, Xiaohan mused to himself. And after a brief yet firm handshake, he quickly withdrew his hand, wary of lingering too long, for this woman was not to be trifled with. A smile lingered on Yafei's delicate face, her heart slightly astonished. These two young members of the Xiao family displayed quite remarkable composure. After exchanging a few casual words, she gracefully made her way towards Xiao Yan. Relieved by her departure, Xiaohan exhaled deeply. Conversing with such a seductive enchantress was truly a torment for him. "Is she beautiful?" Xiao Shuiqin asked, her lovely eyes fixed on Xiaohan, her tone tinged with an indescribable nuance. "My goddess is far more beautiful. And her jealous demeanor is even more delightful," Xiaohan replied with a smile. "Who is jealous?" "Certainly not I," the young girl retorted, her eyes narrowing at Xiaohan, though her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice was barely above a whisper, betraying her inner turmoil. "All right, enough of this baseless jealousy. The time is drawing near, and the coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence. Let us find a place to sit," Xiaohan chuckled, gently taking the girl's hand as they made their way towards the square. As time passed, the sun had bathed the entire Xiao family plaza in its golden glow, where several viewing platforms were crowded with guests, creating an atmosphere of great festivity. The young men and women from the Xiao family, preparing to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony, had taken their seats below, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the event. Boom! At that moment, a resounding chime echoed throughout the square, its grandeur silencing the previously boisterous crowd in an instant. At the center of the square, the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, rose from his seat. His imposing gaze swept across the assembly as he declared, "I extend my gratitude to all for attending this ceremony of the Xiao family. I shall refrain from further ado. Let the coming-of-age ceremony commence." A round of applause erupted from the audience, clearly pleased by the succinct opening. For their primary intention was to witness the younger generation of the Xiao family. Upon concluding his remarks, Xiao Zhan nodded toward the elder beside him, who then stood, appearing to be the one to preside over the ceremony. A roster of names clutched in his hands. "Next, I shall call a name, and the individual shall ascend the stage. After verifying their rank before the magic stone tablet, I will bestow upon them their crown." The elder addressed the young heirs of the Xiao family, subsequently glancing at the roster. He announced loudly, "The first, Xiao Cheng." With his name called, a young boy swiftly ascended the high platform and proceeded to undergo the battle energy test before the imposing magic stone tablet, showcasing the prowess of the Xiao family's youth to the gathered dignitaries. The onlookers were well aware that they were there to assess the caliber of the Xiao family's outstanding young talents, particularly the finest among them. Through this examination, they could draw comparisons and discern gaps in their own lineages, motivating their successors to strive for excellence, as the future prosperity of their clans rested upon these emerging youths. Upon completion of the test, the elder personally crowned Xiao Cheng. Following him, numerous young members of the Xiao family ascended the stage for their tests and crowning. Finally, the last two, Xiao Yan and Xiao Han, were called to the platform together. The elder's voice resonated once more, drawing the attention of the entire assembly to the two youths below, who were now dozing off. Xiao Yan, Xiao Han. At this moment, Sun Er and Xiao Shuiqin, seated beside them, hurriedly approached to rouse the pair. Xiao Han awoke, sitting up with a look of lingering drowsiness, as if he had just emerged from an enchanting dream. "Ah, how vexing. He began, but upon noticing the collective gaze of the audience fixed upon him, his voice abruptly halted. His eyes darted around, a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. In the hushed atmosphere, where a pin drop could be heard, everyone caught wind of Xiao Han's words, leaving many puzzled. Almost. What? This sparked a flurry of imaginative interpretations among the crowd, who began to speculate on what Xiao Han might have meant. After a moment of contemplation, several individuals cast knowing glances in Xiao Han's direction, particularly among the men, who seemed to understand the implications. This little fellow, it seems, is not so serious after all, mused Yafei from the viewing platform, a charming smile gracing her delicate features as she murmured to herself, sensing the inexplicable gazes directed towards him. Xiao Han's lips quivered slightly. At this moment, he felt utterly humiliated, as if he had lost face in front of his grandmother. Yet, the truth was far from the assumptions of the crowd. He was not the person they imagined him to be, for this touch was entirely different from what they presumed. Chapter 39, a one-star fighter. At this moment, overwhelmed by the scrutinizing stares of those around him, Xiao Han felt a profound sense of despair. How could they think of him in such a manner? Hey Xiao Han, what did you touch? Was it that? At this juncture, Xiao Yan approached, wearing a mischievous grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. Hearing such words upon awakening was certainly amusing. I am not that kind of person. Xiao Han shot Xiao Yan a glare, speaking with conviction. Then what exactly did you touch? Xiao Yan inquired with a chuckle. Beside them, Xiao Shuiqin regarded Xiao Han with a hint of skepticism, mirroring the curiosity that lingered in the hearts of everyone present. Xiao Han surveyed the room before his gaze finally settled on Xiao Shuiqin. He might be indifferent to the opinions of others, but it was imperative that he clarify his stance to her. Shuiqin, if I were to say that I dreamt of touching a braised pig's trotter, would you believe me? Xiao Han ventured. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, before collectively rolling their eyes at him. A braised pig's trotter? Who among them could possibly take such a statement seriously? Xiao Shuiqin blinked, observing Xiao Han in silence, offering him a sidelong glance that suggested he should decipher her meaning himself. In that moment, Xiao Han felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. It seemed his reputation was irreparably tarnished. Brother, there's no need to argue further. We all understand, and as your brother, I hold no grudge against you. At this moment, Xiao Yan approached and patted Xiao Han's shoulder with an exaggerated expression of sympathy. Get away from me, Xiao Han retorted, feeling the palpable malice in Xiao Yan's words. That rascal was only making things worse in front of Xiao Shuiqin. It was utterly infuriating. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then he made his way towards the high platform, eager to participate in the adult ceremony. Cough, cough, Xiao Han, it's time for you to join us on stage. Everyone is waiting for you, came the voice of the elder from above. Oh, Xiao Han replied despondently, then walked up to the platform under the amused gazes of the crowd. Standing upon the platform, he glanced at the audience below, where nearly everyone's eyes were fixed upon him, each pair sparkling with a knowing smile. Some beautiful young maidens gazed at him, whispering among themselves and occasionally stifling giggles. As he absorbed their attention, Xiao Han's face grew unbearably warm. It was so embarrassing. At that moment, his heart felt as cold as ice. Oh heavens! He truly had only dreamt of a braised pig's trotter. Is this the genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Han? He seems rather amusing, and quite handsome too. Hee. Is the little rascal smitten with someone? You're so annoying. A group of young girls gathered below, chattering and laughing, their remarks echoing through the air. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. No wonder he associated with that little scoundrel Xiao Yan, calling each other brothers. What a rogue. In the audience, Xiao Yu curled her lips in disdain as she cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Han. This little fellow is rather bashful. After all, it was merely a spring dream. Yet, one wonders whom he dreamt of. Yafei noticed Xiao Han's flushed face and couldn't help but let a charming smile grace her lips. Her beautiful eyes curiously scrutinized him, and when their gazes met, she would throw him a flirtatious glance, rendering Xiao Han's cheeks even more heated. What an amusing young lad he is, and quite handsome too. Yafei's elongated eyes narrowed with intrigue, her rosy lips murmuring softly, her delicate face adorned with a hint of alluring charm. Alas, how difficult it is to remain inconspicuous. Xiao Han sighed in despair within, realizing that after this spectacle, not only the Xiao family but the entirety of Wutian City would know his name. Who said that gaining fame was a challenge? I guarantee I won't let him off lightly. Xiao Han, Xiao Yan, it's time for you two to begin. At that moment, the Grand Elder approached, addressing the two. Subsequently, Xiao Han ceased his procrastination and placed his palm directly on the icy surface of the magic stone monument. On the other side, Xiao Yan did the same. Buzz. The two magic stone monuments vibrated, and at that moment, all eyes in the venue were fixed upon them, eager to witness the rise of these two young talents from the Xiao family. With a resounding hush, golden light illuminated the magic stone monument, resembling two radiant suns rising. Then, two rows of golden ancient characters emerged on the dark stone surface. Xiao Han, one-star Dou fighter. Xiao Yan, one-star Dou fighter. Chapter 40. It's you. In that instant, silence enveloped the crowd, their gazes intensely focused on the golden inscriptions, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. A Dou fighter? At this moment, waves of shock surged within everyone, utterly astounded by such formidable potential in their cultivation abilities. Henceforth, many factions in Wutian City began contemplating the importance of maintaining good relations with the Xiao family, for they recognized the terrifying potential of Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. As the saying goes, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with them. The future of the Xiao family is indeed promising. These two young lads are truly gifted. Yafei gently patted her pert bosom, which rose and fell in astonishment, her lips whispering softly. Humph. Don't think that just because you possess great talent, I want to teach you a lesson. Tonight, be prepared. Xiao Yu's eyes reflected surprise as she glanced at Xiao Han before striding away with her alluring legs. How handsome they both are. Hee hee, which one will you choose? I want both. You flirtatious minx. After the test results were revealed, the youthful and vibrant maidens below began chattering excitedly, their beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. In this world, strength is revered, and people idolize the powerful. The higher-ups of the Xiao family were immensely pleased with the results, as it undoubtedly brought honor to their clan. Sitting at the forefront, Xiao Zhan wore a beaming smile, practically overjoyed, and soon approached to crown Xiao Han and Xiao Yin personally. After the ceremony, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin descended the stage directly. Having received their crowns, there was little point in lingering. Moreover, Xiao Han lacked the courage to stay, as the gazes of the crowd were driving him to madness. Today, he had certainly lost face. On the cobblestone path of the Xiao residence, a young couple strolled side by side. It was none other than Xiao Han and Xiao Shuiqin, who had just departed from the square. They walked in silence, occasionally sneaking glances at one another. Xiao Han would often steal a glance at the serene visage of the girl beside him, her tranquil countenance rendering him momentarily speechless. Shuiqin, I truly only dreamt of wanting to touch braised pig trotters. Xiao Han finally could not contain himself and reiterated once more. I believe you, Xiao Shuiqin replied, pausing her steps to gaze at him with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Han's heart leaped with joy, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiao Shuiqin continued. But I must ask, did you dream of a girl preparing braised pig trotters for you? Taken aback, Xiao Han fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Come, follow me. Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Shuiqin took the initiative to grasp his hand. Where are we going? He inquired. I wish to personally prepare a dish of braised pig trotters for you. Though I am unaware of which girl you dreamed of, you are mine. Humph. Even in dreams. No other girl shall take you from me, the girl stated with a smile, her beauty captivating enough to ensnare time itself. Shuiqin, Xiao Han stammered, his gaze fixed on her, as if an invisible string within him had been plucked. Simpleton, why are you still dawdling? Let us go. She beamed, shaking his hand playfully. Foolish girl, the one I dreamt of was you. Chapter 41. Touching your leg, let us just spend the night at the back mountain, I suppose, he mused. Alas, I must blame my overly upright nature. Otherwise, employing the methods Xiao Yin taught me, that woman would not dare to provoke me. Xiao Han muttered, a hint of lamentation in his voice. The method, while effective, was one he simply could not bring himself to execute. What excellent method did Xiao Yin impart to you? At that moment, a gentle voice floated to him from behind, melodious and soothing under the moonlight. Not so much an excellent method. Just a touch while Xiao Han is in a languid state. He instinctively responded, but the words felt amiss as a chill crept down his spine. Cousin Xiao Yu. What a coincidence. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Han's lips twitched uncontrollably. Not so coincidental. I specifically came to find you, Xiao Yu responded. How did you know I was here? Xiao Han thought to himself in dismay. Behold, this is Arcanine Academy's tracking butterfly. Finding you is a trivial matter. Xiao Yu raised her hand, revealing a delicate butterfly that landed gracefully in her palm. Seeing the butterfly, Xiao Han felt a wave of despair wash over him. It had been following him since morning, and he had naively believed it was charmed by his allure, only to discover it was a spy. Cousin Xiao Yu, it's quite late. With a solitary man and woman out here, it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. Perhaps we can discuss this tomorrow? He urged, attempting to withdraw. And with that, he took off running. Help! Xiao Han sprinted down the mountain, realizing he could not afford to provoke the six-star fighter, Xiao Yu. Was this truly the renowned talent of the Xiao family, possessing such a lack of courage? However, as Xiao Han had barely taken a few steps, a tall and graceful figure suddenly darted in front of him, her movements remarkably swift. What do you intend to do? Xiao Han inquired, genuinely apprehensive of this woman. It's quite simple. I'll give you a beating. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. You'll only be bedridden for a month, Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. Her arms crossed over her chest. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Xiao Han's forehead. A month bedridden? Xiao Yu, do not overstep your bounds. I am a gentleman who refrains from fighting women, which is why I have repeatedly given way. If you persist in your harassment, do not blame me for being impolite. In the next moment, Xiao Han stepped forward, puffing out his chest and glaring at Xiao Yu, threateningly. How do you plan to be impolite? Xiao Yu smirked, a hint of mockery dancing in her beautiful eyes. By touching your leg, Xiao Han declared proudly. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, but her expression quickly darkened, resembling the ominous calm before a storm. If you have the guts, come over here. I'll let you touch as much as you want. Xiao Yu glared at Xiao Han with fury in her enchanting eyes, lifting one exquisitely rounded and alluring leg, exuding an aura of power that suggested she might dismember him at any moment. Seeing this, Xiao Han involuntarily shuddered, swallowing hard as he stepped back. With such an intimidating stance, he dared not advance further. It seemed that his words had thoroughly provoked Xiao Yu. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he felt a rising panic. Xiao Ro, is there anything inexpensive in the point shop that could temporarily incapacitate someone? Xiao Han silently communicated with the system in his mind. All right, I'll exchange for the 10 fragrance softening powder immediately. Xiao Han exclaimed with relief. Understood, master. This will cost 1,000 points. I'll process the exchange right away. Xiao Ro replied. As soon as the words fell, a small pouch of powder appeared in Xiao Han's hand. It was indeed the 10 fragrance softening powder. This system is truly ruthless, he thought, glancing at the minuscule pouch. Yet, dealing with the immediate predicament took precedence over complaints. With this 10 fragrance softening powder, why should I fear you? Holding the pouch in his hand, Xiao Han felt emboldened. Cousin Xiao Yu, you were the one who said I could touch, so I shan't hold back. No longer retreating. He strode directly toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu remained still, her alluring leg extended, her cold gaze fixed on the approaching Xiao Han. She thought to herself that once this scoundrel drew near, she would slap him dead. Xiao Han, fully aware of her intentions, paused just before reaching her. A mere 10 feet away, with a cold smirk, he abruptly halted, waved his hand, and sent the pouch flying. It burst above Xiao Yu's head, releasing the 10 fragrance softening powder, which instantly enveloped her. Xiao Yu sensed something amiss and swiftly attempted to evade. But she had already inhaled a significant amount of the powder when the pouch detonated. Xiao Yu had just stabilized her posture when an overwhelming sense of fatigue surged through her very soul. Her delicate form crumpled to the ground, rendering her utterly powerless, to the extent that even the mere act of moving a finger felt insurmountable. Remarkable, this 10 fragrance soft muscle powder, its effects are almost instantaneous. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu collapse, Xiao Han blinked, feeling that his expenditure of 1,000 points was not in vain. The quality was simply beyond reproach. With a mischievous grin, he approached the limp figure of Xiao Yu, who lay not far away. Cousin Xiao Yu, how the tides have turned. Can you still claim to have kept me bedridden for a month? He half squatted before her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. You dare speak of a fair fight? Xiao Han scoffed, as if he were a fool, a mere 1-star fighter challenging a 6-star warrior. No need for your futile words. All I know is that you are now at my mercy, he chuckled. You shameless scoundrel, quickly give me the antidote, or I shall not spare you. Xiao Yu retorted angrily. Cousin Xiao Yu, it seems you have yet to comprehend your predicament. You are now in my grasp. Xiao Han replied, a wicked smile spreading across his face as his gaze wandered to her alluring legs. What do you intend to do? If you dare to act recklessly, I will make you pay. Seeing the mischievous grin on Xiao Han's face, Xiao Yu felt a surge of panic, though her words remained fierce. After a brief encounter, Xiao Han swiftly made his escape, racing down the mountain, fully aware that she was on the verge of exploding with rage. For a moment, Xiao Yu was as if electrocuted, frozen in place when Xiao Han's hand brushed against her leg. It was only as he fled that she regained her senses, the tingling sensation coursing through her legs causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Ah, Xiao Han, you wretch. I will kill you. Chapter 43, Loss. As night deepened, the moonlight appeared to grow even cooler. In the back mountains of the Xiao family, a patch of grass lay bathed in the serene moonlight, casting a soft glow upon the verdant blades, creating a picturesque scene. At this moment, after lying on the grass for over half an hour, a delicate figure finally struggled to rise. Even now, her body still felt weak and unresponsive. Xiao Han, you scoundrel, shameless rogue, lecherous fiend, vile turtle. The first thing Xiao Yu did upon rising was glare in the direction Xiao Han had descended. Her silver teeth gritted as she unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. After several minutes of venting her wrath, exhaustion began to set in. She lowered her gaze to her long, alluring legs, noticing faint imprints left upon her fair skin. Gazing at the erratic handprints, she could still sense the residual warmth from Xiao Han's touch, an awareness that caused a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. Xiao Han, you shameless wretch, I shall remember you. After another round of indignant cursing, Xiao Yu dragged her weary body down the mountain. Following the completion of the coming-of-age ceremony, many young individuals who failed the spirit energy assessment were assigned by their families to various industries to manage affairs. Thus, after the ceremony, the Xiao family appeared notably quieter. Indeed, the tranquility surrounding the current circumstances does not in the slightest diminish the burgeoning reputation of Xiao Han and Xiao Yin within the Xiao family. These two have undeniably emerged as the true paragons of the Xiao clan. In fact, during recent days, the whispers permeating the streets of Wuten City have solely centered around these two young talents and the swift ascent of the Xiao family. Their remarkable gifts were evident to all during the ceremony of adulthood. Consequently, the fame of these two youths has soared. with numerous young ladies in the city expressing a desire to be acquainted with them. Some even lingering outside the Xiao residence in hopes of catching a glimpse of their esteemed countenances. However, while Xiao Han and Xiao Yin bask in glory, the Xiao family finds itself in a precarious situation. In recent days, the traffic at the markets managed by the Xiao family has plummeted, leading many vendors of healing potions to relocate, resulting in substantial financial losses for the entire clan. Following an investigation, the Xiao family discovered that the culprit behind this misfortune was none other than the Jia family, a rival clan that stands alongside the Xiao family as one of the three prominent families of Wutan City. The Jia family had somehow managed to enlist a first-grade alchemist who has been mass-producing healing elixirs at remarkably low prices, thus diverting the market traffic away from the Xiao family and causing their business to plummet. It is essential to understand that alchemists are among the most esteemed professions in the Dou Qi continent. Even a first-grade alchemist holds significant influence, capable of stirring considerable waves in a small city like Wutan. The healing potions crafted by an alchemist are naturally in high demand, especially when offered at such attractive prices, making the Xiao family's loss of business hardly surprising, given they do not possess a first-grade alchemist themselves. The Jia family's encroachment on the market has incensed the higher-ups of the Xiao family, yet they find themselves powerless against this situation. They lack a first-grade alchemist, and in the short term, they are unable to hire one, as such individuals are exceedingly rare and typically possess a proud disposition, making them difficult to recruit. It is likely that the Jia family expended considerable resources to secure the services of the first-grade alchemist. However, from a long-term perspective, the investment appears to be worthwhile. Today, as Xiao Yin passed by the conference hall, he overheard Xiao Zhan and others venting their frustration over this matter, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. The Jia family's first-grade alchemist, producing copious amounts of healing potions outside their door. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered momentarily before he made his way to the chamber where Xiao Han was located. He could not remain indifferent to the affairs of the Xiao family. Before long, Xiao Yan arrived at Xiao Han's courtyard, where the latter was engaged in his morning routine, specifically preening himself in front of a mirror, occasionally shaking his head in admiration of his own handsomeness. Enough already, my charming Xiao Han. Cease your reflections. You might shatter the mirror. Xiao Yan approached, shaking his head with a chuckle. Oh, what can I say? My striking appearance simply captivates me, Xiao Han replied. Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Han, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Han chuckled lightly before shifting the conversation, asking, what brings you here so early? The Jia family has employed a first-grade alchemist, who is producing a multitude of healing potions, leading to a significant downturn in our market's business and causing severe financial losses for our family. I intend to investigate the Jia family's market. Would you care to join me? Xiao Yan proposed. Since you have personally sought me out, do I have any grounds to decline? Xiao Han responded. The two exchanged a knowing smile before walking side by side towards the entrance of the Xiao family estate. Chapter 44. Halt. Upon exiting the Xiao family, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin made their way directly into the bustling marketplace of the Garrett family. As they entered, a wave of lively commotion enveloped them. The marketplace was filled with a constant stream of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The shops were thriving, particularly those selling healing potions. After a brief glance at one another, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin approached a pharmacy and purchased a vial of healing elixir crafted by a first-grade alchemist. Master, does this qualify as a first-grade pill? Xiao Yin inquired curiously, pouring the powder into his palm after examining it for a moment. Not quite. This is merely a basic healing remedy. Only a first-grade alchemist would have the leisure to concoct such trifles, the alchemist replied. Ah, that explains why it costs only 10 gold coins a bottle. I wondered how it could be so inexpensive. Xiao Yan nodded and then asked, Master, do you have any healing potions that are superior to this? Of course. Why? Do you wish to concoct some healing potions for the Xiao family? The alchemist asked. Well, as the young master of the Xiao family, I cannot simply stand by. Xiao Yan responded. Perfect. Since both of you have already advanced to the rank of fighters, it is indeed time to teach you the art of alchemy. I had initially intended to impart this knowledge during your training outside, but since we are here, I shall leave this task in your capable hands as a practice exercise. The alchemist declared. Huh, we are to concoct potions? The two exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan's expressions shifted to one of eager anticipation. After all, being an alchemist is one of the most esteemed professions in the Dou Qi continent, and their hearts brimmed with excitement at the prospect of alchemy. Very well, Xiao Han said with a smile, fully aware of Xiao Yan's intentions. He suspected that his companion might attempt to don a black robe and pose as an alchemist to play tricks. Upon returning to the Xiao family estate and arriving at his courtyard, Xiao Han suddenly paused, his pupils narrowing as a sense of caution washed over him. At the entrance of the courtyard stood a tall and graceful figure, arms crossed lazily over her chest, with long, alluring legs casually positioned, exuding an irresistible charm. At that moment, the owner of this enchanting figure seemed to have sensed something, her beautiful eyes sweeping over to catch sight of a young man in a green robe attempting to sneak away. Halt. Chapter 45. You're still a bit green. Halt. Hearing the commanding voice from behind, Xiao Han involuntarily twitched his lips. It appeared he could not evade this encounter. Good morning, cousin Xiao Yu. It's been a few days since we last met, and you have become even more stunning. I almost didn't recognize you, Xiao Han said, mustering a brave smile as he turned to face her. You think flattery will save you, Xiao Han, you scoundrel. Xiao Yu approached, her beautiful eyes glaring at him fiercely, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Xiao Han felt a tinge of panic as he took a few steps back. Dealing with this woman was indeed troublesome. He had been avoiding Xiao Yu for days. Was there no way to escape her wrath? Cousin Xiao Yu, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I promise I won't do it again, he pleaded, retreating with every word, prepared to flee at any moment. Does acknowledging your mistakes even matter? Xiao Yu coldly remarked that this scoundrel had dared to touch her pride, her long, elegant legs, in an utterly unforgivable manner. So, what do you intend to do, cousin Xiao Yu? Xiao Han continued to admit his fault, his demeanor genuinely sincere. What do you think should be done? Xiao Yu fixed a frosty gaze upon Xiao Han. How about this? I take a glance at your long legs, and we call it even, Xiao Han suggested, his eyes briefly sweeping over her alluring limbs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's charming face darkened instantly, her expression radiating the intent to kill. Xiao Han, today I shall make you pay for your shamelessness, she exclaimed, ready to rush at him and deliver a sound beating, utterly appalled by his audacity in suggesting such a thing. Wait, Xiao Han quickly called out, raising his hand. Cousin Xiao Yu, do not approach, or I shall be forced to use my tricks. You. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu halted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Xiao Han. Hesitating to take another step forward, the lesson from their last encounter still fresh in her memory. Xiao Han, momentarily taken aback, pondered whether he was not a man after all. He then began to unbuckle his belt, preparing to remove his trousers. Feeling compelled to clarify his masculinity after such a challenge from a girl. What are you doing? Xiao Yu gasped, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. Are you not doubting my manhood? I intend to prove to you that I am indeed a true man, Xiao Han replied, his actions showing no sign of stopping as he cast a glance at Xiao Yu. You are shameless. Put your clothes back on. Seeing Xiao Han continue to undress, Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, and she promptly turned her head away, feeling immensely embarrassed, as she was still a young girl, unable to withstand such provocations. I cannot. Cousin Xiao Yu, I must prove myself to you, or I shall be restless, Xiao Han declared with conviction. I believe you, just put your clothes back on. Xiao Yu was genuinely frightened by this fellow. That won't do. I must present evidence. Cousin Xiao Yu, I have finished undressing. You may turn around to verify my authenticity. I am absolutely a true man, Xiao Han asserted. At this, Xiao Yu's face turned a deeper shade of red. A man had actually undressed before her. The mere thought filled her with overwhelming embarrassment. Xiao Han, you are shameless, she exclaimed in a mix of shame and anger, quickly turning her back to him and hastily departing, unable to endure the situation any longer. Huh, you think you can compete with me? You are still too inexperienced. Xiao Han, fully dressed, had not truly undressed. He merely intended to frighten Xiao Yu. Yet this tactic proved to be quite effective, far superior to Xiao Yan's leg-touching ploy. Chapter 46. A Grand Gesture. Night had fallen. The moon was crescent. In the back mountains of the Xiao family, there lay a cave. The cave was not dark, as several moonlight stones illuminated the surroundings with a gentle glow, banishing the darkness and making the cave resemble daylight. At this moment, within the cave, two young men stood before a medicinal cauldron nearly half a meter high, intricately carved with images of birds and beasts, as well as some peculiar runes, exuding an air of mystery. Teacher, the cauldron and medicinal materials are ready. Can we begin our alchemical training now? Sitting before the cauldron, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan were both eager, their faces alight with anticipation. You too. First channel your fighting spirit into the fire opening beneath the cauldron, and see if you can transform it into flames. At that moment, the figure of the old pharmacist drifted out from the spatial ring. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the two of them rubbed their hands together and immediately located the fire source beneath the medicinal cauldron. They pressed their palms against it, and with a focused thought, their battle chi surged through their hands into the cauldron. Puff, puff. As the battle chi was infused, flames leapt up within the cauldron, igniting fiercely. Indeed, they successfully transformed their battle chi into flames on the first attempt. The old pharmacist stroked his beard, smiled, and continued. However, the flames derived from battle chi are merely of the lowest grade. To concoct higher quality elixirs, one must master a superior flame. Are you referring to the exotic flames, master? Xiao Yin inquired, his eyes glinting. Yes, exotic flames are the optimal choice, albeit the most challenging to acquire. On the continent of Dou Qi, there exists a ranking of exotic flames, documenting only 23 types. These flames are exceedingly rare, with some only manifesting once every few millennia. The old pharmacist paused momentarily before adding, moreover, Xiao Yin, if you wish to evolve the burning decision you are cultivating, then an exotic flame is the most suitable catalyst. Master, given the rarity of exotic flames, where am I to find one? Xiao Yin expressed his dismay. Fear not. With me around, you shall not lack for exotic flames. The old pharmacist reassured him, confident in his knowledge and ability to procure them. Oh, Xiao Yin nodded, though internally he mused that the old man might be somewhat unreliable. Beside them, Xiao Han's gaze flickered. He had not cultivated the burning decision and thus had no need to consume an exotic flame. Yet as an alchemist, he certainly required a formidable flame. It seemed he needed to accumulate more points to exchange for a powerful flame. Let us set aside those matters. Exotic flames are still a distant prospect for you both. The old pharmacist waved his hand and continued. Now, you two may begin concocting elixirs. Following the formula I previously provided. Blood condensing powder, 1 blood condensing herb, 1 vitality fruit, and 2 poppy flowers. After committing the quantities of the medicinal materials to memory, Xiao Yin and Xiao Han commenced their work, manipulating the flames with their spiritual perception, repeatedly refining the herbs. However, as it was their first attempt at alchemy, failures were frequent. They often inadvertently burned the materials. What appeared to be a simple process of refinement proved to be quite intricate. Even a slight deviation in temperature could lead to failure, much to their frustration. Do not be anxious. It is natural to fail on your first attempt at alchemy. Remember to remain calm and focused, continuously learning from your experiences, the old pharmacist advised. The two nodded, naturally not the type to give up easily. They steadied their minds and continued their work, though failures continued to plague them. Every beginning is difficult, as the old pharmacist stated. Failure is commonplace. What is most important is to learn from it. In the tranquil cave, for several consecutive days, the lights burned bright as the two youths cast aside all distractions, fully immersed in the world of alchemy. After half a month, ever since the Gailey family hired a first-tier alchemist, the business of the Xiao family's market had plummeted, leaving it desolate and empty, resulting in significant losses for the Xiao family. If no measures are taken to address the current situation, the Xiao family, standing among the 3 prominent families in Wutian City, may soon be supplanted by other forces, as the law of the jungle prevails. In short, the Xiao family is in a precarious position. However, on this very day, they received a visitation letter stating that 2 alchemists would personally visit the Xiao family that evening, and the letter unexpectedly proposed a collaboration with them. This sudden announcement caused quite a stir within the Xiao household. The order was swiftly disseminated to prepare for the evening's reception. This was a command issued by Xiao Zhan, who sensed that fortune might finally be turning in favor of the Xiao family. In a flurry of activity, the members of the Xiao family busied themselves cleaning and tidying both the interior and exterior. Time passed quietly amidst their anxious anticipation. As night fell, the 2 alchemists arrived as scheduled. Under the moonlight, 2 figures cloaked in voluminous black robes were ushered into the reception hall of the Xiao family. Seated at the head of the table was Xiao Zhan, flanked by 3 elders, with the younger generation of the Xiao family, including Suner and Xiao Yu, gathered nearby. The 2 black-robed alchemists settled into the guest seats, attended to with utmost care by several maidservants offering tea and refreshments. Patriarch Xiao, such a warm welcome is truly excessive, remarked the alchemist on the left, his aged voice resonating in the hall. Not at all, esteemed guests. Your presence here greatly honors the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan replied with a smile. At this, the 2 hidden figures beneath their black hoods could not suppress their amusement. As the conversation continued, Xiao Zhan and his companions were taken aback when one of the alchemists revealed an impressive offer of 1,800 bottles of blood coagulation powder, with profits to be split 50-50. For the Xiao family, this was an unequivocal boon, as they would only need to manage the sales. However, when the alchemist on the right waved his hand, a pale, youthful palm briefly emerged, catching Xiao Yu's keen eye. That hand was familiar, conjuring in her mind the image of a certain audacious individual. Am I overthinking this? Xiao Yu murmured to herself, unable to believe that this black-robed alchemist could be Xiao Han. Masters, are you truly willing to engage in a 50-50 profit split with my family? Xiao Zhan reiterated for confirmation, as even a 70-30 split would have been beyond his expectations at this juncture. Indeed, Patriarch Xiao, you heard correctly. It is a 50-50 split. Now, since the blood coagulation powder has been entrusted to you, we shall take our leave, the alchemist on the left declared, rising to depart. He felt a tinge of nervousness, as a young maiden in green attire had been watching him intently, seemingly sensing something amiss. Patriarch Xiao? That little rascal Xiao Yan is quite impressive, remarked the alchemist, causing a momentary pause among those in the reception hall, taken aback by the unexpected comment. The alchemist on the right cast a glance at his companion, silently acknowledging his skill. Indeed, as expected of the Flame Emperor, he has truly mastered the art of subtlety. Impressive, indeed. Suddenly, he paused in his steps, turned around, and addressed the crowd. Ah, Chief Xiao, that young lad Xiao Han is quite remarkable indeed. Moreover, he possesses an enviable charm and elegance. His future prospects are undoubtedly boundless. Upon hearing this, the attendees in the reception hall were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. However, the expression of the black-robed alchemist on the left twitched uncontrollably as he thought, Xiao, the dashing young man, must you be so ostentatious? Chapter 47, It is you. As the two black-robed alchemists presented 1,800 vials of blood coagulation powder, the Xiao family initiated their counterattack. Conversely, the marketplace of the Galley family appeared desolate. In summary, the circumstances for the Xiao family underwent a remarkable reversal overnight, all thanks to the intervention of the two enigmatic black-robed alchemists, much to the delight of the Xiao clan. Furthermore, from the words of the two mysterious alchemists that evening, the Xiao family surmised the reason for their assistance was due to Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. It was evident that they held these two young men in high regard, suggesting a significant connection between them. As the two black-robed alchemists departed, their commendations undoubtedly elevated the reputations of Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. Within the Xiao family, not only did the younger generation cast envious glances at them, but even some of the elders were eager to engage with these two promising youths, especially given their remarkable association with the mysterious alchemists, who could produce such a substantial quantity of 1,800 vials of blood coagulation powder, a clear indication of their extraordinary skills. While the Xiao family reveled in their resurgence, in a secluded cave in the back mountains, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan continued their diligent practice of alchemy, aware that to fully vanquish the Galley family, 1,800 vials were far from sufficient. On this particular day, clad once more in their oversized black robes, they returned to the Xiao family, relishing their recent success. The members of the Xiao family greeted them with utmost respect, not daring to show any negligence. This time, the duo did not linger long, leaving behind a substantial quantity of blood coagulation powder, taking a 50% profit before hastily departing. Xiaoyan, I fear that if we continue this way, we might eventually be exposed. Every time we arrive, Xiaoyu keeps a watchful eye on me. I sense she has begun to catch on. Xiao Han remarked after exiting the Xiao residence. I feel the same. Every time, Suner seems to fixate on me. She may have already realized something. Xiaoyan responded with a wry smile. Let us just conclude this endeavor and devise a plan to resolve this matter entirely. We cannot remain in the Xiao family for the long term, practicing alchemy, Xiao Han stated, yearning to explore the outside world. As Xiao Han entered his courtyard, his pupils constricted. Under the cover of night, he noticed a shadow stealthily peering through his window. Judging by the figure, it appeared to be a woman, clearly engaged in clandestine observation. What a world we live in. Such a decline in decorum, and I find myself confronted by a female rogue. Xiao Han could not help but exclaim, lamenting his own striking appearance. What audacity! Who is this female rogue? She ought to depart swiftly. Xiao Han approached and shouted loudly. In the darkness of the night, a sudden exclamation startled the woman who had been spying, causing her to swiftly turn around with a look of panic on her face as she gazed at Xiao Han. It's you. Chapter 48, The Brazen Woman. Upon recognizing the woman's features, Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback to discover that it was Xiao Yu. What are you shouting about? Do you have any idea that suddenly appearing behind someone in the dead of night could scare them to death? You scoundrel. Once Xiao Yu saw Xiao Han, her initial fright dissipated, and she fixed him with an accusatory glare. Xiao Han's lips twitched. Here he was, caught in the act of being spied upon, and yet she was the one acting more brazenly. One might think he was the one doing the peeping. Hey, are you out of your mind? You come here in the middle of the night to spy on me, and then you accuse me of scaring you? He rolled his eyes at her. Truly, a bold woman. Who was spying on you? Xiao Yu retorted. Then who was lurking outside my window just now? Xiao Han countered. I wasn't lurking. I was merely observing openly, Xiao Yu declared, though she felt a tinge of embarrassment after saying it. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Han was at a loss. He had indeed encountered a genuine bold woman tonight. Fine, I concede. If you won't leave, then I shall take my leave. Is that agreeable? He turned to depart, not wishing to provoke her further. Bold woman. As he left, he shot Xiao Yu an exaggerated eye roll. You scoundrel, stop right there and clarify your words. Xiao Yu exclaimed. Enraged, her temper flaring at being labeled a bold woman. What is there to discuss? Bold woman. Xiao Han paused, turning back to face her. You shameless rogue. How dare you call me a bold woman? What about your own face? Xiao Yu retorted, stepping closer, yet still maintaining some distance, seemingly wary of him. All right. We are even now. I touched you, and you spied on me. That makes it fair, doesn't it? Xiaohan stated. I didn't get to spy on you at all. I didn't see anything. So how are we even? Xiaoyu shot back angrily. Xiaoyu. I never imagined you to be so open-minded, Xiaohan remarked, somewhat dumbfounded, as he stared at her. After a moment, he added, if you believe we are not even, I wouldn't mind disrobing for you to see. You shameless. Xiaoyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, glaring fiercely at Xiaohan before turning to leave. As she departed, recalling her earlier words, Xiaohan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This woman was truly amusing. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu unexpectedly returned, swiftly closing the distance between them until she stood right before him. Let me see your hand, she demanded, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, revealing her true intentions for the night. What do you want? Are you attempting something improper? Xiaohan stammered, a hint of panic rising in his chest. Indeed, I am here to do something improper, Xiaoyu replied coldly, advancing step by step towards him. Xiaohan, alarmed, retreated until he collided with the wall behind him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Xiaoyu stood merely a few feet away, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto him. Oh my, is this otherworldly realm truly so audacious? Xiaohan gazed anxiously at Xiaoyu, finding her demeanor utterly terrifying. He resolved to resist. He was not one to be trifled with. Just as he prepared to procure the 10 fragrant softening powder to deal with her, Xiaoyu lowered her head and seized his hand, stating coldly, indeed, it is you. Chapter 49, Exposure. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaohan's pupils constricted, his heart filled with a twinge of guilt. He met her gaze, which was narrowed in scrutiny. Cousin Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He stammered. Still pretending. You are one of those two alchemists. Xiaoyu retorted with a snort. Xiaohan, feeling helpless, could only offer a wry smile. This woman was indeed formidable, able to recognize him so easily. How did you figure it out? He inquired. Even if you were turned to ash, I would recognize that hand of yours. She replied coldly. Xiaohan's lips twitched. What a deep-seated grudge. It was merely a fleeting touch of her leg. Was it truly necessary to be so dramatic? Cousin Xiaoyu, could you perhaps step back a little? In this position, I fear I might lose control, he added. Acutely aware of their close proximity, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the alluring curve of her neckline, a sight that was irresistibly captivating. Where are your eyes wandering? Do you dare to challenge me? Xiaoyu remarked, having noticed his indiscreet gaze. She stepped back a few paces, crossing her arms over her chest, her expression radiating hostility. Now, tell me, where did those blood-condensing powders come from? She demanded, her tone laced with an interrogative edge. Xiaohan, feeling resigned, shook his head and proceeded to recount everything to her. Despite Xiaoyu's fiery temperament, she was inherently trustworthy. Those blood-condensing powders were actually concocted by you and Xiaoyan? Xiaoyu asked, her surprise evident as she regarded him. Are you both alchemists? Who would have thought our Xiao family harbored such talents? And two at that. You two crafty lads have certainly kept your abilities under wraps. After a moment of astonishment, she accepted this revelation, feeling a swell of pride for the emergence of such exceptional individuals within their family. Indeed, I simply prefer to maintain a low profile. Fame is but a fleeting illusion to me, Xiaohan replied. How shameless. Who was it that boasted of their own extraordinary handsomeness and limitless potential that night? Xiaoyu scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at him with a look of disdain. Coughing awkwardly, Xiaohan felt his face flush. Her words were a hard slap to his ego. Observing this, Xiaoyu could not suppress a giggle. So, our Xiao handsome truly prefers to remain inconspicuous, she teased, provoking a glare from him. With that, Xiaoyu strode to the door, lifting one elegantly long leg. Bang! The door swung open as she stepped inside with an air of undeniable confidence, her striking figure commanding attention. Xiaohan couldn't help but feel a tremor of astonishment at her audacity. A true rogue, indeed. Chapter 50, The Enraged Xiaoyu 4th Update. The following day, Xiaoyan arrived early to seek out Xiaohan. Upon entering the courtyard, his pupils involuntarily constricted, a look of astonishment filling his eyes. Had they been robbed? Xiaoyan furrowed his brow as he noticed that the door to Xiaohan's small abode had been completely dismantled. What on earth was happening? Without further contemplation, he strode directly into the room, only to be utterly bewildered by the scene that unfolded before him. Xiaoyan blinked in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. Don't make a fuss, Xiaoyu murmured, her voice languid and clearly still enmeshed in sleep. She lazily turned over, kicking Xiaohan aside with a foot. Braised pig trotters, don't run, Xiaohan mumbled in his dreams, a look of sheer enjoyment etched on his face. What on earth is happening? Standing at the doorway, Xiaoyan was rendered completely speechless by this scene. However, seeing the two deeply ensconced in slumber, He felt a pang of reluctance to disturb them. He raised a thumb in approval towards Xiao Han before quietly retreating, taking care to prop the fallen door back up as he left. Last night, these two truly had been reckless. They had even brought down the door. What a decline in moral standards. With a sigh of reflection, Xiao Yan departed the small dwelling. As the sun climbed high in the sky, an abrupt, piercing scream erupted from Xiao Han's small room, powerful enough to threaten to lift the roof off. Xiao Han, you shameless lecher. I swear I will slay you today. Upon waking, Xiao Yu sensed something amiss. Looking down, she was shocked to find a person beneath her, Xiao Han, whose hands were tightly wrapped around her long legs, occasionally wandering up and down in a rather inappropriate manner. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu launched a kick that sent Xiao Han tumbling off the bed, rolling several times on the floor. Ouch! How did I end up on the ground? Xiao Han groggily awoke, rising from the floor and scanning the room. His gaze quickly fell upon Xiao Yu, who was glaring at him with a murderous expression. What are you doing on my bed? Xiao Han's pupils dilated as he rubbed his head, attempting to recall the events of the previous evening. They had been drinking, and Xiao Yu had been sharing her musings on life and ideals. It all became a blur as the alcohol took effect, and he had ended up sleeping soundly. At least I didn't take my clothes off. Thank goodness for that. Xiao Han glanced at himself, then at Xiao Yu. They were both fully clothed. And aside from the drunken escapade, it seemed nothing serious had transpired. Cousin Xiao Yu, one must learn to drink in moderation. You were fortunate to have encountered a gentleman such as myself, who would never take advantage of drunkenness. Otherwise, you might have found yourself in quite the predicament. Xiao Han said, his tone earnest. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Xiao Yu could no longer contain her fury. The recollection of waking up to the sight of this robe pawing at her legs ignited her rage. After a night of drunkenness, who knows what this scoundrel had done? And here he was, proclaiming himself a gentleman, claiming he would not act inappropriately while intoxicated? Xiao Yu was utterly enraged, her fury manifesting in her eyes like an impending volcanic eruption. The intensity of her gaze was truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Han could not help but tremble. Sensing that trouble was imminent, he retreated step by step, and when he saw Xiao Yu rise, enveloped in an aura of combat energy, his lips twitched in dread, prompting him to turn and flee. Help! She's going to kill me. In response, Xiao Yu summoned a long sword into her grasp, and with a swift motion, she dashed out of the room in pursuit of Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you shameless scoundrel. I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons. For several consecutive days, the echoes of her wrath resonated throughout the Xiao household. Naturally, it was Xiao Yu's voice that filled the air. Since that day of drinking and discussing life aspirations, she had taken to relentlessly chasing Xiao Han, who had embarked on a frantic escape, never daring to let down his guard. Fully aware that Xiao Yu could spring from any corner to strike him with her sword, the younger generation of the Xiao family remained bewildered by this pursuit. What had Xiao Han done to provoke Xiao Yu? Moreover, it was quite bold of him to offend such a fiery vixen. Among the younger members, only Xiao Yan was privy to the truth, having witnessed the events unfold firsthand. My brother, having indulged in flirtatious antics, must inevitably pay the price. But worry not. I assure you, I will not disclose this matter to Xue Qin. I am not that kind of person. Xiao Yan remarked with a shake of his head as he watched the frantic Xiao Han dash past, pursued vehemently by the furious Xiao Yu. Xiao Yan. How exactly did Xiao Han offend cousin Xiao Yu? A graceful figure approached, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she glanced at the chase before inquiring. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Xue Qin, remained silent for a moment, then squatted down to inscribe a line in the dirt. He touched Xiao Yu's leg. After writing, he sighed and walked away, choosing to convey the truth through his words rather than speak it outright, as he valued loyalty above all. Staring at the inscription, Xiao Xue Qin was momentarily stunned. She raised her gaze once more to the fleeing Xiao Han, a huff of indignation escaping her lips as she angrily wiped away the words before storming off. That guy is absolutely insufferable. Humph, the scoundrel. As for Xiao Yu's relentless pursuit of Xiao Han, the elders of the family merely chuckled, for they had experienced their own youthful escapades and understood the situation far better than the younger generation. They were all too aware of the underlying dynamics, but chose not to address them openly. One must indulge in youthful folly. This lad certainly knows how to attract attention. Daring to provoke that fiery girl, chuckled Xiao Zhan from a nearby loft. Elder, do you have a fondness for this young rascal, Xiao Han? Xiao Zhan inquired, turning his head toward the elder beside him. Let the young ones manage their own affairs, the elder replied with a knowing smile, fully grasping the implications of Xiao Zhan's words. Indeed, the youth of today are quite unruly. Xiao Zhan chuckled, shaking his head. Yet as he gazed at the young scholar being pursued, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. To be young is truly wonderful. Chapter 52, The Inspection. This morning, Xiao Yan sought out Xiao Han early, compelled to rise with the dawn lest this fellow find another refuge from the chaos. Who is it? Upon hearing the knock at the door, Xiao Han sprang from his bed like a startled bird, approaching the door with caution. Xiao Yan, standing outside, couldn't help but chuckle at the commotion within. It seemed Xiao Yu had been relentless in her pursuit these past few days. It's me, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Are you certain it's just you? Xiao Han hesitated, not immediately opening the door. Just me, Xiao Yan said, bemused by the situation. Only then did the door creak open. You startled me, coming here so early. I thought it might be that madwoman Xiao Yu again. Xiao Han exhaled in relief. Then inquired, what brings you here at such an hour? I came to offer you refuge. Care to join me? Xiao Yan suggested with a grin. Where to? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. To the Xiao family market for an inspection. My father insists I learn to manage the market. I have no choice but to comply. Xiao Yan lamented. That is acceptable. Venturing to the market is certainly safer than staying at the Xiao residence, and an inspection sounds rather impressive, Xiao Han mused. Feeling tempted to breathe some fresh air. After a brief wash, Xiao Han accompanied Xiao Yan as they made their way outside. The former scanning the surroundings like a vigilant scout, much to Xiao Yan's amusement. It was evident how dire his situation had been. By the way, Xiao Yan, have you mentioned anything to Shuiqin? She has been rather aloof with me lately, as if she's upset, Xiao Han pondered aloud. Noticing the lingering sorrow in Shuiqin's gaze these past few days. Is that so? I'm not quite certain. You ought to inquire with Suner and the other girls. Xiao Yan replied lightheartedly, casting his gaze skyward, feeling somewhat uneasy. Humph, it must be some rascal who whispered something to Shuiqin. If I find out who it is, I shall give him a sound thrashing, Xiao Han declared angrily. At this, Xiao Yan shuddered slightly, feeling apprehensive, before muttering, I didn't tell her. I merely wrote to her. Before long, the pair arrived at the Xiao family market, which was bustling far more than before, with throngs of people and business flourishing exponentially. Young Master Yan, young Master Han. As they approached, a group of burly men rushed to greet them. These were the guards of the market, responsible for its safety. With the leader, Xiao Ming, being an 8-star fighter and the strongest among them. Carry on with your duties. We're merely here to stroll about. Xiao Yan said with a smile, continuing onward with Xiao Han. You lot, stay close to the young masters and ensure their safety, Xiao Ming instructed his companions. For these two young masters had become prominent figures within the Xiao family, representing its future. Thus, no harm could befall them. Understood. A few individuals received orders and discreetly trailed behind the two. At this moment, the front-runners, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan, exchanged a glance and shared a subtle smile. With their keen senses, they were certainly aware of the presence of followers, yet they chose to remain silent and continued their leisurely stroll. Following their remarkable performance during the recent coming-of-age ceremony, they had garnered significant attention, particularly from a number of beautiful young ladies who cast flirtatious glances as they passed by. After wandering for a while, the duo settled at a tea shop to sip tea and engage in casual conversation. At that moment, a man approached them, halting respectfully before delivering his report. Esteemed young masters, I have just received news that Miss Suner and her companions have encountered trouble with members of the Gale family while shopping in the market, and it seems a confrontation has ensued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and Xiao Han frowned, with Xiao Yan immediately rising to his feet. He cast a glance at the few protectors who had been shadowing them and commanded, You all, go inform Xiao Ming and the others. Additionally, summon every capable fighter and arm them. They must come promptly. Understood. They replied and hurried off to relay the message to Xiao Ming, who was nearby and arrived shortly thereafter. Lead the way. Xiao Yan instructed the messenger, who nodded and quickly took the lead. Xiao Yan and Xiao Han wore grim expressions, closely followed by Xiao Ming and the rest of the Xiao family's guards. The group advanced with great vigor, capturing the astonishment of the market's patrons, many of whom curiously followed in their wake. In no time, a throng of people surged through the market, all headed in the same direction. Before a clothing store in the Xiao family's market, two factions stood opposed to each other. One side was led by Gale Ao and his cohorts from the Gale family. In truth, Gale Ao had no intention of blocking their path, given the flourishing business of the Xiao family, which had overshadowed that of the Gale family. He lacked the audacity to provoke them. The true instigator was a young man beside him, none other than Dou Qi, a first-rate alchemist hired by the Gale family. At that moment, Dou Qi's gaze was fervently fixed upon the three young ladies before him, each a rare gem of beauty. Gale Ao, with a disdainful glance, thought to himself that Dou Qi was a fool, daring to openly pursue the ladies on the street, and he questioned how such a man could attain the status of an alchemist. However, due to Dou Qi's esteemed position, he held back any expression of discontent. Dou Qi, they are all from the Xiao family. The Xiao family has recently gained overwhelming momentum, and offending them would not be a wise decision. Gale Ao whispered in Dou Qi's ear. Hearing this, Gale Ao felt a surge of delight while also internally ridiculing Dou Qi. Indeed, he was a man whose priorities lay with women, easily swayed by their presence. Hee. In that case, ladies, we kindly request that you accompany us to the Gale residence. Gale Ao sneered, and with a wave of his hand, his guards advanced to encircle Sun'er and her companions. Jaleo, you are audacious. This is the marketplace of the Shao family. Do you dare to act here? Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes swept over the surrounding guards before fixing her gaze on Jaleo. Her tone icy. Our families have always been at odds. What is there for me to fear? Jaleo sneered, his gaze unabashedly lingering on Xiao Yu's alluring figure, particularly her enticing long legs, igniting a restless desire within him. Attack! Jaleo commanded with a wave of his hand, his voice deep and authoritative. The imposing guards, their expressions cold, immediately lunged forward towards the three women, their strength surpassing that of Xiao Yu and her companions, all of whom were mere 6- or 7-star fighters. As the guards advanced, Xiao Yu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Sun'er and Xiao Shuiqin, asserting her dominance as the strongest among them. Noticing Xiao Yu blocking the way, one guard revealed a sinister grin, swinging his fist directly towards Xiao Yu's chest. Shameless. Xiao Yu sensed the malevolence in the guard's eyes, and her fighting spirit surged. In a flash of brilliance, she unleashed a martial technique, meeting the guard's punch head-on. Bang! The collision sent both of them reeling back. But it was evident that Xiao Yu was at a disadvantage. She was a 6-star fighter, while her opponent was a 7-star fighter. Xiao Yu was propelled backward, struggling to regain her balance due to the overwhelming force of the backlash. At that moment, a figure clad in green appeared behind her, swiftly wrapping an arm around her slender waist and dissipating the force that threatened to topple her. Are you all right, cousin Xiao Yu? Xiao Han inquired with a smile, holding her waist protectively. Release me, you shameless rogue. Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him, hastily extricating herself from his embrace. Xiao Han offered a helpless smile before moving to Xiao Shuiqin's side. Are you all right? He asked. Xiao Shuiqin shot him a resentful glance and let out a soft huff, clearly displeased with his earlier actions, which had not escaped her notice. Xiao Han wore a bitter smile. What a predicament this was. Brother Xiao Yan. Sun'er's face lit up with a smile as Xiao Yan approached. Glad to see you are well. Xiao Yan gently patted Sun'er on the head, relieved to find the three women unharmed. Behind him stood a formidable group of Xiao family members, armed and glaring intently at Jaleo and his companions, ready for a confrontation at any moment. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over Jaleo and his associates, noting the alchemist Dou Qi, before finally resting on Jaleo. Jaleo. To brazenly abduct individuals on the territory of the Xiao family, you truly seek your own demise. Chapter 54, Trouble Brews at Night. Jaleo. To brazenly abduct individuals on the territory of the Xiao family, you truly seek your own demise. Xiao Yan's fingers curled slightly, a magnetic force emanating as he grasped a hefty iron rod, pointing it menacingly at Jaleo. His expression remained indifferent, bolstered by the imposing presence of the Xiao family's guards behind him, exuding a formidable aura. Upon seeing Xiao Yan and his companions approach, along with their fierce demeanor and readiness for confrontation, Jaleo instinctively recoiled, no longer daring to seize anyone. Brother Lu, perhaps it would be prudent for us to withdraw? He murmured to Dou Qi after casting a brief glance at Xiao Yan and the others. What do you fear? Let them fight, tonight. I am determined to take these three lovely maidens to my chamber for a delightful encounter. Dou Qi's gaze was fervently fixed on the trio of women, his attention solely consumed by their beauty. At this, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the eyes of Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. How could such a foolish simpleton, driven by base desires, be a pharmacist? Jaleo silently criticized, thinking that had this man not been a pharmacist, he would have slapped him across the face. Was he blind to the overwhelming numbers of the Xiao family? 3 enchanting maidens, I am a first-rate pharmacist. If you were to yield to me tonight, I promise you a life of unending wealth and luxury. What do you say? Dou Qi stepped forward, his gaze hungrily sweeping over Sun'er and her companions. Such exquisite beauties stirred an insatiable thirst within him, compelling him to possess them. Fool. Xiao Han stepped closer, addressing Dou Qi. Are you insulting me? Dou Qi frowned, turning his attention to Xiao Han. Upon hearing this, those present were left speechless, their foreheads adorned with beads of sweat. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Xiao Han chuckled lightly. Jaleo, did you not hear? This fool insulted me. Swiftly deal with him. Dou Qi commanded angrily. Jaleo shot Dou Qi a sidelong glance, his eyes filled with disdain, noting the delayed reaction. Jaleo, are you deaf? I said to go and deal with this brat, then take these 3 maidens with you. Dou Qi ordered. Brother Lu, they are numerous today, and we are at a disadvantage. I promise to help you secure them on another day. Moreover, I have prepared several stunning beauties for you tonight. Their skills in bed will surely leave you in ecstasy. Jaleo whispered into Dou Qi's ear. Stunning beauties, truly? Lu Qi's eyes brightened at the revelation. Indeed, their alluring charms are incomparable to these maidens, Galio replied, relieved to see Lu Qi's interest piqued, knowing that the mention of women would distract him from all else. Very well, young man. Today I shall let you off the hook. Lu Qi cast a glance at Xiao Han, then shifted his gaze back to the three maidens. His eyes once again ignited with desire. Ladies, I have business to attend to tonight, so I shall not require your company. Rest assured, I will ensure you experience unparalleled pleasure another day. Galio waved his hand at the guards and swiftly took his leave, unwilling to invite trouble from the numerous members of the Xiao family. Upon witnessing Galio's retreat, Xiao Yan attempted to intercept them, but Xiao Han restrained him, whispering, "Do not act impulsively. Let us wait until nightfall to stir up trouble at the Galio residence." Agreed. Xiao Yan was initially taken aback, but upon exchanging knowing glances with Xiao Han, a shared, meaningful smile appeared on their faces. The prospect of causing mischief later was indeed intriguing. "Shuiqin, it's a rare outing. Come, allow me to accompany you for a stroll." Xiao Han turned around and approached the young girl, taking her delicate hand into his own with a smile. "I don't want you to accompany me," the girl protested, breaking free from Xiao Han's grasp. Her tone tinged with a hint of resentment, clearly still somewhat upset. "But I wish to be with you," Xiao Han responded with a grin, once again entwining his fingers with hers. This time, however, the girl did not pull away, evidently desiring his company as well. Observing this, Xiao Han smiled and nodded subtly at Xiao Yan and the others before leading Xiao Shuiqin into the bustling crowd. "Sooner, may I accompany you for a stroll?" Xiao Yan inquired, scratching the back of his head sheepishly as he approached her. "Of course," Sooner replied with a sweet smile, affectionately linking her arm with his. And soon they too were swept into the throng of people. For a moment, only Xiao Yu remained, the atmosphere feeling somewhat awkward. Watching the two pairs of young couples, Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing a trace of disappointment within her. "You scoundrel." Chapter 55, Creating a Commotion. In the bustling market of the Xiao family, the flow of people was incessant, with carriages coming and going, and various merchants continuously passing through. Amidst it all, we were but fleeting passers-by. In truth, within the vastness of life and the universe, are we not all mere travelers? Life is akin to a journey against the current, and I too am but a wayfarer. As Xiao Han strolled along the street, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, he mused aloud. "What are you grinning about?" The girl turned her head, her captivating eyes fixed on Xiao Han. "Oh, nothing. I merely feel fortunate to have encountered you amidst this sea of people," Xiao Han replied with a smile. "Do you say the same about other beautiful girls?" Xiao Shuiqin scrutinized him closely, keen to gauge his reaction. "How could that be? Am I the type of person who would do that?" Xiao Han retorted. "Very much so," Xiao Shuiqin shot back, knowing full well that he had been inappropriate with Xiao Yu. Xiao Han's lips quivered. Was his character truly so dubious? "Shuiqin, you must believe me. I am not that kind of person," he insisted. Coughing slightly, Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as his face flushed. It was awkward to have his indiscretions revealed to Shuiqin. Humph. Upon witnessing Xiao Han's flustered demeanor, Xiao Shuiqin felt her suspicions confirmed. This fellow was truly infuriating. "Shuiqin, about that incident." Xiao Han's face burned with embarrassment, desperately wishing to explain, yet at a loss for words. "All right, I've already forgotten about it," Xiao Shuiqin said, unable to suppress a smile at his awkwardness. "However, you must not casually touch other girls in the future. From now on, I shall only touch you." Xiao Han replied earnestly, nodding. "You're incorrigible. I shall ignore you." The girl's face turned crimson as she playfully glared at Xiao Han before striding ahead. Xiao Han chuckled, quickly catching up and taking her hand once more, the scene warm and lovely. That night, the moon was obscured by clouds, and the wind blew fiercely. At that moment, two figures stealthily scaled the wall of the Xiao family's courtyard. After steadying themselves, they glanced around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly disappearing into a secluded alley. When their silhouettes re-emerged, they were cloaked in large black robes. Indeed, they were Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. "Let us proceed to the Garrier's residence and stir up some trouble," Xiao Yan declared. "Let us devise a plan," suggested Xiao Han. "As we are soon to embark on our training journey with the teacher, it is imperative that we resolve the affairs of the Xiao family. I intend to eliminate Lu Qi, thereby eradicating any potential threats to the Xiao clan," Xiao Yan proclaimed. "Is that all you propose?" inquired Xiao Han. "What else do you suggest?" Xiao Yan blinked, intrigued. "Naturally, we must orchestrate something grand," Xiao Han replied. "What manner of scheme do you have in mind?" Xiao Yan asked, curiosity piqued. With a smile, Xiao Han leaned in and whispered a few words into Xiao Yan's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, a meaningful smile playing upon their lips. Chapter 56, A Lesson Learned. The Gallier family, one of the three prominent families in Wutan City, is renowned for its affluence. Unlike the Shao family, whose architecture exudes an ancient charm, the Gallier family estate boasts a distinctive style reminiscent of Western retro architecture, immediately setting it apart. At this moment, within a luxurious courtyard of the Gallier estate, two figures cloaked in black stealthily infiltrated the premises under the cover of darkness. Their successful entry was primarily due to the assistance of the medicinal elder, who concealed their presence. Otherwise, given their strength as fighters, it would have been a fanciful dream to infiltrate the Gallier family unnoticed. In the spacious courtyard center stood an opulent room, guarded by several vigilant sentinels. This was, of course, the residence of Dou Qi. Concealed behind a rockery at the side of the courtyard, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin blended seamlessly into the shadows, making them nearly undetectable, while remaining alert to their surroundings. They discreetly observed the brightly lit room not far away, where numerous guards, all formidable in their prowess, stood watch, making a direct assault unfeasible. "Teacher, is this meager amount of sedative truly reliable?" Xiao Yin queried, pulling a small packet of powder from within his garments. He grimaced at the scant amount in his hand. Skepticism evident. "Young rascal, you know nothing. This is no ordinary sleeping powder. It is a meticulously concocted formula, aptly named instant collapse. A mere whiff will render one unconscious instantly." The medicinal elder chastised Xiao Yin, incredulous that he would dare question the efficacy of his creation. Instant collapse? Upon hearing the elder's description, Xiao Yin and Xiao Han exchanged surprised glances, the name certainly sounding impressive. "Well then, teacher, do you have any more? We require a bit more for our forthcoming grand endeavor." "This quantity seems insufficient," Xiao Yin said with a grin. "Do you think this instant collapse is as common as cabbage? This is all there is, and it is more than sufficient to incapacitate the entire Gallier family. Are you still unsatisfied?" The medicinal elder retorted, exasperated, and chose to ignore the two, deeming them excessively extravagant. Upon hearing this, the two shared a glance, eyes gleaming with excitement. Sufficient to incapacitate the entire Gallier family? They then sealed their sense of smell with their fighting spirit, opened the pouch, and each took a pinch of instant collapse in their palms. With a shared mischievous laugh, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin declared, "In that case, let the grand scheme commence." The two figures, no longer concealing their intentions, strode confidently towards the room at the center of the courtyard. Observing the imposing silhouettes draped in black, the guards stationed outside the room were taken aback. "Hey, brother, what manner of beings are approaching us?" One guard blinked in disbelief, addressing his companion. "Could they possibly be some unclean entities?" stammered another guard. "Unclean entities? What does that even mean?" A third guard exclaimed, his face pale with fear. "Could they be the emissaries of the underworld come to collect souls?" "The emissaries of the underworld? Does that mean our demise is imminent?" Another guard spoke in trepidation. Upon hearing this, the guards were overwhelmed with alarm and hurriedly approached the two figures, kneeling before them and bowing their heads repeatedly. "Esteemed lords of the underworld, spare us. We wish to live," they pleaded in a frenzy of supplication. Witnessing this, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin were utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? They pondered. The guards, upon hearing their words, felt a wave of relief wash over them, but their respite was short-lived as Xiao Han's voice echoed once more. "However, in recent days, you have aided the wicked and thus have incurred the wrath of the deities. Great calamity is approaching. Oh, esteemed lords, please spare us. We do not wish to die." The guards cried out once more in desperation. "Fear not, for we have come to alleviate your misfortune. The remedy is quite simple. You must knock yourselves unconscious, and upon awakening, the calamity will resolve itself." Xiao Han continued to weave his tale. "Thank you, esteemed lords, for your benevolence," the guards exclaimed, bowing in gratitude. "No need for thanks. Act swiftly," Xiao Han instructed, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Beside him, Xiao Yin stood momentarily dumbfounded, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. "Wait a moment. Aren't the emissaries of the underworld supposed to be one black and one white? Why are both of you clad in black?" One of the guards suddenly queried, noticing an inconsistency. "Ah, well, you see, I am actually the white Wu Chang, but with the recent heat, I, alas, have become quite tanned," Xiao Han replied. "It seems the weather in the underworld is rather warm. You must take care of yourself, esteemed lord," the guards responded, their confusion dissipating as they expressed concern for Xiao Han's well-being. Listening to this exchange, Xiao Yin felt an absurdity creeping upon him, his forehead marked with disbelief. "Hold on, esteemed lords, how can you cast shadows?" one guard suddenly pointed out. Xiao Han's lips twitched, struggling to concoct a plausible explanation. Just as he was racking his brain, the guards had already collapsed, and Xiao Yin had succumbed to laughter. "Xiao Handsome, stop your antics. We are here to stir up trouble." Xiao Yin shot an exasperated glance at Xiao Han. "All right, no more games," Xiao Han chuckled awkwardly. "Let us proceed and take a look." With that, the two made their way towards the room, peering through a window, their eyes darting furtively inside. In a room illuminated by flickering lights, several enchanting female figures reclined upon a bed, their bodies barely clothed, exuding an irresistible allure in the candlelight. At this moment, atop one such exquisite form, a young man exerted himself vigorously, occasionally accompanied by sounds that could render one's bones weak with pleasure. "What is going on?" inquired Xiao Han. "Just do as you please," replied Xiao Yan. "Then you take the lead," Xiao Han insisted. "Very well, I shall take charge," Xiao Yan readily agreed, subsequently letting in a gust of air through a broken window, and soon the alluring sounds ceased as he climbed inside. "Do not gaze upon the indecency," murmured Xiao Han outside, his eyes averted from the inappropriate scene. Moments later, Xiao Yan emerged from the room. "All settled," he declared, raising a storage ring, which naturally belonged to Dou Qi. "Now, let us split our tasks. I shall scour the eastern district of the Jia family, while you search the west. Let us secure a grand hall," Xiao Yan continued, referring to their ambitious undertaking. "Xiao Yan, I must chide you. That is not called plundering, but rather collecting. We seek valuables, not everything in sight," Xiao Han stated earnestly. Xiao Yan's lips quivered, and he sheepishly responded, "I stand corrected." "Then why linger? Hurry and commence the collection." With that, the two swiftly dispersed into the shadows. Chapter 57. The news the following day, as the sun pierced through the clouds, awakening the slumbering earth, life surged anew. The inhabitants of Dou Qi continent resumed their varied pursuits, some dedicated to martial arts, others engrossed in alchemy, and many engaged in commerce and governance. In short, a vibrant new day unfolded. Today, Wutan City bustled with activity. Early on, a piece of news spread rapidly through the streets like wildfire, becoming the focal point of discussion. Last night, the Jia family was robbed. Indeed, this brief announcement reverberated throughout the city. According to insiders, two mysterious figures in black cloaks infiltrated the Jia residence, incapacitating the family with narcotics before ransacking their belongings, leaving only the less valuable items untouched. Furthermore, a renowned alchemist hired by the Jia family was also reported slain. The revelation shocked the entire city within moments. For how could one of the three great families of Wutan City be so brazenly robbed by merely two individuals? The audacity of such an act left everyone in disbelief, pondering the identity of the culprits. Yet, while this raised many questions, it was not the primary concern for most. They recognized that the Jia family's misfortune signaled a potential shift in power, prompting many smaller families to celebrate in secret. In ordinary times, the Gali family, affluent and powerful, often bullied smaller families and exploited ordinary workers, earning them little favor among the populace. Consequently, when news of the Gali family's plunder spread, many regarded it with a sense of morbid curiosity. As one of the three prominent families in Wutan City, the Xiao family received word of the incident almost immediately. Early that morning, while the members of the Xiao family gathered for a meal in the main hall, they were startled by the announcement from a servant. "The Gali family has been robbed last night, and the first great alchemist has also perished. Is that confirmed?" Xiao Zhan, the head of the family, paused in astonishment before inquiring again. "Indeed, Patriarch, this is beyond doubt. It is said that two mysterious figures in black robes infiltrated the Gali family," the servant replied. Xiao Zhan's gaze flickered as he waved his hand, signaling the servant to withdraw. Two mysterious figures in black robes? Upon hearing this, the core members of the Xiao family seated at the long table wore expressions of contemplation. To rob the Gali family and slay a first-grade alchemist. Could it be the work of those two esteemed individuals? The elder spoke first. "It seems highly likely. Those two have previously aided the Xiao family, and this time, they may have sought to eliminate any lingering threats," Xiao Zhan replied thoughtfully. "But why would they intervene on multiple occasions?" The elder pondered, only to suddenly recall the words of the two alchemists, his voice faltering. At that moment, it was not just the elder who remembered. Xiao Zhan and many of the younger generation in the Xiao family also recalled. Thus, their gazes converged upon two youths seated quietly in a corner, engrossed in their meal. Chapter 58. A further inquiry. The hall was enveloped in silence as all eyes turned to Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. Xiao Han, are you aware of the events surrounding the Gali family's robbery last night? Were those two esteemed individuals involved?" Xiao Zhan inquired. "We are not entirely certain," the two youths replied, lifting their heads to meet Xiao Zhan's gaze, their expressions blank as if they were oblivious to the matter. "Do you know where those two esteemed individuals are currently?" Xiao Zhan pressed on. "Patriarch, those gentlemen are elusive and rarely seen. Xiao Yan and I were fortunate to encounter them once, after which they imparted some cultivation knowledge to us before departing. Their current whereabouts remain a mystery," Xiao Han explained. "They imparted cultivation knowledge to you?" Xiao Zhan asked, surprised. No wonder those two had spoken so highly of them. "Yes. They remarked that Xiao Yan and I are exceptional talents with boundless potential. If their predictions hold true, We shall one day make a name for ourselves across the Dou Qi continent and become extraordinary figures. The two esteemed gentlemen wished to forge a benevolent connection with us. Hence their guidance, Xiao Han continued. Make a name for ourselves across the Dou Qi continent. Extraordinary figures? Upon hearing those words, Xiao Zhan and the others fixated their gaze upon Xiao Han and Xiao Yan, their eyes wide with astonishment at such high praise. Many of the younger members of the Xiao family, observing Xiao Han and his companion, were filled with envy, recognizing that the two elderly gentlemen were far from ordinary, and were surprised by the esteem they held for the duo. In response, Xiao Yan discreetly gave Xiao Han a thumbs up, acknowledging the commendation with a sense of respect. Seated opposite Xiao Han, Xiao Yu shot him a sidelong glance, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain as she scoffed at his self-congratulatory manner, questioning his lack of humility. While Xiao Yu was glaring at Xiao Han, he caught her gaze and winked at her, an expression of smug satisfaction gracing his face. Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Noticing her fierce demeanor, Xiao Han instinctively recoiled, a sense of foreboding creeping over him, prompting him to become vigilant. Xiao Rou, can you help me ascertain Xiao Yu's intentions towards me? Xiao Han hastily communicated with the system. This requires a payment of 100 points, Xiao Rou informed him. Xiao Han's lips quivered slightly. The system was indeed merciless, charging points for even the slightest inquiry. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement to the payment, lamenting the dwindling points he had earned from previous fortunate draws. Once the transaction was complete, Xiao Rou whispered to Xiao Han, causing a subtle smile to curve his lips. Just then, a gust of wind surged from beneath the table, striking towards Xiao Han's feet with alarming speed. Had he been unprepared, Xiao Yu's kick could have rendered him limping for days. Fortunately, he was ready. Thus, when Xiao Yu's foot came crashing down, it did not land on Xiao Han's foot. Instead, he ensnared her long leg with his own, gripping it tightly. Realizing her leg was caught, Xiao Yu shot him a fierce glare, her expression filled with fury. Had the circumstances permitted, she would have relished in delivering a couple of slaps to him. With a smirk of provocation, Xiao Han looked at her, seemingly taunting. You are still too inexperienced. Under Xiao Yu's murderous gaze, one of Xiao Han's hands ventured beneath the table, and he brazenly caressed her long and alluring leg. The unexpected touch sent a tremor through Xiao Yu's delicate form, yet the presence of their elders stifled her voice, leaving her utterly astonished that he dared to act so boldly in such a setting. Xiao Han, she stammered, her cheeks flushed crimson, the heat radiating to her ears. As she pointed a slender finger at him, her anger quelled by her inability to voice it. Hearing Xiao Yu's exclamation, the eyes of Xiao Zhan and the others turned towards them in confusion, further intensifying Xiao Yu's embarrassment. Cousin Xiao Yu, why are you pointing at me? What have I done? Xiao Han feigned innocence, his expression one of playful bewilderment. You. Xiao Yu glared fiercely at Xiao Han, her expression nearly causing her to spit blood at his innocent demeanor. However, with Xiao Zhan and the others' gazes fixed upon him, she refrained from voicing her grievances. To accuse Xiao Han of touching her leg? That was a conversation she couldn't muster the courage to initiate. No need, I'm fine. Xiao Yu coldly shot a glance at Xiao Han before lowering her head to continue her meal. That shameless scoundrel, she would remember this. Observing this, Xiao Zhan and the others exchanged helpless smiles, choosing not to intervene in the youthful squabbles, allowing them to entertain themselves. Chapter 59, just kidding. In a single night, the Gale family was ravaged by a mysterious assailant, resulting in the death of a first-rate alchemist they had employed. The economic clash between the Xiao family and the Gale family concluded with an undeniable victory for the Xiao family. For instance, they planned to acquire outdoor survival gear and concoct a substantial supply of healing potions, all in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. After all, Master Yao had stated that once they ventured outside, they would have to rely solely on themselves. Nonetheless, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan felt no trepidation. Instead, they were filled with eager anticipation for the impending trials. Youth is inherently imbued with a spirit of adventure, and they yearned for the outside world. They understood that only through external experiences could they foster their growth at an accelerated pace. 3 years hence, at the Yunlan sect, they would make their grand entrance. And all of this required strength. Months of fervent alchemical practice had not only advanced their skills, but also significantly enhanced their own powers. Xiao Yan ascended to a 4-star Dou fighter, while Xiao Han's progress was even more remarkable, having surged ahead to become a 6-star Dou fighter, rivaling Xiao Yu. In response to Xiao Yan's frustration, Xiao Han merely smirked. Oh, my dear brother Yan, in this Dou Qi continent, who can match your speed of advancement? Devour a few exotic flames, and one's prowess skyrockets like a rocket. Were it not for Xiao Han possessing the Emperor's purification technique, I fear that in the future, Xiao Yan would leave him far behind. As their preparations for departure continued to unfold smoothly, the moment of their departure drew nearer. With separation comes inevitable sorrow. Xiao Han and Xiao Yan's intent to venture out for training was first known to Sun Er and Xiao Shuiqin, who felt a deep reluctance. However, they had no grounds to persuade them to stay. They understood better than anyone that these two seemingly carefree youths harbored the hearts of fierce tigers. The small Yuta city could not contain them. The vibrant Dou Qi continent outside was the grand stage for their talents to flourish. Both Sun Er and Xiao Shuiqin comprehended this, yet understanding did little to alleviate the impending sorrow that lingered in their hearts, an inescapable melancholy. On a moonlit night, atop the Xiao family's back mountain, a young couple sat back to back. Xiao Shuiqin gazed up at the luminous moonlit sky and softly inquired, "When are you planning to leave?" "Soon," Xiao Han replied. "You?" Xiao Shuiqin looked at Xiao Han, her beautiful eyes slightly reddening, misty with emotion, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Fool. I was just teasing you." Xiao Han smiled, gently caressing the fair cheek of the young girl before enveloping her in a tender embrace. He then said, "Shuiqin, we shall meet again soon. However, our next encounter will be at the Canaan Academy." "Canaan Academy?" Xiao Shuiqin blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise, aware that it was a revered sanctuary for cultivation, where Xiao Yu was currently training. "All right, but when the time comes, don't be too astonished." She playfully winked, her spirits evidently lifted upon understanding Xiao Han's intentions. "I am eager to learn what we should do now," Xiao Han remarked. "I want to tell you." Xiao Shuiqin replied mischievously. "Hee, in that case." Xiao Han fixed his gaze on her with a mischievous grin. "Don't be reckless." Xiao Shuiqin looked up, meeting Xiao Han's eyes. Her little head instinctively shrank back, a hint of panic in her voice. However, before she could finish her words, Xiao Han leaned down and captured her rosy lips. After a brief struggle, Xiao Shuiqin surrendered under Xiao Han's fervent advance, their tongues entwining passionately. As moonlight bathed the mountaintop and the grassy ground, the young couple was lost in a fervent kiss. As Xiao Han had predicted, half a month later, the recruitment team from Canaan Academy arrived in Wutan City, and the news of admissions swiftly spread throughout the land. The once quiet town of Wutan became exceptionally lively. Canaan Academy, situated in the heart of the Black Corner region, is a renowned institution on the Dou Qi continent. Graduates from this academy often become prominent figures in their respective realms, making it a coveted sanctuary for countless aspiring youths seeking cultivation. In recent days, the recruitment team of Canaan Academy had come to Wutan City, prompting the young talents of the town to prepare for the entrance examination. Although the criteria were stringent, what if they succeeded? Youth, after all, must hold on to their dreams. The announcement of Canaan Academy's admissions undeniably caused a surge in popularity for Wutan City, drawing young aspirants from neighboring towns, all hoping to seize this rare opportunity to leap into greatness. At the Xiao family residence, Xiao Yan, perplexed, questioned his mentor, "Master, why do you want Xiao Han and me to participate in the recruitment for Canaan Academy? Wasn't it said that we would be going out for training?" "Training is essential. An entrance into Canaan Academy is equally important. These are not contradictory. There exists a rare fire known as the Falling Heart Flame within the academy, which necessitates your presence there. Moreover, it gathers many prodigies from the younger generation, making it an excellent place for cultivation," the elder replied. "I see." Xiao Yan nodded thoughtfully. "Go fetch Xiao Han. The two of you will attend the entrance examination today. If successful, we will prepare everything for your journey, and I shall take you both to face some hardships," the elder instructed. "All right." Xiao Yan nodded and promptly left to relay the elder's words to Xiao Han. Xiao Han responded with a smile, expressing no objections. It had always been his intention to explore the illustrious Canaan Academy upon arriving at the Dou Qi continent. In summary, within the confines of the school, Xiao Han had never feared anyone since childhood. Upon entering the Canaan Academy, he was determined to showcase what it truly meant to be an academic prodigy. "Let us call Suner and Shuiqin as well. Once we finish our training and resolve the matters with the Yunlan sect, we shall directly rendezvous with them at Canaan Academy," Xiao Han proclaimed. "Hee. That is precisely what I was thinking," Xiao Yan responded with a grin, naturally unwilling to leave Suner behind. The two shared a smile and proceeded towards the door. After summoning Suner and Xiao Shuiqin, the four of them headed out of the Xiao family residence. The enrollment location for Canaan Academy was set in the central square of Wutan City, the largest plaza in the city, capable of accommodating the numerous participants arriving for the examination. Approximately 10 minutes later, the quartet arrived at the central square. At that moment, the square was teeming with people. Under the scorching sun, one could see throngs of young men and women who had traveled from afar to partake in the assessment. Such a multitude. Observing the tightly packed crowd, Xiao Han's lips quivered slightly. Given the current situation, entrance to the venue seemed a daunting task, let alone participating in the examination. The four exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile. It appeared that the examination would need to be postponed for the time being. Xiao Han helplessly shook his head. Is our Xiao Han, the prodigy, truly stumped by such a trivial issue? As he sighed in resignation, 3 figures approached, 1 male and 2 females. Leading the group was a tall young woman, her long, alluring legs drawing the gaze of onlookers, none other than Xiao Yu. Following Xiao Yu were Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei, seemingly accompanying them to partake in the new student assessment at Canaan Academy. Xiao Yu, cousin, do you have a way to get us in? Suner inquired. Of course. The head of this enrollment event happens to be my mentor, and I am her prize student. Xiao Yu replied with a smile, a hint of pride gracing her features. Prize student? Hearing this, Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. The phrase warranted some contemplation. However, after casting a glance at Xiao Yu's alluring legs, he subconsciously nodded, finding some merit in her claim. That is splendid. Xiao Yu, cousin, please assist us for an entering. Suner said cheerfully. Certainly. Follow me, Xiao Yu responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Yu. When had she become so accommodating? This was peculiar. Nevertheless, Xiao Han dismissed the thought and stepped forward, but after just a couple of strides, Xiao Yu halted, turning around with her beautiful eyes narrowed. Addressing Xiao Han, wait a moment, when did I say I would take you in? Xiao Han paused, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, she was a woman who held grudges and dared to toy with him. However, at that moment, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a girl clad in academy attire not far away. A smile crept across Xiao Han's face. He recognized her. Was he truly concerned about not being able to enter? Whether you bring me or not, do you think I can't get in without you? Xiao Han remarked to Xiao Yu, a subtle smirk forming on his lips. Hee, let our talented Xiao Han wait in line slowly. We shall enter first. Xiao Yu chuckled coldly, then turned decisively and walked away. Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei exchanged puzzled glances with Xiao Han before following suit. Xiao Yan, Xiao Shuichen, and Sun Er remained rooted in place, unwilling to leave Xiao Han behind, as they had come together and could not abandon him. Shuichen, you and the others should follow Xiao Yu inside. I have my own methods, and soon, I will show her how I get in, Xiao Han said with a smile to the trio. Seeing Xiao Han's unwavering confidence, Xiao Yan and the others felt a twinge of doubt, but chose not to press further. Trusting that he wouldn't deceive them, they followed Xiao Yu. He wait in line. I have no such habit. Xiao Han observed Xiao Yu's retreating figure with a light laugh, and then approached a girl dressed in academy attire standing at the side of the square. Chapter 62, Shui and I, 4th update. Before long, Xiao Han stood before the girl in the academy uniform, and her appearance fully came into view. The girl had a striking figure, with a pair of voluptuous curves that seemed beyond her years. While she may not possess conventional beauty, her alluring physique was enough to quicken one's pulse, as evidenced by the fervent gazes of many men nearby. This girl was, of course, Shui and I, the close friend of Xiao Yu and a member of this recruitment team. At that moment, Shui and I, who was maintaining order in the square, seemed to notice something. She turned her head to see a young man standing nearby, clad in a green robe, with a handsome visage. The breeze lifted the strands of hair from his forehead, giving him a sun-kissed, charming appearance, exuding an extraordinary aura. Hello there, handsome. Shui and I temporarily set aside her duties and approached Xiao Han, her lively eyes sparkling with delight as she waved her hand in greeting. Hello, Senior Shui and I. Xiao Han replied with a smile. Handsome boy, you know me? Shui and I raised her eyebrows in surprise. Yes, my name is Xiao Han. I am related to Xiao Yu, and I often hear her mention you. Seeing you today? Senior Shui and I, you truly are as beautiful as a celestial being. I almost thought a fairy had descended. Xiao Han said shyly. You're exaggerating. A faint blush crept on his Shui Ni's cheeks as she playfully shot him a glance. You little rascal, your words are quite sweet. Senior Shui and I am a straightforward person and only speak the truth. Xiao Han replied earnestly. Such flattery. Shui and I chuckled gently, playfully tapping his forehead with her slender finger. Feeling quite pleased. You are here to participate in the academy assessment as well, right? Shui and I inquired. Yes, but there are too many people, and I cannot get in. Xiao Han admitted. This is easily resolved. Follow me, and I will take you inside, Shui and I said, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a smile. Thank you very much. Senior Shui and I. Xiao Han expressed his gratitude with a grin. Not a problem. I can't believe Xiao Yu didn't take care of you, but fortunately, I am here, Shui and I said, ruffling Xiao Han's hair with a smile, seemingly finding him more endearing the more she looked at him. He was quite handsome indeed. And if his cultivation talent were high as well, he would be perfect. Relying on that madwoman Xiao Yu to look after me? Hearing Shui Ni's words, Xiao Han could not help but smile bitterly. The thought of being struck down with a blade was already enough to make him seek refuge in prayer. Of course, given Xiao Han's current strength, the idea of Xiao Yu attempting to harm him was nothing more than a jest. Times had indeed changed. Following Shui and I, Xiao Han moved effortlessly through the crowd, making his way to the heart of the square. This area served as the assessment site, and Due to the sparse number of participants, it exuded a tranquil ambience, adorned with several makeshift tents. Outside the tents stood orderly rows of youths, each enduring the scorching sun, beads of sweat perpetually cascading down their foreheads. These young individuals had come to partake in the examination, and the reason they stood exposed to the sun was the Academy's intention to temper their youthful zeal. As Xiao Han entered this space, he spotted Xiao Shuiqin and her companions near one of the tents, with Xiao Yu engaged in conversation with a young man clad in white. From their demeanor, it appeared that Xiao Yu was attempting to secure a backdoor entry to spare Xiao Shuiqin and the others from the trial of enduring the sun's rays. For Xiao Yu's sake, let them enter directly for the assessment, the young man in white remarked. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Han and Xuan'ai arriving. His gaze immediately drawn to Xuan'ai's graceful form, a spark of unmasked desire flickering in his eyes. However, upon noticing Xiao Han conversing jovially with her, a fleeting chill passed through his expression. Xuan'ai, why did you not inform me of your arrival? The young man in white approached with a friendly smile. Hearing his words, Xiao Yu and the others turned their attention to Xiao Han, momentarily startled by his swift entrance. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes grew colder, and she let out a soft huff. This fellow is impressive, Xiao Yin chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Xuan'ai, his mind piecing together the situation. One could not help but admire such talent. Xiao Shuiqin shot a glance at Xuan'ai, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Xiao Han, letting out a soft snort of displeasure. As the young man in white approached, Xuan'ai furrowed her brows slightly, a glimmer of disdain crossing her eyes, clearly unimpressed by his presence. Xuan'ai, I was just about to step outside to assist you. Yet here you are, he said with a smile, completely disregarding Xiao Han. Rob, this is Xiao Han, my friend. Kindly make an exception and allow him to enter directly for the assessment, Xuan'ai interjected, addressing the young man before her. Rob's eyes flickered. He had no intention of granting Xiao Han such leniency. This boy dared to jest with the woman he admired, a reckless move indeed. Xuan'ai, it's not that I lack respect for you, but I have already agreed to let Xiao Yu and a few others enter directly. If I were to allow yet another entry, it might not bode well, considering the multitude still awaiting their turn, he replied. As he spoke, Rob's gaze shifted to Xiao Han, a smirk playing on his lips. Thus, I regret to inform you that you must endure the sun for 2 hours on that vacant patch over there, as per the rules before participating in the assessment. Rob, I will reiterate once more, he is my friend. Xuan'ai fixed her gaze on Rob, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as her tone grew colder. It was evident to her that Rob was deliberately making things difficult for Xiao Han. As a formal student of the Canaan Academy, she held the privilege to bring someone directly into the assessment. Xuan'ai, the rules are as such. Do not make this difficult for me, Rob stated. His eyes directed at Xiao Han, growing increasingly frosty. Xuan'ai's defense of Xiao Han made him feel quite uncomfortable. Observing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smirk slightly. After all, Xuan'ai was the object of Rob's affection, and given Rob's narrow-mindedness, how could he tolerate a stranger being so close to her? Xiao Han had unwittingly walked into a storm, and it seemed he would be in for a rough ride. Seeing Rob's unyielding stance, Xuan'ai's pretty face hardened. Xuan'ai, do not be angry. Since he is your guest, he must possess considerable talent. Thus, I shall grant him the opportunity to enter directly, Rob remarked, ignoring Xuan'ai's presence. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Han, laced with provocation. Boy, if you lack the courage, then stand there and endure the sun. It's merely 2 hours, it will pass swiftly. At this moment, the onlookers were captivated, their curiosity piqued as they wondered if Xiao Han would accept the challenge. You little brat, I am eager to see whether you will obediently suffer or continue to act recklessly, Xiao Yu mused, her arms crossed over her chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, showing no intention to intervene. Xiao Han, do not mind him. I will take you in directly. Let us see who dares to stop us. Xuan'ai cast a cold glance at Rob, and then grasped Xiao Han's hand, intent on heading towards the tent. Boy, will you forever hide behind a woman? Rob retorted coldly, feeling a surge of chill in his eyes upon seeing Xuan'ai holding Xiao Han's hand. Senior Xuan'ai, allow me to handle this, Xiao Han finally spoke, having remained silent until now. He released Xuan'ai's hand, offered her a smile, and stepped forward, his calm gaze settling on Rob. If I cannot bring you down in a single move, I shall forfeit this assessment. Chapter 64, Senior. Is that all there is to it? His calm voice resonated throughout the gathering, yet it carried an unmistakable air of dominance. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Xiao Han, each filled with astonishment. One move to defeat Rob? Otherwise, I shall abandon the assessment. Xiao Han's declaration left everyone in disbelief. One move? To topple a senior? Was Xiao Han jesting? The numerous young men and women awaiting their assessments regarded Xiao Han with incredulity, their expressions akin to that of observing a fool. They had just heard Xuan'ai's words. Rob was a 7-star duelist, And here was someone who had yet to secure the qualifications of a newcomer, boldly uttering such audacious claims. Setting aside Rob's capabilities, the mere title of senior was enough to instill fear in many. Yet, this Xiao Han dared to challenge a senior, claiming he could do so in a single strike? Was he not being exceedingly reckless? In that moment, the expressions of the crowd varied, yet the common thread among them was an unmistakable intrigue shining in their eyes. Undoubtedly, although Xiao Han's words seemed utterly absurd, they were sufficient to ignite the atmosphere. After all, these young individuals were destined to wait here for 2 long hours. If such a spectacle were to unfold, they would certainly welcome it. However, deep down, most were merely anticipating Xiao Han's folly in challenging a senior, a truly foolish endeavor. At this thought, Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at her companions, Xiao Yin and Xiao Shuiqin, both of whom maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned for Xiao Han's fate. Moreover, Xiao Yin's gaze towards Rob was tinged with a hint of mockery. Could it be? Xiao Yu arched her brows in curiosity, that this little rascal truly possesses such prowess? With a mind full of questions, Xiao Yu quietly assumed the role of an observer. Alongside the other youths preparing for the assessment, who were equally eager to witness the unfolding drama, anticipating Xiao Han's impending embarrassment. Xiao Han, are you truly jesting? Snowy pondered, momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she regarded Xiao Han, who had unexpectedly spoken with such audacity after remaining silent for so long. Xiao Han smiled at Snowy, shaking his head gently before turning his gaze towards Rob. Raising his hand, he declared, Senior Rob, please, 1 strike to bring me down? That is indeed the most ludicrous claim I have ever heard in my life. However, since you have spoken thus, allow me, as the senior, to enlighten you on the meaning of knowing one's place. Rob fixed his gaze on Xiao Han, his eyes brimming with derision. As he concluded his taunt, a dangerous smile crept across his lips, and with a thought, a surge of fighting spirit erupted forth, stirring the surrounding dust and exuding a formidable presence. This is a 7-star fighter. Rob propelled himself forward, his right hand clawed, swiftly lunging toward Xiao Han, determined to teach this arrogant youth a lesson today. Feeling the overwhelming force barreling towards him, Xiao Han's expression sharpened. He activated the Emperor's cleansing technique, drawing forth the dark fighting spirit from his core, which rapidly coalesced in his right hand. His fingers formed a fist, the dark energy entwining it exuded an inexplicable eeriness, yet it also conveyed an undeniable strength, truly formidable. 8 extremities collapse. At that moment, Xiao Han sprang into action. His gaze turned frigid as he stepped forward, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at the charging Rob. Crack! The collision of fist and palm occurred in the blink of an eye. However, instead of a stalemate, an incredibly crisp sound of shattering bones resonated throughout the arena. In the next instant, a figure was sent hurtling backwards in disarray. All eyes were drawn to the scene, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was Rob who had been sent flying. In that instant, the arena fell into an eerie silence. How could this be? He actually knocked down a senior with a single punch? As they beheld the bloodied Rob sprawled on the ground, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, their faces painted with shock. Particularly those who had anticipated Xiao Han's misstep. What was expected to be a predictable outcome had taken a dramatically unexpected turn, leaving everyone in disbelief. Could it be that he truly had defeated Rob with just 1 strike? Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed in disbelief as she gazed at the fallen Rob, causing her heart to tremble. If Xiao Han could defeat Rob with a single punch, what would happen if he directed that power towards her? Xiao Yin chuckled softly. This outcome had been anticipated. Rob had merely brought shame upon himself. Senior Shui and I, you didn't even ask me, Xiao Han remarked. Casting a furtive glance at Shui Ni's dramatically heaving bosom, his heart involuntarily racing at the sight. However, Xiao Han's covert gaze did not escape Shui Ni's notice, and she shot him a glare, exuding an abundance of charm. Senior, it's nothing extraordinary. Her words dripped with unabashed sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Rob, feeling the weight of the surrounding spectators' scrutinizing gazes, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face burned with humiliation. Here he was, a respected senior, bested by a youth who had yet to earn his place as a student. With just 1 move, he had been reduced to a mere dog. Senior, it's nothing extraordinary. The calm voice resonated in the silent arena, emanating an unmistakable aura of dominance. In that moment, all eyes converged once more on the young man clad in a green robe, whose figure appeared dazzlingly radiant. To defeat a senior with a single strike, how many could accomplish such a feat? Chapter 65, just ask her. The singular act of vanquishing a senior propelled Xiao Han's reputation to new heights, swiftly becoming the focal point of conversation among the young men and women present. With several young ladies casting curious glances at him, clearly intrigued by the boy who had so effortlessly toppled a senior. Cousin Yu, participating in the assessment does not seem so arduous, does it? Xiao Han, oblivious to the eyes upon him, strode directly towards Xiao Yu, a light smile gracing his lips. Recalling how she had heartlessly cast him aside before. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu shot him a complex glance, then huffed coldly, ignoring him. You were, with such an exceptional cousin. Why have I never heard you mention him before? At that moment, Shui and I approached, linking her arm with Xiao Yu's, and teased. Come on, tell me. Are you two involved? Xiao Han couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had not realized this young lady was so open-minded. You shameless flirt. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would ever be interested in this scoundrel? Xiao Yu quickly shook off Xuanyi's arm, glaring at her. Scoundrel? Shui and I paused, then narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile. You say there's nothing between you two, yet this scoundrel is already on familiar terms with you. Xiao Han, how have you been so shameless towards your? Shui and I turned her gaze back to him, her eyes blinking with curiosity. Coughing, Xiao Han nearly choked on Xuanyi's words. He glanced at Xiao Yu, who was glaring fiercely at him, her expression suggesting that one wrong word would lead to his demise. Of course, even if pressed, he lacked the courage to speak out. Senior Shui and I am not that kind of person. I have a girlfriend, Xiao Han declared, then walked over to Xiao Shuiqin, taking her small hand in his. No wonder Yuer is unimpressive. It turns out she has such a beautiful girlfriend. Xuanyi's gaze fell upon Xiao Shuiqin, who, adorned in a flowing white dress, exuded an ethereal charm, embodying the essence of a budding beauty, much to Xuanyi's admiration. You mischievous girl. Can you not be so unruly for a moment? If you must create a stir, do so elsewhere. Xiao Yu glared at Xuanyi, knowing her friend could never be silenced once she began to speak. Enough of that. Let us usher them inside for the assessment. Minter Ruolin is waiting. Xuanyi replied with a smile. All right, you all come along. Xiao Yu nodded, glancing at Xiao Han. And then she and Xuanyi made their way towards the tallest tent. You naughty boy, can you not behave yourself? Xiao Shuiqin shot a glare at Xiao Han, huffing in annoyance before following them inside. Where am I being unruly? Xiao Han shrugged, glancing at Xiao Yin and Suner, feeling rather disheartened. Brother Xiao Yin, please do not emulate him. Suner cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Han, her expression clearly conveying her disapproval, before taking Xiao Yan's hand and leading him into the tent, leaving Xiao Han alone outside. Though the summer sun blazed outside, a refreshing breeze greeted Xiao Han, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. How could such an honest person be doubted? Alas, in this day and age, it is hard to be an honest man. He sighed as he gazed up at the azure sky, shaking his head in lament. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Han decided not to linger. Under the envious gazes of the younger generation, he stepped into the lofty tent. Upon entering, a wave of coolness enveloped him, dispelling the heat instantly. The tent was spacious, accommodating dozens, and aside from Xiao Han's group, there were also a dozen or so young individuals present for the assessment. As he entered, Xiao Han's attention was immediately drawn to a graceful figure seated at a desk, dressed in a blue gown. Her mature figure radiated an alluring charm that left the nearby girls in comparison rather wanting. Is this Minter Ruolin? Xiao Han murmured to himself, casting a glance at the captivating woman. At that moment, Minter Ruolin was inquiring and taking notes simultaneously, noticing the arrival of Xiao Han and the others. She lifted her gaze and briefly scanned the group, gesturing for them to step aside. You are the one who knocked Luobu down with a single move, Xiao Han? Minter Ruolin's gaze lingered on him, a gentle smile gracing her delicate features, radiating warmth and approachability. Feeling a bit embarrassed under her attentive gaze, Xiao Han nodded in acknowledgement. Come forward, all of you. The assessment process is quite simple. It is a potential evaluation. Please state your age and strength, and I will assess you accordingly. The rating system ranges from 1 to 5, with 5 denoting a pass, Minter Ruolin explained, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she sensed that this young man possessed extraordinary talent. Xiao Han and his companions then approached the desk. Who will go first? Minter Ruolin inquired, her eyes sparkling with interest. Xiao Ning, 19 years old, 2-star fighter. Xiao Ning was the first to speak. Great pass. The enchanting Minter Ruolin's eyes sparkled as she offered her evaluation, deeming it a pass, though the talent displayed was not exceedingly remarkable. Next in line was Xiao Mei, who similarly achieved a passing grade. Then came Xiao Suner, aged 16, a 9-star fighter. Stepping forward, she declared, and her words rendered the gathering momentarily silent. A 9-star fighter at merely 16 years of age? Such talent was indeed formidable. Minter Ruolin bestowed upon Suner a satisfied smile, finally receiving a prodigious student. Xiao Yan, aged 17, identified himself as a 4-star fighter. Not bad, remarked Minter Ruolin. However, my brother Xiao Yan deserves more than this assessment, Suner interjected, subsequently recounting to Minter Ruolin the stagnation in Xiao Yan's power. Little one, you nearly had me fooled. Re-evaluate him. He should be at least a passing grade. Chuckled Minter Ruolin. Xiao Yan cast a resigned glance at Suner, as he placed little importance on the evaluation, content merely to pass. Xiao Han, it's your turn. What grade do you believe I should assign you? Mentor Roland inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiao Han, a playful smile gracing her lips, prompting him to assess himself. Xiao Han stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying. Mentor Roland, if Xiao Yan is at a passing level, by that standard, I believe I deserve a double grade. This statement left the audience momentarily stunned. A double grade? Was he inventing levels? Mentor Roland, Xiao Han speaks the truth. He has progressed from having no fighting spirit to achieving 6-star fighter in just 1 year. Xiao Yan interjected, clarifying the astonishing growth. The notion of ascending from 0 to a 6-star fighter within a year astonished Mentor Roland, who gazed at Xiao Han with wide eyes, recognizing the unprecedented pace of his cultivation. To be honest, compared to someone else, my talent is rather average. Xiao Han shrugged, sighing, as the saying goes. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, wondering how one could consider such talent average. Xiao Han, such jesting is inappropriate. Mentor Roland admonished with a smile, recognizing the boy's intent to tease. I am not joking. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with her, Xiao Han chuckled, gesturing towards the quiet Xiao Shuiqin, who had profoundly impacted him that night. At this, all eyes turned towards Xiao Shuiqin, curiosity evident in their expressions. Mentor Roland's gaze sharpened, fixated on Xiao Shuiqin. Feeling the weight of their attention, Xiao Shuiqin blushed slightly, glancing at Xiao Han, who offered her an encouraging smile. Resolving her hesitation, her melodious voice rang out. Xiao Shuiqin, aged 16, 1-star master. Upon her declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as if time itself had paused. Save for Xiao Han, whose demeanor remained relatively composed, the rest of the assembly was left in a state of disbelief. Their eyes fixated on the graceful girl clad in white. She was, indeed, a 1-star master? The chasm between a master and a fighter was profound. A master could effortlessly vanquish a multitude of fighters, rendering them incomparable. Chapter 66. The first stop, the Monster Mountain Range. Under the guidance of Mentor Roland, there is no fear of setbacks. She, like me in the past, was devoid of fighting spirit, yet her training period was even shorter than mine. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Xiao Han once again made a stunning remark. This statement was undoubtedly another bombshell, leaving Mentor Roland and others in a state of shock. Despite lacking fighting spirit and having a shorter training time than Xiao Han, she had already achieved the rank of a 1-star Dou master. Such a pace of cultivation is truly astonishing, is it not? The crowd trembled at the thought, as this evaluation was indeed somewhat terrifying. At this moment, all eyes were fixed in a daze upon Xiao Shuiqin. The young girl radiated an extraordinary brilliance. She did not merely make a sound, but rather exploded with talent, making the phrase particularly apt when applied to her. Many young men gazed at Xiao Shuiqin with fervent admiration, possessing both beauty and talent. How could such a stunning maiden fail to captivate hearts? The once unassuming Xiao family girl had today emerged in resplendent glory. She was no longer just the goddess in Xiao Han's heart, but a shared idol among the younger generation. The goddess, Xiao Shuiqin. At this moment, the stage belonged to her. Feeling the envious gazes directed her way, Xiao Shuiqin found herself momentarily unaccustomed to the attention, though she would gradually grow accustomed to it in the days to come. Observing the radiant girl before him, a smile surfaced on Xiao Han's face, genuinely happy for her. Deep down, he was also quite curious about her background. After all, such a talent in cultivation was truly formidable, surpassing even Sun Er, who possessed the bloodline of a Dou emperor. This clearly illustrated her exceptional endowment. Xiao Han approached the girl, who was like a moon surrounded by stars, took her delicate hand, and surveyed the crowd with a gaze that seemed to convey a hint of possessiveness, as if to say, "What are you looking at? She is my girlfriend." Being held by Xiao Han in front of so many people caused Xiao Shuiqin's cheeks to flush slightly, yet she did not resist. Seeing the slight hint of jealousy in Xiao Han's expression, she chuckled internally, allowing him to hold her hand while obediently standing beside him, exuding the demeanor of a young girl. Mentor Roland, observing this scene, couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Ah, this rascal. Upon witnessing this, many young men felt their hearts shatter, their eyes filled with jealousy as they gazed upon Xiao Han, wishing they could deliver a good beating to him. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, as not long ago, Xiao Han had effortlessly subdued a senior student, leaving them with little courage to confront him. "You err, oh this charming young man. You need not harbor any more thoughts," Snowy remarked, patting Xiao Yu's shoulder with a sigh. She had initially thought Xiao Han's talent was already remarkable, but she was taken aback to discover that even his girlfriend was so formidable. "Go to hell." Xiao Yu glared at Shui and I, before turning his gaze towards Xiao Shuiqin, his beautiful eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. "Well then, congratulations to all of you for passing the assessment. Once you report to the Canaan Academy, you will officially become students. After the assessment, Minter Roland stood up and smiled at Xiao Han and the others. A leave of absence? Minter Roland's eyes sparkled as she inquired. Do you have something to discuss? Some personal matters, Xiao Yan replied. Upon encountering Xiao Yan's reluctance to speak, Minter Roland did not press further and instead inquired. How long do you wish to request? 2 years, Xiao Yan replied. Ruolin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, contemplating the intentions of these two youngsters. However, given the exceptional talents of Xiao Han and Xiao Yan, she was naturally reluctant to let them go. No problem. I will assist you in processing the necessary procedures for your delayed enrollment, Ruolin assured them. Hearing that the two were requesting a leave of absence, the others were somewhat puzzled. However, Suner and Xiao Shuichen's eyes dimmed with understanding. They knew the two would soon depart. Once again, under the moonlit night, the silver light cascaded down, yet it felt particularly cold. For some inexplicable reason, the moon tonight exuded a sense of melancholy that evoked feelings of sorrow. Silly girl. Didn't I say that once I finished the matters with Yunlan's sect, I would come to find you at Jianan Academy? Why the sadness? On the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Han gently pinched the fair cheek of the dejected girl before smiling. I will wait for you, the girl replied. Her gentle eyes gazing at Xiao Han, filled with affection. I am all set to leave, Shuichen. Aren't you going to express anything? Xiao Han teased, a mischievous grin on his face as he focused on Xiao Shuichen. With a playful smile, he reached out, embraced the slender waist of the girl, and leaned down to kiss her tender lips. Atop the mountain, the two shared a passionate kiss, seemingly pouring out their lingering affections and reluctance. After a long while, they finally separated. Shuichen, I am leaving. After flashing a smile at Xiao Shuichen, Xiao Han turned with a carefree demeanor, his figure blurring and soon vanishing into the vast moonlight. The moonlight poured down, enveloping Xiao Shuichen's delicate form, akin to a celestial maiden beneath the moon, as she touched her red lips and gazed longingly in the direction where the young man had disappeared. Xiao Han, I will wait for you. Here lay an incredibly vast forest, with towering ancient trees that blocked out the sun, teeming with countless flying beasts and ferocious creatures. The mountain range that cradled this forest was immense and stretched endlessly, with neither a known beginning nor end. This was the Beast Mountain Range. At this moment, beside a small stream within the Beast Mountain Range, stood two youthful figures. Behind the boy clad in black, he bore a wide and long black ruler, which seemed quite heavy, causing him to stoop. What a wretched ruler, why is it so heavy? Curse it, the boy in black exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he set the ruler aside, grumbling. Is it really that heavy? At this moment, a youth in a blue robe approached, slightly bending his palm, unleashing a powerful suction force. With a swift motion, the ruler that the boy in black had complained about effortlessly floated into his hand. These two were none other than the adventurous Xiao Han and Xiao Yan, who had unknowingly spent a full 3 months in the Beast Mountain Range. Xiao Han, with your 6-star Dome Master strength, do you not feel any pangs of conscience saying such things? Xiao Yan retorted, rolling his eyes at Xiao Han with a look of disdain. With a light chuckle, Xiao Han planted the Xianzhong staff into the ground, ceasing his playful banter with Xiao Yan. In merely 3 months of arduous training, he had successfully entered the first realm of the Emperor's purity art, the Yin realm, where a Yin fish had emerged within his Qi Si. Under the influence of this Yin fish, his fighting spirit had transformed into a formidable and robust, dark fighting energy. This breakthrough in his martial arts naturally caused Xiao Han's cultivation speed to surge once more. He had now ascended to the rank of a 6-star Dome Master, while Xiao Yan had only just stepped into the realm of Dome Master, causing their disparity to widen. The unparalleled martial arts of the vast world were not to be taken lightly. Throughout these 3 months, both had significantly enhanced their powers. During this period, Yao Lao imparted 2 advanced Xian-level fighting techniques, the fire-blowing palm and the absorbing palm. Additionally, Yao Lao taught them each an earth-level fighting technique. Xiao Yan practiced the flame-splitting wave staff, a staff technique capable of cleaving mountains and parting waves with immense power. Xiao Han, wielding a sword, learned a sword-drawing technique that struck like lightning, capable of killing silently. In summary, their experiences during these 3 months of training yielded remarkable gains, far surpassing what could be achieved in the small confines of Wutin City. Could you possibly slow down your cultivation pace? It's causing me tremendous pressure, Xiao Yan said, hoisting the Xianzhong staff onto his back. Faced with such a relentless training fanatic, he felt compelled to constantly push himself. Don't worry, once you absorb your strength will skyrocket. I'm merely ahead for the time being, Xiao Han reassured him, well aware of the formidable power of the burning decision, which was akin to an extraordinary upgrade. That is, of course, if we can find Xiao Yan replied, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Enough of the gloom. Tonight, I will take you on an adventure, Xiao Han said with a grin. What kind of adventure? Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled, The prospect of injecting some excitement into their monotonous training journey sounded intriguing. To admire the fair maidens and explore hidden treasures in the caves, Xiaohan declared. Oh, at this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up, his fatigue dissipating instantly. The two exchanged knowing glances, a shared, meaningful smile passing between them. Chapter 67. Two bandits. As night fell and darkness enveloped the land, an eerie mist began to rise within the monster beast mountain range, casting an unsettling aura over the dense, shadowy forest. Nighttime marked the most active hours for the beasts, and thus danger lurked in every corner of the mountains, necessitating utmost caution. Swish, swish. Suddenly, two swift figures darted through the forest, the sound of wind rushing past them echoing in the stillness. Looking closely, one could see two shadows leaping nimbly among the ancient tree branches, their toes barely touching the ground as they covered several yards in an instant, moving like agile monkeys. Are we there yet? Xiao Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow at Xiaohan ahead of him. Almost, Xiaohan replied, swiftly navigating according to the mental map in his mind. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiaohan came to a halt, concealing himself within a thicket. Before them lay a steep cliff, with the thunderous roar of cascading water echoing from below, indicating the presence of a waterfall. Is this the place? Xiao Yan joined him, hiding among the bushes and glancing ahead. Indeed, Xiaohan nodded. Weren't we supposed to see maidens? Where are they? Xiao Yan scanned the vicinity, finding it utterly deserted. To see fair maidens, one must have patience. As the saying goes, after countless calls, they finally appear. Just wait a little longer. Xiaohan chuckled, his tone exuding confidence. After all, this was information he had exchanged with the system, and it was undoubtedly accurate. Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at Xiaohan, who was now reciting poetry. He scoffed, inwardly skeptical. What girl would venture into these desolate mountains at such an hour? Just then, Xiao Yan's pupils contracted. As an alchemist, his perception was heightened, and he sensed that someone was indeed approaching. They're coming, Xiaohan murmured, also sensing the presence. The two concealed themselves, leaving only their bright, glimmering eyes exposed. At this moment, a thrill of excitement stirred within Xiaohan. Another pivotal female character from the novel was about to make her entrance. Under their watchful gaze, a slender figure emerged from the dark thicket, a girl, clad in a pale white dress. Her beauty might not be striking, yet she radiated a refreshing and ethereal aura. Coupled with her delicate waist, barely grasped by a hand, the girl possessed a charm that was undeniable. Is this the little medical fairy? Xiaohan murmured to himself. Wow, there really is a girl, and she looks quite lovely, Xiao Yan remarked in surprise, his gaze lingering on her remarkably slender waist, which was truly astonishing. The little medical fairy stood at the edge of a cliff, peering down into the abyss. After surveying her surroundings and confirming the absence of others, she retrieved a rope. Securing it firmly, she hesitated no longer, grasping the rope with both hands to begin her descent. Seeing this, Xiaohan and Xiao Yan exchanged glances from their hiding place in the bushes, seemingly sharing the same thought. Within the dark cave, a faint light flickered to life, soon illuminating the entire space with a soft glow. The cave, not particularly large, revealed its end at a glance. After lying dormant for countless years, it finally welcomed a visitor. The little medical fairy, holding a moonstone, cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Before long, she reached the end, where a skeleton was seated upon a stone platform, startling her so much that the moonstone nearly slipped from her grasp. After a moment of overcoming her fear, her gaze fell upon the area before the skeleton. There, 3 exquisite stone boxes were arranged, accompanied by 3 keys. A surge of joy filled her heart as she prepared to approach them. Just then, a boy's voice suddenly echoed throughout the cave. Wait. Startled by the unexpected sound, the little medical fairy turned around to find 2 boys standing behind her, having appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? She asked, taking a cautious step back, a hint of fear in her heart. What do you think? Xiaohan replied, arms crossed and a mischievous grin on his face. What do you want? The little medical fairy exclaimed, alarmed by Xiaohan's grin. Heh, to rob you of wealth and beauty. Xiaohan declared, you better not do anything reckless. If you dare to touch me, I will poison myself. The little medical fairy, seemingly intimidated by Xiaohan's words, responded in panic. All right, enough of this. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yan cast a sidelong glance at Xiaohan, then turned his gaze towards the little medical sage and said, I am Xiao Yan, and this is Xiaohan. We harbor no ill intentions towards you. The treasures within this cave belong to all who encounter them. Shall we divide them equally among the 3 of us? Can I truly oppose this? The little medical sage glanced at Xiao Yan and then nervously at Xiaohan, murmuring, Humph, I discovered this cave first. You 2 are nothing but thieves. Hearing her mutterings, both Xiaohan and Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Yet they paid her little mind. The 2 then strode directly towards the seated skeleton, their eyes brightening at the sight of 3 exquisitely crafted stone boxes. At that moment, Xiao Han suddenly turned around, his gaze landing on the little medical sage, who had her small hand tucked within her sleeve, seemingly preparing to retrieve something. "What are you up to?" Xiao Han inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips, fully aware that she intended to incapacitate him and Xiao Yan, having been seen through. The little medical sage's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sheepishly replied, "I'm not up to anything. You must uphold your word and divide the treasures fairly. Rest assured." Xiao Han replied with a grin, fully aware of the contents of the first 2 stone boxes, but keenly interested in the third. "Let us open the stone boxes," urged the little medical sage. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan swiftly retrieved the keys beside them and opened the first 2 stone boxes. As anticipated by Xiao Han, the first box contained a colorful poison manual, while the second housed a flying combat technique. "This poison manual is mine," declared the little medical sage, to which the 2 young men had no objections. "Xiao Yan, this flying combat technique belongs to you. I shall take the third stone box," Xiao Han stated, taking the key to unlock the third box, his heart racing with anticipation. Rubbing his hands together, Xiao Han hesitated no longer and directly opened the box, drawing the attention of the little medical sage and Xiao Yan. Inside lay an ancient scroll, evidently a combat technique, with a line of small text inscribed along its side. "Void step combat technique. 9 steps of the sky." Goodness, a void step combat technique? Upon reading the inscription, Xiao Han's pupils constricted in astonishment, followed by immense joy. They had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The little medical sage and Xiao Yan were equally taken aback. The void step was a technique achievable only by those above the Do Wang level. Its power was unparalleled. Alas, someone is approaching. There are many of them, and one exudes a formidable aura, likely a great Do master. Just then, Xiao Han and Xiao Yan exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 68. Despair of Xiao Han hearing their words. The little medical sage's face also reflected a hint of panic. Could there truly be more people? Haha. Little medical sage, we owe you for leading the way. Otherwise, this secluded cave would have been quite difficult to locate. At that moment, a thunderous laugh reverberated through the cave, followed by a flurry of figures swiftly entering. Before long, a dozen men appeared before Xiao Han and his companions. The leader, a burly figure with protruding muscles, bore a scar across his face, exuding a menacing aura. Is that the leader of the Bloodwolf mercenary group, Mu Shi? Xiao Han's eyes widened in surprise at the sight, realizing that the storyline was veering off course. In the novel, it was not Mu Shi but his son, Mu Li, who had followed. It seems that one must not rely too heavily on the plot of novels. If this continues, I shall inevitably fall victim to this wretched system. Xiao Han muttered to himself. Ding. Upon detecting dissatisfaction with the plot adjustments, the system noted Xiao Han's deliberate criticism. However, given the exceptional circumstances he faced against formidable foes, it refrained from imposing a severe punishment. Surprised by the sudden voice of the system, Xiao Han felt a moment of relief upon hearing there would be no punishment, thinking to himself that this system still possessed a semblance of humanity. Yet, the punishment was swiftly altered to the forfeiture of all of Xiao Han's points. Before he could fully relax, the system's voice resonated once more. Xiao Han's lips quivered in disbelief. He had been too naive. This system was truly a pitfall. The thought of losing the thousands of points he had painstakingly accumulated over months left him feeling desolate. Xiao Han felt wronged. This was utterly unjust. With enemies before him, the system chose this moment to strip away his points. Who could be more unfortunate than he? Mu Shi, you scoundrel, what compelled you to show up prematurely? The more Xiao Han pondered, the angrier he became, and he unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Mu Shi. Mu Shi, taken aback by this inexplicable tirade from the unfamiliar young man, wore a bewildered expression, as did the members of the Wolfhead mercenary group nearby. Captain, do you owe this kid money? One mercenary blinked, inquiring. Curse your grandmother's leg. Mu Shi retaliated with a sharp slap, then glared at Xiao Han, stating, You little brat. Seeking death by daring to insult me? Enraged, Mu Shi could not fathom why this young man had launched such an unfounded verbal assault against him. Realizing Mu Shi's fury, Xiao Han steeled himself, recognizing he had acted rashly. Ahem, actually, what I said was merely in jest. Xiao Han attempted a sheepish smile. In jest? Humph. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Mu Shi glared at Xiao Han, stepping forward as his formidable aura surged forth. You 3, surrender your treasures at once, or you shall not leave here alive. Faced with this threat, Xiao Han and his companions instinctively stepped back. The situation was growing dire. Teacher, please come help us. We are surrounded. Xiao Yan pleaded, gazing at the storage ring, but there was no response. Xiao Han wore a bitter smile, realizing he could not rely on the old man and must depend on himself. Little medical fairy, Xiao Han whispered, discreetly rummaging through his sleeve while signaling to her. Upon noticing, the little medical fairy blinked her beautiful eyes, instantly understanding Xiao Han's intent. Captain Mu, wait a moment. Xiao Han suddenly called out loudly. What are you up to, you brat? Mushi glared at him. Captain Mu, look behind you. There's a beautiful woman without clothes. Xiao Han shouted. Oh, a beautiful woman unclothed? Where? Where? Hearing this, the Blood Wolf mercenary group's members' eyes sparkled, turning like a pack of wolves. Little medical fairy, act now. Xiao Han commanded. Without needing further prompting, the little medical fairy had already scattered a large pouch of medicinal powder, enveloping the cave in a misty haze. Xiao Yanran. Xiao Han's figure flickered as he swiftly picked up the little medical fairy and dashed toward the cave's entrance, with Xiao Yan closely following behind. The trio hastily approached the mouth of the cave. Xiao Yan, what are you climbing for? Just jump. Upon seeing Xiao Yan still grasping the rope, Xiao Han shot him a disapproving glance, knowing full well that there were obstacles above. How high is that? Jump down. Xiao Yan's lips quivered at the thought of the bottomless chasm below. You three shall not escape. At that moment, Mushi charged out, attempting to seize the trio. Jump. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, and without further ado, he pulled Xiao Yan down. In the blink of an eye, the three of them leapt off the cliff. The wind howled fiercely in their ears. Little medical fairy, where's your bird? Xiao Han called out, looking down at the little medical fairy in his arms, his voice somewhat muddled by the rushing wind. Pervert, let me go first. The little medical fairy's cheeks flushed as she glared at Xiao Han. Why am I a pervert? Xiao Han retorted. Let me go, or we'll all fall together. The little medical fairy insisted, refusing to yield, with nothing prominent in front or behind. If you don't hold on, then don't. Xiao Han pouted and released her, feeling aggrieved that his good intentions were mistaken for lewdness. After Xiao Han released her, the little medical fairy whistled. Caw. In mere moments, a resounding eagle cry echoed as a massive blue eagle swooped in on the winds, promptly carrying the little medical fairy away. Once she steadied herself on the eagle's back, she commanded it to catch Xiao Yan, who was not far off. As for Xiao Han, he was left suspended in midair, overlooked entirely. Eagle brother, don't forget about me, Xiao Han shouted, looking up at the majestic creature overhead. The blue eagle cast a disdainful glance at him, its eyes reflecting a hint of scorn. What a look. I'm female. Xiao Han seemed to sense the eagle's derisive gaze and thought, this eagle has gained intelligence. Eagle sister, save me. He called out again, altering his tone. The giant eagle, proud and aloof, regarded Xiao Han with indifference, refusing to move without the little medical fairy's command. Little medical fairy, help. Please save me. Xiao Han cried out once more. Standing on the eagle's back, the little medical fairy leaned forward, amusement dancing in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Han. Recalling how he had previously frightened her in the cave with threats of robbing her of both wealth and virtue, and had dared to embrace her. Now, he must face the consequences. Beside them, Xiao Yan observed the little medical fairy's playful demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle as he shook his head. He could easily tell that the girl meant no harm. She merely wished to tease Xiao Han. Casting a glance at Xiao Han, who continued to plummet, he silently mourned for him. Xiao Han, what did you say? The wind is too loud. I can't hear you. The little medical fairy cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, her face beaming with delight. Hearing this, Xiao Han felt on the verge of tears, despair welling up within him. Chapter 69, The Hunt. Beneath the starry sky, a blue giant eagle soared gracefully above the dense forest. Starlight spilled down, illuminating the silhouettes of three young figures on its back, one girl and two boys. At this moment, the youth bearing the black ruler was engaged in jovial conversation with the girl in white, while the boy in the blue attire maintained his distance from the two. He sat nearby, casting sidelong glances at the pair, his expression marred by a cloud of gloom, his fingers tracing circles on the back of the eagle as if to conjure a curse upon them. Meanwhile, the animated exchange between Xiao Yan and the little doctor caught the attention of the brooding Xiao Han. They shared a knowing glance, stifling a chuckle. For youth tends to forge bonds swiftly. Come now, are you still sulking? Xiao Yan remarked with a grin. You were just enjoying the spectacle. Are we not brothers? Xiao Han shot back, rolling his eyes at Xiao Yan, who had been perched on the eagle's back, watching him float in the air, truly infuriating. I too am at a loss. This giant eagle refuses to heed my commands. Xiao Yan shrugged, offering a resigned smile. Oh, I was merely jesting. Look, you are perfectly fine now, the little doctor chimed in with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han turned his gaze to her, his expression darkening as he retorted. Why not try floating in the air for a few minutes yourself? He had been thoroughly teased by the little doctor moments before, remembering Xiao Han's comical cries for help. The little doctor could not suppress a delicate laugh, her melodious giggles rendering the night even more enchanting. Gazing at the little doctor's innocent and carefree smile, Xiao Han found himself momentarily dazed, as if struck by a revelation, silently lamenting. Who could have foreseen that today's naive girl would one day transform into a remorseless poison maiden? The calamity of her toxic body leaves no vitality in her wake. Enough of this. I suppose we are even now. Let us properly reintroduce ourselves. I am Xiao Han, he declared, extending his hand toward the little doctor. She paused, hesitating slightly, but upon seeing the sincerity in his demeanor, she extended her fair hand in return. I am the little doctor, she said softly, her beautiful eyes flickering as she withdrew her hand. What are your plans moving forward? She inquired, glancing between the two. We shall continue honing our skills in the Monster Mountain range, Xiao Han replied. Then you must exercise caution. The moose serpent is unlikely to let you off easily. The little doctor cautioned. The Monster Mountain range is vast. It won't find us quickly. By the time it does, I shall be more than capable of dealing with it, Xiao Han said with a smile. The little doctor cast him a skeptical glance. After all, the moose serpent was a formidable Dou master, and she suspected Xiao Han was merely boasting. And if the moose serpent seeks you out, what then? Xiaoyan asked, his eyes flickering with concern. It dares not act against me. Many mercenaries in Qingshan town owe me favors, and I have no intention of lingering. Once I repay my debts, I plan to travel and practice medicine across the Dou Qi continent, the little doctor asserted confidently. You, a seemingly frail maiden, wish to traverse the Dou Qi continent? Xiaoyan chuckled lightly at her ambition. Who says I am weak? With this 7-colored poison manual, I can traverse the world with my poison, the little doctor declared with a playful smile. Xiaoyan found himself in a state of bemusement, while Xiao Han remained silent beside him. Today, this seemingly casual remark had ominously foretold the young maiden's fate, binding her to a destiny she would never escape. The shimmering river reflected the moonlight, and the night sky was adorned with beauty. The three young souls conversed on the back of the giant eagle, discussing the realms of past and present, sharing a jug of coarse wine in joyous camaraderie, forgetting both honor and disgrace, reveling in the pleasures of life. Unbeknownst to them, the dawn began to break in the east, quietly ushering in a new day. The little healer bid her farewell, hoping for a reunion in the future. On the back of the majestic eagle, Xiao Han and his companion rose, exchanged smiles with the little healer, and in a flash, descended onto a nearby peak, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest. As she gazed down at the verdant thicket, the little healer murmured softly, then made no further delay. The giant eagle soared into the wind, swiftly disappearing beyond the horizon. Such fleeting encounters, marked by swift partings, epitomized the essence of life. Just as the little healer had feared, the Bloodwolf mercenary corps had no intention of letting Xiao Han and his companion escape so easily. The following day, they initiated a relentless hunt for the two within the Beast Mountain range. However, Xiao Han and Xiao Yin remained unafraid amid their monotonous training journey. This jungle game proved to be an exhilarating diversion, serving as a worthy trial. Once more, night fell, enveloping the vast forest in a sinister atmosphere. The slightest rustle of wind sent shivers down one's spine. In the dense foliage, a squad of mercenaries, armed and vigilant, scoured the area. Leading them was a young man. Mu Li, the vice-captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a 3-star battle master, tasked with hunting down Xiao Han and his companion. Search diligently, leave no stone unturned. Once found, spare no mercy, regardless of their state. Mu Li's gaze swept over the mercenaries around him, his voice low and tense. After days of fruitless searching, his agitation was palpable. Vice-captain, behind you, one mercenary pointed out, but his words were abruptly silenced. The dead cannot speak. Drip. Blood trickled from the neck of the fallen mercenary, the sound of its descent resonating clearly, tightening the hearts of Mu Li and the others. This was merely the beginning. Soon, every mercenary aside from Mu Li met with a mysterious demise, and an aura of dread permeated the air. Who is it? Show yourself. If you have the courage, do not hide in the shadows. Mu Li scanned the surroundings, his anger betraying a deep-seated fear. The assailant was swift, and the terror was overwhelming. Clang. Just as Mu Li finished speaking, a flash of sword light darted before him, a technique executed with blinding speed. In that instant, Mu Li's pupils dilated. A thin line of a sword wound appeared, blood began to seep forth, and the fear in his eyes lingered. Before Mu Li stood the silhouette of a young man clad in azure robes, wielding a sword. The weapon was held at an angle, its tip stained with blood. Are you searching for me? The youth murmured, but alas, Mu Li could not hear him. The dead, of course, cannot listen. Chapter 70, A Descent from the Void. The spacious hall, dimly lit, now bore witness to the lifeless body of a young man sprawled across its floor, the icy remains seemingly causing the temperature to plummet. Rest assured, my child, I shall avenge you with the blood of those two wretches. At the forefront of the hall, Mu Shi's countenance was ominously dark as he fixated on the youth's corpse, finally uttering his chilling words. Upon hearing Mushi's frigid tone, those present in the hall bowed their heads, rendered mute by fear. Have we yet to ascertain the whereabouts of those two? Mushi's gaze swept over the assembly, his voice low and commanding. Reporting to the leader, we have not yet found them, one individual murmured, head bowed in trepidation. A pack of useless fools, Mushi thundered, slamming his hand down with such force that the chair splintered. Bring that little healer to me. My son has been slain, and she cannot escape culpability. Perhaps she holds the key to their location. Mushi's eyes flickered with intensity as he spoke. Leader, many mercenaries in Qingshan town owe their gratitude to the little healer. If we attempt to seize her directly, we may find ourselves with enemies on all sides. A voice cautioned. Mushi's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied. Inform the proprietor of the Wan Yao pharmacy that the little healer and those two possess a trove of treasures from a stronghold. If he is willing to surrender her. Once I capture those two, we shall share the spoils. Wise leader. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement, their voices rising in fervent approval. Such an enticing proposition would surely stir the proprietor's interest, and as for the sharing of treasures, once those two were captured, it would ultimately be the Bloodwolf mercenary corps that dictated terms. A mercenary took his leave, heading straight for the Wan Yao pharmacy. Those who dare slay my son shall pay in blood. Mushi gazed toward the entrance, his eyes ablaze with a chilling malice. In the Monster Beast Mountains, beside a cascading waterfall, a fire crackled on a nearby patch of ground, where a rudimentary grilling rack stood. A youth clad in a green robe expertly tended to a skewer of grilled fish, his movements deft as he flipped the fish, occasionally adding oil, salt, and seasoning. Masterfully managing the heat, the fish soon turned a golden hue, emanating a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Ah, delightful! Xiaohan exclaimed as he lifted the grilled fish, inhaling its savory scent with satisfaction, confident in his culinary skills. With a flick of his finger, a jug of wine appeared in his palm. He chuckled softly, leaning against a nearby stone, sipping wine and savoring the fish. Surrounded by lush green mountains and flowing waters, a veritable feast for the senses. It would be even better if Shuiqin were here, Xiaohan mused, a look of contentment gracing his features. Perhaps the only imperfection in this idyllic moment was the absence of the maiden by his side. He found himself missing her dearly, pondering how she fared at the Canaan Academy. With her talent and beauty, she surely garnered much admiration, in stark contrast to Xiaohan's leisurely enjoyment. Xiao Yin faced a grimmer reality, as he was currently engaged in hunting magical beasts in the forest with the Xinzhou. However, given Xiaohan's rapid advancement in cultivation, having reached the rank of 9-star Dome Master within a mere month since parting with the little healer and standing just a step away from becoming a great Dome Master, Xiao Yin felt the weight of pressure and dared not allow himself a moment's respite. To be in the company of prodigies, one must exert oneself. Without diligent effort, one risks falling behind and being eliminated. Just as Xiaohan was indulging in the delights of exquisite cuisine and picturesque scenery, the system unexpectedly chimed. Master, there is now a bounty task worth 100,000 points. Will you accept it? Xiao Rou inquired. 100,000 points? A bounty task? Upon hearing this, Xiaohan was initially taken aback, only to be filled with joy shortly thereafter. However, after a moment's reflection, he regained his composure and asked, Xiao Rou, what is the task? To rescue the little medical fairy. She has been captured by the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, Xiao Rou replied. Isn't there a multitude of mercenaries in Qingshan town safeguarding the little medical fairy? How then did Mushi manage to capture her? Xiaohan furrowed his brow and questioned. The owner of Wan Yao Zhai, lured by the treasures of the cave, betrayed the little medical fairy and secretly delivered her to the Bloodwolf mercenary corps. Xiao Rou explained. Indeed, profit reigns supreme, Xiaohan sighed, shaking his head. Master, will you accept this task? Xiao Rou asked. Of course I will, Xiaohan responded. 100,000 points is not to be dismissed. Now that I am a 9-star Dome Master, I possess the strength to contend with Mushi. What is there to fear regarding this task? In the lair of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, the little medical fairy was bound to a stone pillar in the center of the square. Her gaze was icy as it fixated on a middle-aged man nearby. The owner of Wan Yao Zhai. Owner, I never imagined you to be so despicable. The little medical fairy retorted coldly, unable to fathom that the man, who once kindly sheltered her, would betray her. I am a businessman, motivated solely by profit. I took you in because of your ability to heal, and now I sell you for a greater gain. Where is the despicability in that? The middle-aged man sneered. A tremor coursed through the little medical fairy's heart as she felt the treachery of humanity. After a glance at the owner, she chose to remain silent. Little medical fairy, you would do well to cooperate and reveal the whereabouts of those two boys. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your garments and let my men have their way with you. Mushi approached, his tone chilling. As he spoke, many mercenaries around them perked up, their eyes glimmering with fervent desire as they roamed over the little medical fairy's slender waist. The little medical fairy shivered, overwhelmed by the covetous gazes surrounding her. Deep down, she understood that even if she divulged the whereabouts of Xiao Han and his companion, she could not escape Mu Shi's clutches. Moreover, she was oblivious to their location. A resolute glint flickered in her eyes as she prepared to harness her Dou Qi for self-detonation. "Mu Commander, are you searching for me?" Just then, a light-hearted laugh echoed from the distant horizon. The little medical fairy's beautiful eyes widened. That voice sounded so familiar. In an instant, all gazes turned skyward, where a dark figure began to materialize. As it grew clearer, the crowd's pupils dilated in astonishment, for it was indeed a person. Walking upon the air? Could he truly be a Dozong expert? Mu Shi and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, filled with disbelief as the truth loomed before them. They struggled to convince themselves. Was this young man genuinely a Dozong powerhouse? Time seemed to come to a standstill as everyone stared in rapt attention at the figure clad in azure robes, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Above the horizon, a figure clad in azure garments soared through the air with remarkable swiftness. Although his steps appeared leisurely, in the blink of an eye, he had traversed great distances. In mere moments, the figure had materialized above the Blood Wolf mercenary corps, his gaze sweeping below until it settled upon the astonished countenance of the little medical fairy. With a smile, he remarked, "What is this? Have you forgotten me after a month apart?" Chapter 71. Practicing Medicine, Wandering the Continent. The familiar shopkeeper sought to harm her, while this not-so-familiar youth had come to her rescue. The little medical fairy felt a profound sense of irony. A shopkeeper she had known for ages was outdone by a boy she had only just met. What, indeed, is the nature of the human heart? "You cannot save me. You must leave, lest you lose your life in vain." The little medical fairy gazed at Xiao Han, worry evident in her beautiful eyes. She understood that he must have cultivated the void step technique to move so swiftly, yet his strength was simply insufficient to contend with Mu Shi. "Do you remember what I told you that day?" Xiao Han looked at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes glimmered. That night, Xiao Han had seemingly claimed that when they next faced Mu Shi, he would be able to deal with him alone. Yet, could such a transformation truly occur within the span of just 1 month? "You little brat. Finally daring to show your face, are you? It seems another lad has yet to reveal himself. Let us summon him as well." Mu Shi sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Since he had presented himself so readily, it was time for him to perish. "There is no need for that. I alone am sufficient to deal with you," Xiao Han declared, standing firm in the air, his tone imbued with unabashed confidence. "Alone? With your mere Dou Master strength? Utterly laughable. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between a Dou Master and a great Dou Master." Mu Shi retorted coldly. As soon as he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from Mu Shi, his Dou Qi coiling around him like a constricting serpent. Simultaneously, a suit of earthy brown armor coalesced around him, a clear emblem of a great Dou Master. Judging by the intensity of Mu Shi's aura, he had already reached the level of a 3-star great Dou Master. Witnessing the Dou Qi armor enveloping Mu Shi, Xiao Han's gaze sharpened. He flicked his finger, causing a glimmer of spiritual light to burst forth from his hand. As the radiance dissipated, a long sword, crafted entirely of crystal, appeared in his grasp. That was the Heavenly Emperor's sword, a peerless treasure of the vast world. This marked the first time Xiao Han wielded it. Previously, due to his insufficient cultivation, it had felt like a mere trinket. Now, as a 9-star Dou Master, he might not fully command its power, but he could at least initiate its use. Today, he would test the sword's brilliance. The Heavenly Emperor's sword shimmered with brilliance, its blade smooth as glass. As it emerged, the surrounding Dou Qi in the atmosphere stirred ominously, emanating an overwhelming aura from the sword. This sword was extraordinary. The moment the Heavenly Emperor's sword was unveiled, Mu Shi and his companions turned their gazes toward it, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire. Such a remarkable weapon was coveted by all, yet they likely would not have the opportunity to seize it. Xiao Han's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he raised the Heavenly Emperor sword high above his head, a powerful sword aura coalescing around him, as if an invisible tempest of sword energy was about to descend. "With one strike, I shall send you to your demise." Xiao Han uttered a low command, and in the blink of an eye, a brilliant radiance surged forth from the Heavenly Emperor, sword in his grasp. With a single, unembellished stroke, an immense phantasmagorical sword light, spanning dozens of feet, shot forth from the sword's tip, aimed directly at Mu Shi. Crack! In an instant, the sword descended, leaving no chance for Mu Shi to defend himself. His battle armor shattered in an instant, and a crimson line appeared, extending from his forehead downward. Blood dripped, and soon after, Mu Shi's body collapsed. That single stroke had claimed his life. In a mere moment, the 3-star Great Battle Master Dou Qi met his demise. The mercenaries nearby were struck with disbelief. Their captain had been slain by the youth before them. With just one strike, a 3-star Great Battle Master had been vanquished. Could they not be utterly overwhelmed as well? Young master, spare us. We were blind to your greatness. We beseech you to grant us our lives. Having witnessed the fate of their leader, the mercenaries swiftly knelt in supplication, fearful of receiving a similar fate. Begone. Xiao Han cast a glance over the mercenaries, refraining from unleashing further carnage. At his words, the mercenaries felt as if a great reprieve had been granted and hastily fled for their lives. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Han flashed to the square, feeling a touch of weakness. The Heavenly Emperor sword was an unparalleled artifact of the vast world, and wielding it with spiritual energy was already a tremendous drain. Using battle energy was far more taxing. Given his insufficient cultivation level, he struggled to sustain the sword's demands. Had it not been for his practice of the Emperor's purity technique, he might have been utterly exhausted by now. His cultivation was too low. Wielding the Heavenly Emperor's sword was still excessively burdensome. Xiao Han lamented internally, pondering that should he encounter a formidable foe and fail to slay them with a single stroke, he would find himself without a grave. This sword must be wielded with caution. Swish! Xiao Han sheathed the Heavenly Emperor's sword and, with a wave of his hand, sent a sharp stream of battle energy to sever the ropes binding the little healer to the stone pillar. I was wrong. You were not jesting. She approached him, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Han, displaying a complex expression. That day, she thought he was merely teasing her. Yet what she believed to be a jest had manifested before her eyes, evoking a sense of wistfulness. Dou Qi was truly dead. What shall you do now? Xiao Han tossed the shopkeeper at the feet of the little healer. Young master, little healer, spare me. I was blinded by greed. I shall never do so again. The shopkeeper quickly begged for mercy, his demeanor having undergone a complete reversal. Leave. The little healer glanced at the shopkeeper, ultimately unable to harbor any intent to kill. Even after he had betrayed her, the shopkeeper looked at her in astonishment, then timidly glanced at Xiao Han before hastily retreating. Xiao Han merely cast a disinterested glance, unconcerned. Thank you, Xiao Han, the little healer said, her beautiful gaze meeting his. It is a trivial matter. What are your plans moving forward? Xiao Han inquired. To practice medicine and travel the continent, she replied. Be cautious along your journey. Xiao Han's gaze flickered, choosing not to say more. The little healer had her own path to tread. I shall take my leave. Remember to convey my regards to Xiao Yan. May we meet again if fate allows. The little healer spoke softly, then turned to leave. However, upon reaching the doorway, she paused, her beautiful eyes glancing back at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, if one day I am no longer like this, will you still consider me a friend? Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was taken aback, quickly realizing the implication. The little healer had opened the 7-colored poison scripture. No matter how you change, both Xiao Yan and I will always be your friends. Xiao Han replied with a smile. Thank you. The little healer was momentarily stunned, then a smile graced her delicate face, and with that innocent smile, she turned and departed. Chapter 72. The cloak of concealment. Xiao Han soared through the air. Beneath him lush forests sprawled, above him the azure sky adorned with white clouds. In the midst of this breathtaking scenery, he reveled in the beauty of the world. This sense of freedom and adventure in the world of martial arts was precisely what Xiao Han had long yearned for. At that moment, a faint smile adorned his face. An indescribable feeling of ethereality coursed through him, as if he had merged with the very essence of nature, feeling utterly elated. Suddenly, Xiao Han halted in midair, his eyes gently closing as he instinctively spread his arms wide, fully immersing himself in this ethereal sensation. It was a wondrous feeling beyond words. He maintained this posture, his mind utterly focused, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Boom. After some time, Xiao Han's eyes opened again, and at that moment, an intense brilliance radiated from them. A formidable aura erupted from his being, causing the surrounding energy of heaven and earth to surge. Had he truly advanced to a grand fighter? Xiao Han opened his eyes, feeling the powerful energy surging within him. A mix of astonishment and joy washed over him. That sensation had indeed been the catalyst for his breakthrough. Cultivation is inherently aligned with the principles of the universe. At times, enlightenment strikes in an instant, while at other times, breakthroughs occur imperceptibly. This is quite normal. Congratulations, Master, on advancing to Grand Fighter. The system's voice resonated. Indeed, Xiao Han mused with a smile. Glancing at his hands, as he gently clenched them, he could feel boundless power surging within him. Advancing to Grand Fighter marked a significant leap in every aspect of his being. Master, now that you are a Grand Fighter, you are entitled to another lucky draw. This time, the prizes are even more substantial, Xiao Ro added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. The The prospect of a lucky draw was indeed intriguing. As a fighter, he had won a rainbow card, and as a fighter master, he had drawn a complete electronic map of the Dou Qi continent. Initially, he had dismissed the map, but soon he realized its remarkable clarity, presenting every inch of the continent's landscapes as if one were truly present. It was far superior to satellite imagery. When he clicked on a location, a radiant blue representation of the geography unfolded before him. The effects were dazzling. And when Xiao Rou informed him that the map was worth hundreds of thousands of points, he realized he had struck gold. Thus, Xiao Han was naturally filled with anticipation for this grand fighter's draw. "Xiao Rou, let us begin," he said, rubbing his slightly flushed face. Xiao Rou responded softly. And after deducting 10,000 points from Xiao Han, a magnificent ethereal spinning wheel materialized in the void, adorned with an array of dazzling treasures. Xiao Han smiled and approached without hesitation, vigorously spinning the wheel. The wheel whirled with such ferocity that it left Xiao Han slightly dizzy. Evidently, the rewards this time were significantly more substantial than before. After approximately a minute, the wheel began to slow down, the enormous pointer gliding over one treasure after another, igniting a surge of excitement within Xiao Han. Finally, the wheel came to a halt, the pointer resting upon a silver cloak. "Ah, a splendid item," Xiao Han exclaimed. His spirits lifted. With this artifact in his possession, his life was assured. Even in defeat, he could escape. "I forgot to mention, the cloak of invisibility can only be used 3 times, Xiao Rou added. 3 times is sufficient, Xiao Han replied with a smile, not being overly greedy. 3 chances to evade danger were ample. Once he matured, he would no longer require such a trinket, and for now, it merely provided him with peace of mind. "Now, I am a grand fighter, possessing numerous formidable combat techniques, complemented by the complete electronic map of the Dou Qi continent, along with the 3 life-saving uses of the cloak of invisibility. The Dou Qi continent is vast, filled with countless mysteries. Having come this far, he naturally intended to leave his mark across its expanse. You are absolutely correct, Master. You are fully capable of embarking on your own adventures now. The outside world is captivating, and I am certain you will reap even greater rewards," Xiao Rou concurred, adding, "Moreover, with me by your side, you shall never feel lonely." With that, Xiao Han wasted no more time, swiftly leaping towards the distant horizon. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Han's steps faltered as he gazed, astonished, at the stone bed not far ahead. There lay a delicate figure, reclining quietly, her upper garment discarded, revealing ample porcelain skin, while Xiao Yan busied himself before her with a medicinal vial. "How can there be someone else here? Yao Yan, go and gouge out this brat's eyes." The woman, flustered and turning her head away, caught sight of Xiao Han first, her cheeks flushed and her beautiful eyes glaring at him, her voice icy. Xiao Yan, who was occupied with applying medicine beside her, was equally startled. He turned to Xiao Han, wearing a wry smile. "Xiao Han, you should leave immediately. Do not provoke this lady," he advised, recalling the terrifying prowess he had witnessed just moments prior, capable of causing the ground to quake and mountains to crumble with a mere wave of her hand. Acknowledging this, Xiao Han shook his head in resignation. He was well aware of the danger posed by this formidable lady. Thus, he did not linger and promptly exited the cave. After some time, Xiao Yan finally called Xiao Han back into the cave. By then, Yun Yun's wounds had been bandaged, and she donned a loose black robe, her hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders. Even so, her elegant curves and an air of nobility remained undeniable. "Ahem, I apologize for the earlier offense," Xiao Han stammered as he entered, immediately caught in the cold gaze of Yun Yun, his body involuntarily trembling as he hastened to express his apologies. "If it were not for the favor of Yao Yan, I would surely have gouged out your eyes," Yun Yun coldly remarked. Xiao Han's lips quivered slightly, and he forced a smile, daring not to retort. In the narrative, he found himself quite fond of this female character, who was vividly depicted with depth and complexity. The entangled emotions of love and hatred left Yun Yun perpetually ensnared in contradiction, perhaps a cruel twist of fate, a ridiculous encounter destined to dictate the tumult of her life. What Xiao Han did not anticipate was that his initial meeting with Yun Yun would be so awkward, leaving him with a negative impression right from the start, which truly vexed him. "Yunji, you should sleep in the cave tonight. We will keep watch outside." "You should rest early," Xiao Yan hastily interjected, sensing the discord and the awkward atmosphere between the two. Upon saying this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Han, who could only manage a wry smile. Given Yun Yun's formidable aura, he dared not linger. Outside the cave, the sky was adorned with countless stars. "Xiao Yan, I plan to venture out on my own for a while. We shall each hone our skills and reunite at Yunlan's sect," Xiao Han proclaimed, gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky. "Venture out alone? Have you thought this through?" Xiao Yan replied, taken aback. "Indeed," Xiao Han affirmed with a smile. "Little one, embarking on your own can be quite beneficial. You will encounter those exceptional individuals out there who will inspire your growth. With your talents, I have no doubt that you will progress even further on your solitary journey, the old pharmacist remarked, emerging from the spatial ring with a smile. Very well. We shall meet at Yunlan sect. Rest assured, I will strive even harder. Be cautious, lest I surpass you by the time we reunite. Xiaoyan laughed. When do you plan to depart? Xiaoyan inquired further. Tomorrow at dawn, Xiaohan answered. Then let us indulge in a hearty drink tonight. Xiaoyan exclaimed, summoning several flasks of wine with a wave of his hand. Excellent. Xiaohan replied, accepting a flask, and the two engaged in spirited drinking. That night, with wine in hand, they reveled in the camaraderie of the martial world. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xiaohan awoke, glancing at the still slumbering Xiaoyan beside him, and chuckled softly. Take care, Xiaoyan. With a smile, he refrained from lingering, swiftly ascending into the sky, soon vanishing beyond the horizon where the first light of dawn began to glimmer. An ember of lingering wine awoke, bearing a solitary sword as he embarked on his journey. Chapter 74, Journeying Northward. Universal System Interface. Host, Xiaohan. Strength, 1-star Great Fighter. Points, 100,000. Cultivation Method, Emperor's Purity Technique. Combat Techniques, Sword Drawing Technique, Absorbing Palm. Blazing Palm, Heavenly 9 Steps, 8 Extremes Collapse. Spirit Artifacts, Heavenly Emperor's Sword, Divine Concealment Cloak. Alchemical Knowledge, Dan Classic. Advanced Spatial Ring, Clothing, Moonlight Stone, Incense. Complete electronic map of the Dou Qi continent. Upon a towering azure peak, a young man clad in blue languidly reclined, a translucent interface hovering before him, laden with information. After scrutinizing the details on the interface, Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. Now, it was time to devise a plan for his next escapade. Xiaohan's gaze sparkled as he flicked his fingers, releasing a stream of luminous energy from his storage ring, which then suspended in the void. As the brilliance dissipated, a vast world materialized within, depicting endless mountains and an array of buildings so vividly that it left one in awe. This was indeed the complete electronic map of the Dou Qi continent. Please lock onto my position, Xiaohan instructed, appreciating the map's remarkable functionality and its fully intelligent control. As he spoke, the map transformed, revealing a red that pinpointed his exact location. The northern region of the Monster Mountain Range, Xiaohan murmured, realizing he was situated at the edge of this formidable terrain. Upon achieving precise localization, his gaze swept across the map to establish his exploration route, focusing on the sparsely populated and desolate surroundings. The most significant city nearby was Black Rock City, with the vast Tagore Desert lying to the north. Xiaohan's eyes glimmered as he scrutinized these locations. Upon reaching the Tagore Desert, he paused momentarily. This was a place he felt compelled to visit, for it was home to a pivotal female character in the novel, the enchanting Queen Medusa. He was curious to ascertain whether she truly embodied the captivating essence described in the story. Thus, this destination was not to be overlooked. Beyond the Tagore Desert, in the extreme north, there exists a city, he noted, his attention fixating on the map's northernmost point. There, amidst swirling snow, stood a colossal city sprawling for thousands of miles, imposing against the backdrop of the relentless blizzard. The map revealed that rather than merely a city, it resembled a realm of ice and snow, entirely forged from frost, exuding a majestic yet sacred aura. This place was called the City of Ice and Snow. The allure of this icy dominion instantly captivated Xiaohan. Observing the map, the grandeur and sanctity of the City of Ice and Snow were undeniably enticing, prompting his imagination to wander. What tales lay within its frosty expanse? The City of Ice and Snow held intrigue. Thus, he resolved that this would be the ultimate destination for his upcoming expedition. A profound interest blossomed within Xiaohan's eyes, for this city was not mentioned in the novel, and it promised unknown stories awaiting his discovery. Consequently, his curiosity burgeoned, and he was eager to unearth the narratives that resided there. At this moment, Xiaohan formulated a comprehensive plan: enter Black Rock City, traverse the Tagore Desert, and journey northward, ultimately arriving at the City of Ice and Snow. Chapter 75, The Alchemist Guild. After several days of arduous travel, Xiaohan finally reached Black Rock City. As dusk descended, he gazed at the imposing black edifice that stretched across the horizon, a smile breaking through his weary countenance. At last, I have arrived at Black Rock City. He exhaled with relief, the relentless journey having taken its toll, leaving him utterly fatigued. As an alchemist, he cherished the prestige of being among the most esteemed professions in the Dou Qi continent. With such a title, few dared to provoke him lightly. Certainly, Xiaohan arrived to assess his alchemist rank, primarily to evaluate his own medicinal crafting abilities. Under the guidance of the esteemed Elder Yao, he had diligently practiced his alchemy skills, and during his leisure moments, he often perused the Dandian, absorbing the insights of his predecessors. Consequently, his understanding of the alchemical art had significantly deepened, leading to remarkable progress. Seizing this opportunity, he was eager to put his skills to the test. Although Xiao Han could traverse the air, doing so would expend too much of his energy. His Dijingju had only reached its initial stage, making short flights feasible. But long-distance aerial travel was beyond his current capacity as a grand fighter. Moreover, such ostentation would draw unnecessary attention. After all, this place was not as sparsely populated as the Monster Beast mountain range. He was wary of attracting the attention of formidable individuals, as he wished to avoid any unwarranted troubles. Observing the grand city ahead, Xiao Han resolved without hesitation and swiftly made his way towards the city. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Xiao Han rose from his slumber, feeling invigorated after a refreshing wash. He looked quite handsome. Within the bustling city of Black Rock, numerous towering edifices loomed, exuding grandeur. The wide streets bustled with activity, filled with a ceaseless flow of pedestrians and merchants, showcasing a vibrant array of individuals clad in eclectic attire. Indeed, Yuta City felt diminutive in comparison. The outside world was far more enchanting. Walking along the street, Xiao Han murmured to himself that merely remaining in one's own territory was akin to being a frog at the bottom of a well. To truly appreciate the wonders of the world, one must venture beyond familiar confines. "Excuse me, good sir, could you direct me to the Alchemist Guild?" Xiao Han inquired with a smile, addressing a vendor by the roadside. The vendor gave him a peculiar glance, astonished that someone could be unaware of such a renowned institution. Xiao Han offered an awkward smile in response. "Simply proceed straight along the street, then turn left, continue until you reach the end, and you will find it," the vendor instructed. "Thank you very much," Xiao Han replied with a grin before turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly paused, realizing that he possessed a complete electronic map of the Dou Qi continent and had no need to ask for directions. It seemed he had been a bit daft in his eagerness. Remembering the vendor's condescending gaze, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle ruefully as he made his way towards the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 76. Lin Fei. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiao Han halted as a majestic structure came into view. This building exhibited a unique design, resembling a medicinal cauldron, adorned with windows reminiscent of the cauldron's fire openings. Atop the high roof stood a colossal cauldron. Outside the edifice hung a pale purple sandalwood plaque, elegantly inscribed with the ancient characters, Alchemist Guild. The structure was indeed intriguing. Standing to the side, Xiao Han gazed up at the Alchemist Guild's architecture, a light smile gracing his lips. Without lingering, he proceeded directly towards the grand entrance. Halt! As Xiao Han approached, 2 guards stationed at the entrance immediately blocked his path. One guard declared, "This is sacred ground for alchemists. Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering." Hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Such a young alchemist? Amidst the perplexed and curious gazes of 2 guards, Xiao Han stepped inside. "How about a wager? I bet this lad will surely fail the assessment. Only a fool would take your bet. This boy is even younger than Miss Lin Fei and Miss Xuemei. How could he possibly succeed?" Unbeknownst to Xiao Han, the guards were discussing him. Even if he had heard, he would have merely smiled it off. After all, how could a young alchemist not succeed? Crossing a spacious square, Xiao Han arrived at the reception hall, which was both expansive and opulent, bustling with figures clad in alchemist robes. Naturally, these were alchemists. Truly, this is the Alchemist Guild. He mused with a smile, observing that within the guild, these practitioners exchanged insights and traded for the herbs they required. At that moment, a gentle, melodious laugh echoed through the hall, drawing Xiao Han's attention. Raising an eyebrow, he followed the sound to see a woman in her mid-20s approaching him, tall and graceful. Her professional smile marked her as the front desk attendant. Upon noticing him, her eyes widened slightly in surprise, and curiosity flickered across her face as she scrutinized the young man before her. Was he truly here to take the alchemist assessment at merely 17 or 18 years of age? Several nearby alchemists cast amused glances his way, shaking their heads in disbelief at such youthful audacity. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Han inquired. "Well, are you certain you wish to take the test?" she asked. Nodding affirmatively, Xiao Han confirmed his intent. "Very well, please follow me. I will assist you with the reservation. Additionally, the assessment requires a fee of 100 gold coins." She decided not to dissuade him further, perhaps believing that once he faced the assessment, he might reconsider. "Kindly fill out the relevant personal information. Once completed, you may participate in the assessment immediately," she instructed with a smile. "Thank you," Xiao Han replied. But upon noticing that the form was for a first-grade alchemist assessment, he paused, lifting his gaze to the attendant. "Excuse me, could I have a different form? I intend to apply for the second-grade alchemist assessment." At his words, The attendant froze, astonishment painting her features as she regarded him. Many alchemists in the hall turned their attention to him, their keen perceptions having caught his declaration. Xiao Han's bold assertion drew all eyes in the room. Expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of those present. How could such a young lad dare to pursue the second-grade alchemist qualification? They had already deemed him audacious for attempting the first-grade assessment, but now he audaciously proclaimed his intent for the second grade. Huh, you younger than I, claiming to aim for the second-grade alchemist title? Surely you jest. A young girl's voice pierced through the murmurs, laced with an unmistakable tone of incredulity. At the entrance, a graceful figure stepped in, a young woman in her early 20s, possessing a charmingly beautiful visage. Her figure was surprisingly well-developed, with alluring curves accentuated by her elegant purple dress, rendering her stunningly attractive. This was Miss Lin Fei, a prized disciple of Master Otto, a fourth-tier alchemist. Recognizing the young lady, some gazes in the crowd ignited with fervor. A beautiful girl is always the center of attention, regardless of the setting. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Han murmured her name, recalling that she had participated in the alchemist assessment alongside him in the novel. As he noticed the girl's piercing gaze and the spectators' mocking expressions, his eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke in a calm tone, questioning the notion that age should dictate one's mastery in alchemy. Chapter 77. The assessment begins. Hearing Xiao Han's composed words, the crowd in the hall exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Those who have achieved mastery should be regarded as teachers, he stated. This sentiment rang true, whether in alchemy or any other path of cultivation. Age should not serve as a criterion for evaluation. Understanding transcends chronological order. True mastery remains the only standard, ancient and modern alike. While his logic was sound, doubts lingered. Did this young man truly possess the qualifications to attempt the second-tier alchemist assessment? Who would readily believe that someone so youthful could aspire to such a rank? Words are but empty vessels until filled with proof. Well, I have time today, so I might as well witness your second-tier alchemist assessment. I am keen to see if you are merely posturing, Lin Fei remarked, a smirk on her lips. Suit yourself, Xiao Han replied coolly, then lowered his gaze to fill out the second-tier alchemist assessment reservation form handed to him by a waitress. The information required was minimal, and within a minute, he returned the completed form to her. Xiao Han, 17? The waitress's eyes widened in surprise at the details on the form. He was exceedingly young for this endeavor. Miss, may we commence the assessment? Xiao Han inquired. Certainly, young man. Please follow me, the waitress responded, regaining her composure with a smile. She rose and led him towards the assessment room, with Xiao Han close behind. I'm curious to see if he's truly all talk, Lin Fei muttered to herself. Gracefully following suit, let us go and watch as well. If he fails the assessment, that's one thing, but should he succeed, he would become the youngest second-tier alchemist in the history of our alchemist guild in Black Rock City. Someone in the hall remarked. Many eyes sparkled with intrigue as they followed, evidently captivated by the audacious young man's sudden declaration. In the assessment room, a spacious circular hall occupied the center, surrounded by numerous small chambers resembling cauldrons. These rooms, separated by transparent glass, were designated for the assessments. At this moment, under the guidance of a waitress, Xiao Han and his companions arrived at the circular hall, which was currently filled with numerous individuals. Some were preparing for the assessment, while others had come merely to observe. The soundproof glass provided a barrier, ensuring that the ongoing evaluations were undisturbed. Lin Fei, what brings you here? Are you here to watch my assessment? Upon seeing Xiao Han and his group enter, a young man dressed in luxurious attire immediately turned his gaze towards them, his eyes brimming with admiration, and quickly approached. Fengqiu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Fei furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, You're here to attempt the second-grade alchemist assessment again? Lin Fei was well aware of Fengqiu, the son of a noble from Black Rock City, who had persistently pursued her. He possessed a notable talent for alchemy and had attained the first-grade alchemist rank early on. However, he had stagnated at the threshold of the second-grade alchemist rank for a considerable time, failing multiple assessments over the years. The advancement in alchemical skills requires the accumulation of countless experiences. An exceptional alchemist is forged through innumerable failures, and the art of alchemy is far more challenging than the path of combat. Thus, Lin Fei was not surprised by Fengqiu's repeated failures. Yes, I'm here to give it another try. I've been preparing for quite some time, and with you here to witness my assessment, I feel confident that I will succeed this time, Fengqiu replied with a bright smile, mistakenly believing Lin Fei had come to support him. In truth, had it not been for Xiao Han, Lin Fei would have been completely unaware of his participation in the assessment today. Upon hearing Fengqiu's words, Lin Fei's beautiful eyes flickered. She understood that he had misunderstood her intentions. She wasn't there to watch him, yet she refrained from clarifying her purpose, as that would be too disheartening for him. Good luck, Lin Fei replied vaguely, her gaze shifting towards Xiao Han, who stood calmly at the side, awaiting the commencement of the assessment. Let us see if you remain this composed when the assessment begins, Lin Fei thought to herself, a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. This young man, younger than her, had the audacity to attempt the second-grade alchemist assessment, which stirred a sense of indignation within her. Lin Fei, did that person offend you? Feng Qiu, noticing Lin Fei's expression, furrowed his brows and inquired. No, it's just that this kid claims he is here to take the second-grade alchemist assessment. Which I find somewhat hard to believe, Lin Fei replied. Taking the second-grade alchemist assessment? Feng Qiu was taken aback. He had assumed the young man was merely there to observe, not expecting such a youth to attempt the second-grade alchemist assessment. Feng Qiu cast a scornful glance at Xiao Han, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood the challenges associated with the second-grade alchemist assessment, and seeing such a young individual daring to participate seemed laughable to him. As Feng Qiu's ridicule echoed, the crowd around them couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said that Feng Qiu voiced the thoughts that others hesitated to express. Attempting the second-grade alchemist assessment at such a young age was indeed an overestimation of one's abilities. This time, Xiao Han, fortunate enough to be disinclined to respond, merely cast a fleeting glance at Feng Qiu and the others before closing his eyes to rest, indifferent to their remarks. In the hall, time passed gradually amidst the clamorous chatter of the crowd. Indeed, a third-grade alchemist. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was hushed, with all eyes fixed upon the esteemed third-grade alchemist, whose presence commanded both reverence and awe. A third-grade alchemist was not someone they could compare themselves to. The examination for the second-grade alchemist qualification naturally required the supervision of an alchemist of third grade or higher. And this middle-aged gentleman was appointed as the invigilator for the occasion. Given that many participants were taking the second-grade alchemist qualification exam for the first time, he took a moment to elucidate the examination rules. The regulations were straightforward. As long as one successfully concocted a second-grade pill, the examination would be deemed successful. Within the examination chamber, the formula for the requisite second-grade pill and 2 sets of medicinal ingredients were provided, meaning that each participant had only 2 opportunities. The middle-aged man stood before the crowd, hands clasped behind his back, his authoritative voice resonating through the hall. Lastly, I would like to remind you that the examination is limited to the duration of a single incense stick. Do you have any questions? With that, the participants were instructed to enter their respective examination rooms according to the numbers on the previously filled reservation forms. Once the bell tolled, the examination would officially commence. The middle-aged man surveyed the audience and proclaimed loudly. The crowd nodded in unison, promptly dispersing towards their designated examination chambers. Kid, it's not too late to back out. You might save yourself from embarrassment. As Xiao Han prepared to enter his examination room, he was met with the derisive taunts of Feng Qiu, whose examination room was conveniently adjacent. After years of attempting, you still haven't passed the second-grade alchemist exam. I wonder who the real embarrassment is. Xiao Han cast a fleeting glance at Feng Qiu, uttering a nonchalant remark before striding directly into the examination room. You. Upon hearing Xiao Han's dismissive words, Feng Qiu's expression darkened instantly, clearly struck by the remark. With a cold huff, he ceased to waste time and entered his own examination room with a sullen demeanor. As the participants took their positions, the spectators in the hall fell into an expectant silence, their eyes glinting with anticipation. Observing their peers concocting potions was immensely beneficial for them. Many gazes occasionally flitted toward Xiao Han, pondering whether such youth could truly possess the skills necessary to undertake the second-grade alchemist examination, or if he was simply unaware of his own limitations. Boom. Just then, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a resounding bell echoed throughout the hall. The bell tolled, signaling the official commencement of the second-grade alchemist examination. Chapter 78, None of Your Business. With the second-grade alchemist examination underway, the assembled crowd gazed expectantly at the participants within their respective examination rooms. In the central chamber, Xiao Han stood before a stone table, upon which lay 2 sets of medicinal ingredients and the formula. His eyes flickered momentarily before he picked up the formula. Upon his glance, the words inscribed upon it vanished mysteriously. It appeared that fortune favored him. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the other examination rooms, noticing several individuals grappling with their formulas, suggesting that the pills to be concocted in the examination were drawn at random. With a gentle shake of his head, Xiao Han ceased to waste any more time. With a deft flick of his fingers, a medicinal cauldron materialized upon the stone table. As the energy surged, a dark flame flickered to life in the palm of his hand. His energy had now fully transformed into a deep, enigmatic hue, and thus, the flame coalescing within mirrored this transformation. After infusing the cauldron with the flame, Xiao Han began to toss in various medicinal herbs for refinement, his movements fluid and unhesitating. In mere moments, the majority of the herbs had been successfully processed without a single misstep. In the grand hall, many gazes turned toward Xiaohan, their astonishment palpable at the seamless execution of his techniques. It was evident that he possessed remarkable skill. At that moment, Lin Fei's delicate brows knitted in concern. Could it be that this fellow truly had the capability to succeed? The third-tier alchemist overseeing the examination regarded Xiaohan with a glimmer of approval in his eyes. 20 minutes later, the door to the central examination chamber swung open, revealing Xiaohan as the first to emerge. Was he not a bit too swift? Could it truly be that he had thrown caution to the wind? Yet, he appeared remarkably composed, suggesting he had indeed concocted a second-tier elixir. Whispers filled the air as spectators exchanged furtive comments. Disregarding the murmurs, Xiaohan offered a subtle nod and a smile to the third-tier alchemist before taking a moment to stand aside in anticipation. The elixir lay within the chamber, set to be inspected by the third-tier alchemist once all participants had completed their assessments, who would then announce the final verdict. I cannot believe this lad succeeded so swiftly. He must have merely been fooling around, scoffed Feng Qiu from the adjacent examination room, harboring no belief in Xiaohan's accomplishment. As time passed, the atmosphere in the examination rooms grew tense, with participants racing against the clock. Soon, the incense stick had burned down, and Feng Qiu and the others exited their chambers. The third-tier alchemist then entered the examination room to conduct his inspections personally. With bated breath, the crowd awaited the results as the alchemist concluded his evaluations. He stepped forward, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly, ready to announce the final outcome. At this moment, every heart tightened, particularly those of the candidates, as their anxiety mounted. The decision of whether an elixir was of second-tier quality rested solely with the third-tier alchemist, whose authority was indisputable. Among the 25 participants, only one had succeeded. The third-tier alchemist spoke, eliciting resigned expressions from the crowd. The pass rate was indeed dismally low, and becoming a second-tier alchemist was no trivial feat now. The question arose, who could this solitary success be? Eyes scanned the room, many settling on Feng Qiu, who had encountered failure in the past and was expected to succeed this time. It must be Feng Qiu, Lin Fei murmured, her gaze flickering, yet unable to resist glancing towards the calm young man clad in blue standing nearby. Feeling the weight of the collective attention, especially Lin Fei's gaze upon him, Feng Qiu's spirit soared. He felt confident that he would indeed be recognized as the singular success in this examination. Now, I announce that the only participant to pass the second-tier alchemist assessment is. At this point, the middle-aged man paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally resting on a seemingly calm figure standing off to the side. A smile of approval appeared on his face as he spoke aloud. As soon as he finished, the crowd was left in bewilderment. Room 8, what was happening? Wasn't he that the young lad? Feng Qiu appeared even more confused. It was not him, but rather the boy next door. One can only imagine the delightful expression on his face, which had been poised to receive the cheers of the crowd. He truly passed. Lin Fei beside him slightly parted her lips in surprise. She had anticipated that the only one to succeed in the assessment would be this fellow. A young second-tier alchemist truly existed. Xiaohan, congratulations. At such a young age, you are the first second-tier alchemist in the history of the Alchemist Guild of Haiyan City. The middle-aged man remarked with a smile, clearly pleased. Xiaohan smiled back. Soon, there will be a second one, I suppose. After the departure of the third-tier alchemist, the atmosphere in the room erupted into fervent discussion, all eyes converging on Xiaohan, who had become the center of attention. Given the validation from the third-tier alchemist, there could be no doubt. This young man named Xiaohan was indeed a second-tier alchemist. Next, it was time to set off for the Tagore Desert. He was eager to encounter the enchanting yet formidable Queen Medusa. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan shrugged non-committally and replied coolly, "Whether you can concoct potions is of no concern to me." With that, he turned and strode towards the door. "Hey, so you passed the assessment for a second-tier alchemist. And you think that makes you so impressive? Given your skills in alchemy, I presume you are not lacking in combat prowess either. As someone who enjoys learning, how about we engage in a friendly spar?" Feng Qiu said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Upon hearing this, those around them could only shake their heads in disapproval, recognizing Feng Qiu's intent to provoke Xiaohan. It was evident that Feng Qiu was displeased with Xiaohan's success in the assessment, especially after his own numerous failures. The stark contrast between their achievements undoubtedly bred resentment. However, the crowd looked down upon Feng Qiu's behavior. His character was clearly questionable. Yet, due to his status, they refrained from voicing their thoughts openly. They silently lamented for Xiaohan, knowing Feng Qiu was at the pinnacle of a 9-star combat master. Even a great combat master would find him formidable. It was apparent that Xiaohan would face adversity. Despite his prowess in alchemy, he was likely to be weaker in combat, given his youth. Lin Fei's brows knitted together, clearly disapproving of Feng Qiu's actions. Such behavior was too petty, and perhaps that was why she had been reluctant to engage with Feng Qiu. A sparring combat? Xiao Han understood Feng Qiu's true intentions. He was not one to seek trouble, but neither did he shy away from it. Tolerating such petty provocateurs would only embolden them further. Thus, to silence him, one could only resort to the language of fists. Do you dare to spar? Feng Qiu provocatively remarked that unless he thoroughly trampled this young man today, he would find it difficult to quell the resentment in his heart. As you wish, Xiao Han replied coolly. At these words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Feng Qiu's eyes. His internal energy erupted, and like a leopard, he surged toward Xiao Han, ready to strike hard. Such arrogance before him was tantamount to courting death. Swish! Feng Qiu's figure hurtled forward, his hand morphing into a claw, with energy coiling around it, aimed directly at Xiao Han's chest, emanating an intimidating aura. In the crowd, many closed their eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight. Lin Fei, standing nearby, could no longer watch and prepared to intervene. However, just as everyone anticipated Feng Qiu would ruthlessly torment Xiao Han, the latter's hand moved. At the moment Feng Qiu's hand was about to strike, Xiao Han grasped Feng Qiu's wrist effortlessly, rendering him utterly immobile. How is this possible? In that instant, Feng Qiu was struck with astonishment. His hand could not move at all. The onlookers were equally dumbfounded, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Get lost, Xiao Han barked, delivering a fierce kick that slammed into Feng Qiu's chest. His body was sent flying, skidding across the ground for dozens of yards before crashing against the wall. Lying there like a defeated dog, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with horror as they fixated on Xiao Han, filled with trepidation. To spar in martial energy, and you think yourself worthy? Casting a dismissive glance at the figure sprawled on the ground like a defeated beast, Xiao Han turned and strode away. His silhouette in the azure robe exuding an unmistakable elegance. His cultivation of martial energy is indeed formidable. Observing that retreating figure, the hall fell into a profound silence. The crowd stunned, scarcely able to believe their eyes. This talent is exceedingly monstrous. This fellow is truly powerful, Lin Fei murmured, her mouth agape. Her heart unsettled as she watched the graceful departure of the young man. Chapter 79. I said, get lost. The journey to Black Rock City was swift, both in arrival and departure. For Xiao Han, it was merely a fleeting stop on his path of cultivation, hardly stirring any ripples. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Han did not linger, heading directly to the aerial transport station in Black Rock City, eager to board the flight to the Tagore Desert that very day. However, reality often diverges from plans. Upon arriving at the transport base, he discovered that the flight had already departed, leaving him no choice but to wait until the following day. With a wry smile, Xiao Han shook his head. Well, I might as well rest for the night. This journey will likely be lengthy. He resolved to find an inn nearby for the night. The next day, Xiao Han rose early. After a brief grooming, he made his way to the flight base. Standing outside the station, he gazed across the expansive ground, where two colossal vessels rested, their shapes reminiscent of fish, with enormous wings on either side. These were the flying ships. The ship on the left appeared relatively ordinary, while the one on the right exuded an air of grandeur, adorned with multiple levels and pavilions, radiating a brilliant opulence intertwined with an elegant charm. The airship was specifically designed for alchemists and offered complimentary rides. Alchemists held a prestigious position throughout the Dou Qi continent, prompting many empires to establish dedicated flying transport vessels to honor and win the favor of these esteemed individuals. After a brief registration, Xiao Han boarded the airship. Sir, please mind your head. Welcome aboard the royal airship of the Gamma Empire. We wish you a pleasant journey. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han smiled at the young girl and requested, could you please assist me in finding a window-side private room? Certainly, sir. Please follow me, she replied with a smile. Leading the way, her ponytail swayed gracefully in the breeze, radiating youthful exuberance. Following her, Xiao Han soon arrived at a windowed compartment. The room was not overly spacious, but was exceptionally elegant, offering splendid views from the window. Here we are, the girl announced as she opened the door. Then turned to Xiao Han with a smile. My name is Lin Xian. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. All right, by the way, I'm Xiao Han. You may simply call me by my name. I'm not accustomed to being addressed as sir, especially since I am young, handsome, and dashing, he replied playfully. With a soft giggle, Lin Xian covered her mouth, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Naturally, her youthful spirit could not maintain complete composure. This gentleman is quite bold, she thought. I believe sir suits you better, she said with a slight smile before turning away, her mood lifted. This was her first encounter with such an affable alchemist. The ones she had met before were all rather haughty. Sir sounds rather awkward. Can't you just call me handsome? Xiao Han muttered, shaking his head as he closed the door and stepped inside. However, at that very moment, his gaze froze. A tall female attendant had just passed by his door, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from her, one that surpassed even that of a grand master. Perhaps I am just fatigued from last night. It must be an illusion, he reasoned, dismissing the thought. How could an ordinary female attendant possess such strength? He shook his head, closed the door, and immediately fell back into a deep slumber. As Xiao Han drifted into dreamland, the airship bound for the Gamma Empire's border took flight. The journey to the frontier was quite lengthy. Even with the airship, it would likely take several days. By evening, Xiao Han slowly awoke. Rising from his bed, he approached the window, where the sky had begun to blush with the colors of dusk. The view was breathtaking. A radiant smile appeared on his face as he gazed at the sunset, where he seemed to catch a glimpse of an exquisite visage, strikingly beautiful. "Sir," came Lin Xian's sweet voice from outside the door. "Dinner is served. The restaurant has prepared a delightful feast made by the royal chefs of the Gamma Empire, which is simply delectable. Could we perhaps refrain from calling me sir?" Xiao Han replied with a hint of exasperation. "Sir, please follow me. I shall escort you to the restaurant," Lin Xian playfully remarked, her beautiful eyes fluttering. With that, she led the way ahead. I, Xiao Han, could only smile wryly and followed suit. After all, the royal delicacies were something I simply had to experience. The restaurant was situated on the top deck of the airship, where the ceiling was made of transparent material, allowing a view of the sky above. The glow of the evening sunset bathed the dining area in a captivating charm. At that moment, it was mealtime, and more than 30 alchemists aboard this vessel had gathered to dine, accompanied by several service staff, creating a lively atmosphere. Under Lin Xian's guidance, I arrived shortly after, and I noticed many alchemists were already enjoying their meals. A brief scan revealed that most were first-rank alchemists, with only a handful being second-rank. Not a single third-rank alchemist was present, as high-ranking alchemists were quite a rarity. "Sir, the dishes have arrived, all served hot. I specifically asked the chef to set them aside for you." Lin Xian chimed in cheerfully as she approached with a smile. "Thank you, let us dine together." I replied with a grin. "Not at all, sir. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I must return to assist in the kitchen," she said with a smile before heading back. With a resigned smile, I turned my attention to the exquisite dishes before me, my eyes sparkling with delight as I picked up my chopsticks to savor the culinary delights. Such delicacies should not go unappreciated. However, just as I had taken a few bites, I furrowed my brow as Lin Xian, who had just departed, was intercepted by an alchemist. "Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal?" A young man, also an alchemist and a second rank at that, inquired with a hint of arrogance on his face, confident in his standing as a young second-rank alchemist. "I apologize, but I must assist in the kitchen," Lin Xian replied, her tone apologetic, though a hint of fear lingered in her heart as the young man's gaze bore a sinister edge. "There's no need for that. Just stay and keep me company. Consider it a command," the young man declared haughtily, believing he had the right to demand such. However, Lin Xian felt a surge of panic and had no intention of acquiescing. "There is no however. Come and sit down," he insisted, his voice laced with an unyielding authority. As he spoke, his hand seized her wrist. "Please, show some respect," Lin Xian exclaimed, attempting to free herself, but her strength was insufficient, and tears began to well in her eyes. The commotion drew the attention of several dining alchemists, who observed with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue. She was merely a servant. Show respect? Do you truly consider yourself someone of worth? You are but a mere servant. It is a privilege for you that I have taken an interest in you today, the young man sneered, his displeasure evident as Lin Xian continued to resist. His demeanor cold, he ceased his words and forcefully pulled Lin Xian closer, as if intending to claim her right there. "Let go of me." Lin Xian struggled, but her attempts only brought her closer to him, the young man wearing a malicious grin. "Release her within 3 breaths, or leave." As Lin Xian was about to be drawn into the embrace of the young man, a voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, echoed through the restaurant. At the sound, everyone paused, their gazes turning towards the source, where a figure clad in a green robe slowly rose by the window. Observing this, the interest in the eyes of several alchemists intensified, as 2 second-tier alchemists began to argue over a maid. This promised to be quite a spectacle. Upon seeing Xiao Han stand, Lin Xian felt a surge of joy in her heart. "What did you just say?" The young man also rose, his sharp gaze locking on Xiao Han. The two exchanging a tense stare, sparks seemingly flying in the air between them. "I said get lost." With those words, the atmosphere in the restaurant undoubtedly grew tense, a thick scent of gunpowder beginning to permeate the air. Many alchemists nearby wore faint smiles, finding the unfolding drama an amusing distraction during their mundane journey. "Get lost? You surely lack the qualifications." The young man's expression was frigid, his eyes glinting with cold light. How dare this boy command him to leave? Without further ado, Xiao Han summoned his internal energies, extending his hand. With a subtle curve, a powerful suction erupted, and a silver chopstick shot forth like a dagger towards the young man's arm. The young man's gaze sharpened as he quickly summoned his defensive energy armor. But at that moment, his pupils constricted in shock. He found he could not mobilize his energy. With a swift motion, the silver chopstick embedded itself into his arm before he could react, while Lin Xian broke free from the sinister grip and hurried to Xiao Han's side. The food is poisoned, the young man declared in a deep voice. At his words, the patrons in the restaurant gasped in alarm, hastily attempting to summon their energies, only to find themselves unable to do so. The more they tried, the more an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over them. Who is the scoundrel behind this despicable act? The alchemists slumped helplessly in their seats, casting frantic glances around, their mouths unleashing curses. Seeing the unexpected chaos unfolding in the restaurant, Xiao Han's pupils involuntarily contracted as he recalled a powerful aura he had sensed earlier on the airship, something above the great fighter level. The situation confirmed his suspicions. Someone was indeed targeting them. This airship is in trouble. Lin Xian, sit down quickly. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened as he pulled the young girl beside him, feigning poisoning while, in truth, he had consumed a meal prepared solely for him by Lin Xian. Sir, what on earth is happening? Why is this happening? Lin Xian's beautiful eyes darted around the chaotic restaurant, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Stay silent, Xiao Han signaled to Lin Xian, urging her to observe the unfolding situation quietly. At this moment, his mind raced with conjectures, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such an incident. Ah, noble alchemists, why are you all collapsing? This hardly aligns with your esteemed titles. At that moment, a delicate laugh echoed through the restaurant, drawing the attention of the crowd. A woman clad in a stewardess uniform entered, and Xiao Han's gaze sharpened. It was unmistakably the same woman he had caught a fleeting glimpse of earlier. She possessed a certain allure, her mature figure exuding sensuality. As her elongated eyes scanned the room, a smile graced her face, seemingly pleased with the audience before her. You are the one who poisoned us. Who are you, and why have you done this? An alchemist exclaimed angrily. It is indeed I who administered the poison. The woman replied with a charming smile, revealing no secrets. She then gracefully unfastened her garment, peeling away her stewardess attire, transforming before their eyes. Now adorned in a form-fitting black outfit, her exquisite silhouette was perfectly accentuated, undeniably possessing a captivating allure that could greatly disarm any man. Yet, amidst her sensuality, there lingered an unsettling aura. A terrifying energy emanated from her, making it difficult to breathe. As for who I am, why not take a guess? She removed a mask from her face, unveiling an even more stunning visage than before. You are the notorious poison mistress of the Gamma Empire. The poison mistress, a wanted criminal in the Gamma Empire, renowned for her expertise in toxins, had committed countless robberies across the realm, eluding capture for years. Beneath her seductive exterior lay a deadly scythe, instilling terror wherever she roamed. Moreover, she was a formidable spirit fighter. Indeed, you possess some discernment. Now, do you understand my purpose here? She leaned casually against a wall, her smile mischievous. Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled, fully aware of her intent. Robbery. The poison mistress. Xiao Han muttered, having already consulted the system regarding her background. She was a notorious thief of spirit fighter caliber. He inwardly lamented his misfortune. Encountering such calamity on his first flight was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Had he known, he would have opted for a more inconspicuous vessel instead of this ostentatious private airship. However, it was too late for regrets. He was already aboard. All alchemists, kindly surrender your spatial rings without any tricks. The poison mistress cast her gaze over the crowd before waving her hand. Several female attendants emerged, stepping forward to collect the rings, all loyal to her. Damn it, what terrible luck. Many silently cursed, realizing that this robbery could ruin them financially. Yet, when faced with the choice between their possessions and their lives, they could only comply, handing over their valuables to the women searching them. Hey there, handsome. Where's your spatial ring? A woman approached Xiao Han, extending her fair hand with a smile. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly and then removed the spatial ring from his finger. This was not his high-level spatial ring. That one had been gifted by the system, which would naturally not turn a blind eye to the situation. Earlier, Xiao Rou had already assisted Xiao Han in concealing the high-level ring. As for this particular ring, it was merely a collection of valuables looted from the Gao family. Sigh, what goes around comes around. Xiao Han lamented inwardly, and with a pained expression, he handed the ring to the woman. The woman accepted the ring and inspected the items within, leaving only when she was satisfied. The entire plunder took merely a few minutes, but the treasures amassed were of immense value. After all, this was a pharmacist's spatial ring. Master, everything has been collected without a hitch. At that moment, a woman presented the gathered spatial rings to the poison mistress. You may leave. The poison mistress nodded slightly before turning to depart. Master, what shall we do with these pharmacists? The woman inquired again. Blow up the airship. Whether they live or die is up to their fate, the poison mistress replied indifferently. Blow up the ship. Chapter 81. Escaping the tiger's den, entering the serpent's lair. Upon hearing the poison mistress's nonchalant words, the patrons in the restaurant felt their pupils constrict in horror. They were at an altitude of thousands of feet, and an explosion would leave them with no chance of survival. What a ruthless woman this poison mistress is, Xiaohan thought, shuddering at the realization that she would not even spare them after robbing them. With those words from the poison mistress, a palpable fear enveloped the restaurant. At that moment, everyone was poisoned and suspended in the air, a thick aura of death surrounding the airship. In the shadowy sky above, a colossal flying beast hovered, and on its back stood a dozen women, the leader being a sensuous figure clad in tight black attire. The poison mistress gazed at the exploding airship in the distance, a chilling glint flickering in her eyes. Pharmacists, a group of self-proclaimed nobles, let us see if you can maintain your so-called nobility in the face of death, she murmured, her gaze flickering with memories of the past, her indifferent expression concealing untold stories. How could one become an outlaw without a tale to tell? Master, look. Someone has emerged from the explosion and is flying in the air. A woman behind the poison mistress exclaimed in astonishment. The poison mistress's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as she too took notice. Though at a distance, she could discern a figure walking through the air, cradling another person in their arms. Walking through the air? A Dou Qi? How is that possible? The poison mistress was astonished, yet she did not believe that if there had been a Dou Qi aboard the airship, they would not have acted sooner. Suddenly, she realized something and thought, could it be some powerful flight technique? Follow them. The poison mistress commanded, her voice firm. Understood. A woman responded, swiftly directing the flying beast to pursue the figure soaring through the air. The massive wings of the beast flapped with great speed, quickly closing the distance to the figure gliding above. The young man has discerned the one who treads the void, and the poisonous woman is slightly taken aback. She had certainly noticed Xiaohan aboard the flying ship. With a flicker in his gaze, Xiaohan's figure vanished, darting towards a diminutive town below. Lin Xian, I will divert their attention. Take care of yourself. Until we meet again. He gently placed Lin Xian down on a building and, after uttering those words, transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky once more. Lin Xian gazed at the luminous trail against the horizon, her beautiful eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Moments earlier, as the flying ship exploded, she had been engulfed in a haze of disbelief, convinced that her life was forfeit. Yet, in that perilous moment, Xiaohan had miraculously led her to safety. That harrowing instant felt as though it were a mere dream. Thank you, sir. Truly, you are rather handsome, Lin Xian murmured, her eyes sparkling, aware that this parting might herald their last encounter. Full speed ahead. We must capture that young man. The poisonous woman's eyes glimmered with a frosty light as she commanded her flying beast, which flapped its wings rapidly, pursuing Xiaohan relentlessly. Half an hour later, Xiaohan steadied himself in midair, deciding against fleeing any longer. The act of traversing the void consumed an immense amount of fighting energy, and such reckless darting was utterly exhausting. Hey, woman, how long will you persist? You've already taken my spatial ring. What more do you want? Xiaohan turned to face the poisonous woman. I am intrigued by your flying combat technique. Surrender it to me, and perhaps I might grant you a chance at survival. She replied with a smile. Xiaohan chuckled softly, narrowing his gaze. That is certainly negotiable, but I have a condition. What condition? She inquired. Let us make an exchange. Return the spatial rings you seized earlier, and I shall impart my flying technique to you. How does that sound? Xiaohan proposed with a grin. The poisonous woman's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. No problem. Come here, and I shall hand it to you personally. Xiaohan smirked, his figure flickering as he leapt onto the back of the flying beast, positioning himself not far from her. Do you truly believe you are in a position to negotiate terms with me? The moment Xiaohan landed, the poisonous woman's alluring form appeared before him with an uncanny grace, her captivating gaze fixed upon him as she smiled. By approaching me, you are merely walking into a trap. Should you wish to kill me, do so. I don't even have the technique on me. It is hidden in a very secretive location, known only to myself, Xiaohan retorted, maintaining his composure. You possess quite the audacity to negotiate with me, young man. But be warned, do not attempt to deceive me, for I have countless methods to ensure your demise. The poisonous woman's delicate hand brushed against Xiaohan's face, her alluring charm unmistakable. As for the spatial rings, she was indifferent. Once she acquired the flying technique, capturing him would be a trivial matter. Poisonous beauty. I regret to inform you that not only have I toyed with you, but I also do not intend to die. Farewell, until we meet again. Xiaohan laughed heartily, summoning his cloak of invisibility, which enveloped him instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished mysteriously. "Young man, let us hope I do not encounter you again in the Gamma Empire." At that moment, a ripple appeared in a certain space, manifesting eerily against the backdrop of the night. Subsequently, a figure draped in a shimmering silver robe emerged from the void. Standing on solid ground, Xiao Han felt a surge of elation. Although he had utilized a chance to escape with the divine cloak, he had nonetheless profited immensely. However, at that moment, his eyes brightened as if he had stumbled upon an epiphany. Gazing ahead, he beheld a tranquil lake not far off, beside which stood an enchanting woman of exquisite form. At that instant, she began to disrobe, seemingly preparing to bathe in the lake. As she loosened her garment, it gracefully slipped from her shoulders, revealing a tantalizingly fair figure at the water's edge. The scene before him, moonlight, the lake, and the beautiful maiden, seemed to compose a breathtaking and intoxicating tableau. Good heavens! Could this truly be the Taggart Desert? Is that woman Moon Mei? As he contemplated the scene, memories flooded Xiao Han's mind, and he blinked in disbelief. Was it possible he had arrived at the Taggart Desert so suddenly? Despite the alluring vista, Xiao Han found little inclination to admire it. Moon Mei was a formidable warrior of the Dou Wang rank, and in her presence, he felt like mere fodder, at risk of meeting his end in an instant. Seizing the opportunity before he was noticed, Xiao Han felt a tremor of urgency. This was no place to linger. He crouched low, using the sparse desert shrubs for concealment as he stealthily attempted to withdraw. Yet, he had underestimated the perceptive abilities of a Dou Wang. Just as he had taken a few steps, a chilling voice rang out. "Intruder, capture that peeping scoundrel." At that proclamation, Xiao Han felt a jolt of despair. Tears streamed down his face. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place, having barely escaped one peril only to tumble into another. The commanding voice had barely faded when a group of serpentine women swiftly closed in on him, encircling him with predatory grace. Moon Mei approached as well, her alluring figure now draped in a sheer veil, accentuating her curves under the moonlight, making her even more captivating. It was undeniable that the women of the serpent tribe possessed an innate allure for men. Human? Upon recognizing him, Moon Mei furrowed her brow, her diamond-shaped serpent eyes fixed on Xiao Han, radiating a cold intensity. "Speak. What brings you here? Are you a spy sent by the Gamma Empire?" The serpent tribe had always been at odds with the Gamma Empire, so Moon Mei naturally harbored suspicion upon seeing Xiao Han intrude. I happen to be passing by. Do you believe me?" Xiao Han stammered nervously. "And what do you think?" Moon Mei's gaze remained icy as she scrutinized him. "Sneaking here to watch me bathe in the dead of night and claiming it was mere chance. Humans truly are insatiably greedy and shameless. Miss, you harbor a profound misunderstanding of humanity. There are indeed good people among us. For instance, I consider myself a good person," Xiao Han replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yu Mei and the others wore expressions laden with disdain, casting scornful glances at Xiao Han. To secretly observe a woman bathing in the dead of night and still proclaim oneself a good person, what could be more shameless? Such shamelessness. Do all humans share your lack of dignity? Yu Mei shot Xiao Han a cold glare, utterly unimpressed. This boy was exceedingly shameless. "I truly am a good person," Xiao Han protested, feeling quite vexed. In this era, why was it so difficult for anyone to believe in honesty? At that moment, two of the women advanced, intent on apprehending Xiao Han. Whoosh! The instant Yu Mei's words fell, Xiao Han's figure flickered, and he swiftly ascended into the sky, darting away beneath the starlit expanse. Curse it! Had he neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today? Why was he perpetually being pursued? Watching Yu Mei close in behind him, Xiao Han felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What kind of predicament was this? Alas, yet another opportunity to escape was being squandered. Glancing at the cloak of concealment draped over him, a pang of regret washed over Xiao Han. To use it twice in a single day was indeed a waste. After escaping from the venomous woman earlier, he had at least gained something, yet now he found himself at a loss, devoid of any gains. Of course, if one were to argue that he had gained something, it might just be having glimpsed Yu Mei's figure. "You cannot escape, lecher." Yu Mei's cold voice rang out from behind, merely 10 paces away. The speed of a Dou Wang was not something Xiao Han could hope to rival. Sighing inwardly at his misfortune, Xiao Han lamented that a mere glance had cost him a chance at survival. What a grievous loss. However, Xiao Han was not one to dither. In the grand scheme of things, his life took precedence. With a swift flick of the cloak, he vanished once more from sight. Where did he go? At this moment, Yu Mei had arrived at the spot where Xiao Han had vanished, her eyes filled with confusion as she surveyed the empty air. This boy had disappeared right beneath her nose. Xiao Han emerged once again from the void, his feet touching solid ground as he cast his gaze around. He remained within the vast expanse of the Taggart Desert, which lay eerily silent, save for the distant sight of a desert oasis. This day had been quite the roller coaster. Xiao Han chuckled to himself, reflecting on the thrill of it all. Such an adventure in this foreign realm was indeed far more exhilarating. Setting aside his other concerns for the moment, he decided to rest well that night. He made his way toward the nearby oasis, retrieving a tent and other outdoor supplies from his spatial ring. The system had equipped him remarkably well. After half an hour of setting up camp in the oasis, Xiao Han collapsed into his tent, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The night passed without incident. The following day, Xiao Han was roused from his deep slumber by the sounds of a scuffle. Disturbed from his dreams, he rubbed his eyes and climbed out of the tent, only to find a group of serpent people engaged in a fierce battle with a band of mercenaries. Outnumbered, the mercenaries were clearly at a disadvantage, quickly becoming encircled by the serpent folk. Upon hearing this, a semblance of fear etched across the faces of the mercenaries, particularly among the women, who felt the lewd gazes of the serpent men fixated upon them, instilling a profound sense of dread. Young brother, we hail from the Mo Tai mercenary corps in the nearby city of Shimo. We have unfortunately encountered these serpent men. Please, could you inform our captain in Shimo to come to our rescue? At that moment, one mercenary's gaze fell upon the figure emerging from the tent, Xiao Han, and he hastily called out. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the eyes of the female mercenaries, as if they had grasped the last straw of salvation. If only Xiao Han could summon their captain, they might still be saved. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes flickered momentarily, and he muttered to himself, seemingly coming to a realization. To cling to the hope of this young lad for salvation as death looms near. What foolishness! The leading serpent man glanced at Xiao Han, and then turned back to the mercenaries, mocking them. Bring that lad over here and slay him. Let them witness just how elusive their so-called hope truly is. With that, the leader decreed, demanding Xiao Han's life at the slightest provocation. Xiao Han blinked, feeling as though he had stepped outside without consulting the omens, for in the last few days, he had faced relentless peril. Why did they all wish to take his life? There are always some ruffians seeking my demise. This simply cannot be tolerated. He murmured, then boldly strode towards the group of serpent men. Young brother, do not approach. You are no match for them. Hurry to Shimo and alert our captain. The mercenaries were taken aback by Xiao Han's advance and hurried to dissuade him. They had intended for him to fetch help, not to walk into certain death. How amusing, the leading serpent man observed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Is he eager to meet his end? Ignoring the mercenaries' pleas, Xiao Han continued his approach, his gait unhurried. Having endured enough humiliation in recent days, he could accept being pursued by formidable foes like the poisonous mistress, Yu Mei. But it was utterly intolerable for mere serpent men of the fighter rank to brazenly challenge him. These mere serpents dare to cavort before me. Believe me, a single strike from my hand could very well extinguish your lives. Cough, cough. Dear readers, are you ready? Lord Han is about to commence his endeavors. Chapter 83. My surname is Xiao. Upon hearing Xiao Han's seemingly nonchalant remarks, the mercenaries stood in stunned silence, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. These mere serpents, dancing before me. A single strike could end you? His tone, laced with casual bravado, resonated with an air of arrogance that bordered on the audacious, rendering the serpent men as if they were mere insects in his eyes. The members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps stared, dumbfounded. This seemingly ordinary youth, was he recklessly naive or deceptively formidable? In stark contrast to the mercenaries' astonishment, the serpent men wore grim expressions, their diamond-shaped eyes fixated on Xiao Han, revealing a blatant ferocity. How dare this boy refer to them as mere serpents? How dare he claim that a single strike could be their demise? Go, kill him. Skin him alive. Let me see how much this arrogant brat weighs. The leader of the serpentine men, with a fierce demeanor, gestured to one of his companions. This individual was a 6-star dome master, significantly formidable among their serpentine group. Rest assured, boss, I will teach him how to be a decent person, replied the serpent man, brandishing a large blade as he approached Xiao Han, a mocking glint in his eyes, thinking this boy was merely courting death. Xiao Han cast a calm glance at the approaching serpent man, his steps unimpeded as he approached, and stood nonchalantly before him. You will soon learn the taste of this blade, boy. Do not be overly arrogant. Arrogance leads to swift demise. The serpent man sneered, raising his blade to strike at Xiao Han's head. The air split with a terrifying force as the massive blade descended. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, Xiao Han merely regarded the serpent man with indifference, standing still without any defensive intent. The members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps were aghast. Was he waiting for death? Some women shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. Clang. However, the gruesome scene of Xiao Han being cleaved in two did not unfold. As the blade descended, a sharp metallic clash echoed instead. The crowd's gaze sharpened. The blade had indeed struck Xiao Han's head, yet it failed to pierce through. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though Xiao Han was enveloped in a layer of dark armor, gleaming ominously, emanating an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a demonic suit of armor. This is Dou Qi armor, a great Dou master? At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. This seemingly ordinary youth was, astonishingly, a great Dou master. The despair on the faces of the Mo Tai mercenary corps vanished, replaced by a flicker of hope. A great Dou master ignited their spirits. Crack! As the crowd was still in shock, the furious blade shattered upon impact, sending tremors through their hearts. The defensive power of the armor was overwhelmingly formidable. A mere serpent dares to lecture me on how to live? Xiao Han's gaze hardened as he extended a shadowy hand, grasping the serpent man's neck and lifting him effortlessly. With his other hand raised before the terrified serpent man, he inquired, "Do you know what this is?" The serpent man trembled, unable to respond. Suddenly, Xiao Han unleashed a forceful strike, sending the serpent man flying several dozen feet, blood raining down as he fell, resembling a defeated serpent, barely clinging to life. With one slap, you could perish. Just one slap could lead to your demise. At this very moment, no one in the arena dared to harbor doubts any longer, especially those serpent-like individuals, whose hearts trembled intensely. The youth before them could indeed crush them into mere serpents with a single slap. "Spare us, Great One. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you," they pleaded. "Begone." Xiao Han cast a cold glance at the group of snake men and barked. Feeling an exhilarating release of pent-up frustration that had been building for 2 days, this slap was immensely satisfying. Upon hearing his words, the snake men felt as if a great pardon had been granted, and they quickly hoisted their fallen comrade and fled in disarray, leaving the arena tranquil once more. Elated, Xiao Han turned to gather his belongings and prepare to depart. "Young brother, please stay a moment." Members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps approached him. "What is it?" Xiao Han paused, inquiring. "We are grateful for your assistance just now. Our Mo Tai mercenary corps is nearby, and if you do not mind, we would be honored to have you visit us as a token of our appreciation," one of the mercenaries said with a smile, while several young women cast curious glances at Xiao Han, astonished to discover that this handsome youth was a formidable Dou master, a talent truly remarkable. "No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall be on my way," Xiao Han declined. Having no intention of visiting the Mo Tai mercenary corps, he had come to the Tagar Desert to behold the Queen Medusa and did not wish to waste time, especially since he was not well acquainted with the Shao brothers. Visiting them held little appeal. "We shall not detain you further, but may I inquire your surname, so we may know the name of our benefactor?" the mercenary asked once more. "My surname is Xiao." As they beheld the graceful silhouette of the young man illuminated by the rising sun, and heard his nonchalant voice, the members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps exchanged glances, seemingly awakening to a realization. Could he be from the Shao family? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. That may not necessarily be the case. There are many with the surname Shao in the Dou Qi continent. If he were indeed from the Shao family, why wouldn't he come to visit our 2 leaders? A young woman remarked, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Such astonishing talent might well belong to a disciple of some noble family seeking to hone their skills. After Xiao Han departed, the mercenaries gazed at his retreating figure, engaging in animated discussion, their opinions divided. Chapter 84, The Alluring Queen. In the Tagar Desert, the relentless heat prevailed, with arid yellow sands and a blazing sun casting a desolate vista. At this moment, beneath the scorching sun and over the golden sands, a camel ambled leisurely, its neck adorned with a bell that chimed melodiously. Upon closer inspection, a finely crafted sunshade was erected on the camel's back, surrounded by shimmering curtains made from millennia-old mysterious ice, capable of insulating against heat. Within the shade, a youth clad in a green shirt reclined lazily atop the camel, holding a large, ripe watermelon, occasionally lowering his head to take a bite, his face betraying an expression of pure delight. In the scorching desert, wandering is inherently a tormenting endeavor, yet the days of this young man clad in a green robe are filled with flavor and delight, free from worries of sustenance. Even the oppressive heat fails to dampen his spirits, for he is none other than Xiao Han. "Xiaoro, please exchange for an ice pop. And also a bottle of Pepsi," he requests after finishing a watermelon, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. "Please wait a moment," Xiaoro's voice replies. Soon, Xiao Han finds himself with a bottle of cola in his left hand and an ice pop in his right. Survival in the desert does not seem so daunting after all. Licking the ice pop, he mutters to himself, is survival in the desert truly that difficult? Having spent several days in the desert, Xiao Han's purpose is to catch a glimpse of the unparalleled beauty that is the queen. Initially, he intended to sneak into the Serpent People's territory, but upon reflecting on his status as a grand duelist, he reconsidered. There are indeed alternative methods to meet the queen. An idea strikes him, reminiscent of a plot from a novel, Medusa retrieving the pure lotus heart fire. Thus, to meet the queen, He could simply bide his time instead of risking an incursion into the Serpent People's domain. For the past few days, Xiao Han has been making his way toward the supposed location of the pure lotus heart fire. Today, he has finally arrived at the vicinity. It appears that the pure lotus heart fire should lie beneath this very ground. As he sits atop his camel, his gaze flickers. The temperature in this area has noticeably risen, indicating a realm of fire lies beneath. Ah, is there someone over there? His attention sharpens as he spots a figure lying on a nearby dune, seemingly a woman. With a raised eyebrow, he swiftly dismounts and darts toward her. In no time, he stands before the woman. Upon seeing her, Xiao Han's pupils constrict, and he is momentarily entranced. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, she exudes an air of nobility that seems innate. Her flawless, exquisite visage radiates a captivating allure. And even with her eyes closed, her elongated lashes are enchanting. Beneath the purple gown, her perfectly curved silhouette emanates an irresistible charm, especially as the garment lies tattered, revealing vast expanses of snow-white skin, enhancing her allure further. This woman, even in her serene repose, possesses the power to captivate souls. She is breathtakingly beautiful, an ethereal enchantress. This is the first impression she leaves on Xiao Han. Observing her condition, it appears she was injured while attempting to retrieve the pure lotus heart fire. And the severity of her wounds is alarming. Her body is accumulating a significant amount of fire poison. Xiao Han's gaze sweeps over Medusa's alluring form, noting numerous burns inflicted by the strange fire, the redness of her skin indicative of the poison spreading within her. As a pharmacist, having acquired substantial knowledge from the pharmacopoeia, he can discern the gravity of her condition. The serpent lineage is inherently yin and harbors a deep aversion to such extreme yang flames. Should the fire poison take hold of her heart, she would likely perish in an instant. Without further delay, Xiao Han lifted Medusa into his arms. The sensation of her alluring form against him stirred his heart momentarily, but he quickly suppressed any unusual feelings. Your Majesty, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. He sighed softly, his brow furrowing. At that moment, Medusa's body radiated heat like a furnace, and her exquisite face bore signs of distress, clearly tormented by the fire poison within her. In a swift motion, Xiao Han moved back in the direction he had come, recalling the oasis he had passed earlier and intending to set up camp there. A few minutes later, he arrived at the desert oasis, still cradling Medusa. With a flick of his fingers, a tent materialized beside the oasis, and he gently carried Medusa inside. Within the tent, there lay an ice bed, renowned for its cooling properties. He placed Medusa upon it, and her pained expression seemed to ease slightly. However, Xiao Han was acutely aware that this relief was merely temporary. The fire poison within her remained perilous. Even though Medusa was a formidable emperor-level warrior, she was still vulnerable to the devastating flames of the cough. Your Majesty, I intend to use my techniques to expel the fire poison. I may inadvertently offend your modesty, but I trust you won't mind? He spoke to her, interpreting her silence as consent. I shall begin now. Forgive me. With that, he focused his mind, activating the Emperor Purification technique, intending to harness its purifying power. Although the technique was currently only at the yin level, it could still provide some degree of purification. As he extended his hand toward Medusa's alluring form, he noted the numerous burns inflicted by the. He would need to purify each affected area individually. The first and most severely burned area was her chest, and with gentle hands, he carefully removed her garment, revealing her two magnificent peaks. A blush crept across Xiao Han's face, but he steadied himself, forcing his thoughts to remain pure. His palm pressed against Medusa's soft breast, and with a focused thought, dark fighting energy surged forth, delivering waves of purifying power to wash away the fire poison. The purification of her chest lasted a full 10 minutes, leaving Xiao Han drenched in sweat. This method was torturous for him. At last, Medusa's chest returned to its pristine state, the alabaster skin radiating an irresistible allure. Xiao Han's face burned with heat as he hastily replaced her garment, stealing one last glance, fearful of losing his composure before such an ethereal beauty. After exhaling deeply, Xiao Han wasted no time and prepared to continue the purification process. The next area was even more embarrassing for him, located on Medusa's lower abdomen. Forgive me, he uttered helplessly, tearing a small opening before pressing his hand against the skin, allowing waves of purifying energy to flow forth. The fire poison here was particularly severe, and despite half an hour of effort, it remained stubbornly entrenched. As time passed, the searing poison gradually dissipated, and Medusa's complexion began to restore itself, much to Xiao Han's relief. However, at that moment, a series of soft, alluring sounds escaped Medusa's lips, her voice sweet and intoxicating, sending shivers down one's spine. Xiao Han's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that the expulsion of the poison from her lower abdomen had awakened the wicked fire within Medusa? As the detoxification continued, Medusa's soft sounds grew louder, exuding an irresistible sensuality that seemed to penetrate the very soul. It appeared that the poison truly had stirred the wicked fire within her. Hearing this enchanting melody, Xiaohan couldn't help but tremble, fearing the consequences of such alluring sounds. In a moment of urgency, he summoned his inner energy to hasten the detoxification process, worried that if this continued, something disastrous might occur. Just then, Medusa, still in a faint, grasped Xiaohan's hand, startling him. Before he could react, her delicate form pressed against him, the wicked fire controlling her actions. She clung tightly to Xiaohan, her lips planting kisses on his face. In the next instant, her enticing crimson lips met his, and Xiaohan felt as if struck by lightning, his senses igniting. He then sensed a small serpent teasing him without restraint. With her alluring body in his embrace, a fierce wave of passion surged forth, catching Xiaohan off guard. However, under Medusa's tantalizing advances, the pent-up desires within him began to unravel, and his hands began to explore her soft form. In that moment, within the confines of the tent, the two ignited a fervor that spiraled out of control. After a fervent kiss, Xiaohan swiftly took Medusa down beneath him, seemingly ready to embark on a passionate journey. Yet, at that precise moment, his pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the exquisite beauty of the young maiden before him. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, and his desires receded like an ebbing tide. He could not succumb to such temptation. He forcefully pushed Medusa away, the fiery glint in his eyes extinguished, replaced by a newfound clarity. At that moment, Medusa also seemed to regain her senses, her consciousness slowly awakening. Her enchanting eyes fluttered open, though her pallor was strikingly pale. As she surveyed the scene before her, realization dawned. What had transpired was not a dream, but an undeniable reality. "Do not touch me, or I shall surely end you," she declared coldly, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Xiaohan. After uttering those words in a weak tone, a wave of exhaustion washed over her, and she succumbed back into slumber. Watching Medusa drift back into unconsciousness and recalling the madness of moments prior, Xiaohan could only manage a wry smile. He then retrieved a black cloak, draping it over her delicate form. The path of life is fraught with the perils of desire. How many have stumbled upon such misfortunes? With a soft sigh, Xiaohan settled down beside her, cross-legged, striving to calm his tumultuous heart as he entered a meditative state. Chapter 85. Your Majesty, disrobe. In the desert, night fell under the glow of a full moon. As the desert transformed from its scorching daytime visage, a gentle mist began to rise, and moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the entire expanse in a delicate veil. From a distance, above the horizon of the vast desert, a magnificent full moon hung in the sky. Remarkably clear, the moonlit scene over the desert was breathtaking. In the midst of the arid expanse, a tent was erected near an oasis, beside which a bonfire flickered gently in the breeze. On one side of the fire stood a grill, laden with sausages, chicken wings, and pig trotters, emanating an irresistible aroma that tantalized the senses, making one salivate with desire. The culinary mastermind behind these delectable dishes was none other than Xiaohan, who busily tended to the grill. "Ah, there are few men skilled in the culinary arts like me nowadays," he mused, gazing at the mouth-watering feast before him with a wistful sigh. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from within the tent. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Medusa had awakened. He chuckled softly and, holding a grilled chicken wing, made his way towards the tent. Clang! However, as soon as he stepped inside, Xiaohan felt a shiver run through him as a flash of swordlight zipped past, the sharp blade of a long sword now poised threateningly at his throat. Just a slight movement of the sword's tip could easily seal his fate. Before him stood a striking figure, Medusa, brandishing her sword with an air of defiance, her exquisite, elongated eyes fixed upon him, radiating an icy, noble beauty. "Hey, what are you doing? Let us talk this out. Put down the sword. A gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence," Xiaohan stammered, glancing nervously at the cold steel against his throat. Medusa was a ruthless killer, and he knew better than to provoke her. "You dared to touch me." Medusa's enchanting eyes bore into Xiaohan, her voice as frigid as her demeanor. "Wait. I have something to say about this. I saved you out of goodwill, and who could have anticipated you being controlled by that malevolent fire? Ask yourself, is this truly my fault?" Xiaohan replied. As Medusa reflected on his words, memories of their earlier encounter flooded back, and a faint blush graced her flawless cheeks. Indeed, the fault did not lie with Xiaohan. In the end, he had been the one to regain control. Had it not been so, the situation would have escalated far beyond mere contact. Yet, the thought of her pristine body being so thoroughly explored by this man filled Medusa with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Deep down, she understood that the blame did not rest with him. Otherwise, she would not merely be pointing her sword at him, but rather would have struck him down without hesitation. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Han sensed the tension ease, hoping to avoid souring their relationship further. It seems Her Majesty the Queen is quite reasonable, he said with a smile. Remember my words. Medusa shot a cold glance at him, her eyes glinting slightly. Just moments ago, when he had referred to her as Your Majesty, a curiosity piqued her interest. You know who I am. Naturally, in this Tagore desert. Who else could possess such an enchanting and breathtaking beauty other than Her Majesty Medusa of the Serpent People? Xiao Han replied with a grin. Since you are aware of my name, why do you not fear me? Medusa's eyes flickered, her tone reflecting a hint of intrigue. This mere youth, with the strength of a great warrior, stood before her without an ounce of trepidation. Having touched and kissed, why should I fear? Xiao Han cast a glance at Medusa's alluring figure, curled his lips, and muttered, clearly dismissive of her words. Fear? Why should he be afraid? What did you say? Medusa's keen ears caught Xiao Han's remarks, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Her narrow, elongated eyes fixed on him, and with her sword pointed at him, she indignantly retorted. However, just as Medusa's fury ignited, she suddenly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, her delicate face paling instantly. The sword clattered to the ground, and her body went limp. On the verge of collapsing, Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, and with swift reflexes, he stepped forward, arms outstretched, and caught Medusa's enticing waist. Feeling the firm grip around her waist, Medusa's cheeks flushed. Though she had been in a daze before, her clarity now heightened her sensitivity to the intimate touch, making her acutely aware of the absence of any romantic connection. Let go of me. Medusa glared at Xiao Han, her hand striking his chest in a futile display of defiance. However, weakened by the peculiar fire within her, her blows felt no stronger than mere playful scratches. Do not be angry. I have merely expelled the surface toxins from your body. Residual fire poison still lingers within your organs. Your constitution is already fragile. Should you succumb to anger, even a trace of this poison could reduce you to nothingness. Xiao Han explained. Whether I live or die is none of your concern. Remove your filthy hands at once, or I shall kill you. Medusa shot a fierce glare at Xiao Han, still battling against his grip, her frustration palpable. Yet once more, she could not suppress a spurt of blood, her face growing even paler. You reckless woman, do you wish for death? Observing her condition, Xiao Han furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his heart as he spoke in a lowered tone. My fate is irrelevant to you. Release me. Medusa's icy gaze remained fixed on Xiao Han, her weakness evident, yet her stubbornness shone through as she gritted her teeth defiantly. Whether I release you or not is of no consequence to you. Xiao Han, too, felt a surge of irritation. Then, with a bold kiss, he pressed forward, his tongue launching a fervent assault on Medusa, while his hands shamelessly roamed over her exquisite form. In that electric moment, Medusa was caught completely off guard, her mind blank as if struck by lightning. She forgot to resist. Earlier, she had kissed Xiao Han in a daze, but now, in this moment of clarity, she truly grasped the essence of a kiss. His tongue invaded her mouth with an audacity that was both overwhelming and impertinent, yet it sparked a strange delight within her. Only those who have experienced it can truly understand. After an eternity, their lips parted. If you dare to show anger again, do you believe I want to deal with you right here and now? Xiao Han gazed down at Medusa, his expression somewhat indifferent, his voice icy. Surprised by her compliance, Xiao Han blinked. It appeared that dealing with this cold beauty required a firmer hand. Now, let us have something to eat. These are freshly grilled skewers. Xiao Han offered several skewers to Medusa, smiling as he spoke. As she gazed at the tantalizing barbecue, Medusa's beautiful eyes flickered with interest. However, recalling recent events, she cast a cold glance at Xiao Han, huffed softly, and turned her head away, disinterested in him. Your Majesty, if you're not going to eat, I must warn you that my temper is rather unpredictable. Should I act out, given your current strength, you may not be able to withstand it, Xiao Han remarked coolly, sensing her indifference. At his words, Medusa turned her head back, shot him a cold stare, and then reached out to take the barbecue from Xiao Han's hand. Yet, just as she was about to indulge, Xiao Han suddenly realized something and snatched the barbecue away. Medusa glared at him, her eyes wide. Ahem, I forgot. The fire toxin within you has yet to be cleared, so you cannot eat this, Xiao Han said awkwardly. He then contacted Xiao Rou, and with a flick of his hand, a cup of strawberry ice cream appeared. You should eat this instead, he offered, presenting the ice cream to Medusa with a smile. What is this? I have never seen it before, Medusa inquired, holding the ice cream and examining it curiously. This is called ice cream, a delicacy from my homeland. It is particularly favored by girls. Give it a try. I believe you will enjoy it, Xiao Han chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Medusa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After scrutinizing the ice cream a bit longer, she seemed tempted, as it indeed looked quite appealing. Leaning in, she extended her petite tongue and delicately licked it. Her eyes brightened, evidently finding the taste delightful, and she licked it several more times. The sweet, delicious flavor enveloped her mouth, and to her surprise, a rare smile graced her otherwise cold and stunning face, akin to a spring breeze melting away winter's frost, a sight utterly enchanting. Witnessing this transformation in the renowned icy queen, a radiant smile also blossomed on Xiaohan's face. "I must say, you are rather adorable," he remarked. "Do not laugh." Medusa, sensing her composure slipping, felt her cheeks flush slightly as she shot him a frosty glare, yet there was an undeniable charm to her demeanor. "Do not watch me eat. Turn your head away," she added with a hint of insistence. "I shall avert my gaze. I will prepare a potion to expel the fire toxin. I will assist you shortly." Xiaohan replied with an amused smile before turning away. He retrieved a large wooden barrel from his storage ring and began to mix herbs within the tent. Meanwhile, Medusa enjoyed her ice cream on the bed, a subtle joy illuminating her delicate features. Occasionally, her beautiful eyes would glance at Xiaohan, who was diligently preparing the medicinal concoction. For reasons she could not fathom, this young man evoked a peculiar sensation within her, leaving her intrigued. "The detoxifying potion is ready," Xiaohan announced after about 10 minutes, clapping his hands together before turning to Medusa with a smile. "Your Majesty, it's time to disrobe." "Your Majesty, it's time to disrobe," Xiaohan repeated, realizing he may have misspoken. He quickly added, "The potion is prepared. You should take a medicinal bath to cleanse the fire toxin. I will step outside." After concluding her words, under Medusa's cold gaze, Xiaohan quickly turned and walked outside the tent. Medusa, observing the fragrant wooden tub before her, rose from the bed and lifted the tent flap, finding Xiaohan dutifully warming himself by the bonfire, which eased her concerns. Then, her garments gradually slipped away, revealing her alabaster shoulders, captivating collarbone, and a body that exuded a seductive allure, entirely exposed to the air. This scene was enough to drive countless men to madness. She was a true paragon of beauty. Medusa raised her alluring leg and stepped into the wooden tub, the medicinal liquid gently concealing her intimate areas as she leaned against the side of the tub, exposing only her enchanting face. Yet, even through the liquid, one could still glimpse the enticing scenery beneath. Upon entering the tub, a refreshing sensation enveloped her entire being, as though a soft hand caressed her skin, gradually assuaging the heat within her. Clearly, this concoction was remarkably effective. "This fellow's potion is rather pleasant," Medusa murmured, raising a delicate hand to smooth a few strands of disheveled hair away from her cheek. Beneath the liquid, her face flushed, and the messy strands accentuated her delicate appearance, blending cold elegance with irresistible charm. Indeed, this tableau of a beauty bathing was exquisitely alluring. Just as Medusa was reveling in the comfort of her bath, a light laugh suddenly echoed in her ear. "What are you doing here? Get out at once." Medusa's beautiful eyes turned icy, her hands quickly crossing over her chest as she hunched her head low, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. How could a man appear while she was bathing? "This detoxifying solution must be monitored closely. I need to add more at the right time," Xiaohan replied. Upon hearing this, Medusa's eyes flickered. Understanding his intent to replenish the potion, she realized she could not protest further. "Very well, you may stand behind me, but do not dare to steal a glance. If your eyes wander, I shall not spare you." Medusa hesitated for a moment, then shot him a cold glare, threatening him before turning her head away. Her back to Xiaohan, with her hands still shielding her chest, as if to guard against any indiscretions. "Rest assured, I am not one to casually steal glances," Xiaohan said with a resigned shake of his head. "You are quite the impertinent one." Medusa huffed, still facing away from him, coughing. Xiaohan felt a tremor at the corner of his mouth. It seemed the queen held a significant prejudice against him. He ceased to speak further and quietly stood behind Medusa, discreetly observing the state of the potion without any inappropriate actions. Seeing Xiaohan's obedient demeanor allowed Medusa to relax, though as he replenished the potion, his hands occasionally brushed against certain areas of her body. For this, Medusa felt too embarrassed to comment, attributing it perhaps to his unintentional clumsiness. During the medicinal bath, they exchanged a few casual words, and Medusa learned Xiaohan's name among other details. The medicinal bath yielded remarkable results. After an hour, Medusa's spirits had significantly improved. Her fair visage was flushed from the herbal infusion, exuding an alluring charm. "Well, today's treatment concludes here. Based on your condition, you should undergo approximately 3 more baths to fully eradicate the internal fire poison," Xiaohan remarked with a smile. "Thank you for your assistance," Medusa replied softly, acutely aware of her recovering state. She then added, "You may step outside. I need to dress." Just as Xiaohan smiled and prepared to leave, a sudden, crisp sound of splintering would echoed through the air. In an instant, the wooden tub shattered completely, spilling the medicinal liquid onto the ground. Simultaneously, Medusa's exquisitely beautiful, pale form was laid bare to the air, an intoxicating aura enveloping the space. Leaning against the tub, she was taken by surprise, her body collapsing unceremoniously. Feeling the soft, warm form in his embrace, Xiao Han trembled involuntarily. The sensation was overwhelming. His gaze, almost as if possessed, swept over Medusa's delicate figure, revealing an enchanting sight in its entirety. The tub has broken, Xiao Han said, glancing down at the blushing Medusa, awkwardness evident in his tone. At that moment, Medusa wished for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. As the queen of the serpent people, she had never encountered such humiliation. Not only had her body been thoroughly examined by Xiao Han, but now she had also been completely exposed, leaving her regal dignity in tatters. Ahem, please rest well tonight. I shall be outside. Call me if you need anything, Xiao Han said, gently placing Medusa on the bed before hastily exiting the tent. Watching him leave, Medusa's cheeks remained aflame. She pulled her black robe up to cover her face, concealing whatever expression lay beneath. By the campfire, Xiao Han called out, Xiao Ro. Yes, master. She replied. It's nothing. I merely wanted to comment on the quality of this wooden tub. Truly remarkable. Xiao Han responded. Chapter 87, The Queen's Massage. Following the incident of the shattered tub, the atmosphere between Xiao Han and Medusa had grown rather awkward over the past few days. To prevent a recurrence, Xiao Han exchanged for a sturdier tub. The process of detoxification progressed smoothly. After 4 medicinal baths, Medusa's fire poison was completely healed, restoring her strength. Queen Medusa, at the pinnacle of the fighter emperor realm. She had come in search of the, intending to harness its power for a rebirth through flames, thus advancing to the fighter sovereign level. Has your strength been restored? Outside the tent, sensing a formidable aura awakening, Xiao Han's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. Master, the system has issued another bounty task. Would you like to accept it? Xiao Ro's voice chimed in. What task? Xiao Han inquired eagerly, his eyes brightening at the prospect of earning reward points for completing tasks. Assist Medusa in obtaining the celestial lotus heart fire, aiding her ascension to fighter sovereign. The reward is 300,000 points. Do you wish to accept it? Xiao Ro explained. 300,000. Of course, I shall accept. Xiao Han blinked, quickly exclaiming, 300,000 points is a substantial sum. However, considering the magnitude of this reward, it seemed that the task at hand might pose considerable difficulty. Could it be that the system had woven some intricate narrative into the mission? Xiao Han's gaze flickered. If it were too simplistic, the system would not bestow such a generous reward. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with caution. For it is the unknown that holds the greatest allure. At that moment, the tent flaps were drawn back, revealing a strikingly alluring figure adorned in purple. Her long legs gracefully stepping out. She exuded an enchanting aura, embodying the regal essence of a queen. This was none other than the true queen of the serpent people, Medusa. Medusa approached Xiao Han, her elongated, captivating eyes fixated on him, glimmering with a sharp intensity. What do you intend to do? Surely, you do not contemplate silencing me through violence? Xiao Han took a cautious step back, aware that he stood before a queen known for her mercilessness. A twinge of apprehension surged within him. I am not one to be ungrateful. Medusa shot him a frosty glance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao Han, I must remind you once more, the events of the past few days must remain shrouded in secrecy. Should you dare to utter a word, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall ensure your demise. Medusa declared coldly. Rest assured, I shall remain discreet. Besides, even if I were to boast about having seen and touched the Serpent Queen's form, no one would believe me. However, before Xiao Han could finish his thought, he fell silent, his gaze landing on Medusa, who appeared ready to unleash her fury. He instinctively recoiled and quickly sealed his lips. Why have you ceased your words? Medusa stepped closer to Xiao Han, her delicate hand lifting his chin gently. Her narrowed, mesmerizing eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance. Faced with the alluring visage before him, Xiao Han found no inclination to harbor any impure thoughts. Yet, was it truly appropriate for Her Majesty to toy with him in such a manner? Upon noticing the ice cream, Medusa's eyes brightened. After casting a glance at Xiao Han, she chose not to pursue her earlier irritation. Taking the ice cream, she extended her sensuous tongue to savor it, a subtle hint of delight flickering in her otherwise cold gaze. Witnessing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, this side of Her Majesty was endearing. Are you still planning to retrieve the heart fire of the Blue Lotus? Xiao Han inquired. Yes, I intend to make another attempt. I have lingered at the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm for years without breaking through that barrier. Given this fortuitous encounter with the exotic fire, I cannot afford to let it slip away, Medusa replied, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Han. There was a refreshing ease in their conversation, a welcome change from the usual constraints of her royal demeanor. You were injured during your previous attempt. If you venture forth again, you may well face the same outcome, Xiao Han cautioned. I am aware, Yet I cannot miss this opportunity. Even if I am harmed by the once more, I must try. Medusa's eyes glimmered with determination. Moreover, if I am injured again, I have you to tend to my wounds. You seem to regard my medicinal supplies as mere cabbages, Xiaohan retorted, rolling his eyes at Medusa. In recent days, he has expended a fortune in points to procure medicinal herbs for the sake of Medusa's treatment, not to mention the myriad of miscellaneous items like ice cream. It is needless to say that upon hearing Medusa suggest another treatment, he felt utterly incapable of affording it. This woman is extravagant. What does it matter if she used a few herbs and indulged in a couple of scoops of ice cream? Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Xiaohan, her words laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, Medusa's delicate face flushed slightly. She quickly turned her head away, her tongue discreetly licking the ice cream, while her beautiful eyes occasionally darted toward Xiaohan, evidently feeling a twinge of guilt. Observing Medusa in this light, Xiaohan couldn't help but be amused. In truth, he did not mind spending some points. What was wrong with lavishly spending for a beauty, especially one as enchanting as her? Moreover, was he the sort of person who fretted over money? Your Majesty, I possess a method to draw near to the strange fire and successfully retrieve it. Would you care to give it a try? Xiaohan shifted the conversation, fixing his gaze on Medusa with a smile. What method? Medusa turned her head, her alluring eyes fixated on him, filled with curiosity. Xiaohan glanced at her before turning his back, gazing skyward, his posture reminiscent of a transcendent sage. Medusa blinked and stepped closer, her eyes locked onto him, questioning, why the silence? Xiaohan cast a sidelong glance at her, but maintained his stance. Yet, Medusa remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Your Majesty, are you truly incapable of understanding the subtlety of the matter? At this moment, Xiaohan could no longer restrain himself. How could this queen be so oblivious to social niceties? What do you mean by understanding the subtlety? Medusa inquired, perplexed. It means to grasp the essence of the matter. Xiaohan replied. Could you be more specific? I don't quite comprehend what you mean by understanding the subtlety. How am I to convey it? Medusa's beautiful eyes sparkled as she earnestly sought clarification. Xiaohan found himself at a loss for words. For instance, Your Majesty, my shoulder seems to have inexplicably grown sore. Do you not feel inclined to offer a gesture of kindness? Xiaohan patiently expressed. So that is what you mean by understanding the subtlety, Medusa finally realized. With the conversation having reached this point, she understood that he was implying she should massage his shoulders. Do you comprehend now? Xiaohan asked. I understand, Medusa nodded. Then, Your Majesty, shall we commence this exchange of gestures? Xiaohan said with a smile, turning to present his shoulder expectantly. Very well, I shall begin, Medusa nodded. Unbeknownst to Xiaohan, at this moment, her cold and beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a charming smile gracing her lips, utterly captivating. Then, Medusa's delicate hands reached for Xiaohan's shoulders, feeling the gentle touch of her soft hands. A look of pure enjoyment spread across Xiaohan's face, his heart soaring with delight. Who else could boast such treatment as a massage from the queen? Ah, save me. Chapter 88. Slap. The so-called meaning, Medusa comprehended, and being rather reasonable, she gave Xiaohan a rather forceful reminder in that moment. In any case, Xiaohan was left questioning his very existence. He lay prostrate on the ground, utterly immobilized, while atop him sat a sensuous and alluring figure, her cold, captivating eyes slightly squinting, adorned with a charming smile. Do you wish for me to remind you once more? Medusa languidly perched on Xiaohan's back, extending her delicate hand to gently tug at his ear, a teasing smirk gracing her lips as she spoke. Your Majesty, spare me. I was wrong. I beg for your mercy. Xiaohan lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, having just endured a thorough defeat at the hands of Medusa. It was a sight both tragic and pitiful. This enchanting serpent woman was far too violent, a foe not to be trifled with. Weren't you quite formidable just a few days ago? Someone was barking orders at me then, but now you seem to have discovered fear, Medusa observed, a hint of playful amusement dancing in her cold, beautiful eyes as she continued to tug at his ear. Hearing her words, Xiaohan's lips quivered. This woman certainly harbored a grudge, as if she were settling scores after the harvest. Despite being utterly subdued by Medusa, leaving him in despair, Xiaohan found an odd comfort in her weight upon him. Her delicate form was surprisingly light, and the sensation of her curvaceous figure resting on him sent ripples through his heart. It was essential to acknowledge that she was a stunning beauty. Every smile, every gesture had the power to ignite the most primal desires within a man. Medusa's teasing movements undoubtedly stirred something within Xiaohan, rendering her a natural enchantress. Your Majesty, I must warn you, should you continue to torment me in this manner, do not blame me if I respond unfavorably. Xiaohan turned his head, glaring at Medusa, his tone laced with veiled threat. I shall ask once more, will you release me? I will not. Medusa tightened her grip on Xiaohan's ear, her gaze fixed on him, showing no inclination to let go. As the queen of the serpent people and a peak fighter of the Dou Emperor realm, why would she fear a mere Dou masteress threats? Then do not blame me for being uncouth. Xiao Han smirked slightly, and with a swift motion, his hands reached out, landing firmly upon Medusa's peach-like posterior. In that instant, Medusa's body went rigid, as if struck by lightning. This rogue dared to touch her there? Her fair face flushed with a fiery heat. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Xiao Han flipped over, effortlessly pushing Medusa down onto the ground. He then leaped onto her alluring form, seating himself upon her seductive waist, firmly grasping her delicate hands. If I do not assert my authority, do you truly believe me to be easy prey? He pressed Medusa down, glaring at her, as memories of his previous humiliations at her hands ignited his rage. He then slightly turned her body and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap. In an instant, a crisp sound echoed as it struck Medusa's peach-like posterior. Xiao Han. You. At this moment, Medusa, pinned beneath Xiao Han, felt a mix of shame and anger. Her enchanting gaze bore fiercely into him, her delicate face flushed, exuding an alluring charm. In truth, with her strength, a single slap could send Xiao Han flying. However, for reasons unknown, she refrained from retaliating, as if she had forgotten that her power could easily overwhelm him. This sensation left the proud queen somewhat bewildered. You, the majestic queen of the serpent people, bully a mere grand fighter, and then call me shameless? Xiao Han scoffed, his irritation growing as he recalled the earlier humiliation. Was he truly the type to suffer in silence? With that thought, he leaned down and captured Medusa's enticing lips with his own once more. Medusa's icy eyes widened in astonishment. Once again, she found herself kissed by this rogue, his approach as domineering and forceful as before, leaving her utterly flustered. After the passionate kiss, Xiao Han felt elated, but upon witnessing Medusa's impending fury, he promptly got to his feet and fled, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Medusa sat up, gazing at her disheveled garments and the imprints left upon them, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. You rogue, she exclaimed, touching her still warm lips, then remained seated, unleashing a torrent of invectives aimed at Xiao Han. Chapter 89. What a pity. The desert night was particularly serene. Beside the oasis, a campfire flickered eerily in the wind. By the fire, a man and a woman sat facing each other, a grill between them adorned with sizzling, aromatic meat. Xiao Han stole glances at Medusa, feeling a sense of admiration for himself. Previously, he had managed to bring down the peak of the fighting emperor, Queen Medusa, and had audaciously taken liberties with her. And yet, he emerged unscathed. Truly, a man possessed of a system. As Xiao Han's gaze roamed over Medusa's form, he mused aloud. Medusa, noticing his attention, shot him a fierce glare before picking up a skewer of roasted meat and indulging herself. Xiao Han chuckled, remaining silent as he poured himself a drink, savoring the wine while admiring the beauty before him, relishing the pleasures of life. Who else could be so carefree? This encounter was destined to be one of nonchalance, of living by one's own rules, and of delighting in both affection and enmity. You mentioned having a way to obtain the strange fire. What is that method? Medusa's captivating gaze turned toward Xiao Han, her earlier discomfort forgotten in light of the pressing matter. Beneath the campfire's glow, her visage appeared exceptionally enchanting, her cold yet expectant eyes fixed on him. Seeing her expression, Xiao Han smiled and summoned a piece of ice-blue soft armor into his hand. A faint chill emanated from it, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. This is ice silkworm armor. It can shield against intense heat. Wear it, and you shall be able to approach the... Xiao Han presented the ice silkworm armor to Medusa, having exchanged it through the system. Fortunately, this item had a singular function, requiring only 40,000 points for acquisition. However, this expenditure was significant for Xiao Han, as his points had dwindled considerably. Should he fail to assist Medusa in advancing to the Dou Zone rank, he would find himself in dire straits. Was this armor truly effective? Medusa scrutinized the ice silkworm armor with an air of skepticism, her beautiful eyes reflecting doubt. Having encountered exotic fire before, she was acutely aware of its terrifying power. Could such armor withstand its might? Only one way to find out, Xiao Han mused with a light chuckle, settling beside Medusa. Your Majesty, allow me to assist you in donning this armor. Medusa shot him a sidelong glance, nearly succumbing to the urge to slap this audacious rogue. After all, this armor was akin to intimate apparel. Begone, she retorted, her icy gaze piercing through him as she rose and made her way into the tent. Xiao Han chuckled softly, his gaze drawn to the tent. Inside, garments lay discarded, casting the silhouette of a graceful figure against the dim light, exuding an alluring sensuality. Truly, she was a stunning beauty. He raised his cup to his lips, murmuring his admiration. Even a mere shadow of such a woman could drive a man to madness. Before long, Medusa emerged, clad in the ice silkworm armor. A faint ice-blue luminescence danced upon her skin, radiating an aura of chilling elegance. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, she appeared as a celestial beauty, draped in a flowing gown, embodying both nobility and allure, utterly unattainable. What a pity, Xiaohan lamented, taking a sip of his drink. What do you find regrettable? Medusa inquired as she settled beside him. Someone once said, in the north resides a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. A single smile can captivate a city, another can enchant a nation. Though I have encountered such a beauty from the north, she has yet to bestow upon me even a smile. Do you not agree this is a lamentable circumstance? Xiaohan expressed. Indeed, it is a pity, Medusa replied, her eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded him. Your Majesty, I have been quite forthright. Could you not indulge this humble wish of mine? Xiaohan implored with a pitiful expression. Not a chance, Medusa replied curtly. Xiaohan shook his head with a smile, choosing to remain silent and drink alone. Medusa observed him, her eyes flickering as thoughts danced through her mind. At the hour of the rat, when the world's vitality is at its weakest, you should retrieve the blue lotus earth heart fire, Xiaohan suggested, casting a glance at her. Understood, Medusa nodded, and with that, they exchanged no further words. Sitting across from each other, occasionally stealing glances, each lost in their own contemplations. As the moon ascended to its zenith, casting a silvery glow, the hour of the rat quietly approached. I shall take my leave, Medusa announced, rising beside the bonfire. Be cautious. And remember, do not merely procure the blue lotus earth heart fire. Be sure to take the blue lotus seed as well. That artifact can store exotic fire and stabilize its tumultuous nature, Xiaohan advised. Medusa nodded, casting one last glance at Xiaohan before she vanished, her figure darting toward the distant horizon. A bounty of 300,000 points has been offered to assist Medusa in igniting the fire and advancing to the Dozong realm. This endeavor of igniting the fire should pose no significant challenge. Could it be that some unforeseen complication may arise during her ascension? As Medusa approached to procure the flame, Xiaohan's gaze flickered with apprehension, sensing that an incident might soon unfold, leaving him uncertain of what narrative lay ahead. Sitting beside the campfire, he awaited in serene anticipation. After approximately half an hour, Xiaohan's brows lifted slightly as his attention was drawn to a swift purple light racing toward him. Cradled within Medusa's hand was a flickering azure flame. A gentle smile graced Xiaohan's lips. Medusa had succeeded. With a rush of wind, Medusa appeared before Xiaohan. Xiaohan, I have triumphed, she exclaimed, raising the azure lotus seed aloft, where the flame danced gently. Her cold, enchanting gaze blossomed with a captivating smile. Your Majesty, you are smiling at me, Xiaohan remarked playfully, his face alight with joy. In that instant, he activated the Emperor's pure formula, dispelling the intense heat emanating from the extraordinary flame, rendering it ineffective against him. I am not smiling. You must have misinterpreted, Medusa retorted, turning her head away. Her gaze fixed on the nearby campfire, her cheeks betraying a hint of crimson, revealing her flustered state. Witnessing this, Xiaohan could not help but chuckle at the sight of the regal queen behaving like a mischievous child before him. Indeed, let us seek a secluded spot. I shall provide you with protection, he suggested. Very well, Medusa acquiesced, harboring an inexplicable trust in Xiaohan. Let us choose this desert stone forest. It is distant from the serpent clan and suitably remote. With a flourish of his hand, a luminous map appeared in the air, displaying the entirety of the desert landscape. Is this a map? Medusa inquired, her eyes widening with intrigue as she realized the depths of Xiaohan's enigmatic nature, filled with curious artifacts. Yes, this spot shall suffice, she affirmed, finding no reason to dispute, as it was indeed desolate and seldom traversed. When shall we depart? Xiaohan inquired. That works, he replied, his gaze glimmering with purpose. Come here, hold me tightly, Medusa suddenly declared, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, as she turned her face away. Unable to meet his gaze, Xiaohan blinked in surprise, pondering her request. Was the queen suggesting he embrace her? Did this imply something deeper? Noticing his hesitation, Medusa glanced back, only to find him grinning mischievously. What are you thinking? I meant for you to hold me, so I can carry you, she clarified, her face a deeper shade of red as she admonished him with a fierce glare. Carry me through the air? Xiaohan echoed, momentarily taken aback, realizing he had misinterpreted her intentions. Then I shall rely on your Majesty, he sighed dramatically, lamenting his inability to fly. Alas, why must I be so encumbered? Suddenly, Xiaohan stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Medusa's enticing waist, drawing her closely into his embrace, their bodies pressed intimately together, a sensation that was utterly delightful. Could you please be gentler? I can hardly breathe, Medusa glared at Xiaohan, feeling his proximity was overwhelmingly tight, especially around his upper body. And he kept rubbing against her. I have a fear of heights, Hold me tighter for a sense of security, Xiao Han pleaded with a pitiful expression. Medusa responded with a huff, choosing not to say more, as her internal energy surged, transforming into wings of fighting spirit, and she soared swiftly towards the stony forest in the desert. Once airborne, Xiao Han became even more restless, his hands wandering indiscriminately. Humph, keep your hands to yourself. And behave yourself as well. If you continue to touch and rub, I won't spare you. Medusa warned coldly, glancing down at him. Oh, Xiao Han nodded like a chick pecking at grain, yet he remained anything but compliant throughout the journey. Medusa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat helpless against his antics. She decided to say nothing further, her internal energy swirling as she darted across the sky, eager to land quickly. The desert stone forest, as its name suggests, is a grove of stone within the desert. When Xiao Han and Medusa arrived, dawn was breaking, and the faint light illuminated the peculiar landscape of this stone forest. Towering stone pillars, some reaching dozens of meters high, stood like colossal columns, exuding a magnificent aura. Atop the highest stone pillar, Xiao Han surveyed the surroundings, murmuring to himself. Previously, he had only seen pictures, but witnessing it in person was far more awe-inspiring. In this otherworldly realm, the sight of the stone forest was even more grand. Among various subjects, Xiao Han had a particular fondness for geography, especially for the remarkable wonders of nature. He often yearned to experience them, and now, traversing this strange land, he could finally indulge his eyes. The continent of fighting spirit is vast, filled with breathtaking scenery awaiting my discovery. Your Majesty, please make your breakthrough here. From this vantage point, you can observe any movement in the surroundings, Xiao Han said, turning to Medusa beside him. Yes, then please assist in guarding me. Medusa replied with a nod, placing her extraordinary fire before her and sitting cross-legged to adjust her state before the breakthrough. It's a minor task. I will scout the area for potential dangers, Xiao Han chuckled, then propelled himself into the air. Just as he prepared to investigate the base of the stone forest, Medusa called out to him, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the ground beneath Xiao Han, yet seeing nothing there. With her knowledge, she couldn't help but realize that he must have cultivated a flying combat technique. However, he had not mentioned a word of it before, consistently claiming he could not fly and was afraid of heights. Now, witnessing him glide effortlessly through the air and recalling his previous remarks, along with his inappropriate behavior during flight, Medusa's face darkened considerably. Xiao Han also noticed the grim expression on Medusa's face, and he swiftly lowered his gaze to his feet. He blinked, realizing his indiscretion. Ahem, Your Majesty, please continue your seclusion. I shall not disturb you. With a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth, he uttered these words and quickly turned, his figure flashing as he headed downward. However, before Xiao Han could reach the base of the stone forest, a woman's voice filled with indignation echoed from above, causing him to shudder and nearly lose his balance. Xiao Han, you shameless wretch. Chapter 91. The arrival of the fighting emperor within the desert stone forest. Towering columns of stone surged from the ground. Viewed from above, they resembled sharp swords piercing the heavens, emanating a formidable aura. Atop the tallest column, a delicate figure draped in purple sat cross-legged on a cerulean lotus seat, her hands forming intricate seals. Surrounding her was a swirling mass of azure flames, emitting an oppressive heat that warped the very space around her. Observers from afar would see that the void above the stone column was tinged with an eerie blue hue. Medusa, immersed in her training amidst the searing heat of the azure heart fire, had beads of sweat cascading down her smooth forehead, her delicate features contorted in evident agony. This arduous cultivation was evidently painful. Nevertheless, she could not afford to relent, nor was there any retreat. The secret technique demanded her all. Failure meant destruction, while success promised rebirth. On a lower stone column, Xiao Han stood gazing upwards, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern for the suffering Medusa. Yet, there was little he could do. The path of the strong was fraught with thorns, where danger and opportunity coexisted, and one could only rely on oneself. I, too, must find tranquility in my cultivation, Xiao Han murmured to himself, promptly seating himself in meditation, refusing to squander any time. Sighing, he reflected on his rapid advancement not long ago, which had left him with considerable hidden dangers. He could no longer afford to proceed in such haste. With a thought, his dark battle armor materialized. While it appeared imposing, Xiao Han was acutely aware that the battle aura used to forge the armor was insubstantial. His swift breakthrough had resulted in an unrefined battle aura, lacking the necessary compression and refinement. It is well known that cultivation demands a grounded approach, with each step carefully measured, particularly in the early stages where establishing a solid foundation is paramount. Presently, Xiao Han found himself in such a foundational phase. Yet he had recklessly pursued higher realms, neglecting the most fundamental aspect of his training, his battle aura. A relentless quest for speed would only yield counterproductive results. An impatient and restless mindset might hinder his future ascent into deeper realms, for cultivation becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. Without a stable foundation to support it, one cannot journey far. The principle of accumulating strength to unleash it later, Xiao Han murmured, dismissing further thoughts as he closed his eyes, swiftly entering a state of meditation. As he activated his technique, a black shadowy fish within him began to consume and circulate his battle aura. In the depths of his energy center, the shadowy fish ceaselessly inhaled and exhaled, drawing in strands of fighting energy that were subsequently expelled, only to be consumed once more. It was through this relentless cycle of tempering that Xiao Han's fighting energy could attain its most exquisite form. Should his energy grow formidable enough, he would not only be capable of combating opponents of a higher tier, but could even confront those from an entirely different realm, undoubtedly possessing the power to contend. The process of refining his fighting energy was rather monotonous. However, Xiao Han found solace in the presence of a stunning beauty by his side. During moments of tedium, merely gazing upon her was enough to bring him joy. As time slipped away, half a year quietly passed. In this span, Xiao Han's cultivation had not shifted, remaining at the level of a one-star great fighter. Nevertheless, he had undergone the tempering of his energy multiple times, and now his fighting energy was incomparable to what it had once been. Suspended in the air before a stout stone pillar, Xiao Han focused intently and unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! Upon impact, a web of fissures spread across the surface of the stone pillar, which then shattered into fragments. This punch, devoid of any fighting techniques, was merely a pure strike of fighting energy, yet its might rivaled that of techniques employed in battle. Such was the benefit of 6 months of rigorous training. Finally, the past half-year had not been in vain. Xiao Han shook out his fist, a light laugh escaping him. He then flashed upwards to the apex of a stone pillar. Gazing upwards, he observed the temperatures of the strange fire at the top of the tallest pillar growing increasingly terrifying. Even from a distance, he could easily sense the turbulence of the blue lotus earth core fire. The surrounding space warped under the oppressive heat, resembling a vast ocean of azure flames. While Medusa's delicate figure appeared like a fragile boat, at any moment poised to be engulfed by the flames. In recent days, the strange fire had stirred with a ferocious intensity, its violent aura sweeping through the vicinity. Concurrently, Medusa within the sea of flames exuded an even more formidable presence, her form subtly radiating with iridescent light. Observing the scene, Xiao Han sensed a breakthrough was imminent. Yet, it was precisely during such critical moments that he felt a sense of foreboding. After all, he had undertaken a quest from the system for 300,000 points. It was hard to believe that the system would remain idle. Sure enough, the following evening, an unforeseen event transpired. At that moment, seated atop a stone pillar, Xiao Han suddenly rose, his brow furrowed. Through his senses, he detected an exceptionally terrifying aura rapidly approaching. In the distance, thunder rumbled ominously. Roar! Moments later, a resounding roar of a magical beast echoed from the horizon, akin to a distant thunderclap. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened as he scanned the horizon, where the setting sun cast a bloody hue upon the sky, revealing a dark speck. As time progressed, the speck grew larger, and shortly thereafter, a colossal beast, entirely emerald in hue, materialized in the void. Xiao Han swiftly darted behind a stone pillar, peering out cautiously to observe. Upon the back of a colossal flying beast, 5 figures stood, emanating a palpable aura of terror, unmistakably revealing their identities as formidable Dou emperors. At the forefront was a distinguished middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary demeanor and an air of heroism. Despite being the weakest among the 5, it was evident that his status was anything but ordinary. The most powerful among them was a mysterious figure draped in black robes, whose perfect silhouette hinted at her identity as a female Dou emperor of terrifying prowess. Oh my goodness, it's the group from Dou Qi. 5 Dou emperors have arrived. Xiao Rou, are you trying to endanger your master? Exclaimed one in disbelief. Master, you cannot blame Xiao Rou. It was your decision to accept the bounty task, she replied. Xiao Han shook his head in resignation, choosing not to further lament to Xiao Rou as his mind raced, contemplating a solution. His gaze remained fixated on Medusa, who was at a critical moment of breakthrough, causing his brows to furrow in deep concern. At this juncture, he simply could not ignore her plight. The arrival of 5 Dou emperors heralded a dire crisis. It was well known that the Gamma Empire and the Serpent Clan had always been at odds, should they discover the Serpent Queen in the midst of her breakthrough. Xiao Han was certain that Dou Qi and his companions would seize the opportunity to eliminate her without hesitation. Stay calm, remain composed, Xiao Han urged himself, his heart racing as he desperately sought a strategy. Against 5 Dou emperors, only wit could secure a glimmer of hope for Medusa. Yet, how could he, a single individual, possibly turn the tide? Chapter 92. Deception as the sun set blood red, a massive green beast swiftly descended from the crimson sky. Soon, it loomed over the stony forest of the desert. The creature's head was fearsome, its enormous wings flapping as it hovered in midair. Its eerie green eyes intensely fixated on a violet figure atop a stone pillar, brimming with an unmistakable wariness, as if sensing an ancestral suppression. The surrounding azure flames added to its trepidation, causing its immense body to tremble slightly. Atop the pillar, Medusa sat cross-legged, her form enveloped in azure flames. The terrifying heat warped the very fabric of space, amplifying her aura. Just one step away, she was on the verge of breaking free from her shackles, poised for transformation. However, at this critical juncture, intruders appeared. Medusa sensed the presence of 5 Dou emperors, and the sheer terror of their formation caused her eyelashes to flutter and her brows to furrow in apprehension. She could hardly fathom that, at such a pivotal moment, anyone would dare to intrude. Was this a ploy to render her efforts futile? Your Majesty, focus on your breakthrough. I can handle these 5. Xiao Han's voice resonated in her ears as she wrestled with her unease. Upon hearing this, Medusa's eyelids fluttered. Although she harbored some doubts at this moment, she had no choice but to place her hopes in Xiao Han. Perhaps this fellow truly possessed some means. Subsequently, Medusa ceased her thoughts, steadied her mind, and focused on her breakthrough. This was of utmost importance. Haha, old he, it seems we have arrived at just the right moment. Given the current situation, Medusa is indeed at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. The you desire will come effortlessly. At that moment, a booming laughter akin to thunder resonated from atop the beast, as a burly man, recognizing the queen of the serpent people, exclaimed with delight. Indeed, it was a stroke of fortune, for not only had they found the today, but they had also stumbled upon an unexpected bounty. Medusa was ripe for subjugation during her breakthrough. Another lean man chimed in. Haha, who would have thought that this wretched woman, Medusa, would find herself in such a predicament? I shall capture her and make her my snake slave, to be thoroughly ravished. The cold and stunning queen of the serpent people will surely be a delight to toy with. A shorter man also spoke up, his eyes burning with desire as he fixated on Medusa's alluring figure, a lewd glint flickering in his gaze. These 3 were undoubtedly allies summoned by Dou Qi, who, as a 6th-tier alchemist, possessed the qualifications for such a gathering. Upon hearing the words of the diminutive man, the black-robed woman shot him a frosty glance, her eyes radiating a chilling aura. Scoundrel, she admonished, her gaze fixed on the man. Why should it concern you? I have no interest in you, he retorted, his expression darkening as he cast a lingering glance at the black-robed woman's enchanting form, sensing the beauty concealed beneath her cloak. Yet, as soon as his words fell, a frigid flash of sword light sliced through the air before him, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. A crimson line appeared upon his neck, blood oozing forth as his breath ceased. He fixated on the black-robed woman, his eyes still brimming with profound fear. He realized her strength was formidable, but he had not anticipated such horror. For a single disrespectful utterance, he had met his end. Indeed, words have consequences. One must pay the price for their folly. Disaster springs from the mouth, and this adage proved true. In the blink of an eye, a had fallen. The swift turn of events left Dou Qi and his companions, perched upon the beast's back, utterly astonished, particularly the burly and lean men, whose faces were etched with disbelief. Who was this woman? After slaying with a single stroke, the black-robed woman remained silent, standing quietly to the side, as if she had merely performed an inconsequential act. Dou Qi cast a sidelong glance at her, managing a wry smile, yet he refrained from further comment. The insolent man had deserved his fate. Dear sirs, please do not take offense. Her temperament is rather severe, Dou Qi addressed the still stunned. And indeed, her temperament was genuinely formidable. 2 Dou emperors responded in unison, swiftly transforming their energy into wings and soaring towards Medusa. Having gained an advantage, it was only natural for them to take action. Before long, the 2 Dou emperors arrived at a void not far from Medusa, observing the terrifying strange fire coiling around her. Their brows furrowed in concern, and they hesitated to approach, intending instead to strike her down. Hold on. At that moment, a commanding voice resounded, and a streak of light swiftly darted through the void, positioning itself directly in front of the 2 Dou emperors. Their brows knitted tighter, and the gazes of Dou Qi and the woman in black also shifted towards the newcomer. In the void, a tall figure materialized, draped in a silver robe, the brim of its hood pulled low, concealing its face and exuding an air of mystery. To their astonishment, this silver figure appeared to walk upon the void, surrounded by azure flames that emanated a potent aura. It was the essence of strange fire. Aside from this unique flame's aura, no other presence could be sensed from this silver figure, as if it were an embodiment of the strange fire itself, exuding an enigmatic allure. This individual was, of course, Xiao Han, who had instructed the system to alter his aura to that of the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire. This decision held its own significance. "Who are you?" inquired the burly Dou Emperor, his brow furrowing in suspicion. "Is there truly such a lack of discernment? Even for a Dou Emperor?" Xiao Han scoffed, then continued, "I am the spirit of the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire." The spirit of strange fire? As soon as the words left his mouth, Dou Qi's pupils dilated, for as an alchemist, he recognized the significance of this revelation. A surge of excitement washed over his face as he urged his magical beast forward. Ignoring the two Dou Emperors, Dou Qi, filled with exhilaration, turned to Xiao Han and asked, "Are you genuinely the spirit of the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire?" "Of course. Do you sense any other aura on me?" replied Xiao Han. Dou Qi's gaze flickered as he unleashed his spiritual perception, confirming the presence of only the strange fire's essence, solidifying his conviction. This is indeed the fire spirit. The woman in black, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows subconsciously. The voice felt vaguely familiar. Yet too much time had passed for her to recall. Seeing Dou Qi's unwavering belief in his identity as the fire spirit, Xiao Han suppressed a chuckle. After casting a glance at Dou Qi and the others, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and solemnly declared, "I have emerged from my realm in search of a powerful alchemist to serve as my master. However, I found myself waylaid by the allure of this serpent queen's beauty and inadvertently stripped her of her garments, only to be captured in the process. Alas, it seems I am unfortunate, for this serpent queen is truly stunning." Dou Qi and the others were left momentarily speechless, processing the absurdity of what they had just heard. "So, you were captured for touching the queen?" They silently mused, acknowledging the impressive prowess of this strange fire spirit. The woman in black cast a disdainful glance at the silver-clad figure, thinking, such a spirit deserves its fate. Let us not dwell on that matter. Instead, let us discuss something of substance. Noticing the awe in Dou Qi's expression, Xiao Han waved his hand dismissively, cleared his throat, and then shifted his tone. Looking at Dou Qi and beginning to weave his tale, "Young man, I perceive that you possess extraordinary bones and an immensely powerful spirit. You must undoubtedly be an exceptional alchemist, the enlightened one I have long sought. Would you be willing to serve as my master?" Chapter 93, Xiao Han, the Deceiver. A long-awaited request. Dou Qi rejoiced greatly, for the spirit of the wish to acknowledge him as its master. Such a fortuitous event could not be overlooked. "However, you must first assist me with a task," he said. Xiao Han's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "Please, do tell. How may I assist you?" Dou Qi inquired. Xiao Han, secretly amused yet maintaining an impassive facade, continued, "It is quite simple. I require your strength to be infused into the array beneath my feet." Upon speaking, Xiao Han waved his hand, causing a mystical array to manifest, its runes swirling in a captivating display. "This is the Spirit Gathering Array, which can consolidate power for my temporary use," he explained. In truth, this was not a Spirit Gathering Array at all, but rather the Icebound Rebound Array he had exchanged from the system. This array is passively triggered and does not attack actively, rendering it seemingly ineffective. However, when infused with power, it becomes fearsome, capable of temporarily freezing the opponent using their own strength. A true demonstration of leveraging force against force. To put it simply, whoever infuses their power is essentially sealing themselves. Excellent. Dou Qi, not pondering further, felt elation in his heart, realizing how easily he could subdue the spirit of the. With this spirit's assistance in the future, his achievements would surely soar. Thus, without hesitation, he summoned his internal fighting spirit, raising both hands to channel his energy into the Icebound Rebound Array. "Alas, my strength is insufficient. I am still unable to act," Xiao Han lamented, shaking his head with a resigned expression. "Gentlemen, I implore you to lend me a hand." Dou Qi quickly urged the two beside him. They nodded, without hesitation, and directed their thoughts to inject their fighting spirit into the array. Before long, a faint glimmer of icy blue light began to pulse within the Icebound Rebound Array. Yet still, it was not enough. Seeing the array react filled Xiao Han with joy, but he maintained a facade of disappointment, shaking his head. Dou Qi, now troubled, turned his gaze towards the woman in the black robe. The black-robed woman cast a cursory glance at Dou Qi, unfazed by his distress. Considering the presence of force, she reasoned that the spirit of the could not play any tricks. She then raised a delicate, fair hand, channeling an even greater reservoir of fighting spirit into the Icebound Rebound Array. In that moment, Xiao Han smiled. With the infusion of this formidable fighting spirit, the runes within the Icebound Rebound Array began to flicker wildly, and a brilliant icy blue light surged skyward. The next instant, a terrifying wave of cold erupted from the array, sweeping across the heavens and engulfing the four of them in an overwhelming torrent. "By the heavens, Dou Qi, we have been deceived by this scoundrel. This is not a spirit gathering array at all," exclaimed one of the burly men, filled with fury. Gu He froze momentarily, glancing into the array where the silver-robed figure had vanished. In that instant, he understood they had been duped. The scoundrel is undoubtedly not the spirit of the... Let me catch him. The lean man cursed through gritted teeth. Let us go. At that moment, the woman in the black robe spoke in a deep tone, leading the way as she flickered away in haste. The three from Gu He exchanged glances at the overwhelming wave of cold approaching and dared not linger any longer, hastily fleeing. However, the four underestimated the formidable nature of the formation. The icy tide within it was relentless, completely locking onto their presence, and the chill surged around them. Before they could escape, the icy wave descended upon them, freezing all four of them in an instant. In a flash, 4 ice blocks emerged on the back of the verdant beast. This counteractive formation only retaliated against the attackers, leaving the beast unharmed. At this moment, Xiaohan appeared atop the beast, a smile gracing his face. Haha, what fools! You actually believe in the spirit of the... Xiaohan sauntered around the 4 ice blocks, unable to suppress his laughter. The frozen quartet heard his words, their gazes fixated on him with fury etched across their faces. Ah, what a pity! This beautiful lady is encased in ice, so lovely yet unable to share her grace, Xiaohan remarked, approaching the woman in the black robe. He gently tapped on the icy surface, expressing regret, for he recognized her as Yun Yun, the one who threatened to pluck out his eyes upon their first encounter. How unexpected that their second meeting would find her ensnared in his grasp. The black-robed woman shot him a venomous glare, and had she not been frozen, she would have surely taken his life for daring to tease her. With his hat pulled low, the others could not discern his features. Observing Yun Yun's furious gaze and the anger radiating from the three of Gu He, Xiaohan wore a broad smile, his spirits lifted. The thrill of this triumphant moment was exhilarating. Suddenly, as Xiaohan basked in his triumph, the heavens transformed. The sky roared with wind and thunder. Dark clouds swirling ominously above. Lightning as thick as an arm flashed across the firmament, an awe-inspiring spectacle. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, a magnificent 7-colored beam of light shot from the apex of the tallest stone pillar, piercing the heavens. A terrifying aura emanated from this radiant column. It was the... Chapter 94. Brother, take care. Between heaven and earth, a resplendent 7-colored beam soared into the sky, as the heavens rumbled with thunder, releasing an overwhelming pressure that was truly daunting. Once the beam dissipated, a delicate purple figure materialized atop the stone pillar, uniquely enchanting, a beauty unparalleled in the world. At this moment, Medusa's complexion was exceedingly pale. Although she had broken through, her unique constitution left her in a state of weakness. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Xiaohan, and a breathtaking smile unexpectedly graced her pale visage. Realizing that this fellow had managed to outmaneuver the... Xiaohan chuckled and soon soared into the air, landing gracefully before Medusa. You appear quite weakened, he remarked, his brow slightly furrowing. Let us depart swiftly. This formation cannot contain them for long. If they manage to break free, it would spell disaster, Xiaohan remarked, his gaze flickering momentarily. He then picked up the azure lotus seat from the ground, which housed the earth heart fire, and wrapped his other arm around Medusa's slender waist. What are you doing? Medusa's pale visage flushed a subtle shade of crimson as she glared at Xiaohan. I'm taking you with me. In your current state, can you fly? Xiaohan replied with a resigned smile. Oh, Medusa murmured, her cheeks still tinged with red as her hands nervously encircled Xiaohan's neck. With a grin, Xiaohan ceased further conversation, holding Medusa close as he swiftly soared into the distant sky. Fearing that Gu He and the others would escape their icy confinement, he dared not pause even for a moment, aware that he had ensnared for Dou emperors. The thought of being captured sent a chill down his spine. Just then, as he traversed the air, Xiaohan's gaze sharpened, spotting a familiar figure in the desert below. It was Xiao Yan. Overjoyed, Xiaohan darted downward. Ah, it's you. You startled me, Xiao Yan exclaimed, visibly relieved upon recognizing him. He had been on high alert upon seeing someone approach through the air. Xiao Yan, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger. Here, take this azure lotus earth heart fire. Xiaohan casually tossed the azure lotus seat to Xiao Yan. The earth heart fire? Xiao Yan gasped, both astonished and elated. He had ventured to the Tagar Desert specifically to seek this treasure, and to find it in Xiaohan's possession was beyond his expectations. Who is this? Xiao Yan inquired, his gaze shifting to Medusa nestled in Xiaohan's arms, a hint of confusion in his voice. The queen of the serpent people, Medusa, Xiaohan replied. What? Xiao Yan exclaimed, utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that this fellow had allied himself with the infamous beauty known for her lethal prowess. Medusa's fearsome reputation was well known throughout the Gamma Empire, and seeing Xiaohan embrace her made Xiao Yan silently commend his bravery. Ahem, enough of that. I must be on my way, Xiaohan chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. However, Just as he was about to leave, an idea struck him. He paused, gently setting Medusa down, and turned to Xiaoyan, placing a hand on his shoulder with a serious expression. Xiaoyan, are we not brothers? That's a given. Of course, Xiaoyan replied. Very well. In that case, I have one more gift for you. Xiaohan summoned a silver robe into his hand and continued, here, allow me to assist you in putting it on. With a look of skepticism, Xiaoyan regarded Xiaohan, but complied and donned the silver robe. Now, pull the hood down a bit more. You look quite dashing, Xiaohan remarked approvingly. He then lifted Medusa in his arms, waved goodbye to Xiaoyan, and said with a feigned sorrowful expression, take care, my brother. With that, Xiaohan soared into the sky with Medusa in his embrace. Xiaoyan stood rooted to the spot, waving goodbye, before glancing down at his silver robe. What on earth is this fellow up to? He pondered, bemused by the unexpected gifts of fire and attire. After shaking his head, Xiaoyan decided not to dwell on the matter. With both hands cradling the blue lotus heart fire, he felt a surge of joy. With this extraordinary flame, his cultivation could ascend to new heights. Xiaoyan, be cautious, for Dou emperors are heading your way, and they have locked onto your aura. At that moment, Yao Lao's urgent voice echoed in Xiaoyan's mind. Whoosh! Just as Yao Lao's words faded, several sharp sounds of slicing wind pierced the air, and moments later, four furious figures materialized in the void not far from Xiaoyan. Damn it! It's that scoundrel! I finally found you! Exclaimed a burly man, his gaze sweeping over the scene before zeroing in on Xiaoyan, his teeth clenched in rage. Draped in silver robes, wielding extraordinary flame. It must be that very rascal. Indeed, it's that bastard. How dare he deceive me? I swear I will make him pay dearly today, chimed in a lean man, his fury boiling over. Hearing the furious shouts from above, and feeling the seething glares of the four Dou emperors upon him, Xiaoyan instinctively recoiled, his lips trembling. Just now? Deceive them? Deceive the emperors? Xiaoyan's face twitched as realization dawned upon him. He glanced down at the blue lotus heart fire in his hands and the silver robe adorning him, recalling the peculiar expression on Xiaohan's face when he departed. In an instant, everything clicked for Xiaoyan. He had been duped. That scoundrel Xiaohan had just tricked four Dou emperors, and now he was attempting to ensnare him as well. What a beast! Xiaoyan had no intention of defending himself. The extraordinary flame was in his possession, and he was clad in the robe. What was there to argue about? Those four infuriated Dou emperors could crush him in moments. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyan fled. He mentally cursed Xiaohan vehemently before swiftly taking flight, unfurling his purple cloud wings and soaring in the opposite direction of Xiaohan. Don't run, you deceitful wretch. I will strip your skin off today, roared the burly man, leading the charge, while Dou Qi and the others wore expressions of fury. This rascal could not be allowed to escape. Xiaohan, you beast who deceives your own brother. In chapter 95, waiting for you to grow stronger, under Xiaoyan's cover, Xiaohan and Medusa successfully evaded Dou Qi and his pursuers. Night fell. A thin mist enveloped the desert, and in an oasis, a campfire flickered eerily in the night breeze. Beside the fire, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. Xiaohan, are you not worried about your friend? Medusa inquired, her beautiful eyes glimmering with concern. After all, this fellow had discarded both the extraordinary flame and the silver robe. Surely, Xiaoyan would be hunted down by the four Dou emperors to the ends of the earth. After all, Xiaohan had thoroughly deceived them. Rest assured, he is in no danger. His little beloved would never allow him to come to harm. Xiaohan replied with a light chuckle, exhibiting no concern for Xiaoyan. Would that fellow encounter trouble? He wouldn't believe it, even if it were to cost him his life. Little beloved? Medusa blinked in surprise at his words. Are you referring to that female Dou emperor? Indeed, Xiaohan nodded with a smile. Since she is your friend's lover, why do you still tease her? Medusa suddenly interjected. Coughing, Xiaohan nearly choked on his drink, sputtering it out in surprise. What a statement. Are you all right? Medusa approached him, her delicate brows furrowed, gently patting his back. I'm fine. Xiaohan waved his hand, offering a forced smile as he looked at Medusa. He jested. So, one should not lay a hand on a friend's wife? What if I were to gaze upon her in her entirety? Suddenly, a thought struck him as he fixed his gaze on Medusa, blinking rapidly. Oh, it seems I have indeed crossed that line, he realized, recalling their intimate encounter. Why are you staring at me so oddly? Medusa raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Goodness, why should I feel guilty? Xiaohan quickly reassured himself. Indeed, he had no reason to feel remorse. After all, that scoundrel Xiaoyan had forcibly engaged with Medusa at the base of the refining Qi tower. Such an action was utterly disgraceful. Though Xiaohan held a certain admiration for Xiaoyan, he could not condone such brazen conduct. One could be charming and captivating, and if many women were willing to engage in such affairs, that was a testament to one's own allure. Love between men and women is but a natural occurrence. However, to force oneself upon another, that fell into a realm of baseness that Xiao Han found utterly contemptible. The nature of these two behaviors is entirely different. First, being charming is a sign of one's charisma, and not everyone possesses the ability to be so. Without the means, who would be interested in you? Those who consider themselves above others may scoff, yet they are often merely sour grapes who cannot partake. To be charming requires capital. If it were you, would you have the qualifications to be charming? Secondly, coercing someone into submission is clearly a despicable act. Xiao Han held disdain for such behavior. Forcing a woman is beneath contempt. In summary, one may be charming, but one must never descend into depravity. This encapsulates Xiao Han's perspective. He, by nature, is free-spirited and yearns for a carefree, roguish existence. Thus, the shackles of societal norms cannot bind him. He lives by his own rules, unrestrained and true to his heart. This is Xiao Han. Perhaps such ideals cannot be realized in the real world, but here in this alternate realm, endowed with a system, he possesses both the privilege and ability to act according to his desires. In this journey, wandering the world at will, what harm is there in indulging in romance? Youth without romance is a waste. Why should I feel guilty? Xiao Han blinked, clarity dawning upon him. Must he adhere strictly to the plot of the novel or the original settings? In this intertwined realm, he is the master of his fate. Ah, that makes sense. Xiao Han nodded, murmuring to himself. Xiao Han, what are you thinking? Just as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, Medusa's voice broke his reverie. Her piercing gaze fixed upon him, observing his shifting expressions as if he were lost in a dream. Nothing much. I just suddenly came to understand a few things. Xiao Han chuckled softly, and upon gaining clarity, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, choosing to act according to his own whims and desires, unabashedly being himself, unconcerned with the opinions of others. Come, Your Majesty, he said, offering a bowl of fragrant bird's nest porridge to Medusa with a smile. It smells delightful, Medusa replied, accepting the bowl and taking a delicate sip. Eat more. It will help you restore your health, Xiao Han encouraged, watching her with quiet admiration as she savored the porridge. The beauty before him was like a painting, a sight to behold that evoked no thoughts of impropriety. Medusa nodded gently, sensing Xiao Han's gaze upon her. She fluttered her long eyelashes and discreetly glanced at him. By the campfire, the youth wore a radiant smile, his gaze pure and sincere. The night breeze playfully tousling his hair, adding an air of nonchalance to his demeanor. Your Majesty, do you think I am handsome? Xiao Han teased, winking playfully. With a smile, he refrained from further jesting, choosing instead to admire the beauty before him in silence. In the days that followed, their lives unfolded serenely, filled with culinary delights, leisurely conversations, and shared drinks. Though simple, Medusa found this existence profoundly fulfilling. She learned much from Xiao Han, discovering knowledge previously unknown and witnessing sights she had never seen. Whenever she encountered confusion, Xiao Han was always there to patiently explain. Thus, amidst the tranquility, Medusa experienced a gentle warmth, a feeling she had never known before. Unbeknownst to them, their bond deepened, their conversations becoming increasingly unrestrained and comfortable. Under Xiao Han's attentive care, Medusa's health gradually improved. All gatherings must eventually come to an end, he mused quietly. So soon? He pondered, realizing his own carefree nature. With a smile, he turned to Medusa, saying, Your Majesty, as we part ways tomorrow, I have an unorthodox request for tonight. Would you be willing to indulge me? What is it? Medusa inquired, her cool gaze fixed upon him. Would you grant me a dance? Xiao Han asked with a smile, taken aback for a moment. Medusa saw the anticipation in his expression and gently nodded. Very well. Rising gracefully, she began to dance, her alluring waist swaying, her exquisite curves showcased elegantly, exuding an enchanting charm in the night. Her seductive eyes captivated, and her dance was nothing short of mesmerizing. Xiao Han smiled, then flicked his fingers, summoning a jade flute into his hands, the instrument he mastered best. As he played a melodious, ancient tune, the notes intertwined with the night air. Under the moonlit sky, beside the flickering campfire, the enchanting melody accompanied Medusa's graceful movements, creating a scene that could be immortalized in poetry and art. After a long while, the music faded, and the dance came to a halt. Partings always tug at the heartstrings. Indeed, Xiao Han smiled. Keep this jade tablet close. Should danger arise, crush it. And no matter how far apart we are, I will sense it. Medusa placed the jade tablet in Xiao Han's hand, warming his heart as he gazed at her with a smile. Under his unwavering scrutiny, a hint of crimson graced Medusa's cheeks, prompting her to rise and prepare to return to her tent. However, at that moment, she paused, turned around, and gazed at Xiao Han with her enchanting eyes, saying, Xiao Han, you are still too weak. Hearing this, Xiao Han was taken aback. He looked at Medusa, speechless, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. Medusa stood still, observing Xiao Han for a long while, yet he remained motionless. Sensing this, Medusa let out a soft sigh. A hint of disappointment flickering in her beautiful eyes, Xiao Han did not grasp her meaning. Just as she was about to turn and enter the tent, a hand suddenly grasped her, pulling her into Xiao Han's embrace. He stared at her, still silent, but Medusa felt a flutter of unease under his gaze. Then, in the midst of her startled expression, Xiao Han leaned down and kissed her. He spoke not a word, yet his actions conveyed that he understood. With her lips sealed, Medusa's face flushed with shyness, but within her heart, a gentle joy blossomed. Yes, he understood her words. As their emotions deepened, Xiao Han's hands became bolder. He smiled wryly, realizing that to indulge freely, one must possess strength. The following day, at dawn, while Xiao Han remained in slumber, a lithe figure clad in purple emerged from the tent. Her beautiful eyes shimmered momentarily before she approached. Xiao Han, I await your ascendance, she murmured, planting a soft kiss upon his cheek before vanishing like a fleeting shadow, soaring toward the distant horizon. At that moment, Xiao Han opened his eyes, watching the direction in which Medusa departed. A gentle smile graced his lips as he rose and left, his silhouette still embodying that carefree spirit. Next destination, the land of trials, the city of ice and snow. Chapter 96, Dan Tai Yu Yan. Traversing deserts and crossing mountains, Xiao Han journeyed northward. The northern landscapes were breathtakingly magnificent. Along the way, he reveled in the beauty of nature, experiencing countless scenic wonders, which greatly broadened his horizons and uplifted his spirits. The enchanting vistas of this otherworldly realm far surpassed those of Earth in grandeur and splendor. As he admired the mountains and waters, Xiao Han's heart grew ever more expansive. The majestic scenery invariably left a profound impact on one's soul, subtly elevating one's perspective and mindset. With sword in hand, he traversed the world, viewing the myriad of sights. Indeed, the word carefree aptly encapsulated his journey. As he ventured further north, Xiao Han drew closer to the city of ice and snow, causing the temperature around him to plummet, and the landscape to transform into towering snow-capped mountains and vast snowy plains, which became the predominant scenery. Tianshan, an immense snow-capped mountain range stretching thousands of miles, resembled a colossal snow dragon lying across the land, forming a natural barrier. Beyond Tianshan lay the city of ice and snow. The eternal snowfall atop Tianshan is renowned, attracting many admirers who come in search of its breathtaking beauty. However, the Tianshan Mountains are exceptionally frigid, compounded by their lofty altitude and steep terrain. Consequently, the number of individuals capable of ascending to the summit is exceedingly rare. Without the extraordinary ability to manifest wings of fighting spirit, akin to that of a battle king, it is nearly impossible to scale the mountain. At the pinnacle of Tianshan, the scenery is breathtaking, yet those fortunate enough to behold it are few. The sheer cliffs that pierce the heavens deter many from attempting the ascent. The marvels of the world are often found in perilous and distant places, and to savor such beauty, one must possess sufficient strength. Certain vistas are destined to be appreciated solely by the powerful, a rather harsh truth, indeed. Alas, one cannot help but wonder how magnificent the snow-covered landscape at the summit of Tianshan must be. Strive diligently in your cultivation. If your strength is adequate, one day you shall ascend and behold the snowy splendor. Beneath Tianshan, numerous travelers stand gazing upward at the peak. Some lament the difficulty of the ascent, while others brim with confidence for the future, harboring aspirations of conquest. Regardless of their varied mindsets, a singular fact unites them at this moment: they cannot ascend. Amidst the collective anticipation and reflections of the crowd, a hint of regret lingers in their hearts. Suddenly, while the crowd is lost in contemplation, a sharp sound of wind slicing through the air draws their attention. They look up, their eyes wide with astonishment. High in the vast sky, a sword of light descends, hurtling towards the pinnacle of Tianshan. The brilliant sword radiates like a shooting star, tracing a resplendent arc across the heavens. Upon that sword stands a young figure clad in a blue robe, soaring through the air, his garments fluttering in the wind, his tousled hair dancing gracefully. From a distance, he embodies an indescribable elegance and nonchalance. Sword flight. Some below begin to exclaim in awe, their eyes shimmering with envy. Undoubtedly, this is a form of aerial combat technique, allowing one to traverse the skies freely. Who would not envy such freedom? How striking. Some young women gaze dreamily at the ethereal figure in blue. It must be a young scion of a prominent family undertaking training, someone remarks in admiration. As the envious gazes of the crowd follow, the sword-wielding figure swiftly glides over their heads, ascending into the clouds, soon vanishing into the mist enveloping the mountainside. At the summit of Tianshan, a solitary peak rises, resembling a sharp sword piercing the sky, exuding an extraordinary aura. A chilling wind sweeps across the mountain, biting and frigid. Yet, The gusts are not fierce. Delicate snowflakes descend from the heavens, swirling gently as they cascade, accumulating layer upon the solitary peak. Though the mountaintop is cold. Amidst this icy realm blossoms a grove of plum trees, their flowers defiantly in bloom, seemingly impervious to the harsh conditions. The sight of red plum blossoms against the snow is breathtakingly beautiful. Beneath the plum trees, a figure clad in blue leans languidly, holding a cup of warm wine. As he gazes at the enchanting scene of snowflakes dancing among the plum blossoms, he cannot resist tilting his head back for a hearty drink. Rising, he brandishes his long sword against the nearby stone wall, inscribing lines of poetry that flow like a dragon in flight, exuding an extraordinary grace. In the icy woods, a figure adorned in blue stands apart from the mingling blossoms of peach and plum. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance fills the air, heralding the arrival of spring across the vast expanse of the world. After finishing his contemplation, the figure in blue raises his head to drink deeply, then reclines under a plum tree to admire the enchanting scenery. For 3 consecutive days, this figure remains atop the Tian Shan, traversing the snow in search of plum blossoms, brewing tea, and indulging in wine, embodying a serene and leisurely spirit. As the 3rd day draws to a close, the figure prepares to depart, sweeping his hand to send forth a long sword that arcs brilliantly across the sky before coming to rest at his feet. He steps onto the sword and ascends into the air. Suddenly, a whisper escapes his lips, pondering the impending avalanche, yet he pays little heed. Just as he is about to leave, his gaze is abruptly arrested. On a mountainside, a young girl clad in green, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, is seen climbing upward, seemingly intent on reaching the summit. At this moment, she senses something amiss and looks up, only to behold a torrent of white cascading down from above, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Fear grips her, her bright eyes brim with tears, as if she can already sense the approach of death. In a moment of sheer terror, just as the dreadful torrent is about to engulf her, the girl's eyes widen as a flash of sword light zips past her. She instinctively shuts her eyes. The next instant, when she timidly opens them again, she finds herself standing upon a sword, soaring high above the ground, with even the formidable Tian Shan beneath her feet. The scene is so surreal that she struggles to believe it. "Oh no, am I dead?" She snuffles, her eyes redden, before bursting into tears. "Little sister, would you cry so loudly if you were truly dead?" A clear, light-hearted voice rings out from behind her. "Indeed, it seems I am not dead," the girl murmurs. "It's you. You are the elder brother who flew on a sword that day." Upon recognizing Xiao Han, the girl recalls the event and hastily wipes her tears away, her face lighting up with joy. She had witnessed Xiao Han's flight to Tianshan, and, clutching his arm, she expresses her concern that he might flee. "Thank you for saving me, big brother," she says gratefully. "No need for thanks. It was a trivial matter. I am Xiao Han. What brings you alone to the Tianshan?" He inquires. "I am Dantai Yuyan," the girl replies with a smile, her cheeks adorned with charming dimples. However, her expression soon dims as she continues. "I came to gather the Tianshan snow lotus for my ailing mother." At this point, her beautiful eyes turn to Xiao Han, glistening with unshed tears. "Xiao Han, could you take me to gather the Tianshan snow lotus? Why are you crying again?" Xiao Han chuckles softly, finding her endearing. With a gentle motion, he conjures a snow-white lotus, smiling as he presents it to her. "Is this the Tianshan snow lotus?" Dantai Yuyan gasps in surprise, quickly wiping her tears away. Her face once again bright with joy. She gazes eagerly at the lotus, shyly asking, "Xiao Han, can I keep this?" Upon encountering the adorable visage of the young girl, Xiao Han found himself at a loss for words, yet soon placed the Tianshan snow lotus into her hands. "Xiao Han Gij, you are so kind," exclaimed Dantai Yuyan, her face aglow with joy. At last, her mother would be saved. "Are you from the city of ice and snow?" Xiao Han inquired further. "Xiao Han Gij, just call me Yuyan. I hail from the city of ice and snow. Are you also planning to visit there?" Dantai Yuyan asked, her blue eyes twinkling as she secured the snow lotus. "Yes, I intend to explore the city of ice and snow. As it happens, we are headed in the same direction. I shall escort you there," Xiao Han replied with a smile. "Xiao Han Gij, you must have nowhere to stay. Why not come to my home? I will treat you to delicious food, and we can explore the city together," Dantai Yuyan suggested with a grin. "I shall not refuse your hospitality then," Xiao Han said, his eyes glinting momentarily before he chuckled softly, not wishing to decline. After all, he was unfamiliar with the city of ice and snow and its customs. Having a charming little guide was indeed a stroke of good fortune. "Hooray, that's wonderful." Upon hearing Xiao Han's agreement, Dantai Yuyan's small face lit up with delight, nearly bouncing with glee, as she felt a strong fondness for him. Xiao Han chuckled, having not encountered such innocent exuberance in quite some time. With a smile, he focused his thoughts and accelerated, soaring through the skies on his sword. heading straight for the city of ice and snow. Chapter 97. As you wish, beyond the Tian Shan Mountains lay the city of ice and snow. Xiao Han flew swiftly on his sword, and in no time at all, a grand city emerged on the distant horizon. It was an immense metropolis, its icy walls stretching endlessly to the sides, resembling a realm of snow and ice. The colossal city stood amidst a swirling tempest of snowflakes, its walls shimmering with a crystalline sheen, exuding a majestic yet somewhat sacred aura. Indeed, this was the city of ice and snow. As Xiao Han drew nearer, his vision sharpened, and he gazed down from the skies, observing the towering structures within the city, all constructed from glacial materials, splendidly magnificent, evoking the sensation of being enveloped in a world of frost. Among the most captivating sights in the city of ice and snow was the grand expanse above. Suspended in the void were opulent ice palaces, forming a majestic complex of regal architecture. Against the vast sky, the ice palaces floated, their grandeur commanding a breathtaking presence, delivering an astonishing visual impact. Xiaohan Gij, that is the palace of the city of ice and snow, where the empress resides, Dan Taiyuyen remarked. Having noticed Xiaohan's gaze, she smiled as she introduced the sight, her beautiful eyes filled with envy, longing to ascend and behold it closely. Yet, she understood that perhaps in her lifetime, such a dream would remain unattainable. For that place was the abode of the empress, a sacred ground in the hearts of the citizens of the city of ice and snow. Ordinary folk could never step foot in that hallowed sanctuary. It was akin to the summit of the Tian Shan, a realm where many could only aspire to gaze upward at. The palace? Upon hearing this, Xiaohan's gaze flickered slightly. It was no wonder that such a grand and magnificent palace floated in the void. This was indeed his first encounter with such a sight, truly an eye-opener for him. Likewise, he felt a stir of curiosity towards the scenery atop the palace. Since he had come this far, he thought he must ascend and explore it. Xiaohan, you must not venture into the royal palace. The guards are formidable, and the empress possesses terrifying power, reminded Dan Taiyuyen. A hint of apprehension in her voice regarding Xiaohan's potential recklessness. Xiaohan merely smiled, non-committal, and together they descended from the heavens, arriving at the grand avenue leading into the city. Above the icy city, flying magical beasts circled, with armored soldiers standing atop, likely on patrol. To recklessly fly in would surely invite trouble. Following the main road, they made their way toward the city gate, which towered several dozen feet high. Atop the gate, for characters were inscribed, Ice and Snow City. The inscription seemed to harbor an overwhelming pressure, and even a simple glance left one breathless. The characters appeared ancient, weathered by time, as if narrating the profound history of this ancient city. After a brief inspection by the soldiers at the gate, Xiaohan and Dan Taiyuyen entered the city. Upon stepping inside, a chilling aura met them, and as they surveyed the surroundings, they found the city filled with exquisite ice and snow architecture. The icy pathways bustled with the flow of traffic, teeming with pedestrians. The inhabitants of this ice and snow city possessed a peculiar trait. Their pupils were a striking blue, and the men were tall and imposing. Handsome men and beautiful women were commonplace here. Standing in the city, when Xiaohan looked up again, the floating palaces appeared infinitely sacred and dignified, resembling an inviolable sanctum. Xiaohan, come with me. Dan Taiyuyen smiled at him and led the way. As Xiaohan followed the girl, he curiously observed his surroundings, finding everything novel and intriguing. The men and women they passed occasionally cast curious glances at him, for as an outsider, he naturally drew attention. After walking for about 10 minutes behind Dan Taiyuyen, a modestly sized residence came into view, its purple sandalwood plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Dan Tai family. Judging by its scale, it seemed to belong to a small family. We've arrived, Xiaohan, Dan Taiyuyen said with a smile, then stepped inside. After a brief appraisal, Xiaohan followed her in. As they approached the entrance, 2 guards merely cast a disdainful glance at Dan Taiyuyen, showing no respect, and even displaying a hint of contempt. Xiaohan's brow furrowed slightly. Observing this, he understood that Dan Taiyuyen's status within her family was likely not very high, perhaps even quite low. However, he paid it no mind, as he did not judge his friends by such standards. As he accompanied Dan Taiyuyen through the family estate, Xiaohan noticed that no one seemed willing to greet the girl. Yet, she appeared unfazed, her innocent and cheerful smile unwavering. Xiaohan couldn't help but sigh softly. She must be a girl with stories to tell. After a brief walk, Dan Taiyuyen led Xiaohan to a secluded courtyard, which housed only a few rudimentary rooms, some of which were rather dilapidated. Brother Xiaohan, you shall occupy this room, she said, approaching the door on the left. Turning to face him, she added, somewhat shyly, the conditions are not ideal, Brother Xiaohan. I can only ask for your understanding. It matters not, Xiaohan replied, casting a glance around the room. He smiled lightly. noting that the furnishings were reminiscent of those in the Xiao family home. A bed, a chair, and a cabinet. Where have you been these past few days, you wretched maid? Hurry and come wash my clothes. At that moment, a woman's icy voice pierced the air, and a girl clad in red strode in. Her cold gaze fixated on Dan Tai Yuyan. Brother Xiaohan, please take a moment to rest. I will prepare a meal for you shortly. Dan Tai Yuyan said with a smile before following the girl in red. Xiaoro, Xiaohan called out to the system as the two girls departed. Would the master like information about them? Xiaoro inquired. Xiaohan nodded, and, after deducting a certain amount of points, he acquired all the details. The girl in red was Dan Tai Jiao, the eldest daughter of the Dan Tai family. Dan Tai Yuyan, on the other hand, was her half-sister. Born of the family head's drunken encounter with a maid, while Dan Tai Jiao was the legitimate child. The disparity in their statuses was vast. And Dan Tai Jiao had always looked down upon her sister, viewing her as a blemish on the family name. In this alternate realm, the hierarchy of status was rigidly enforced. With a soft sigh, Xiaohan entered the room. As night fell, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafting from the kitchen. What a delightful scent, he thought, his eyes lighting up as he sprang from the bed and followed the enticing fragrance. Soon, he arrived at the kitchen where a girl dressed in green was busily tending to the stove, the source of the delicious smell. Dan Tai Yuyan. Yuyan, what delectable dish are you preparing? Xiaohan asked with a smile as he entered. Please wait a moment, Brother Xiaohan. It will be ready soon. She replied with a warm smile. Xiaohan rubbed his hands together in anticipation, eager to taste her culinary creations, which he had never encountered before. He settled at a nearby table, patiently awaiting the feast. Such exquisite food must not go to waste. Before long, the table was laden with a variety of unique and delightful dishes, unlike anything Xiaohan had ever seen, let alone tasted. Impressive, Yuyan, he exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, surprised by her remarkable skills. Brother Xiaohan, please give it a try, Dan Tai Yuyan encouraged with a smile. Just as he was about to indulge, a figure in red suddenly burst into the kitchen. Are you her friend? Dan Tai Jiao's beautiful eyes narrowed as she regarded Xiaohan with indifference. Yes, replied Xiaohan, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he nodded in affirmation. To befriend a lowly maid, how disgraceful. In that case, let us commence the meal. As the conversation reached this point, Dan Tai Jiao paused momentarily before forcefully sweeping all the dishes from the table to the ground. Then you may as well lie on the floor and eat, you wretched dog. This is how one should dine, she declared. With her arms crossed over her chest and a mocking smile gracing her lips, she regarded Xiaohan dismissively. Convinced that this youth, younger than herself, could not possibly possess formidable strength, especially within the confines of the Dan Tai family estate. Miss, Dan Tai Yuyan is somewhat incensed, her eyes reddening with anger. When did it become your place, you wretched maid, to interrupt my words? Dan Tai Jiao scolded, extending her hand as if to strike. However, at that moment, Xiaohan intervened. Rising to his feet, he seized Dan Tai Jiao's wrist, his expression devoid of emotion. You just stated that a wretched dog should eat on the ground, he remarked coolly. Is that not the case? Dan Tai Jiao retorted, her gaze fixed on him with a cold smirk. Yet, scarcely had her words echoed when Xiaohan vanished before her eyes, causing her pupils to constrict. In the next instant, a chilling breeze swept past her back, and she found herself sprawled on the ground, her face pressed against the scattered food, utterly disheveled. Simultaneously, a dispassionate voice whispered in her ear, as you wished. I grant you this fate, you wretched dog. Chapter 98. It is not personal. On the ground, with food strewn all around, Dan Tai Jiao's face was firmly pressed into the remnants of her meal, her visage a portrait of disgrace. How does it feel to eat on the ground? Xiaohan inquired, standing nearby with indifference. You vile wretch. How dare you bully me? I will kill you. Dan Tai Jiao shouted in fury, attempting to rise, but she found herself utterly immobilized. Xiaohan had placed a foot upon her back, rendering her powerless to move. It is acceptable for you to bully others, yet you cannot be bullied in return? You are merely a young lady of a minor family, who bestowed upon you such audacity. You incessantly use the term wretched. Do you not realize how wretched you truly are? Xiaohan's voice continued with a disdainful tone, inciting Dan Tai Jiao's ire as she lay on the ground, her anger morphing into embarrassment. My conduct is of no concern to a wretch like you. Release me at once. Dan Tai Jiao demanded, humiliated by her position, feeling akin to a dog beneath someone's heel. I have no interest in teaching dogs manners. Begone. With that, Xiaohan ceased further dialogue, his mood soured. With a sharp glare, he kicked Dan Tai Jiao, sending her sprawling across the floor like a deflated ball. Xiaohan Gidge, I am sorry. Dan Tai Yuyan approached, tugging at his arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with regret. Foolish girl, this is not your fault. There is no need for apologies, Xiaohan said gently, ruffling her hair with a resigned smile. Xiaohan Gij, you have struck the young lady. We should leave the Dantai family quickly. She will surely summon others to trouble you, Dantai Yuyin advised, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of concern. What a silly girl. Xiaohan sighed lightly, contemplating that if he were to depart, this foolish girl would undoubtedly fall prey to Dantai Jiao's bullying. Shaking his head, he smiled and reassured. Yin, rest assured. They cannot harm me. Besides, I have yet to savor your culinary creations. I certainly will not leave. However, before Dantai Yuyin could finish her words, Xiaohan interrupted her. There are no buts, Yin. If you do not prepare the meal soon, your brother Xiaohan may very well starve. He chuckled. Brother Xiaohan, are you truly untroubled? Dantai Yuyin still harbored a hint of concern. Fear not. All is well, Xiaohan replied with a smile. Fully aware of the capabilities of the Dantai family. Observing Xiaohan's calm demeanor, Dantai Yuyin chose to refrain from further discussion. Perhaps her brother Xiaohan was indeed formidable, especially since even Dantai Jiao had been easily overpowered by him. In due time, in the kitchen, Dantai Yuyin resumed her cooking, while Xiaohan moved a table to the entrance, lounging lazily as he poured himself a jug of wine, savoring it leisurely. He was curious to see how a mere Dantai family could challenge him. Before long, Dantai Yuyin completed the meal, presenting an array of delectable dishes before Xiaohan. Yuyin, come sit down, let us dine together, he said with a smile. As they settled down to eat, Dantai Yuyin's beautiful eyes reflected a trace of worry, glancing occasionally towards the outside. She knew that Dantai Jiao would not easily relent. As anticipated, before the two had taken more than a few bites, a throng of individuals surged towards them. Dantai Jiao had returned, seemingly fresh from a bath. Her hair still damp. A cadre of guards followed her, their expressions fierce and menacing. You there, go and strip that boy of his strength. Dantai Jiao's gaze fixated on Xiaohan, her voice dripping with malice. Having been humiliated by him, she was determined not to let it slide. Yes, miss. The guards responded respectfully, advancing menacingly toward Xiaohan. Witnessing the guards' approach, Dantai Yuyin felt a twinge of fear, noticing Xiaohan still enjoying his meal. She gently tugged at his sleeve. Xiaohan turned to her with a reassuring smile, then nonchalantly scanned the group of guards encircling them. Recognizing that the strongest among them barely possessed the strength of a fighter. Begone. Xiaohan's gaze turned icy as he remained unmoved, casting a cold glance at the guards and uttering a single, chilling command. To their astonishment, that solitary word seemed to unleash an invisible tempest, causing the guards to be violently flung backward, crashing to the ground and spewing blood uncontrollably. The fallen guards wore expressions of horror as they exchanged glances, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded Xiaohan. At that moment, they had felt an overwhelming force surge towards them, one that was intangible yet palpably real, striking at their very souls. It felt as if it were a power of the spirit. Dantai Yuyin stared at Xiaohan in astonishment. Is brother Xiaohan truly this formidable? What has happened to you all? Dantai Jiao also appeared taken aback, having witnessed none of Xiaohan's actions. She wondered how her guards had fallen. Go and summon more people, and bring Lin the Guardian as well. He is a 2-star grand fighter, and will surely be able to handle this scoundrel, exclaimed Dantai Jiao in a furious tone. A guard promptly took his leave, and shortly thereafter, a large group of individuals surged forward, led by a tall, imposing man with a formidable presence. Indeed, the Lin the Guardian that Dantai Jiao had mentioned. Young miss, Lin the Guardian approached and greeted Dantai Jiao. Now that you are here, I am at ease. Quickly, eliminate this wretch. Dantai Jiao replied with a glimmer of hope, pointing coldly at Xiaohan. Understood. Lin the Guardian responded and advanced toward Xiaohan. Brother Xiaohan. He is our family's strongest guardian, a 2-star grand fighter. Dantai Yuyin whispered nervously, cautioning him. Boy, do you wish to die by your own hand? Or shall I assist you? Lin the Guardian's eyes glinted like those of a venomous serpent as he fixed his gaze on Xiaohan. Xiaohan took a bite of his dish and sipped his wine before finally turning his attention to Lin the Guardian. Begone. Xiaohan's voice was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. With that single word, Lin the Guardian was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood incessantly. Again, I command you to retreat, Xiaohan declared, unfazed, even in the face of the so-called 2-star grand fighter. What? The onlookers were struck with disbelief as they beheld the figure in the green robe, who continued to eat and drink so nonchalantly. How could he be so formidable? A bunch of useless fools. Why are you still standing there? Attack him together and kill him. Dantai Jiao commanded angrily. Charge. Lin the Guardian was the first to rise, rallying the guards who brandished their weapons and charged at Xiaohan once more. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiaohan's mouth as he waved his sleeve, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Having reached the 3rd-tier alchemist realm, his soul power was now beginning to shine. Boom. The spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping over the guards with an unstoppable force, leaving them scattered and defeated, landing in disarray upon the roof, the trees, and the pond. The spectators were astounded. This group of guards was utterly no match for this individual. The commotion had attracted the attention of the Dantai family members, who swiftly approached from various directions. Upon witnessing the disheveled guards, they were taken aback, and after a brief inquiry, learned that they had all been injured by a young man in a green robe, which left them in utter shock, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Perplexed and astonished gazes converged upon the solitary figure calmly eating at the entrance. This young man dared to cause trouble within their Dantai family? Brother Xiaohan, how impressive! Dantai Yuyan's face was alight with astonishment. Dantai Jiao's expression darkened, her gaze fixed on Xiaohan with fierce intensity. His strength had exceeded her expectations. Are you all blind? Do you not see this scoundrel causing chaos in our Dantai family? Go and kill him at once. Dantai Jiao shouted at the onlooking family members. At her command, many, their faces etched with anger, prepared to take action. This individual was indeed far too arrogant, daring to create a ruckus within their Dantai family. Was he courting death? Xiaohan tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, his gaze sweeping lightly over the crowd around him. He spoke calmly. I am not targeting anyone, but if it comes to blows, none of you present would stand a chance. As his words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. To assert that all present would be no match for him? Kid, can you be any more arrogant? Why are you all still standing there? Come at me. To be so brazen in the presence of the Dantai family is to seek death. Dantai Jiao's face darkened. Did this fellow truly believe himself invincible? Watching the crowd surge forward with fury, Dantai Yuyan felt a twinge of fear, clearly realizing that Xiaohan had incited the wrath of many. Xiaohan smiled at Dantai Yuyan, then slowly stood up. Since no one believed him, he would make them believe by force. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, charged with impending conflict. Everyone, stand down. However, just as the battle was about to erupt, a booming voice akin to thunder reverberated through the assembly. The crowd froze, turning their attention to the source of the voice, where a middle-aged man draped in a luxurious robe strode forward with an imposing presence. He was Dantai Yuan, the head of the Dantai family, patriarch, father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dantai Jiao and others immediately restrained their aggressive demeanor, bowing slightly in respect. Father, this brat has caused trouble in our Dantai family and even struck me. You must seek justice for your daughter. Dantai Jiao stepped forward, indignation evident in her voice. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan chuckled coldly. Causing trouble? Who was the first to instigate? Moreover, with your father's strength as a 5-star Dou master, can he truly dispense justice? Xiaohan regarded Dantai Yuan with a calm gaze, remaining silent. He was acutely aware that Dantai Yuan had long since arrived, but had chosen to remain hidden, likely to assess his strength. Having already demonstrated the prowess of a third-rank alchemist, would Dantai Yuan dare to act against him? My daughter is headstrong, and my subordinates lack understanding. I ask that the young brother not hold it against them. I shall discipline them severely. Dantai Yuan finally spoke. At his words, the crowd was left dumbfounded. This was not the expected turn of events. Shouldn't the patriarch have intervened to swiftly subdue this insolent youth? Dantai Yuan, sensing the bewilderment of the family members, silently scoffed at their ignorance. Do they truly wish for me to engage in combat with a third-rank alchemist? Is that not courting death? Indeed, I also prefer to avoid violence. I am a civilized individual who does not relish conflict, Xiaohan replied with a smile, acknowledging Dantai Yuan's discernment. The crowd exchanged glances, particularly the guards who had just been bested by him, rolling their eyes at the notion of being labeled civilized. A civilized person? Dislikes violence? Then who was it that just knocked us down like dogs? Father, he just bullied me. Dantai Jiao exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Young brother, do not mind her. It is an honor for my daughter to be bullied by you. Dantai Yuan ignored Dantai Jiao, addressing Xiaohan instead. The crowd fell silent. Dantai Jiao's pupils constricted as she stared blankly at Dantai Yuan, questioning whether she was truly his biological daughter. The crowd was left dumbfounded, despite the bullying. Was this truly an honor? A dark line appeared on Xiaohan's forehead, realizing this was indeed his biological father. Little brother, why don't we find a more suitable place for our conversation? I have prepared a splendid guest room for you, Dantai Yuan suggested. No need. I shall stay at Yuyan's villa. I prefer tranquility, Xiaohan replied. Dantai Yuyan was taken aback. This was likely the first time Dantai Yuan had spoken to her with such kindness. Reflecting on this, her gaze inadvertently turned towards Xiaohan. Is my brother really that fearsome? Why does my father seem so intimidated in his presence? Enough. All of you may leave. Do not disturb my meal. Xiaohan waved his hand dismissively at Dantai Yuan and the others, then resumed his quiet dining. Are you all deaf? Did you not hear the young master's words? Hurry and leave. Dantai Yuan's gaze swept across the room, his tone stern. The crowd trembled, although they were unaware of Xiao Han's true identity. They could sense the fear Dan Tai Yuan held for him. Thus, they dared not linger and quickly departed. Seeing that Dan Tai Jiao still stood there, Dan Tai Yuan hurriedly went over to pull her away. "Father, who exactly is that young man?" she inquired curiously as they walked. "A third-grade alchemist, and perhaps even more. Serve him well, and should you cause any more trouble, I shall not spare you." Dan Tai Yuan huffed coldly before sweeping away. "Brother Xiao Han, who are you really?" After everyone had left, Dan Tai Yuan gazed at Xiao Han with admiration, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Just a bystander." Xiao Han smiled and replied, "Now eat up. Rest early, and take me to explore the city tomorrow morning." The following day, early in the morning, Xiao Han set out with Dan Tai Yuan. The members of the Dan Tai family regarded Xiao Han with utmost respect. It seemed that Dan Tai Yuan had made a special mention of him after their earlier encounter. On the ice-paved streets, the clamor of carriages and the bustle of people created a lively atmosphere. Numerous stalls lined the roads, selling an array of peculiar trinkets. Dan Tai Yuan, full of vivacity, tugged Xiao Han around, eagerly showing him items of interest, which he readily purchased. "Yuan, how can you remain so joyful living in such a family?" Xiao Han inquired, tilting his head. "Brother Xiao Han, there are many things in this world that I cannot control, but I can control my heart. Being happy for a day or being unhappy for a day, why not choose to remain joyful?" Dan Tai Yuan smiled. Xiao Han was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. "I have learned from you." At that moment, the two arrived at an expansive ice plaza, adorned with intricately designed ice sculptures that appeared almost lifelike. After scanning the sculptures, Xiao Han's attention was drawn to a particular object. In the center of the plaza stood a magnificent ice sculpture of a dragon, its mouth grasping a royal decree, radiant with an ethereal glow, emanating a subtle sense of authority. "Yuan, what is that?" Xiao Han asked, intrigued. "Brother Xiao Han, that is the imperial edict issued by the Empress. The princess has suffered from an eye ailment since childhood. Thus, the Empress seeks a skilled physician to treat her." Dan Tai Yuan explained. "In this vast city of ice and snow, why is there no one to claim the imperial edict?" Xiao Han inquired, noting that the royal decree still remained, indicating that the princess's ailment had not yet been cured. After all, no one is willing to gamble with their own life. Since there are those who dare to risk their lives to unveil the edict, could it be that there are enticing rewards awaiting the one who heals the princess? Xiao Han asked curiously. Indeed, the rewards are quite alluring. In addition to monetary rewards and lands, the Empress also permits entry into the royal ancestral tomb, which is said to harbor immense treasures and numerous cultivation opportunities, Dan Tai Yuan explained. The royal ancestral tomb? Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. In many novels, protagonists often obtain fortuitous encounters by unearthing graves and prying open coffins. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Without hesitation, Xiao Han approached the imperial edict, his gaze fervent as he beheld the radiant proclamation. The thought of visiting the royal tomb was undeniably thrilling. Xiao Han, you are not truly considering unveiling the imperial edict, are you? Dan Tai Yuan tugged at his sleeve, her expression filled with concern as she observed his intense fixation on the edict. Xiao Han nodded in response, and before Dan Tai Yuan could dissuade him, he sprang into action, leaping forward and snatching the edict from its place. Xiao Han, Dan Tai Yuan's face reflected shock and worry. Should the princess remain unhealed, Xiao Han would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In that moment, as Xiao Han grasped the edict, it transformed into a swirl of ethereal light, enveloping him entirely. A brilliant beam of light erupted from his being, soaring majestically towards the heavens. In that instant, the entire city of ice and snow was set ablaze with commotion. Someone has unveiled the imperial edict. Simultaneously, a cold, indifferent voice emanated from the soaring ice palace. Bring him forth. With the emergence of the dazzling beam from Xiao Han, the voice echoed through the ethereal palace, carrying an undeniable tone of command, akin to a decree from on high. The citizens of the ice and snow city were no strangers to this chilling voice. It belonged to their sovereign, the Empress. With a swift swoosh, the immense azure phoenix soared from the palace, a maiden standing gracefully upon its back. Soon, the phoenix descended upon the icy plaza below. This young master, please. The maiden bowed elegantly to Xiao Han, her demeanor respectful. Despite his youth, he was the one chosen by Her Majesty, and she dared not show any negligence. With a smile, Xiao Han leaped gracefully, landing securely beside the maiden. Xiao Han, below. Dan Tai Yuan's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, knowing that this journey could lead to peril. Yuan, do not worry. Once I heal the princess, I will come to find you. Xiao Han assured her with a smile. Hearing this, the maiden cast Xiao Han a curious glance, puzzled by his unwavering confidence. For many esteemed physicians had been rendered helpless. Could this young man truly succeed? Without further delay, The azure phoenix took to the skies, embarking on its flight. The azure-winged phoenix flapped its wings, soaring through the void. At that moment, many inhabitants of the ice and snow city beheld a figure clad in a green robe upon the back of the phoenix, their expressions tinged with astonishment. Is this boy, barely matured, truly attempting to cure the princess? Many within the city lamented, silently mourning for Xiao Han, deeming him merely a reckless youth. What a fool! In the Dan Tai household, Dan Tai Jiao recognized Xiao Han and could not suppress her derisive remarks, believing that he was merely courting death, which was precisely what she wished to witness. The azure phoenix ascended with grace and soon alighted upon a vast, icy plaza at the edge of the sky. At the plaza's terminus stood an immense crystal palace, exuding a magnificent aura amidst its opulence. This was none other than the queen's palace. Young master, the queen awaits you in the grand hall. You may proceed, a maid said, bowing respectfully to Xiao Han before leading the phoenix away. What an imposing palace. I must construct one for myself someday, Xiao Han mused, taking in the grandeur of the crystal palace with a sense of awe. He then ceased to linger, striding towards the queen's residence. Halt! As Xiao Han approached the steps leading up to the palace, a sharp voice rang out. A guard, clad in armor, advanced towards him. This guard, exuding an imposing presence, bore dazzling armor that shimmered with brilliance, a sword suspended at his waist, distinctly setting him apart from ordinary sentinels. Clearly, he was a formidable three-star battle master, entrusted with the palace's security, his demeanor radiating an unmistakable pride. To enter the queen's palace, you must first disrobe for a search, and surrender your storage ring for temporary custody, the guard stated, his gaze fixed on Xiao Han. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han furrowed his brow. Disrobe for a search and surrender my storage ring? What manner of rule is this? I apologize, but the queen wishes to see me. I am here to treat the princess, he replied. I know who you are, the one who has claimed the bounty, but that matters not. Rules are rules, the guard retorted coldly. I am not accustomed to such practices, Xiao Han replied, his expression darkening, his tone growing subtly frosty. Not accustomed? Even a bounty hunter must adhere to the rules. What do you consider yourself? The guard sneered, the corners of his mouth curling in disdain. Having guarded the queen's palace for many years, he had encountered countless individuals. I shall reiterate, the queen wishes to see me. I am here to treat the princess. Xiao Han's expression turned increasingly frigid, a glint of sharp determination flashing in his eyes. I shall repeat, disrobe for a search, and surrender your storage ring. These are the rules. The guard's demeanor shifted to one of frigid resolve, his gaze unyielding as it locked onto Xiao Han. With a clang, the guard swiftly drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at Xiao Han. Defy the rules, and you shall meet your demise, he declared coldly. I do not appreciate being threatened with a sword, Xiao Han stated calmly. How fortunate, for I find great pleasure in pointing my sword at you. The guard replied with a chilling smile, advancing his blade even closer. Crack! As the guard's words faded, the long sword in his hand inexplicably shattered into countless fragments, strewn across the ground, a manifestation of Xiao Han's soul power. Upon witnessing this, the guard's pupils constricted in shock, his heart racing in alarm. Suddenly, he found himself lifted into the air. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Han, an expression of horror etched upon his face. Despite his rank as a three-star great fighter, he was utterly powerless in the grip of this young man. Do you wish to kill me? This is the Empress's palace, the guard exclaimed in terror, sensing a palpable aura of death emanating from Xiao Han, and fear gripped him tightly. The Empress's palace? Do you think I fear that? Xiao Han replied, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. In the next instant, his expression turned icy, sharp as a blade, and he declared, thus, you shall perish. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed once more, but this time it was not the sword, but rather the guard's neck that succumbed. Indeed, he was dead. His eyes still reflected an incredulous fear. Had Xiao Han truly slain him at the gates of the Empress's palace? Did he truly believe Xiao Han lacked the courage? Yet here he lay, lifeless. The other guards, alarmed, hastily surrounded Xiao Han, their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief at his audacity to commit murder before the palace. What? Do you all wish to join him in death? Xiao Han's gaze swept over them, his tone chilling. Let him in. At that moment, a detached voice resonated from within the palace, clear and distinct in the ears of all present. Upon hearing this, the guards respectfully stepped aside. Xiao Han ascended the steps, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the palace. The grand doors opened automatically. Narrowing his eyes, he strode inside, where an opulent scene awaited him. The crystalline decor shimmered with a radiant luster, compelling one to marvel in awe. After casting a cursory glance around the grand hall, Xiao Han's gaze was drawn to the foremost position. There, a crystalline staircase rose, draped with curtains of crystal that cascaded down. Behind that ethereal veil sat an enchanting figure, the owner adorned in a luxurious silk robe, exuding elegance and nobility. Even while seated, Her silhouette was perfectly sculpted, captivating in its allure. The translucent curtains obscured her form, enhancing the air of mystery and igniting curiosity to behold her true visage. Yet, judging by the outline, one could surmise that a beauty resided beyond the curtains. Standing at the foot of the staircase, Xiao Han's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he scrutinized the delicate figure behind the veil. Despite the barrier, he could discern glimpses of enchanting features. The hem of her robe parted slightly, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her exquisite leg, skin as fair as snow. Smooth and radiant, a mere fragment of her beauty, yet enough to ensnare one's very soul. Just as Xiao Han was engrossed in his observation, a cold snort emanated from behind the crystal curtain, and a chilling voice commanded, "Bring him forth and castrate him." The frosty decree reverberated abruptly from beyond the veil. At this moment, it seemed as though the temperature within the grand hall had suddenly plummeted, a chilling sensation that pierced the very soul. To be castrated? The corners of Xiao Han's mouth twitched violently as he caught sight of a frigid gaze fixed upon him from behind the crystal drapery. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to inspect his lower half, retreating a step in alarm. Was he to be punished for mere words? With a sharp intonation, the Empress's command echoed through the hall, prompting a line of maidservants, standing reverently to one side, to spring into action. Their bodies cloaked in an aura of battle energy as they encircled Xiao Han. "Hold on." Xiao Han raised a hand, his voice resonating with authority as he scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the figure concealed behind the crystal veil. "Your Majesty, do you still wish to heal the princess's affliction?" In that moment, he realized that invoking the princess as a shield was his only recourse. "Your castration will not impede your ability to treat the princess," the Empress replied coldly. Xiao Han felt as though he might choke on his own blood upon hearing her words. Was there no mercy to be found? Seize him and carry out the punishment. The Empress declared once more, her maidservants closing in on him with steely resolve. "What madness is this? I merely glanced at your leg. And you deem it worthy of such severe retribution? As if I have committed an act of impropriety," Xiao Han exclaimed, his expression darkening with ire. "A man is curious to behold a beautiful woman. What of it? Let me be clear, Your Majesty, not only have I gazed upon you, but I have also touched you. Do you think I find you so extraordinary that I would covet your attention?" Xiao Han's countenance hardened as he spoke, a flicker of indignation igniting within him. How dare she threaten him with such barbarity? He had come to cure the princess, and this was how he was treated? Did she truly believe he would remain passive? While others might cower before the Empress, he did not fear her. If it came to that, he could forego treatment. With his enchanted cloak of invisibility, what could she possibly do to him? "Should you utter another word about my castration, I shall turn on my heel and leave. If this is the attitude I must endure while seeking treatment, do you presume your title grants you the liberty to act as you please? I assure you, I am not so easily cowed," Xiao Han declared fiercely. As his impassioned words reverberated through the grand hall, an eerie stillness enveloped the space. As if time itself had halted, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The maidservants stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had this audacious young man truly dared to chastise their revered empress so brazenly? A tremor of fear coursed through the maidservants. Did he not comprehend that he stood before the sovereign of the ice and snow city? Meanwhile, their furtive glances darted towards the empress, who remained hidden behind the crystal drapery. Though separated by the curtain, they could acutely sense her burgeoning fury. In that instant, the temperature within the hall dropped even further, a bone-chilling frost settling upon the ground as layers of ice began to form. They understood that, today, this young man was as good as doomed. To insult the empress meant bracing oneself for the full force of her wrath. In an instant, a bone-chilling aura emanated from the grand hall, causing the ground to be encased in frost, as if the depths of winter had arrived. Xiao Han's lips quivered slightly. It seemed that healing the princess was a lost cause, although he had indulged himself for a moment. The thought of utilizing the last opportunity to escape with the cloak of invisibility filled him with a sense of regret. However, at this moment, there was no alternative but to remain. Staying would likely result in being frozen into an icicle by the empress. Creak. Just as Xiao Han prepared to extract the cloak of invisibility and make his escape, the doors of the hall suddenly swung open. A beam of light poured in, and soon, a delicate silhouette of a young girl stepped into view, backlit by the glow. At that moment, the empress, concealed behind the crystal curtain, narrowed her eyes slightly. With a graceful wave of her slender hand, the biting cold within the grand hall receded like a tide. Everything returned to its former state. Xiao Han paused momentarily, then turned, his gaze curiously directed toward the entrance. There, the girl approached slowly, and before long, her figure became distinctly etched in the minds of all present. Clad in a flowing white dress, cinched at the waist with a colorful ribbon, her slender figure was perfectly accentuated. A light veil obscured her lovely visage, yet, judging by the contours of her face, One could surmise that beneath the delicate fabric lay an exquisite beauty. The girl's demeanor radiated exceptional grace. Standing there in her white attire, adorned with a veil, she resembled a sacred snow lotus, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld her. However, it was curious that her eyes appeared lifeless, devoid of any spark of vitality. Your Highness the Princess. Upon recognizing the girl, the maidservants surrounding Xiaohan hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Two of them positioned themselves on either side, carefully assisting the girl. So, this is the princess. Xiaohan observed the girl at the entrance, murmuring to himself, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Such a young and beautiful girl, yet blind since childhood. Truly, fate can be cruel. Mother, please cease your acts of cruelty and spare him, the girl articulated sweetly, her voice akin to jade beads falling upon a jade plate. Her first utterance was a plea for Xiaohan. This princess possesses a kind heart, Xiaohan mused inwardly, finding her far more agreeable than the empress. At this thought, he couldn't help but mentally berate the empress for her audacity to castrate him. Truly outrageous. All of you may withdraw, the empress commanded, casting a cool glance at the maidservants below. Yes, we take our leave, the maidservants replied, bowing as they exited. In an instant, only Xiaohan, the empress, and the princess remained in the grand hall. For the sake of the princess, I shall spare your life, the empress declared, her icy gaze fixed upon Xiaohan. Do you have the confidence to cure the princess's affliction? I do, Xiaohan replied. Then let the treatment commence, the empress stated. An inexplicable flicker of hope igniting within her, for this audacious youth, who not only dared to kill before her palace doors, but also publicly insulted her, must possess some measure of skill. You say to begin, and so we begin. You say to heal, and so we heal. Do you think everyone must obey your commands? Xiaohan coldly laughed. Do you truly believe I lack temper? You. Upon hearing this, the empress's bosom heaved with fury, her anger palpable. This audacious young man dared to disregard her words? The air around the empress grew frigid, her icy gaze fixed intently on Xiaohan. Mother, please calm your wrath. How about this? I shall escort the physician around the palace. Once his mood improves, he can treat me, the princess suggested to the empress. Promptly taking hold of Xiaohan's hand and hastily leading him out of the grand hall, seemingly anxious to prevent any violent outburst from the empress. Xiaohan, momentarily taken aback, made no attempt to resist, allowing the princess to guide him outside. Though she was blind, the princess navigated with ease. And soon they exited the grand hall. Watching them leave, the empress rose, her alluring legs striding forth from behind the curtain. Her enchanting figure and strikingly beautiful, yet cold visage fully revealed. Her beautiful eyes glared at Xiaohan's retreating form, a chilling intent swirling within them. Wretch, should you fail to heal the princess, I shall ensure your demise, first castrating you, and then killing you. Chapter 102. Ice Chinger on the expansive icy square. A young woman in a white dress grasped the hand of a young man in a blue robe, walking briskly. I apologize for any offense, the princess remarked. Xiaohan, momentarily stunned, found her words slightly peculiar, yet they were undeniably pleasant. It's quite all right. I hold no grievance against you, he replied with a smile. Now taking a closer look at the young woman before him. A delicate veil partially obscured her face, yet it could not conceal her beauty. Rather, it added an air of ethereal charm. You must leave the palace at once. Otherwise, my mother will truly kill you, the princess warned again. At this, Xiaohan was initially taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. This princess was genuinely kind-hearted, worrying for his safety. Princess, I came to treat your ailment. If I must depart, it shall be only after I have healed you, Xiaohan asserted. Many physicians have been rendered helpless against my affliction. I do not wish for any more innocent lives to be lost on my account. Please, while my mother has not yet noticed, you must go. If I remain untreated, she will undoubtedly kill you, the princess urged. There is no need for concern, my lady. I assure you, if I say I can heal you, then I shall indeed heal you, Xiaohan countered confidently. There is no need for false consolation. Perhaps this is simply my fate. I am destined to live my life in darkness, the princess replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. The heavens had granted her a glory and status unattainable by others, yet had mercilessly stripped her of the right to behold the world. Seeing the princess's despondent demeanor, Xiaohan sighed softly, realizing that countless disappointments had undoubtedly left her disheartened. He now understood the despair behind the imperial edict that threatened death should healing prove impossible. Previous physicians had offered her a glimmer of hope, yet ultimately, all they delivered was despair. In this world, despair is not the most fearsome fate. Rather, it is the cruel experience of being offered hope, only to be met with unrelenting despair. Such an experience, unless one has truly felt it, is utterly incomprehensible. It is a pain that surpasses death itself. My dear princess, I do not seek to comfort you, but rather to speak the truth. If you doubt me, Let us commence the treatment at once, Xiao Han stated earnestly. Do you truly have the confidence to cure my affliction? The princess replied, her heart filled with despair, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her once more. This time, would fate cruelly extinguish this glimmer of hope yet again? Please, find a tranquil place. I shall assist you with the treatment, Xiao Han implored. Very well. Let us go to my palace, the princess responded, leading the way. Xiao Han followed closely behind. I am Bingqinger, and you? She suddenly inquired during their journey. Xiao Han, he replied, glancing at Bingqing. You are somewhat different from the princess I had envisioned. In what way? Bingqinger chuckled. I did not anticipate that the princess would be so approachable and kind-hearted, Xiao Han remarked. Bingqinger offered a subtle smile, remaining silent. Moreover, you are even more beautiful than I had imagined, Xiao Han added with a grin. Am I truly beautiful? Bingqinger paused, asking. Xiao Han was taken aback, turning to face her with mild astonishment. Has no one told you how lovely you are? When my mother comforts me, she says such things. But I find it hard to believe. Are you merely flattering me? Bingqinger replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. It was his first encounter with a girl who questioned compliments about her beauty. Yet, reflecting on her situation, he felt pity for the young maiden, blessed with exquisite beauty, yet unable to perceive it herself. Truly, it was a lamentable twist of fate. How many can escape the clutches of destiny? Thank you, Xiao Han, Bingqinger said, her delicate face beneath the veil tinged with a hint of shyness. After all, she was a young girl, and such praise was difficult to withstand without blushing. Of course, words alone are insufficient. It is best for the princess to see for herself, Xiao Han chuckled. Can it truly be cured? Bingqinger pondered aloud, gently caressing her fair face with her slender hand before continuing her stride. Under her guidance, Xiao Han arrived at the palace where the princess resided. In the grand hall, Bingqinger instructed the maids to leave, leaving only her and Xiao Han. Is there anything else you require? She inquired. No need. Just sit quietly, my princess. Xiao Han smiled. He then summoned a jade box into his hand, opening it to release a faint herbal fragrance. This medicine, known as Qing Mu San, was exceptionally rare, composed mainly of treasures from heaven and earth. It held remarkable efficacy for those afflicted with blindness. The recipe for this remedy had long been lost in the current realm of martial arts. Had it not been for Xiao Han's possession of a pharmacy manual, he would have been oblivious to its existence. At this moment, however, Xiao Han had neither the time to gather the materials for crafting Qing Mu San nor the means, so he exchanged it directly from the system store, costing him a hefty sum of 100,000 points. Internally, he lamented the system's exorbitant prices. Fortunately, after completing the task of assisting Medusa in advancing to the Dozone level, he received a reward of 300,000 points. Thus, he could afford to squander 100,000 points. Moreover, if he successfully healed the princess, he would have the opportunity to enter the royal tomb, which, in comparison to the treasures and opportunities that awaited him there, made this transaction seem quite advantageous to Xiao Han. Princess, I am about to apply the medicine, Xiao Han stated. Bingqinger nodded, and Xiao Han proceeded to administer the medication. Afterward, he took out bandages to cover her eyes. How does it feel, princess? Xiao Han inquired with a smile. My eyes feel cool and comfortable, Bingqinger replied, gently touching her eyes. A month later, if the princess's ailment shows no improvement, you should be aware of the consequences that await you. A cold voice suddenly echoed behind Xiao Han. Hearing the chilling words from behind, Xiao Han's lips twitched. This woman was truly relentless. He turned around to find a figure adorned in resplendent garments, crowned with a phoenix headdress, had appeared behind him. Who else could it be but the Empress? If I cure the princess, your majesty, I hope you will remember your promise inscribed in the royal edict, Xiao Han said, his gaze steady on the Empress, referring to his desire to enter the royal tomb. Speak of that once you are still alive, the Empress retorted coldly. Xiao Han felt a vain throb on his forehead. Can we not engage in civil discourse? He responded. Princess, please enjoy your conversation with the Empress. I shall take a stroll around the palace. With that, he walked towards the door, then paused, turning back to the Empress. Your Majesty, could you grant me a palace pass? The Empress cast a frigid glance at Xiao Han and flicked her fingers, sending a token crafted from dark ice flying towards him. She harbored some concern that Xiao Han might cause trouble without a pass, given his audacity. I never realized that your majesty was so agreeable, Xiao Han remarked playfully as he toyed with the token. Leave, the Empress commanded icily. Xiao Han, as fierce as a mother tiger, he muttered with a smirk before bolting away. You. The Empress glared at Xiao Han's retreating figure, her chest heaving with indignation. Mother, please do not be angry. Xiao Han means no harm, Bingqinger interjected. Qinger, that insolent boy has insulted me, and you still defend him? Are you truly my biological child? The Empress scolded. Mother. In truth, Xiao Han did not speak incorrectly. You are indeed quite fierce, Bingqinger murmured, her head lowered. After leaving the princess's chamber, Xiao Han prepared to wander through the floating palace of ice, an opportunity not afforded to everyone. I should first check in on that girl, Yin, and invite her to join me for a visit. With a smile, he vanished, stepping into the air. The Ice Palace was a sacred place in the hearts of the citizens of the city of ice and snow, and Xiao Han was eager for Dan Tai Yuyan to experience its beauty as well. In the vast expanse of the sky, Xiao Han traversed the void, his emergence from the palace naturally drawing considerable attention. Look at the sky. Isn't that the young man who recently made a name for himself? Indeed, he's unscathed, and he can walk through the air. As the silhouette of the young man in azure glided across the heavens, a wave of chatter erupted in the city. Ignoring the commotion, Xiao Han swiftly made his way to the Dan Tai family estate. Soon, he found himself hovering above the residence, and upon peering down, he spotted Dan Tai Yuyan, who was being coerced by Dan Tai Jiao to wash clothes by the poolside. You insolent servant. Now that that wretched boy is gone, I doubt anyone will protect you. You must understand that a life like yours is forever that of a lowly maid. Dan Tai Jiao scolded, her anger flaring as she reflected on the reprimand she received from Xiao Han the previous night. Naturally, she directed all her frustration towards Dan Tai Yuyan. As her ire escalated, Dan Tai Jiao summoned a whip in her hand and swung it viciously towards Dan Tai Yuyan. Just as the whip was about to strike, Xiao Han's figure appeared, grasping the whip, his gaze icy. You wretched woman, he declared coldly. With a swift motion of his wrist, he hurled Dan Tai Jiao into the pool. Brother Xiao Han. Seeing him, Dan Tai Yuyan's face brightened with joy as she hurried over. I'm so relieved to see you're safe. Xiao Han affectionately ruffled her hair, then turned his gaze towards Dan Tai Jiao in the water, his eyes cold. This woman must have thought he was doomed, thus tormenting Dan Tai Yuyan. If she remained in such a family, Dan Tai Yuyan would inevitably suffer. It seemed that once the princess's eyesight was restored, he would have to request the empress to grant this girl a proper identity. Xiao Han's thoughts flickered momentarily. Then he cast them aside, summoning a long sword that shot forth. Come, Yuyan, let me take you for a stroll in the ice and snow palace. With a smile, he took her hand and mounted the sword, soaring towards the palace. What? Dan Tai Jiao stared in shock at the sight of Xiao Han flying on his sword, her expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment. One could only wonder what thoughts raced through her mind at that moment. Unbeknownst to all, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Han diligently administered medicine to Bing Qing Air daily, while spending the rest of his hours exploring the wonders of the palace alongside Dan Tai Yuyan. Indeed, the palace was filled with an array of peculiar and wondrous artifacts that left Xiao Han in awe. On this night, the snow had ceased. A colossal full moon hung in the sky, casting its gentle light upon the icy world below, rendering everything serene and beautiful. Against the backdrop of the gigantic moon, atop the highest ice palace, sat a man and a woman, Xiao Han and Bing Qing Air. Seizing the rare chance of a moonlit night, Xiao Han had brought Bing Qing Air outside for some fresh air. Xiao Han, is the moon in the sky tonight? Bing Qing Air suddenly inquired. At her words, Xiao Han's pupils constricted as he turned abruptly to face her. It seemed he had not mentioned the moon's presence to her. Princess, did you see something? Xiao Han inquired anxiously, as his initial supply of clarity was nearly depleted. With a product costing 100,000 points, he naturally felt a surge of tension. A glimmer seemed to flicker at the corner of his eye. At that moment, Bing Qing'er confessed that her heart was equally taut with anticipation. A glimmer? Xiao Han exclaimed, immediately filled with joy. Princess, please close your eyes. I shall assist you in removing the bandages. All right. Bing Qing'er nodded obediently, her heart racing with uncertainty. Unsure whether hope or despair awaited her, Xiao Han rubbed his hands together, confessing that he felt even more anxious than Bing Qing'er. If this did not yield results, his 100,000 points would be wasted, and he feared he would suffer a fate akin to spitting blood on the spot. With utmost care, Xiao Han began to unravel the bandages, layer by layer, gently peeling them away. Soon, the bandages concealing Bing Qing'er's eyes were entirely removed. Princess, you may slowly open your eyes now, Xiao Han encouraged. Bing Qing'er responded softly, and as she fluttered her eyelashes, her eyes gradually opened, seemingly pained by the brightness. She attempted to adjust several times before finally revealing her pair of luminous eyes. The radiant waves of light danced within her gem-like irises, shimmering under the moonlight with an enchanting vitality. Simultaneously, a striking visage became vividly clear in her sight. Bing Qing'er's sparkling eyes blinked in wonder, as if scrutinizing the handsome youth before her. Witnessing the brilliance of her newly unveiled gaze, Xiao Han's face broke into a radiant smile. It was indeed a success. At that moment, Bing Qing'er, with her restored vision, appeared even more beautiful, her eyes twinkling like jewels, framed by a delicate veil, as the moonlight cascaded upon her, making her resemble a celestial being beneath the moon. Bing Qing'er, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Xiaohan's hand, tears glistening in her eyes, as if struggling to comprehend the miracle. Xiaohan, I can see you. Chapter 104, A Fierce Fortune. Atop the Grand Ice Palace, Bing Qing'er held Xiaohan's hand, her expression a mixture of exhilaration and disbelief. With tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes, she could see the resplendent full moon, the magnificent palace, the enchanting night, and the youth before her. All were vividly present. Indeed, she could see. Bing Qing'er surveyed her surroundings, scarcely able to believe the clarity of the world unfolding before her. The scene felt too dreamlike, as if she were lost in a reverie. In truth, she understood that this spectacle was more beautiful than any dream, for she had been blind since childhood, utterly unaware of the world beyond her. Even her dreams were shrouded in darkness. Now, emerging from a decade of living in a world devoid of light, the sudden illumination of her surroundings evoked emotions that few could ever fully grasp. Princess, congratulations, you can see. Xiaohan beamed with genuine happiness for the elated Bing Qing'er, believing that such a kind-hearted girl deserved to witness the beauty of the world. Perhaps this world was not as idyllic as one might envision. Yet, where there is darkness, there is light, and amidst cruelty, there exists beauty. Indeed, the essence of this world hinges upon one's perspective. By nurturing a kind heart, one may perceive a vastly different reality. As Su Shi once remarked, I can accompany the Jade Emperor above, or the humble beggar below. In my eyes, there exists not a single person devoid of goodness. Therefore, by harboring goodwill and adopting a broad-minded approach, the world you behold may indeed appear unique. Xiaohan, do you comprehend? The resplendent full moon, the grand palaces, the enchanting nightfall, such imagery was once beyond my imagination, for my world was shrouded in unending darkness. Bing Qing'er exclaimed, her emotions surging, tears cascading down her cheeks. Xiaohan, thank you. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, sincerity radiating from her gaze. For it was this young man who had granted her the clarity to see the world anew. After countless episodes of despair, she had finally embraced hope. The princess is so kind and beautiful. You should truly recognize the world, Xiaohan remarked with a smile. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Bing Qing'er wiped away her tears and then offered a radiant smile to Xiaohan, akin to a snow lotus blooming beneath the moonlight, breathtakingly exquisite. Xiaohan chuckled softly. The healer's purpose was indeed to evoke such beautiful smiles. Xiaohan, tonight, could you accompany me in a certain endeavor? Bing Qing'er grasped Xiaohan's hand, her gaze shimmering as she fixed her eyes upon him. The princess may speak freely, Xiaohan replied. I wish for you to spend the night gazing at the moon with me, she declared, her laughter reminiscent of an innocent, carefree child. Very well, I shall accompany you. They exchanged smiles and sat in quietude, reveling in the brilliance of the moon within this icy realm. At that moment, the entire world fell into a serene stillness. Remarkably beautiful, the princess's ocular ailment was cured. Soon, this news swept through the Ice City, creating a ripple of astonishment throughout. Within a mere fortnight, the young man clad in azure, previously deemed reckless and doomed, had miraculously restored the princess's sight, leaving many in disbelief. Yet, the populace rejoiced for the princess. Rumored to possess great beauty, now, with her affliction healed, she must be even more stunning. Alas, for many, the chance to behold the esteemed princess might remain a lifelong dream. Upon learning of the princess's recovery, the empress expressed her joy and promptly decreed a city-wide amnesty. For such joyous tidings warranted a collective celebration. In the imperial palace, within the empress's grand chamber, she observed Xiaohan from her elevated seat, a crystalline curtain drawn aside. Young man, you possess certain talents. I must admit, I underestimated you, she declared, her authoritative gaze fixed upon him. In response, Xiaohan smirked, harboring some annoyance at the haughty empress, who had threatened him upon their first meeting. Now, reflecting on it, he couldn't help but silently scorn her. Unabashedly, he cast a sweeping glance over the empress's graceful form, eliciting a sudden chill in her gaze, which amused him. Your Majesty, I have a request to make, and I hope you will grant it, Xiaohan stated. Speak, the empress replied coldly, eyeing him with scrutiny. This Dantai Yuyan is a friend of mine in the Ice City. I hope you might extend your kindness towards her after my departure. Xiaohan pulled Dantai Yuyan closer, naturally wishing for the empress to protect her. With such a connection to the empress, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to harm Dantai Yuyan in the future. Mother, how about this? I shall adopt her as my sworn sister? At that moment, Bing Qing'er stepped forward and spoke. You may decide this matter, Qing'er, the empress replied. Xiaohan smiled and cast a grateful glance at Bing Qing'er. Meanwhile, Dantai Yuyan stood frozen in disbelief, suddenly feeling as though her life had undergone a monumental transformation. Not only had she entered the royal palace, But the princess had also taken her as a sworn sister. A dream she never dared to envision had come to fruition, and it felt utterly surreal. Yet she knew that all of this was brought about by Xiao Han. A stroke of kindness had altered the course of her life. Child, why do you linger? Call me sister. Xiao Han playfully flicked Dan Tai Yuyan's smooth forehead with his finger, chuckling, observing the girl's timid and endearing demeanor. The onlookers in the grand hall couldn't help but smile softly. Having resolved matters concerning Dan Tai Yuyan, Xiao Han felt a burden lift from his heart. Next, he would claim his reward, the royal mausoleum, which he eagerly anticipated. Your Majesty, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Xiao Han turned his gaze to the Empress, speaking with a smile. Come with me, the Empress replied coolly, casting a brief glance at Xiao Han before rising to depart. Princess, please take care of Yuyan. I shall accompany the Empress now, Xiao Han said to Bingqing Air before excitedly following the Empress. Your Majesty, I have suddenly realized that aside from your somewhat fierce temperament, you are quite amiable, especially towards the princess. You are a good mother, and one who keeps her promises, truly. A good person, Xiao Han remarked as they walked. If you dare utter another word, I shall have you castrated on the spot. The Empress turned, her gaze cold and fixed on Xiao Han. Xiao Han involuntarily shuddered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To threaten castration over a mere comment was unprecedented. Your Majesty, I believe 2 words perfectly encapsulate your essence, he stated. What 2 words? The Empress narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Xiao Han glanced over her graceful form, a profound smile gracing his features as he replied, quite fierce. Upon hearing Xiao Han's assessment of her, the Empress furrowed her brow, though she did not erupt in anger, as the princess had once expressed something similar. Ignorant boy, what do you understand? My fierceness is the majesty of a ruler. The Empress fixed her beautiful eyes upon Xiao Han, her tone icy. The Empress regarded Xiao Han with a peculiar expression, surprised that this audacious lad would flatter her. Although her words were somewhat odd, they brought an unexpected comfort. After a moment, she decided that he had some sense. Let us proceed. The corners of the Empress's lips lifted slightly, continuing to lead the way, her demeanor hinting at a certain pride, evidently pleased with Xiao Han's respectful attitude. Witnessing the Empress's somewhat triumphant expression, Xiao Han secretly chuckled, his spirits lifted as he followed closely behind. Under the guidance of the Empress, Xiao Han soon arrived at the depths of the Ice Palace, a place fortified with vigilant guardians. Within Xiao Han's perception, powerful auras lay concealed in the shadows. Finally, before an ancient and towering tree, the Empress came to a halt. Startled, Xiao Han looked up to behold the magnificent tree, its branches sprawling outward, seemingly weathered by centuries of time, exuding a profound sense of antiquity amidst the swirling snow. Is this the royal mausoleum? Xiao Han inquired, stepping forward, somewhat perplexed. The Empress, however, paid him no heed. With a graceful gesture, she summoned a branch from the ancient tree, which she then inserted into a hollow within its trunk. With a resonating hum, the space before the tree rippled like water disturbed by a breeze, revealing an enigmatic spatial passage that gradually came into view, the mysterious forces of space undulating around it. Is this an independent space? Xiao Han's pupils constricted in astonishment. Such abilities could only be wielded by a fighter of the saint level. It seemed evident that formidable ancestors had once graced the Ice-Snow royal family. Let us proceed. The Empress glanced at Xiao Han before stepping into the spatial passage, and without hesitation, he followed closely behind. Upon traversing the passage, a wave of dizziness washed over Xiao Han's mind. Once his feet found solid ground again, he shook his head and surveyed his surroundings. The scene had transformed dramatically. They stood in a vast expanse of white, where an endless field of snow stretched to the horizon beneath their feet. Snowflakes drifted gracefully from the sky, and a biting cold wind howled around them. What is that? Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, fixating on a particular direction. Not far ahead, hundreds of ice sculptures stood resolutely in the snow, each exquisitely carved with lifelike precision, as if wrought by divine craftsmanship. The sight was strikingly impactful, evoking a sense of awe. All of these statues depicted women, and Xiao Han surmised they were the queens of the Ice-Snow city throughout the ages. His eyes roamed over the statues until they settled upon the grandest figure at the center. This statue stood the tallest and most imposing, with the gazes of the surrounding queens directed toward it in reverence. Clearly, this particular statue was extraordinary. This is the royal tomb of my Ice-Snow dynasty. The hundreds of statues you see represent the queens of our lineage, while the one at the center is our most illustrious empress, who once stood at the pinnacle of the Dou Qi continent, transcending into the sacred realm. She was the holy empress of our dynasty, merely a step away from the Dou emperor. In her time, under her reign, our Ice-Snow royal family was a dominant force on the Dou Qi continent. Alas, since the fall of the holy empress, our dynasty has gradually declined, no longer the powerhouse it once was. Beside her, The empress gazed up at the towering statue at the center, slowly recounting the tumultuous history of the royal lineage, filled with a profound sense of nostalgia. Following the fall of the Holy Emperor, her dynasty had since waned, and the rise and fall of fortunes inevitably stirred one's emotions. The Holy Emperor, Xiaohan murmured, his heart stirred by the presence of such an extraordinary woman, evoking admiration. How did the Holy Emperor ultimately meet his demise? Xiaohan inquired with curiosity. Love. The empress replied. Love? Xiaohan expressed his confusion. The specifics elude me as well. It is said that the Holy Emperor fell in love with a man surnamed Xiao. Yet that man mysteriously perished. In her quest for answers, the empress also met with an untimely fate. These events remain an enigma, a perpetual mystery. The empress articulated slowly, omitting no details. A man with the surname Xiao? At her words, Xiaohan's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had come to a realization. The Ice and Snow Empress. Transcendent and unparalleled. How could the man she loved be an ordinary individual? Could it possibly be him? Xiaohan felt a jolt of surprise, though uncertainty lingered. After all, the original text contained no such romantic tales, merely his own conjecture. What troubles you? Observing Xiaohan's change in demeanor, the empress cast her gaze upon him, inquiring. Nothing much, merely that I share the surname Xiao as well. Perhaps the man the Holy Emperor loved was my ancestor. In that case, Your Majesty, we might be somewhat related, Xiaohan replied with a smile. Begone. The empress shot him a disdainful glance, her expression one of utter contempt. How dare this lad attempt to forge a connection with her? Did he possess no sense of shame? Xiaohan felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. This empress was quite fearsome. Your Majesty, is it not said that there are treasures and opportunities within the imperial tomb? Why, aside from these statues, have I found nothing? Xiaohan swiftly changed the subject. These statues are the opportunities themselves. Within each statue lies treasures left behind by the empress during her lifetime, the empress remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaohan. However, whether you can obtain them depends on your own fortune. Should you return empty-handed or meet your demise within? Do not blame me. You shall have to seek them at your own pace. I shall not accompany you. With that, the empress's delicate form vanished from sight. So, the treasures reside within the statues. How intriguing. A smile crept across Xiaohan's face, his heart racing with excitement. After carefully surveying the statues before him, his gaze flickered, and he began to form a target in his mind. If he were to choose, he would select the finest. Undoubtedly, the best among them was the statue of the Holy Emperor. Chapter 106, The Divine Ice, the Ice Emperor. Within the statue of the Holy Emperor, numerous palaces were constructed, exuding opulence and grandeur. However, apart from some corresponding furnishings, there were no treasures to be found. The so-called opportunities were nothing to speak of, finding nothing within these palaces. Could the empress have been deceiving me? Xiaohan entered another palace, still met with disappointment and a gloomy expression. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that the empress would not mislead him. After all, this was a realm unto itself, and it was perfectly reasonable for the Ice and Snow Imperial Tomb to reside here. Could it be that this revered Saint Emperor left no treasures during his lifetime? Xiaohan speculated. This conjecture held a degree of plausibility. However, Xiaohan was somewhat reluctant to accept it. Naturally, he yearned to acquire whatever relics the Saint Emperor had bequeathed, for this emperor was a transcendent figure in his time. Oh well, since he had come this far, he might as well explore all the palaces. Murmuring in frustration, Xiaohan continued his perusal of the palatial grounds, refusing to believe that the Saint Emperor had left nothing behind. Until one reaches the end, one can never know what delightful surprises await. Fortunately, Xiaohan persevered and traversed through all the palaces. Upon arriving at the final palace, he realized that the journey had been worthwhile. For within this last palace, he made a momentous discovery. This was an extraordinary palace. Upon entering, he found himself in a realm of ice and snow, with snowflakes cascading gently around him. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a high platform not far away. At that moment, all of Xiaohan's attention was fixed upon this platform. There sat an icy throne, upon which hovered an exceedingly peculiar chunk of ice, roughly the size of a palm. This ice. Xiaohan's brow furrowed instinctively, his gaze locked onto the bizarre block, for he had never encountered such an extraordinary form of ice. The ice was enveloped in a terrifying power of thunder, with strands of purple lightning slithering across its surface like serpents. Crackling sounds of thunder emanated from the block, releasing a palpable energy. Ice and thunder, two elements that should be unrelated, had, at this moment, been ingeniously fused together, appearing as if they formed a singular entity. Wasn't that strange? Xiaohan too found this phenomenon perplexing. He had never laid eyes on such a substance before. Xiaoro, what is that? He inquired curiously, knowing that he could only consult the system. Of course, it would cost points. Relying on the system to divulge information for free was a challenging prospect. Congratulations, Master. You have discovered a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Xiao Rou proclaimed. A treasure of heaven and earth? At this, Xiao Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Master, this item is known as divine ice, a powerful treasure born from the cosmos, even more precious than the rare flames. In the Dou Qi continent, there are over 20 varieties of rare flames, yet only 6 types of divine ice exist. The piece before you is one of the 6 divine ices of the Dou Qi continent, Thunder Divine Ice. Xiao Rou explained. Divine ice? More precious than rare flames. Upon hearing Xiao Rou's description, Xiao Han's pupils constricted, and he fixed his gaze intently upon the icy block atop the throne, realizing it was a heavenly treasure surpassing even the rare flames. This time, he had truly found a gem. Indeed, Master. For instance, this Thunder Divine Ice was born in the heavens and harbors an immensely powerful thunderous force. Should one master this Thunder Divine Ice, they would wield both thunder and ice powers, boasting formidable combat capabilities, far surpassing those of rare flames. Xiao Rou elaborated. Is it really that powerful? Listening to Xiao Rou's words, Xiao Han felt his heart race with anxiety. His gaze was fervently fixed on the Thunder Divine Ice, and he was quite exhilarated. Mastering such an artifact would indeed serve as a formidable trump card. Master, you may be unaware that in the ancient era of the Dou Qi continent, there once existed an unparalleled powerhouse who commanded the 6 great divine ices of the continent. Ultimately, he transcended to the imperial realm through the divine ice and declared himself the Ice Emperor. Xiao Rou explained, commanding the 6 great divine ices, self-proclaimed as the Ice Emperor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was taken aback. He was, of course, unfamiliar with such ancient matters. The thought that a powerful being once ascended to emperor status through divine ice in ancient times was indeed terrifying. Xiao Rou had just mentioned that divine ice was even more formidable than the world-destroying. The fact that someone once commanded all 6 divine ices made this Ice Emperor a truly formidable figure. However, now was not the time for such musings. Since he had the fortune to encounter one of the 6 great divine ices, the Thunder Divine Ice, Xiao Han would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Wait, that is odd. If this entity is so powerful, why hasn't the Empress subdued it? Xiao Han's eyes flickered with suspicion. Master, treasures of such terrifying nature as divine ice are not easily tamed by anyone. Divine ice possesses an inherently rebellious spirit, more sentient than, preferring to reside in solitude, requiring a true sovereign to claim it. Xiao Rou elucidated. Only a sovereign can command it? Xiao Han's gaze flickered. It made sense now. Perhaps since the time of the Saint Emperor, no one from the fallen Snow royal family had been deemed worthy of wielding this divine ice. Divine ice, with its own personality, would now have a master starting today? Xiao Han's eyes blazed as he focused on the Thunder Divine Ice atop the frozen throne. Suddenly, as Xiao Han's words fell, the Thunder Divine Ice erupted violently. Terrifying purple lightning crackled wildly, seemingly provoked by Xiao Han's presence. Master, subduing this Thunder Divine Ice will grant you a reward of 500,000 points. Best of luck. Xiao Rou encouraged. 500,000 points? Xiao Han was momentarily stunned. But then elation surged within him. He was determined to seize the Thunder Divine Ice without hesitation. His gaze ignited with fervor as he rubbed his hands together, promptly setting forth towards the high platform. However, a peculiar scene unfolded. No matter how Xiao Han ascended the steps of the platform, his feet remained stubbornly on the first level. Master, this is a test from the Divine Ice. It will not easily accept a master, Xiao Rou advised. Nodding, Xiao Han steeled his resolve and continued his ascent. Yet, this endeavor stretched on for an entire month. Throughout that month, Xiao Han's footsteps never ceased, as he vowed to conquer the divine ice atop the high platform. After a month of relentless effort akin to that of an ascetic, the test from the divine ice shifted. At that moment, as Xiao Han remained steadfast in place, bolts of purple lightning rained down from the heavens, mercilessly striking his body. Simultaneously, an unfathomably cold aura seeped from the surrounding space, penetrating Xiao Han's being and piercing his very soul with its frigid touch. Lightning surged ferociously, while the chill was bone-deep. Evidently, the previous stagnation was merely an appetizer. The true trial is now upon us. The divine ice demands nothing less than supremacy. Chapter 107. A city awaits with bated breath. In the tempestuous realm of snow and ice, a towering platform stood resolutely. Beneath it, a young man clad in azure robes persistently repeated a singular motion. He walked ceaselessly. Above him, bolts of purple lightning rained down furiously, while an icy chill, piercing to the very soul, surged around him. The young man's body was ensnared by the purple lightning, akin to constricting serpents, unleashing a dreadful power that assailed his form. Interwoven with the tempestuous lightning was an equally terrifying force of frost. The amalgamation of these two originally disparate powers unleashed an even more formidable energy. As he endured the harrowing baptism of lightning, the relentless cold continued to invade his being. This agony, unfathomable without first-hand experience, was akin to a relentless affliction, tormenting every fiber of his flesh and every thread of his soul. Xiao Han endured this excruciating pain, and as time progressed, he gradually became numb to it. In this moment, his heart harbored but one conviction: to ascend the platform and tame the divine ice. His gaze was resolute and steadfast, for he aspired to become a man worthy of the title of Emperor of Battle. Thus, he continued to walk, solitary and stubborn. Beneath the swirling snow, time flowed inexorably. Unbeknownst to him, 5 months slipped away. As the passage of time continued, and the figure in azure robes faded from view, the vast kingdom of ice and snow once again embraced tranquility. Snowflakes continued to descend upon the icy city, as if this had been the eternal cycle. At this moment, deep within the suspended palace of ice in the heavens, amidst the drifting snowflakes, a graceful silhouette stood quietly before an ancient giant tree. The young girl, adorned in an exquisite gown of ice and snow, her face veiled in delicate gauze, exuded an aura of elegance and nobility. Her gem-like eyes were fixed upon the ancient tree, seemingly lost in thought. "Qing'er, you have returned," a gentle voice echoed from behind her. It was the Empress approaching. "Mother, do you think Xiao Han can emerge from the divine ice secret realm?" Qing'er inquired, her beautiful eyes reflecting concern. "For many years, our royal kin who ventured into the divine ice realm have met untimely ends. That boy is likely long gone. Qing'er, you need not wait any longer." The Empress replied coolly, expressing her skepticism regarding Xiao Han's fate. "Mother, I believe he is still alive," Qing'er asserted, her gaze lingering on the ancient tree. Imbued with an inexplicable conviction, the Empress paused, casting a glance at the young girl before shaking her head and turning to leave. Suddenly, the entire palace of ice trembled violently. The source of this disturbance emanated from the ancient tree. The Empress halted, her steps faltering as she turned back. Her brow furrowed in concern as her gaze fixated on the ancient tree. Thud, thud. The ancient tree trembled violently, its branches obscuring the sky as they shook fervently, while thick roots were uprooted from the ground. The stability of the ancient tree waned, its massive trunk leaning precariously. "Mother, what is happening?" Bingqing exclaimed, her expression one of alarm and confusion. The Empress furrowed her brows, shaking her head. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon. With a resounding crash, the colossal ancient tree toppled, causing the surrounding palaces to collapse. The commotion quickly captured the attention of many within the palace. Figures rushed towards the scene, while enormous flying magical beasts soared through the skies, their riders armed with long spears. Everyone stepped back. The Empress's commanding voice rang out across the heavens. Upon hearing her words, the crowd instinctively retreated to a safe distance, as the Empress guided Bingqing to the pinnacle of a palace. Her gaze fell upon the fallen ancient tree, her beautiful face etched with puzzlement. Those nearby were equally bewildered. After all, this was the site of the royal tomb, and the ancient tree marked the entrance to the royal mausoleum. Countless curious eyes turned towards the toppled tree. Suddenly, from within the ancient tree, a luminous veil emerged. This veil revealed a world of ice and snow, where hundreds of massive ice statues stood upon the snowy ground. The royal family gasped, recognizing it as the royal tomb. The projection unveiled scenes from within the mausoleum. The unusual occurrence within the palace also drew the attention of countless citizens in the city of ice and snow. People looked up, noticing the illuminated veil in the void above. "What is that?" someone questioned, but no answer could be found. This was the collective curiosity shared by all. Under the gaze of the bewildered crowd, the icy expanse within the projection began to take form, layers of frost crystallizing in the void above. In an instant, the sky seemed to be sealed by ice. Suddenly, strange purple lightning danced amidst the layers of frost, wreaking havoc and transforming the entire heavens into a hue of violet. The scene was too surreal. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, an even stranger sight emerged. The ice covering the sky began to undulate. Moments later, an icy throne materialized in the void, slowly taking shape. Purple lightning coiled around the throne like true dragons. Behind the icy throne, boundless purple lightning roared, resembling a realm of thunder. In this terrifying backdrop, the lofty icy throne exuded an air of nobility and dominance, as if sitting upon it would grant one the power to command all of existence. Just then, layers of icy steps emerged before the throne, extending downward as if to welcome something. Soon, the icy staircase extended to its end, and the gazes of the crowd followed suit. There, upon the snow-covered ground, stood a solitary figure clad in azure robes. Could it be him? As they recognized the silhouette, the palace, the city of ice and snow, Countless pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. Even after nearly 6 months of absence, that figure remained vividly etched in their memories. The young man in azure lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the frost-laden throne suspended in the void, before he began to ascend deliberately towards it. This time, he did not merely linger but steadily advanced. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step, he ascended the staircase, until he finally arrived before the icy throne. He then turned and gracefully seated himself upon it. Suddenly, the heavens erupted with violet thunder, an overwhelming deluge of lightning tearing through the sky, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of a cataclysm. Yet it felt more like a celebration. The young man sat serenely upon the icy throne, enveloped by intertwining frost and lightning, emanating an aura of dread. His profound eyes, one shimmering with lightning and the other glistening with ice, exuded an eerie allure. As his gaze swept across the crowd, even through the shimmering barrier, an inexplicable terror gripped the souls of those present. Crack! In an instant, the hundreds of statues of the Ice Queen that stood below crumbled into ruins. At that moment, within the shimmering barrier, only the solitary figure seated upon the icy throne remained. In a world where thunder and frost intertwined, the azure-clad figure appeared as the sovereign of this realm. Above and below, none could rival his supremacy. Chapter 108. What do you say? In the realm of ice and snow, Xiao Han sat alone upon the icy throne, which radiated a majestic purple glow. Behind him lay a realm of violet thunder, where lightning raged and exuded a domineering essence, accentuating the imposing presence of the young man seated upon the throne. He appeared as a youthful emperor, surveying the world with a disdainful gaze. This lad has actually tamed the thunderous divine ice. The queen's eyes fixated on Xiao Han, astonishment flickering within her beautiful gaze. She had presumed he would perish within the divine ice secret realm. Yet, not only had Xiao Han survived, but he had also tamed the divine ice. However, this divine ice was a sacred relic of her royal family. Could she simply allow Xiao Han to take it away? Beside her, Bing Qing'er gazed at the commanding figure upon the throne, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes, a smile gracing her fair face. As she felt a surge of joy for Xiao Han, many women in the city also watched Xiao Han intently, as though he exuded an irresistible charm at that moment. Within the shimmering barrier, Xiao Han spread his palms outward, lowering his gaze, and with a mere thought, manifested a sphere of lightning in his left palm and a shard of ice in his right, both pulsating with terrifying power. As he sensed the torrent of destructive energy, an involuntary smile of delight appeared upon his face. In the past 5 months, Xiao Han not only successfully subdued the thunder god ice, but also transcended his own prowess, advancing from a grand Dou master to a Dou spirit. Previously, in the Tagore Great Desert, he had dedicated half a year to honing his Dou Qi, and now, after an additional 5 months of refinement in the sacred ice realm, the saying accumulation leads to sudden breakthroughs held true, as his advancement unfolded effortlessly. With a firm grip, Xiao Han absorbed the 2 forces in his hands into his body. The thunder god ice had recognized him as its master, allowing him to summon it with but a thought. Rising to his feet, the icy throne beneath him and the thunder world behind him gradually dissipated. Snowflakes began to gently drift down from the heavens of this frozen realm, restoring everything to its usual state. However, the shattered statues of the queen scattered across the snow-covered ground stood as a stark testament to the terrifying events that had just transpired. Moreover, countless gazes outside bore witness to the scene, although Xiao Han remained oblivious to the projections of the unfolding spectacle. Alas, I have destroyed the ice-snow imperial tomb. How am I to explain this to the queen upon my exit? Hovering in the air, he cast a glance downward at the fragments of the queen's statue, feeling a twinge of guilt and a surge of frustration. With the queen's temperament, should she discover the state of her imperial tomb, he could only envision a fate of being both castrated and executed by her wrath. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Han's face twitched in trepidation, his anxiety mounting to the point where he hesitated to leave. Despite having tamed the thunder god ice and significantly enhanced his own strength, facing the queen would still undoubtedly result in his swift demise. This matter must remain a secret from her. Upon exiting, he would make a hasty retreat. If he fell into the hands of that fierce woman, he could only expect a torturous end. Xiao Han's expression shifted as his eyes darted around, muttering to himself. Unbeknownst to him, everything occurring within the imperial tomb was being broadcasted to the outside world. In essence, he was unwittingly participating in a live telecast, with every action and utterance clear for all to see. Regrettably, Xiao Han remained entirely unaware of his public performance. While he continued to grumble in midair, he launched into a fervent tirade against the queen, hurling insults such as fierce woman, tigress, and lioness of the east, thoroughly venting his frustrations. Meanwhile, in the palace and throughout the city, countless onlookers were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. How could someone dare to criticize their exalted queen in such a manner? This young man certainly possessed audacity. He likely had no inkling that his image was being projected across the entire city. This was of little consequence now. I would wager that this lad would not see the sunrise of tomorrow. As for the sunrise? If he survives the night, I will consider myself defeated. In the ice-snow city, a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, igniting a fervent discussion that surged like a tide, enveloping the entire city in a frenzy. At the entrance of the ice-snow imperial tomb, the royal family had gathered, and upon hearing Xiao Han's tirade through the light screen, they too were rendered speechless. This young man truly seems to have grown weary of life, daring to mock their majesty, the empress? The royal family exchanged glances, and at this moment, they too longed to speak out like the crowd below. However, they dared not do so, for atop the palace, the empress stood in solemn silence. Her countenance was so frigid that the howling snowstorm intensified, the biting wind slicing through their faces like daggers, chilling them to the bone. Thus, the members of the royal family fell silent, trembling with fear. They understood that the empress was angry, and the consequences would be dire. Bing Qinger furtively glanced at the empress beside her. The icy glare seemed to promise 1,000 tortures for Xiao Han, causing a shiver to run down Bing Qinger's spine. Xiao Han, cease your foolishness. Yet, seeing Xiao Han still standing there, unabashedly ridiculing, Bing Qinger felt her heart tighten. Please, brother Xiao Han, stop. In the crowd, Dan Tai Yuyan's eyes were filled with concern as she silently prayed for Xiao Han. But could he hear her? Of course not. Thus, he continued his unabashed mockery. Once my strength surpasses yours, I shall make this fierce woman warm my bed. Let us see if you dare to be fierce with me then, Xiao Han proclaimed. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. To suggest bringing the empress to his bed? This young man truly possessed a remarkable audacity. Sighing, he thought it best to refrain from further comments. If that fierce woman were to overhear him, he would be doomed. Shaking his head, he turned away and walked towards the imperial tomb. The crowd exchanged worried glances, their hearts mourning for Xiao Han, for the empress had heard every word. Young man, step forward and accept your fate. Buzz. Xiao Han emerged from the icy confines. Why has the tree fallen? As he stepped out and beheld the toppled ancient tree, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. Could it possibly be my doing? His pupils constricted, and he suddenly sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere. He began to scan his surroundings. Surrounded by a throng of people, the scene was congested, and the skies and palace were filled with figures. Xiao Han even spotted the empress and Bing Qinger. After a brief glance, he frowned in perplexity. Why did everyone look so mournful? Moreover, the empress was fixated on him with a chilling stare, her gaze terrifying. Had everyone already learned of his mischief with the imperial tomb? Yet, that could not be. The incident had just occurred. How could they know? He had intended to slip away quietly. However, as Xiao Han raised his head to glimpse the luminous screen above, comprehension dawned upon him. Upon seeing the projected imagery of the imperial tomb, his body stiffened, and his lips trembled violently. Does this screen capture sound as well? Xiao Han asked the empress weakly. What do you think? The empress's gaze, as cold as ice and seemingly lethal, remained fixed upon him, her voice chilling the air. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's expression morphed into one of despair. Just moments ago, his fate had hung in the balance. But now he was undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 109. Are you unwilling? In the vast expanse of the square, the biting cold wind howled, its chill piercing to the bone. What do you say? The queen's frigid voice echoed through the arena. Her words seemed to plunge the temperature further, a wave of cold sweeping through the air, leaving the assembled crowd utterly silent. The immense square was enveloped in an oppressive stillness. The queen was incensed. At this moment, who would dare to speak? Upon witnessing the queen's expression, one that seemed to yearn for his dismemberment, Xiao Han trembled, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Was there truly a live broadcast of what had transpired in the royal tomb? Why would such a thing occur? Xiao Han raised his gaze to the colossal screen suspended in the void, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he recalled his earlier tirade against the queen. Despair washed over him. Yet, upon reflection, he found a semblance of admiration for himself. Who else could so boldly critique the queen in a live broadcast? All irrelevant parties. Withdraw at once. The queen's voice rang out again, cold and authoritative. At her command, the previously hushed crowd retreated like a receding tide. Though they were eager to witness Xiao Han's fate, none possessed the courage to remain. In an instant, the grand square was left with only the queen, Bing Qinger, and Xiao Han standing at the pinnacle of the palace. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, the queen summoned Bing Qinger to her side, bringing her before Xiao Han. As the queen's icy gaze fixed upon him, Xiao Han felt a pang of panic and cast a desperate glance toward Bing Qing. Mother. He did not mean it, she implored, her beautiful eyes blinking as she sought to intercede on Xiaohan's behalf. It was indeed unintentional, Bing Qing'er insisted. Though the queen's eyes narrowed dangerously, her palm turning slightly as formidable energy coalesced within it. In the blink of an eye, her hand struck out toward Xiaohan with the speed of lightning. Before he could react, the queen's alabaster hand landed forcefully upon Xiaohan's chest, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed against an ancient tree, finally stabilizing himself. Poof! The unexpected ferocity of the strike caused Xiaohan to cough up blood, his complexion paling. The queen's gaze remained icy, her formidable energy swirling ominously, poised to strike again. Mother, I beg you, do not kill him, Bing Qing'er cried out, grasping the queen's arm and kneeling in supplication. What if I am determined to end his life? The queen replied coldly, her aura radiating a terrifying intensity as she regarded Bing Qing'er. Then please, let your daughter be the first to perish, Bing Qing'er declared resolutely. Her eyes locked onto the queen's. At her words, the queen paused, studying Bing Qing'er for a long moment, a suppressed sigh escaping her lips. After all, a daughter could not be held back forever. The oppressive energy surrounding her began to dissipate. Qing'er, rise, the queen commanded, waving her sleeve. A gentle breeze lifting Bing Qing'er to her feet. Thank you, mother. With the queen's overwhelming presence fading, a smile of relief blossomed on Bing Qing'er's delicate face as she hurried to assist the fallen Xiaohan. Xiaohan, are you all right? Observing the pallid countenance of Xiaohan, the beautiful Ice Qing'er's eyes reflected a hint of concern. It's nothing, Xiaohan coughed lightly. One hand pressed against his chest while the other wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head, aware that the Empress did not genuinely wish to harm him. Otherwise, with such a forceful strike, he would not be able to stand. It was likely just a means to vent her frustration. Xiaohan, you have desecrated the imperial tomb and seized the sacred royal artifact, the Thunder Divine Ice. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? The Empress approached, no longer dwelling on Xiaohan's earlier remarks. Upon hearing her words, Xiaohan felt a wave of frustration. He had anticipated that the Empress would bring this matter up. As for the destruction of the imperial tomb, he felt helpless regarding the divine ice. He had endured countless hardships to conquer it, and had no intention of relinquishing it. What does the Empress wish for me to explain? Xiaohan inquired. The Empress narrowed her beautiful eyes, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. She cast a glance at Ice Qing'er before fixing her gaze back on Xiaohan, stating, marry the princess, and in the future, jointly govern the city of ice and snow with Qing'er. What? At her words, Xiaohan's pupils constricted in shock. Unable to believe he had heard correctly, the Empress was suggesting that he wed the princess? He glanced at Ice Qing'er, who wore a similarly astonished expression, clearly taken aback by the proposal. Empress, surely you jest? Xiaohan questioned, looking towards her. I am not so easily amused, the Empress replied coldly. Her intentions were clear. Xiaohan's ability to command the divine ice indicated immense potential. If he were to become part of the royal family, he might restore their former glory. Such a figure was worthy of her investment, and judging by the princess's demeanor, she did not seem opposed to him. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement that aligned with her desires. Are you unwilling? The Empress fixed her gaze on Xiaohan, her tone icy. Empress, you are disregarding the princess's feelings, Xiaohan remarked, his mind beginning to grasp the Empress's cunning strategy. She likely sought to win him over. Having witnessed his mastery of the divine ice, this woman was quite calculating. What is your opinion, Qing'er? The Empress inquired. A blush crept across Ice Qing'er's delicate face beneath her light veil. She lowered her head, her gaze cast downward as she softly replied, I will defer to my mother's wishes. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan blinked in surprise. You heard that. The princess has no objections, the Empress said. Turning to Xiaohan. Empress, I have no emotional foundation with the princess. This may not be appropriate, Xiaohan continued. Emotional foundation? The Empress's lips curled slightly. Xiaohan, do you find the princess beautiful? She is a paragon of beauty, unmatched in grace, Xiaohan answered truthfully, glancing at Ice Qing'er. Then that settles it. Don't all men think with their lower halves? Emotional foundations are of great importance to men, are they not? The Empress remarked, her tone tinged with sarcasm, as if she were well aware of men's tendencies. Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback by her words, bewildered by such a misconception about men. Empress, I am not the kind of man you imply, he asserted. The Empress shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes filled with disdain. Did she truly believe such nonsense? I shall ask you once more, will you marry the princess? The Empress demanded coldly. Your Majesty, please do not coerce me any further. I cannot marry the princess. For my heart belongs to another, Xiaohan replied helplessly. Beside him, Bing Qing'er lifted her gaze to glance at Xiaohan, only to lower her head again, a hint of despondency flickering in her beautiful eyes. Refusing the toast only to drink the punishment wine, I shall give you 3 days to reconsider. Should you fail to wed the princess, your death will be imminent. You have desecrated my royal tomb and stolen my sacred artifact. I will personally execute you before the eyes of the entire city." The Empress cast a cold glance at Xiaohan. "Guards, take this scoundrel away and keep a close watch on him," the Empress commanded icily. As soon as her words fell, two figures, radiating a formidable aura and clearly no ordinary maidservants, swept towards them. Xiaohan looked at the Empress, then at the downcast Bing Qing'er, and with a soft sigh, he was led away by the two maidens. Chapter 110. The journey home. Night fell, and snow began to fall. Flakes of snow, as large as goose feathers, cascaded from the heavens, quickly blanketing the ground and buildings of the city of ice and snow in layers. As darkness enveloped the land and snow danced through the air, the entire city appeared remarkably tranquil. This was a prison within the ice and snow palace, constructed entirely from a special form of profound ice, impenetrably hard, with many powerful guardians stationed outside. Alas, it seems the Empress is serious this time. In his cell, Xiaohan gazed at the swirling snowflakes outside the window, letting out a soft sigh. The master can exchange points for instant teleportation. 100,000 points can teleport him 10 meters, Xiaoro remarked. 100,000 points for 10 meters? Xiaohan's lips twitched, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. How absurd. Teleporting just 10 meters. And he might be discovered before he even takes 2 steps. No wonder the cloak of invisibility is sold at such an exorbitant price by the system. Xiaohan shook his head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. For now, escaping was of utmost importance. Points could wait for another day. Rustling sounds echoed through the corridor of the prison just as Xiaohan was contemplating exchanging for several meters of teleportation. His heart raced, and he quickly sat down obediently on the ground. Moments later, a graceful figure appeared at the prison door, and Xiaohan was taken aback upon recognizing her. It was the princess. Bing Qing'er stood at the entrance, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiaohan. Dressed in a long gown, with a delicate veil, she exuded an ethereal grace, resembling a celestial being. Xiaohan gazed at her in return. "You must leave quickly. I have distracted the guards at the entrance," Bing Qing'er urged as she opened the prison door. "Princess." Xiaohan stared at Bing Qing'er, momentarily stunned. "Go now, there is no time to waste." Bing Qing'er pressed. "Take care, princess, until we meet again." With those words, Xiaohan did not linger, and in a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, darting swiftly towards freedom beyond the prison. Watching Xiaohan's retreating figure, Bing Qing'er felt a surge of complex emotions. Tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. And before she knew it, a single tear rolled down her cheek. "Until we meet again?" she murmured, looking up at the drifting snow outside the window, her eyes glinting with unshed tears. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the delicate veil before her to flutter away, revealing an exquisite and flawless visage, which, despite the tears cascading down her cheeks, radiated an unparalleled beauty. The Tian Shan Mountains, where the snow seemingly never ceases to fall, cradle a grove of plum trees at their summit, still blooming with abandon. The red plums, defiant against the snow, are breathtakingly beautiful. Beneath the plum grove, a figure in a blue robe languidly leaned against a tree, quietly sipping wine, exuding an air of nonchalance reminiscent of their arrival. After fleeing the city of ice and snow, Xiaohan arrived here. The training regimen he had previously devised was complete. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had slipped away quietly, and his strength had ascended to the realm of doling. This journey had been filled with ups and downs, fraught with danger and opportunities, undeniably exhilarating. And one could say it had been remarkably fulfilling. The future holds more uncharted paths awaiting him. The conclusion of this training signifies the impending arrival of the 3-year agreement with the Yunlan sect. Nalan Yanran. Xiaohan raised his head to take a sip of wine, a faint smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on Nalan Yanran now, he found he harbored no intense malice towards her. When he first arrived, she had haughtily called off her engagement with Xiao Yin, which he could not abide, and he had defended Xiao Yin, vociferously admonishing Nalan Yanran with grandiose rhetoric. In retrospect, Xiaohan could not help but chuckle at his youthful arrogance. Yes, coming to this otherworldly realm, combined with the 2 years of training, had matured him considerably. 3 years ago, upon first arriving at the Dou Qi continent and witnessing Xiao Yan's humiliation, he had impulsively criticized Nalan Yanran, an act imbued with the recklessness of youth. Speaking without contemplation, Nalan Yanran's decision to annul the engagement for her lifelong happiness was not inherently wrong. Likewise, Xiao Yan's pursuit of the 3-year agreement to redeem his honor was justifiable. Thus, Xiaohan resolved not to involve himself in the matter of the 3-year agreement any further. However, he still intended to visit the Yunlan sect, as Xiao Yan's journey there constituted a pivotal storyline, and in the original narrative, Xiao Yan managed to escape the Yunlan sect only with the protection of Medusa and others. Therefore, a visit to the Yunlan sect was indeed necessary. "Master," Your state of mind has significantly elevated. The system rewards you with 100,000 points. As Xiao Han's thoughts meandered, the voice of Xiao Rou resonated in his ears. Startled, Xiao Han paused, then chuckled lightly, realizing that surprises abound. He now possessed over 700,000 points, a considerable fortune. Master, you must go to the Yunlan sect. There is a 1,000,000-point bounty task there, which involves rescuing Xiao Yan, rewarding 1,000,000 points, Xiao Rou stated. 1,000,000 points. Xiao Han's pupils constricted in surprise. Xiao Rou, you haven't prepared another surprise for me, have you? He inquired, recalling vividly the previous chase by Dou Qi and others in the desert, which had been a 30,000-point task, and now this 1,000,000-point bounty task was bound to be extraordinary. Master, no spoilers, you shall experience it for yourself. Xiao Rou replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han let out a bitter smile and refrained from further inquiries. Although a flicker of anticipation regarding the unfolding events at the Yunlan sect lingered in his heart, the task of accumulating 1,000,000 points seemed rather intriguing. Thus, he resolved to venture towards the Yunlan sect to fulfill the mission, as he eagerly awaited the opportunity to meet Xue Chen at the Canaan Academy. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the snowflakes from his garments and stood atop the mountain peak, gazing into the distance at the city of ice and snow for a moment before hastily proceeding. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword floated before him. Xiao Han stepped upon the sword, and with a thought, it transformed into a streak of sword light that pierced through the air. As he departed, within the icy palace, the Empress's delicate figure darted forth, traversing the tumultuous snowstorm with a grim expression. Xiao Han, do you think you can escape? This Empress shall find you regardless. Chapter 111. Causing trouble, yet not calling me brother? Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to Xiao Yan. Previously, in the Tagore Desert, when he encountered Xiao Han, he had been thoroughly deceived, for Dou emperors relentlessly pursued him for 3 days and nights. If it were not for the revelation that one of his pursuers was Yunji, he might have met a dire fate. Consequently, Xiao Yan found himself berating Yao Lao daily, venting his frustrations over Xiao Han's trickery, exclaiming that this scoundrel had truly betrayed his brother. Yao Lao, in response to Xiao Yan's complaints, could only chuckle helplessly. He surmised that Xiao Han had likely been aware of Yunji's presence among the pursuers, otherwise, he would not have ensnared Xiao Yan so mercilessly. That little rascal was indeed quite mischievous. Despite being duped by Xiao Han, Xiao Yan had acquired the Green Lotus Heartfire, his first form of. After successfully absorbing the Green Lotus Heartfire, he assisted Hai Buodong in breaking the seal, which led to a tumultuous upheaval in Shimo City that he rushed to address, ultimately resolving the crisis. However, Qing Lin was abducted by members of the Mo family during a rescue attempt, and though Xiao Yan endeavored to save her, he was unsuccessful, as she was taken away by the Tianxi Manor. In the midst of a fortunate mishap, he inadvertently created the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, a formidable fire-based combat technique, which caused Yao Lao to fall into slumber. Subsequently, Xiao Yan, armed with a single foot of resolve, ascended the Yunlan sect to challenge Nalan Yanran, seeking to redress past grievances. The echoes of bygone events dissipated with this confrontation. Yet, Xiao Yan's identity was uncovered by Gu Yi, and in his attempt to rescue Qing Lin, he ended up killing members of the Mo family. Following this, a fierce confrontation with Yun Ling ensued, drawing the attention of Dou Zong Yunshan. With the aid of Hai Buodong and Ling Ying, he managed to escape unscathed. In a fit of rage, Xiao Yan returned to the Yunlan sect, where he unexpectedly encountered Yunji. To his astonishment, he discovered that Yunji was none other than the sect leader, Yun Yun. Amidst the tangled web of emotions and animosities, Xiao Yan's fury intensified, culminating in a devastating strike formed by the convergence of two, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, which he unleashed upon the Yunlan sect. In the wake of this cataclysmic assault, a significant portion of the Yunlan sect structures was reduced to rubble, and Elder Yunling met his demise. Thus, Xiao Yan had wrought an immense calamity. The resounding explosion reverberated through the Yunlan sect, lingering in the air like an ominous cloud, enveloping the area in a mushroom-like haze. As one surveyed the scene, the once resplendent Yunlan sect had, in an instant, transformed into a landscape of shattered walls and ruins, a pungent scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. This, of course, was the aftermath of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus's devastating explosion. Above the void, a figure clad in black stood still, adorned with violet wings, his face pale. This was, of course, Xiao Yan. The recent strike of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus had drained him of considerable energy. At this moment, he held in his grasp the nearly lifeless form of an elderly man, Yun Ling, an elder of the Yunlan sect, who had ruthlessly pursued the innocent in the Xiao family, driving Xiao Zhan to mysterious disappearance. Yun Ling, you vile dog. You have slain my kin and hunted my father into obscurity. You deserve death. Xiao Yan's eyes burned crimson with a fierce intent to kill. Xiao Yan do not. At the sight of Xiao Yan's actions, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly called out to him. Should he take Yunling's life? She understood that she would be powerless to protect him from the consequences. Xiao Yan, should you dare to act, our sect will ensure you find no rest, even in death. Yun Shan, standing nearby, spoke coldly, his expression darkened with discontent. A descendant of a Grand Master had audaciously wreaked havoc upon the Yunlan sect before him, leaving him with little face to save. The one I desire to kill today? Not even the King of Heaven could thwart. Xiao Yan cast a chilling glance at Yun Shan, his murderous intent surging forth. Crack! In the next moment, under Yunling's terrified gaze, Xiao Yan's hand moved, twisting the elder's neck with a sickening snap. With a casual flick, he discarded Yunling's lifeless body as one would a piece of refuse. Elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunling, is dead. This man has gone mad. Spectators from the royal family of Jiama and the Nalan clan, among the 4 great families of the empire, gazed in shock at Xiao Yan in the heavens. How audacious to slay an elder of the Yunlan sect before the very eyes of a Dou Zong. Indeed, he possesses remarkable courage. Nearby, the Ice Emperor Haiba Dong and Dou Huanglinging both felt a tremor within their hearts, a sense of helplessness washing over them. Is this truly his real strength? Below, Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes shimmered with complex emotions. Witnessing Xiao Yan's terrifying prowess left her feeling a significant defeat. The once inept youth had truly returned as a king. She recalled the figure who had turned the tide at the Imperial Alchemy Conference. Yes, she found herself moved. Yet, she never anticipated that the man who captivated her heart would be the very one she had once broken off an engagement with. The whims of fate are unpredictable. Who could have foreseen this? Xiao Yan, hasten away. My soul's power cannot endure such consumption any longer, came the urgent voice of Yao Lao in Xiao Yan's mind. Laden with gravity, in his current state, he could not sustain such immense expenditure. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, sensing the frailty of Yao Lao's spirit. Having obliterated the Yunlan sect and slain Elder Yunling, he had undoubtedly committed a grave offense. Yun Shan now bore a murderous intent toward him. If he did not flee soon, he would find himself on a path to certain death. Realizing this, Xiao Yan dared not linger. He cast one last cold glance at Yun Shan, understanding that Yunling's pursuit of his family was undoubtedly tied to this man. Were it not for his lack of strength, he would have claimed Yun Shan's life today. After shooting a frigid glance at Yun Shan, Xiao Yan wasted no more time. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky. Now you wish to flee? Yun Shan's gaze turned icy. He then addressed the members of the Yunlan sect below, commanding, "Everyone, heed my orders. Form the cloud smoke sun concealment formation." Understood. The elders and disciples of Yunlan sect responded in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens and earth. They then took their seats, forming intricate hand seals. As the seals transformed, a formidable surge of fighting spirit erupted from each individual, merging with the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, a colossal energy barrier began to materialize above the Yunlan sect, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and emanating a terrifying aura that enveloped Xiao Yan and his companions. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he beheld the barrier descending upon them. It was the protective array of Yunlan sect, immensely powerful, and now under the control of Yun Shan. Its might would surely be magnified. Haiba Dong, for the sake of our past friendship, if you withdraw now, this sect will overlook previous matters, Yun Shan declared, standing resolutely at the heart of the array as he addressed Haiba Dong. Hearing this, Xiao Yan turned to Haiba Dong, choosing silence. The latter had already done more than enough to protect him up to this point. Very well, it has been too long since I felt such fervor. Today, I shall indulge this young lad in his recklessness. Haiba Dong chuckled, his wings of ice unfurling as he appeared before Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, quickly break through the barrier. We will hold off Yun Shan for you. Haiba Dong urged, his expression grave, and then he and Ling Ying surged towards Yun Shan. Overreaching, Yun Shan's eyes hardened. Since they dared to obstruct him repeatedly, today he would first eliminate these two. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted in the skies. Master, I implore you to intervene, Xiao Yan exclaimed, feeling a powerful surge of spiritual energy envelop him. His only objective now was to breach the barrier, otherwise, he would surely perish. With a flick of his hand, a massive black ruler materialized, which he then swung forcefully towards the barrier. However, the barrier remained entirely unmoved. Seeing this, Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran, and the others felt a chill of foreboding. They all understood that today, Xiao Yan was doomed. This array, fueled by the collective strength of many and commanded by Yun Shan, was beyond even his master's current capabilities to breach. Alas, Master Yao sighed. I am sorry, Master. My impulsiveness has brought you trouble, Xiao Yan expressed with remorse, reflecting on how he had rashly charged into Yunlan's sect upon witnessing the slaughter of his clan. His youthful fervor leading him astray. Now, it seemed he would meet his end here. How can a youth be without a touch of passion? Witnessing the massacre of his family, charging into Yunlan's sect with the strength of a great Dou master to slay a Dou king, young lad. This is the spirit of a true man. Well done, I am proud of you. Master Yao smiled, continuing, to have you, a loyal and righteous young one. As my disciple brings me great joy. It is a pity I may not see your growth, with my spatial ring in your possession. Do not tarnish my name in the future. Master. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. The words felt like a last testament. Indeed, in the next moment, he sensed an immense surge of spiritual energy erupting from Master Yao. Master Yao was burning his own soul power, akin to a cultivator's self-detonation. Master, no? Xiaoyan's heart ached, his eyes welling with tears, yet he could do nothing to stop it. Master Yao was sacrificing himself for his slim chance of survival. Farewell, little one. The elder Yao chuckled lightly, showing no signs of fear. However, just as he was about to completely sacrifice his soul, a resonant burst of laughter echoed through the skies above the Yunlan sect. Xiaoyan. Oh Xiaoyan, how could you stir up trouble without calling your brother? That is not very brotherly. Chapter 112. Today, I shall accompany you to stain the Yunlan sect with blood. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the Yunlan sect, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Startled, everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Whoosh. Following that, a sharp sound of slicing air was heard as a brilliant beam of sword light shot forth from the distant horizon, moving with incredible speed. In mere moments, the sword light appeared above the Yunlan sect, vividly manifesting before all eyes. It was a young man in a blue robe, tall and strikingly handsome, standing gracefully upon a 3-foot-long sword, his attire billowing in the wind, exuding an indescribable elegance. Xiaohan, are you confident? Xiaoyan inquired, naturally asking about Xiaohan's readiness. I'm not sure, Xiaohan shrugged, responding honestly, as he truly had no clarity about what would transpire next. After all, a task worth 1,000,000 points would not be straightforward. Then it seems I will drag you into this, Xiaohan. I instigated this trouble. And if the situation turns dire, you should leave first. Just remember to avenge me in the future, Xiaoyan said with a wry smile. Brothers share burdens. So there's no talk of dragging anyone down. Even if you unleash a catastrophe, I would dare to bear it with you. Since we're in this mess, let us see it through to the end. Xiaohan replied with a carefree laugh. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and then burst into hearty laughter, their jovial sounds resonating in the heavens. Their laughter was rolling, shaking the very earth. In that exuberant laughter, there was an unmistakable hint of youthful recklessness. Fiery-hearted men, brimming with gallantry. True heroes possess genuine sentiments. How can a man of valor lack the capacity for drink? Come, Xiaoyan, let us drink heartily. After this, I shall accompany you to stain the Yunlan sect with blood. Standing atop his sword, Xiaohan gestured, and a flask of strong liquor appeared in their midst. Well said. A true man of valor should indeed have a hearty capacity for drink. A toast to staining the Yunlan sect with blood. Cheers. Xiaoyan laughed heartily, a flask of liquor also materializing in his hand. Cheers. Xiaohan responded with a loud laugh. And the two clinked their cups across the barrier before tilting their heads back to drink deeply, the fiery liquor coursing down their throats, their faces faintly flushed. Observing the two youths drinking heartily in the sky, the crowd below was moved. For reasons unknown, as they gazed at the unrestrained figures, a peculiar warmth surged within them, spreading rapidly from their feet to the rest of their bodies. That warmth burned fervently, especially among the older generation. It was a sensation they had not felt in a long time. Perhaps it was the blood of youth. The many young people in the crowd appeared particularly stirred, their blood boiling, their veins ignited with passion. If we're going to stir up trouble, we must see it through. I shall accompany you to stain the Yunlan sect with blood. How can a man of valor lack the capacity for drink? Perhaps here lies the youthful recklessness and impulsiveness. Yet, without fervor and impulse, what does it mean to be young? In the fervent spirit of youth, one cannot help but feel invigorated. At this very moment, had it not been for differing allegiances, the younger generation of the Yunlan sect would likely have surged forth. Ah, the beauty of youth. In the arena, countless seasoned veterans reflected on this sentiment. The passage of time had rendered them worldly and cautious, instilling in them a sense of trepidation. They seldom indulge in reckless abandon anymore. There exists a certain allure in the beauty of impulsiveness. With a decisive clang, after finishing their drinks, Xiaohan and Xiaoyan flung their wine flasks aside, their expressions returning to a stoic demeanor. Xiaoyan, witness as I shatter this tortoise shell. In an instant, Xiaohan's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, a crystalline longsword shot forth from his spatial ring. The heavenly emperor's sword tracing an elegant arc in the air before it hovered gracefully before him. Xiaohan extended his palm and grasped the heavenly emperor's sword, its mirror-like blade reflecting the eerie depths of his peculiar pupils. At that moment, An unsettling transformation overtook him, exuding an aura of dread. All eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon Xiao Han, astonished by the terrifying and bizarre nature of his eyes. The left eye crackled with purple thunder, while the right glimmered with icy blue frost. The juxtaposition of lightning and ice emanated from his gaze, instilling a profound unease in those who dared to meet his eyes. A mere glance could evoke a shiver that resonated deep within their souls. Surging around Xiao Han was an endless torrent of purple lightning, intertwined with a potent force of frost. From a distance, he appeared to be an embodiment of thunder and ice, a phenomenon unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed. The atmosphere transformed, with wind and lightning clashing, as an ominous realm of thunder loomed behind him, exuding a chilling aura capable of freezing the very fabric of space. In the next moment, Xiao Han seized the sword, raising it triumphantly above his head. With a single thought, boundless powers of thunder and ice converged within the heavenly emperor's sword. The once crystal-clear blade was instantly bathed in a vibrant purple hue, radiating an energy so formidable it was both enchanting and terrifying. This strike seemed poised to obliterate all in its path. With a flicker, Xiao Han's gaze turned icy, and he swung the heavenly emperor's sword with ferocity towards the barrier before him. The heavens rumbled with the fury of thunder. A massive purple sword beam, spanning dozens of feet, erupted from the realm of lightning, hurtling forth with blinding speed, infused with the might of both thunder and frost. The sight was utterly terrifying. Yun Shan, engaged in fierce combat with Hai Buodong and Ling Ying, was taken aback. He sensed a cataclysmic force emanating from the sword beam. In that instant, Yun Shan could think of nothing else, hastily summoning the full power of the cloud smoke covering sun formation for defense. An overwhelming brilliance erupted from the barrier, forging a formidable shield. Crack! Yet, as the dreadful purple sword beam descended, this so-called defense proved as fragile as an eggshell, crumbling under the strain. With a crisp sound, cracks swiftly spread across the barrier, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. The protective formation of the Yunlan sect crumbled, causing all the disciples and elders seated below to violently spit out blood. This array was forged from the collective strength of many, resulting in shared damage. Yinshan, who manipulated the formation, was also severely injured, managing to suppress his urge to bleed, but his expression was exceedingly grim. Witnessing this, the crowd was filled with shock and disbelief, their minds reeling at the sight of a single sword shattering the Yunlan sect's protective formation, an utterly extraordinary feat. Who exactly is this young man? Countless gazes were fixed upon the figure in the azure robe standing defiantly in the sky, filled with astonishment. He possesses such formidable strength? Among the crowd, a few recognized Xiao Han, Nalan Yanran, and Yun Yun, who had previously crossed paths with him. Nalan Yanran, in particular, was taken aback, remembering that 3 years ago, Xiao Han had not exhibited any fighting spirit. Yet, in such a short span, he had grown immensely powerful. At this moment, Xiao Han had no time to dwell on the crowd's astonishment. This strike was a powerful blow forged from the thunder god ice, enhanced by the heavenly emperor's sword, serving as one of his formidable trump cards. Did you think that having breached the union covering sun array, you could simply depart? Having destroyed my Yunlan sect and slain my elders, today you shall all perish. At this moment, Yunshan's gaze swept across Xiao Han and his companions, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth rendering his face particularly gruesome. Respectful greetings, elder. Yunshan addressed the depths of the Yunlan sect with reverence. The mention of an elder startled the crowd, and Xiao Han's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that matters were far from simple. As the words fell, a streak of light darted forth from the depths of the Yunlan sect, and soon, the figure of an elderly man clad in a white robe appeared. Stepping through the air, this was unmistakably another Dozong expert. Today you shall all die, Yunshan declared ominously. With the elder and himself, 2 Dozong experts were enough to crush Xiao Han and his companions. Is that so? Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. I'm afraid. We also have a Dozong expert on our side. The crowd gasped. They too had a Dozong expert? It was known that Xiao Yin had already demonstrated Dozong prowess under the influence of Yao Lao's soul power, and if another Dozong was added to their ranks, they would possess 2 Dozong experts alongside 2 peak Do Huangs, He Badong, and Ling Ying. Coupled with Xiao Han, who had just shattered the array with a single sword strike, their lineup was indeed formidable. After all, the elders and disciples of the Yunlan sect had already sustained severe injuries from Xiao Han's previous attack, significantly diminishing their strength. Faced with 2 Dozong experts, 2 peak Do Huangs, and Xiao Han, it was uncertain whether Yunshan's side could retain Xiao Han and his companions. Yet, all of this hinged on whether Xiao Han could truly summon a Dozong. Could this young man genuinely invite a Dozong? Yunshan's pupils constricted. At this moment, all eyes turned toward Xiao Han, with Xiao Yan also feeling a sense of confusion. Where could this young man possibly summon a dozong from? Come forth. Xiao Han clapped his hands, smiling as he spoke. As his words fell, space before Xiao Yan rippled, and to the astonished gazes of the crowd, a figure of mesmerizing beauty, coldly elegant and perfect, slowly materialized. It was none other than Queen Medusa. Chapter 113, Brothers, Refrain from Deceit. When that captivating and ethereal silhouette, enchanting enough to mesmerize all, materialized in the void above, the gaze of every individual within the Yunlan sect was instantaneously drawn towards it. Expressions of astonishment, fear, and admiration filled the faces of the crowd. Indeed, that enchanting figure was none other than the queen of the serpent people, Medusa. Is it truly Queen Medusa? Upon recognizing the resplendent form suspended in the air, the crowd was engulfed in shock, utterly incredulous. The name Medusa was synonymous with dread across the Gamma Empire. A ruthless figure who slaughtered with the ease of felling chickens, and now she had appeared at the Yunlan sect, summoned by a mere youth. How could such a revelation not astonish everyone? Who was this young man in the azure robe, capable of invoking Queen Medusa? A myriad of questions flooded the minds of the onlookers, their eyes darting towards Xiao Han, the unexpected youth. What was his origin? Queen Medusa? Besides Xiao Han, Hai Buodong trembled at the sight of Medusa. Years ago, she had sealed him, nearly costing him his life. His memories of her were indelibly etched in his mind. She represented his most terrifying nightmare. Fear not, Mr. Hai. Xiao Han turned his head towards Hai Buodong and chuckled softly. This old man was rather amusing. He dared to confront the Yunlan sect, but cowered at the sight of Queen Medusa. Xiao Han mused inwardly. Was Her Majesty truly that fearsome? He felt none of it. In fact, he found her rather endearing. However, if Hai Buodong were to discover this thought, he would surely be aghast. Thinking the youth had lost his mind for finding Medusa adorable. Brat, you are the scoundrel who deceived us in the desert. At that moment, a burly man from the crowd leapt forth, bellowing in outrage. He was one of the Dou Huang experts who had accompanied Dou Qi to the desert to seize the. Having recognized Xiao Han's voice, and now seeing his connection with Medusa, he was certain of the youth's identity. Indeed, it is you who tricked us. At this juncture, Yin Yun's beautiful eyes shifted towards Xiao Han, her gaze icy. This audacious fellow had dared to jest with her on that day. Such insolence was utterly intolerable. And she remembered the transgression vividly. Indeed, it is him. Dou Qi stared daggers at Xiao Han, recalling how terribly he had been duped, especially since he had believed Xiao Han to be some spirit of, and had been misled by his claims of exceptional talent. The mere thought of it filled him with indignation. As a revered alchemist, he had been made a fool by this young man. As the three Dou Huang voiced their indignation toward Xiao Han, the onlookers blinked in astonishment. Their tone suggested that this youth had indeed pulled a significant trick on them. This young man, a trickster against the emperor? Three Dou Huang. They were unaware that it was actually four, though one was absent that day. This young man exhibited remarkable audacity, daring even to deceive the sect leader Yun Yun and the esteemed alchemist Dou Qi, the members of the four prominent families, including the Gamma royal family and the Nalan clan, gazed at Xiao Han in astonishment, whispering among themselves in admiration for his audacity. Upon encountering Yun Yun and Dou Qi, who openly exposed him, Xiao Han's lips trembled slightly. These individuals were tarnishing his reputation, which could have dire consequences. He was not the kind of person to betray the emperor. Thus, he deemed it necessary to clarify the misunderstanding. Straightening his demeanor, he directed his gaze towards Yun Yun and earnestly stated, "Esteemed leader Yun Yun, while one may indulge in food whimsically, one must not speak carelessly. It is your beloved, my brother Xiao Yan, who has misled you. The remains in his possession. How can you unjustly accuse an innocent?" As Xiao Han spoke slowly, a hint of grievance adorned his handsome visage. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. He had never encountered such shamelessness. To protect his own name, Xiao Han was willing to let his brother take the blame. "What beloved? You scoundrel! If you utter that again, I shall tear your mouth apart." Yun Yun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Xiao Han. "Xiao Yan, your beloved has insulted me," Xiao Han declared. Xiao Yan's lips twitched, looking at Xiao Han in disbelief. "Can we cease this farce?" "You." Yun Yun's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Xiao Han. "Leader Yun Yun, spare yourself the futility of conversation with this scoundrel. Let us join forces and obliterate this wretched creature." A burly man exclaimed angrily. "Try to lay a finger on him." At that moment, Medusa stepped forward, emanating a terrifying aura, her cold, enchanting eyes fixed on the burly man below. Xiao Han then stood up, surveying Dou Qi and the burly man. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Let me tell you, my brother's deception towards you is a stroke of fortune. It is a testament to how highly he regards you. Do not raise your voices henceforth. Even his beloved has said nothing. So what right do you two have to interject?" Beside him, Xiao Yan felt a surge of frustration, thinking, can we not maintain a shred of dignity? Gu He and the others glared at Xiao Han, their teeth grinding in rage. However, upon noticing Medusa beside him, they deflated like punctured balloons, refraining from further protest. This fellow was indeed leveraging a fearsome ally, which was utterly despicable. There is potential for growth. Observing their reactions, Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. You dare to deceive even the emperor? Xiao Yan, you are truly my brother. However, such underhanded tactics are unseemly. It would be wise to refrain from them in the future. He turned to pat Xiao Yan firmly on the shoulder, speaking with earnestness. Xiao Yan wore a dejected expression. After Xiao Han's nonsensical ramblings, he realized he was destined to bear the blame. Even Medusa, standing nearby, could no longer tolerate Xiao Han's audacity, casting him a disapproving glance. The crowd below exchanged glances, pondering who had truly deceived Gu He and the others. Medusa, do you intend to meddle in the affairs of my Yunlan sect? At that moment, Yunshan's gaze fell upon Medusa, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated her involvement. Medusa cast a nonchalant glance at Yunshan, her indifferent voice cutting through the air. I have neither the time nor the inclination to interfere in the matters of your Yunlan sect. However, should anyone dare to inflict even the slightest harm upon him, I shall ensure their demise today. Upon hearing Medusa's indifferent declaration, the eyes of those present widened in astonishment. What is the true nature of the relationship between this young man and Medusa? The crowd gazed at Xiao Han, their expressions a blend of surprise and confusion. Previously, they had presumed that Xiao Han had somehow paid a hefty price to summon Medusa. Yet, with Medusa's unwavering protective tone, it was evident to even the most naive observer that their bond transcended mere interests. What, then, is the true nature of their connection? Yunshan's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. The humiliation he faced today at the hands of these two younger individuals was intolerable. Allowing them to depart unscathed would tarnish the reputation of Yunlan's sect. Thus, he had no intention of relenting so easily. As I have stated, today they must all perish. And not even you, Medusa, can thwart this. Yunshan's icy gaze swept over Xiao Han and Xiao Yan. Though he had initially intended to keep certain aspects of Yunlan's sect concealed, he found himself compelled to act now. Feel free to try, Medusa retorted coldly. Since you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Yunshan scoffed, then turned to face the depths of Yunlan's sect, addressing with utmost respect. I kindly request the presence of the two esteemed elders to assist me in eliminating these troublemakers. At his words, the crowd gasped in disbelief. There were indeed two esteemed elders? As soon as Yunshan finished speaking, the space before him rippled, and the figures of two elderly men clad in black robes materialized. They, too, were Dozong experts, exuding an aura even more formidable than that of the previous elder in white. Xiao Han's pupils constricted, his expression growing increasingly solemn. With the addition of these two black-robed elders, the pinnacle of Yunlan's sect's fighting strength now numbered 4 Dozong experts. Meanwhile, their side could muster only 2 Dozong, and with Yao Lao in a spiritual state, he was incapable of sustained combat. The situation had turned perilous in an instant. Indeed, this was a task worthy of a million-point level. Xiao Han squinted slightly, murmuring to himself. However, he discerned something peculiar about the 3 esteemed elders of Yunlan's sect. There was an absence of life force within their bodies. It seemed likely that individuals from the Soul Palace were covertly manipulating matters, given that in the original narrative, Yunlan's sect had colluded with the Soul Palace. Beside him, Xiao Yan wore a serious expression, taken aback by the unexpected trump card of Yunlan's sect. Their danger had escalated significantly. The depths of Yunlan's sect's concealment were truly remarkable. Below, the imperial family and the members of the 4 great clans sighed inwardly. It appeared that Yunlan's sect harbored grand ambitions. A mere small nation like the Gamma Empire seemed insufficient to satisfy them. Had it not been for today's uproar, they might still be oblivious to the terrifying nature of Yunlan's sect. Such a sect posed a malignant threat to the imperial family, capable of toppling the empire's dominion at any moment. Not only the imperial family, but even the current sect master, Yun, remained unaware of these secrets. Why had these 3 esteemed elders, who were clearly deceased, suddenly returned to life, and moreover, advanced to the level of Dozong? The teacher undoubtedly harbors secrets from me. Yun gazed towards Yunshan, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Perhaps Yunling's massacre of the Shao clan truly has ties to the latter. However, at this moment, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the figure draped in black robes on the horizon, her beautiful eyes clouded with concern. Faced with 4 formidable Dozong warriors, Xiao Yan was likely in peril today. 3 elders, engaged together for a swift resolution. Those who dare to disturb my Yunlan sect are courting death. Yunshan's gaze was icy, a surge of murderous intent radiating from him. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, charging towards Xiao Han and the others. Xiao Yin. Hai Lao, Ling Lao, I entrust you with dealing with them. As for the two black-robed Dozong, I leave their delay to the queen. Once I finish with the white-robed Dozong, I will come to assist you. Xiao Han scanned Xiao Yin and Medusa, quickly delineating their opponents. Yin Shan was injured, and even if the elders couldn't defeat him, they would at least be evenly matched. The two black-robed Dozong were the most fearsome, so it was imperative for Medusa to stall them for a while. The white-robed Dozong was a challenge Xiao Han reserved for himself. You intend to face a Dozong alone? The others, including Xiao Yin, were taken aback by Xiao Han's declaration. Although Xiao Han had just exhibited formidable combat prowess, there remained a significant gap between his strength and that of a Dozong. Can you manage it? Medusa inquired, her delicate brows furrowing as her beautiful eyes fixed upon Xiao Han. Do you not already know my capabilities? Xiao Han replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words and noticing the peculiar glances from Xiao Yin and the others, a faint blush crept across Medusa's exquisite face. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes out to feed the dogs. Medusa's expression quickly regained its composure, her gaze icy as she swept it over Xiao Yin and the others. The group shrank back, deterred from speaking further, and swiftly moved to intercept Yun Shan as Xiao Han had directed. Be careful. I will come to assist you immediately after I finish. Xiao Han called to Medusa before darting towards the white-robed Dozong. Meanwhile, the two black-robed Dozong attempted to pursue Xiao Han, but were met with Medusa's obstruction. In the expanse above, 3 battle circles formed. Xiao Han faced the white-robed Dozong. Xiao Yin and his companions engaged Yun Shan, and Medusa confronted the two most powerful black-robed Dozong. The battle was about to erupt. The crowd below glimmered with excitement. They had never witnessed a clash of so many Dozong warriors, particularly Xiao Han's bold attempt to confront a Dozong alone. Their astonishment mingled with anticipation, as they were left wondering what other surprises Xiao Han had in store after his earlier display. Xiao Rou, how long can my more than 700,000 points sustain the strength of a Dozong? Xiao Han pondered internally. 10 seconds. Xiao Rou replied. Such a brief duration? Xiao Han expressed his incredulity. The disparity between your strength and that of a Dozong is immense. Naturally, the cost is correspondingly substantial. In the realm of the system, the principle of equivalent exchange is steadfastly upheld, ensuring fairness and justice without any room for deceit. One receives precisely as much as one invests. And what of the strength of a Do Huan? Xiao Han inquired. 10 minutes, replied Xiao Rou Dao. Very well, let us exchange for the strength of a Do Huan. Xiao Han lamented, his heart aching at the thought of having painstakingly accumulated points, only to indulge in the power for a fleeting 10 minutes. Boom. In the next instant, Xiao Han's pupils constricted sharply as an overwhelming force awakened like a slumbering lion, surging through his limbs and bones. His garments billowed, and a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes, exuding an aura of sharpness. 7-star Do Huan. Xiao Han lowered his head slightly and clenched his hands, feeling boundless energy roiling within him, a sensation that was intoxicating in its potency. If that is the case, let the battle commence. Chapter 115. Bring him up here. 7-star Do Huan. Sensing the tumultuous power within, a satisfied smile crept onto Xiao Han's lips. With a flick of his hand, he grasped the Heavenly Emperor's sword at an angle and strode toward the white-robed Dozong. Could he truly defeat a Dozong merely with the strength of a 7-star Do Huan? Was that even conceivable? The white-robed Dozong appeared to regard Xiao Han's prowess with disdain, as a chilling aura of death seemed to swirl within his deep-set gaze, creating an eerie atmosphere. With a swift step into the void, the white-robed Dozong advanced upon Xiao Han like lightning, moving so quickly that his form was nearly imperceptible. Xiao Han held the Heavenly Emperor's sword at an angle, remaining still, his eyes closed as he extended his soul's perception. A murderous intent began to rise in the air. Sword drawing technique, a thunderous strike. In the next moment, Xiao Han's eyes snapped open. In a flash, the Heavenly Emperor's sword arced through the void like a dazzling rainbow. Ultimately, the sword came to rest, pointing at a location in midair. There, a figure in white emerged, the sword's tip aimed at his throat. At that moment, a faint scar was etched upon the throat. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This strike was as swift as thunder. However, what astonished them even more was that no blood flowed from the throat where the Heavenly Emperor's sword had grazed. Instead, an eerie black mist seeped out. Moreover, in the following instant, the lacerated throat began to heal autonomously. This scene left everyone speechless. The throat, a notably vulnerable part of the human body, had been sliced by a sharp blade, yet could still mend itself? The Yunlan sect was indeed peculiar. At this moment, such thoughts flickered through the minds of all present. Crack! Just then, the white-robed Dozong raised his hand, seizing the Heavenly Emperor's sword. A surge of tremendous power emanated from him, crushing the sword's blade to fragments. Startled, Xiao Han swiftly retreated, his toes barely touching the ground. Glancing at the remaining hilt of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, he willed the scattered crystalline shards of the sword to return, and they swiftly flew back, reassembling into the blade, gleaming with crystalline brilliance, as sharp as ever. The crowd's gaze faltered, their curiosity piqued as they stared at the crystalline longsword in Xiao Han's grasp, silently marveling at its extraordinary nature. What on earth is this entity? Why can it not perish? Xiao Han maintained a safe distance from the white-robed Dou Qi, his brow furrowed in concentration. I refuse to believe that I cannot obliterate your wretched form. With a cold glint in his eyes, Xiao Han summoned the power of thunder and ice, channeling it into the Tiandi sword, and then he lunged forward once more towards the white-robed Dou Qi. Die! Xiao Han's figure materialized above the white-robed Dou Qi, and with a straightforward strike, he brought the Tiandi sword down with the ferocity of a tempest, causing the very fabric of space to crackle ominously. The white-robed Dou Qi regarded the approaching Xiao Han with an unsettling calm, seemingly allowing the attack to unfold. Yet a hint of derision danced at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion, the formidable sword light emitted by the Tiandi sword descended upon the white-robed Dou Qi, aiming for his crown, as if to annihilate him effortlessly. The blade struck true, cleaving the white-robed Dou Qi's form symmetrically in two. However, in the next heartbeat, to the astonishment of all present, the bisected body mysteriously began to heal. The white-robed Dou Qi remained utterly unscathed. In an instant, the white-robed Dou Qi seized the Tiandi sword with one hand while delivering a crushing palm strike to Xiao Han's chest with the other. Xiao Han had no time to react, being sent flying several dozen feet, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. After a few desperate taps in midair, he barely managed to steady himself. His expression grew grave. The white-robed Dou Qi was alarmingly uncanny, as if possessing an immortal body. If this continued, he would surely be utterly defeated. At that moment, a pained roar of a magical beast echoed from another battlefield. Xiao Han turned his gaze and felt a tightening in his chest as he beheld Medusa, who had been forced to reveal her true form, a colossal, rainbow-hued sky-devouring serpent. Yet, even in her true form, Medusa was no match for the two black-robed Dou Qis. The two black-robed Dou Qis engaged in fierce combat with the sky-devouring serpent. But the serpent was clearly at a disadvantage. With their swift movements and powerful strikes, they unleashed terrifying palm imprints that rained down upon the serpent's massive body from all directions. The sky-devouring serpent roared in agony, its scales being hammered mercilessly, blood staining the air crimson. From a distance, its serpentine form appeared grotesquely mangled, a sight that pierced the heart with its brutality. To oppose my Yunlan sect is to court death. Yun Shan, who was locked in battle with Xiao Yan and others, sneered upon witnessing Medusa's dire predicament. Seeing the tragic state of Medusa, Xiao Han's eyes involuntarily reddened, a fierce murderous intent igniting within him. With another thunderous palm print crashing down, the massive serpent was brutally struck from the sky, and at that moment, Medusa transformed back into her human form, her delicate face as pale as a sheet, her frail body plummeting from the heavens. Queen. Xiao Han's pupils constricted. He could no longer afford to engage with the white-robed Dou Qi. He shot forward, determined to catch Medusa's falling form. However, just as Xiao Han turned around, the space behind him rippled, and the figure of the white-robed Dou Qi emerged, delivering a terrifying palm strike that crashed down upon his back. With a spurt, Xiao Han felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up blood once more, his complexion turning pale. Yet, propelled by the force of the blow, his body swiftly surged towards Medusa. After a few quick dashes, he reached her side and caught her delicate form, stabilizing her in the void. At that moment, Medusa's beautiful face was as pale as parchment, blood continuously oozing from the corner of her mouth, and her fair skin was marred with numerous wounds, exposing raw flesh. Gazing at her grievous injuries, Xiao Han's heart trembled violently. "I'm sorry, my queen, I have implicated you." His eyes reddened, and his hand trembled slightly as he gently wiped the blood from her lips. "It is my own volition," Medusa responded, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tenderness, and a forced smile graced her pale face, a sight most heart-wrenching. Xiao Han's heart quivered as he looked at her for a long moment in silence, then retrieved several high-quality pills for her to consume, which slightly improved her complexion. "Rest for now, I shall handle the rest." He then gently set Medusa aside and gradually rose to his feet, his expression darkening, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Xiao Han cast a cold glance at the two black-robed Dou Qi, before his gaze fell upon Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of battle, shouting, "Xiao Yan, where in the hell is the Buddha's Fury Lotus Cannon? Bring it to me now. Today, I shall raise the Yunlan sect to the ground." Hearing Xiao Han's roar, Xiao Yan, engrossed in the fight, was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. "Whereas the Buddha's Fury Lotus Cannon? Bring it to me." After a brief pause, he finally grasped the situation, his forehead breaking into a cold sweat. The phrasing felt incredibly awkward, as if he had suddenly become a cannon, a professional in artillery. However, seeing the fury etched on Xiao Han's face, he refrained from voicing any complaints. After all, he had witnessed Medusa being grievously injured, and it was evident that Xiao Han was enraged for her sake. Master, it seems I must once again heavily deplete your soul power, Xiao Yan thought helplessly. Aware that with Yao Lao's current soul state, he could scarcely endure such a tremendous drain. It has been a long time since I felt such fervor. Today, I shall indulge in some madness with you two youngsters, Yao Lao replied with a carefree smile. Xiao Yan could only muster a bitter smile in response. Elder Ling, please stall for a moment. He called to Hai Buodong and Ling Ying, then swiftly retreated from the battle circle, racing towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han, once the Buddha's fury lotus is gathered, I fear I shall be left incapacitated, Xiao Yan said with a wry smile, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Summoning the blue lotus earth fire in his left hand and the bone spirit cold fire in his right, the two flames gradually beginning to merge under his command. As they emerged, the temperature of the entire realm surged abruptly, and the space itself warped from the heat. Elders, stop that lad at once. At this moment, Yun Shan's pupils constricted, and he hastily shouted, his eyes filled with a hint of dread. Previously, a single strike of the Buddha's rage lotus had reduced a significant portion of the Yunlan sect structures to rubble. Should this attack descend once more, it would not only obliterate the Yunlan sect, but also shatter the entire Yunlan mountain. It's that move again. Everyone flee. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan conjuring two more flames, the various factions observing from below were struck with astonishment, their expressions akin to that of encountering a ghost, brimming with terror. They had just witnessed the devastating power of this phenomenon. It was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. In an instant, the Gama royal family, the four great families of the empire, and numerous onlookers hastily retreated down the mountain, while several powerful fighters above the Do Wang level transformed their fighting energy into wings, soaring several thousand feet away to spectate. The might of this entity compelled even them to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the vast crowd atop the Yunlan sect vanished, with everyone voluntarily evacuating the battlefield. At this juncture, only a handful of individuals, including Xiao Han, remained engaged in the aerial battle, while others had retreated to a safe distance, many activating defensive fighting energy to shield themselves from any potential fallout. Several Do Zone were present, and should the Buddha's rage lotus explode again, no one could fathom the terror it would unleash. Hearing Yunshan's roar, the two black-robed Do Zone and the white-robed Do Zone exchanged glances, their deep-set eyes gleaming with a chilling light as they surged toward Xiao Yan. Do not move. However, just as these three Do Zone prepared to act, Xiao Yan's Buddha's rage lotus had already taken shape. He had gathered this lotus several times before, and with the augmentation of Yao Lao's soul power, its formation required little time. Yet, coalescing the fire lotus demanded tremendous expenditure of both fighting energy and soul power, rendering Xiao Yan's complexion pale as paper, while Yao Lao's soul strength rapidly waned. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's command, the three Do Zone momentarily froze, instinctively sensing the ferocious power contained within the fire lotus. Ling Ying, who was entangled with Yun Shan, and Hai Dongbua swiftly withdrew from the fray, joining Xiao Yan's side. Observing the Buddha's rage lotus, Hai Dongbua's face trembled violently. He was the first to witness the lotus's terrifying might, which was truly fearsome. Yun Shan approached the three Do Zone, his eyes glimmering with cold light, casting a wary gaze at the Buddha's rage lotus in Xiao Yan's hand. Should this lotus strike a Do Zone, it would leave them grievously wounded, if not dead. Xiao Yan, allow me. Xiao Han's gaze was icy as he fixed his attention on Yun Shan and the others, before taking the exquisitely crafted azure-white fire lotus from Xiao Yan's hands. Within it surged an immensely violent power. Should it explode, its destructive capacity was unfathomable. Xiao Han, what do you intend to do? Upon seeing Xiao Han grasp the Buddha's rage lotus in one hand while conjuring a block of ice entwined with purple lightning in the other, Xiao Yan's pupils dilated. His eyes filled with apprehension. For on that purple lightning ice block, Xiao Yan sensed an equally ferocious force, one that was even more terrifying than the... Is this divine ice? The elder Yao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. With his extensive knowledge, he was aware of the gravity of the situation. Noticing the elder's surprise, Xiao Yan felt a pang of confusion. He had never heard of it before, yet he understood that this entity was immensely terrifying. Even more so than the... What are you planning to do, young man? Not far away. Yun Shan sensed the ominous nature of the purple ice block and was further alarmed by Xiao Han's actions. For at this moment, Xiao Han was integrating the purple ice into the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. The Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus was already a product of violent, and incorporating this unknown, chaotic substance could lead to devastating consequences. Yun Shan's pupils constricted, and his face trembled violently. For reasons unknown, a chill surged within him, a primal fear of the unknown. At that moment, not only Yun Shan, but even Xiao Yin and his companions beside Xiao Han were trembling violently, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Their eyes filled with horror. Everyone wished to intervene, yet none dared to act rashly. In fact, amidst the battle circle, not a single individual dared to move an inch. They even held their breaths, fearful of disturbing Xiao Han. The collective gaze of the onlookers was fixated on Xiao Han's hands, one holding the fire lotus, the other the eerie purple ice. Under Xiao Han's control, the two seemed to be on the verge of merging. Xiao Han's mind was ablaze with fervor, oblivious to the anxious crowd. His focus was solely on the fire lotus and the divine ice before him, his hands gradually drawing closer. The fire lotus inching towards the divine ice. With a sizzling sound, upon contact, an incredibly violent repulsion erupted, sparks flying, thunder roaring, an utterly terrifying display. As the scene unfolded, the onlookers involuntarily swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down their backs, their hearts racing in tense anticipation, exacerbated by Xiao Han's movements. The tension was palpable as their hearts tightened in response to Xiao Han's actions. This fellow, he was playing with the heartbeat of danger. Yet, the overwhelming force that sent shivers down their spines seemed to cause little disturbance in Xiao Han's hands. Xiao Han's emperor purification technique was in motion, and from his palms, streams of purifying energy continuously emanated, flowing to suppress the violent power. Soon, to the astonishment of the crowd, an exquisitely beautiful purple fire lotus materialized before Xiao Han, its petals shimmering with fearsome lightning. Within the confines of the purple lotus, terrifying flames and icy forces surged. From a distance, the delicate purple fire lotus appeared as a breathtaking masterpiece, yet within this art piece resided a disquieting, formidable energy. Xiao Han gazed down at the purple fire lotus, a wild glint in his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, he raised his head, his frenzied gaze fixed upon Yun Shan and the others, roaring, "Buddha's wrath ice fire lotus, go forth and blast them to oblivion."